when Tang Ku was still sleeping at home. Who could have imagined that his wife was kidnapped on her way home? His wife was driving the Porsche that he had modified himself, looking terrified, and was surrounded by 3 black cars. The live broadcast was in chaos, and the comments instantly exploded. This is not a script. She is really running for her life. But no one knew that the vehicle that could drift, transform, and block bullets was the first intelligent combat vehicle built by Tang Ku. The next second, the AI, Origin, started itself, took over the steering wheel, drifted rapidly, hit the enemy in the opposite direction, and bullets flew past it. The whole live broadcast shocked the entire network. But the real danger is not in the camera, it is in the dark. Someone has been secretly keeping an eye on Tang Ku. Chapter 1. On the banks of the Huangpu River in Shanghai, the sound of water gurgles in the bathroom of a luxurious villa. Tang Ku handed over a towel and looked at his wife Zhang Yashuan's playful smile, feeling a sense of satisfaction. 24 years after his rebirth, he married the daughter of the group. The outside world ridiculed him for being a gigolo, but he felt it was worth it. On the surface, he is a mid-level online writer who makes a living by reposting novels from his previous life, but secretly he wins hearts with his knowledge of cars. That morning, Zhang Yashuan asked him to go to the garage to check the Porsche 911. The 300-square-meter garage was brightly lit, but as soon as he touched the toolbox, he felt a sharp pain in his head, as if being pricked by a needle. A sudden system prompt exploded in his mind. He activated the Black Technology system and instantly mastered top-level automobile manufacturing and first-level artificial intelligence technology. A flood of knowledge flooded in, and as he stared at the car, his mind was filled with modification plans. He could easily fix minor problems and dismantle the car body with ease. He, once only capable of simple car repairs, now possessed the skill of a seasoned tuner. The exhilaration of tinkering made him forget the clock, even to breakfast, when he ate a fried egg and toast while furiously typing away on a top-of-the-line laptop. Zhang Yashuan watched in amazement, unsure of the key to his golden finger. Level 1 AI, capable of driving with greater precision than a top race car driver, more than enough to compensate for Zhang Yashuan's brave driving skills. Within an hour, the error-free code ran successfully, and a human face appeared on the screen. When a clear female voice responded, he smiled and named it Origin. He returned to the garage with his computer and installed the Origin into the Porsche. With AI assisting him throughout the process, his modification efficiency doubled, and he also added numerous high-end features. For his wife's safety, he even forgot to eat lunch, focusing solely on creating an impeccable car. That evening, Zhang Yashuan returned home with her bestie Jin Yumeng, holding a live streaming stand. The camera zoomed in on Tang Ku's greasy face. The comments instantly exploded with teasing. The audience knew him as a writer, but they had never seen him fix cars to this level. Zhang Yashuan is a leading live streamer, her playful daily life with Jin Yumeng attracting millions of fans, and she's never shy about showing off their affection in front of the camera. Unbeknownst to her, her family's Porsche has long been imbued with a new life by Tang Ku. And tonight, the car will carry her to an accident, a danger even Tang Ku can't predict. Tang Ku chuckled as he handed the car keys to Zhang Yashuan, who gently wiped the grease off her face. For tonight's anniversary celebration, she was going to drive her beloved Porsche. Jin Yumeng teased and urged them on. As the two of them headed towards the garage, their live stream broadcast oblivious to the danger approaching. Jin Yumeng was surprised by the Porsche's appearance, and Zhang Yashuan explained that it was a minor modification made by her husband. The engine roared, more powerful than ever, as the two drove out of the garage, the live stream still bustling. Meanwhile, Tang Ku was alone at home, updating his novel from his previous life, when he learned from Origin that his writing style was too advanced. It turns out waiting for the times to catch up is the true path to fame. Tang Ku, in high spirits, clicked on a live stream to check on his wife. At the end of the ceremony, Zhang Yashuan posed for photos with her award. Unexpectedly, on the way back to the underground parking lot, netizens alerted them. Several men appeared to have been following them since the ceremony began. The two women, terrified, dared not look back, quickening their pace as they scrambled into the Porsche. The door slammed shut, and they stepped on the accelerator, heading for the exit. But before they could even breathe a sigh of relief, 3 black sedans came from behind, blocking their path. Zhang Yashuan stepped on the accelerator, sending the Porsche hurtling past 100 kilometers per hour, narrowly swerving through the gap. The sound of pursuit exploded behind them, and it was clear the enemy was up to no good. Jin Yumeng hurriedly called the police, and the audience in the live broadcast realized that this was a real-life car chase and kidnapping. To make matters worse, 2 cars ahead were driving the wrong way at high speed and rammed into them. frightening Zhang Yashuan to the point of near unconsciousness. At the critical moment, the steering wheel turned by itself, and the Porsche braked suddenly and drifted, sliding sideways between the two cars. The live broadcast room was instantly boiling with excitement, and the audience was amazed at this incredible driving skill. But when Jin Yuming turned around, he found that Zhang Yashuan's hands were not touching the steering wheel at all. Hello, there's danger ahead. Origin, the artificial intelligence, has taken over driving authority. A clear female voice echoed from inside the car. The two women were shocked, and the live stream was completely silent, with only the barrage of comments swirling. Origin introduced itself. It was an intelligent system created by Tang Ku himself. Zhang Yashuan immediately ordered, "Origin, take us home at full speed." The engine roared, and the Porsche streaked across the night sky like a meteor, its speed soaring. The audience in the live broadcast room was shocked and terrified. My goodness, what kind of speed is this? This must be a modified sports car. It scared me. No, 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 this is a racing car. It runs even faster than an F1. Please do not speed on the highway. No, shouldn't you be paying attention to artificial intelligence? Someone in the live broadcast room raised the key point. The live stream suddenly erupted in excitement. It turned out the Porsche was being driven by artificial intelligence, and its creator was none other than Tang Ku. Countless viewers flocked to watch this real-time kidnapping and chase. Meanwhile, the men pursuing them were terribly anxious. With only 10 minutes to act, they even began to consider using guns. Bullets fired at the Porsche were completely deflected by the bulletproof glass and tires. The robbers were stunned. The equipment was practically military-grade. The leader ordered an all-out pursuit and dispatched troops to intercept police reinforcements. The car's protection and performance made them realize their target was no easy target. Inside the car, the two women were oblivious to the gunfire behind them, instead amused by the enchanting music playing in the car. Jin Yuming marveled at Tang Ku's ability to write not only novels, but also songs, calling him a true gem. Zhang Yashuan, however, grew increasingly confused. The events of that night made her realize she had no idea of her husband's true nature. Suddenly, a huge curve appeared ahead. The car was approaching 300 miles per hour, yet Origin showed no sign of slowing down. Zhang Yashuan and Jin Yuming paled instantly, suspecting a flaw in the AI system. The audience in the live stream panicked. Was a car accident being broadcast live? Hold on tight, we're about to turn. Chiyuan's voice echoed, and the steering wheel instantly turned. The handbrake engaged, and the Porsche slid sideways at 200 miles per hour. The tires rubbed white smoke, leaving a perfect arc around the bend. The live stream went viral, with viewers frantically scrolling through the screen. This scene was enough to become a trending topic. After rounding the corner, the Porsche not only didn't slow down, but continued to accelerate. The robbers behind were astonished by its engine performance. Such extreme use should have burned out the engine long ago, but the car only managed to perform even more ferociously. The audience, who knew cars well, concluded that Tang Ku was a top-tier expert in the modification industry. Inside the car, the two women's hearts raced from the force of inertia, yet amidst their fear, they felt an indescribable pleasure. Jin Yuming, excited like a child, demonstrated on live stream that the steering wheel and handbrake operated fully automatically, proving that this was the origin of driving. Netizens even hailed Tang Ku as a legendary protector of his wife. Tang Ku, meanwhile, was soundly asleep, clutching his phone, completely unaware that he had become the talk of the town. Several black cars behind him also drifted through the corner, but were forced to slow down, leaving the Porsche 500 meters behind. The second bend ahead awaited an even more frenzied contest. Under the gaze of millions of viewers, the Porsche once again drifted through a corner, and the dual-view livestream left netizens awestruck. The combination of cars and artificial intelligence is poised to revolutionize the industry, and many automotive and computer companies are ready to contact Tang Ku to acquire his technology. The robbers, desperately pursuing the car, even added nitrogen to the tank, determined to stop it. The speeding modified car quickly approached, and Jin Yuming anxiously asked if they could accelerate. The Origin replied that it lacked thrusters, but could be deformed to reduce wind resistance. Zhang Yashuan was surprised, but immediately agreed. As the spectators and the robbers watched in shock, the car's body shrank into a low, streamlined shape, its speed instantly increasing, putting distance between them and their opponents. However, the chain of curves ahead was blocked by multiple cars, and a dozen men waited with sneers. The Origin didn't slow down, but instead, it transformed during its sprint, reinforcing its front flanks, ramming past the blocking vehicles, and drifting through the curves. The entire process was so seamless that even the police, arriving at the scene, were forced to pursue the fleeing criminal gang. 15 minutes later, the Porsche came to a safe stop at the entrance of the luxury residential complex, and the two women were unharmed. Jean Yumeng was still shaken, while Zhang Yashuan was filled with questions. How much more could Tang Ke possibly be hiding? Upon entering the house, she was met with silence. She worried something had happened to her husband, and when she rushed into the bedroom, she found him sound asleep. When she woke him, he even teased her about cursing her husband. The next morning, Tang Ke was startled awake by a deluge of messages on his Origin app. Checking his phone, he realized he had become the internet's hottest topic overnight. Programmer delayed by novels, transforming car, and 200 miles per hour drifting around a corner dominated the search results. It wasn't until he saw the message that he learned his wife had been kidnapped and pursued the previous night. In the morning, Tang Ke hurriedly woke Zhang Yashuan and mentioned her kidnapping the previous night. Zhang Yashuan, in turn, questioned him about the AI and the transforming car. Tang Ke jokingly explained that it was just a first-level version he'd created out of inspiration and would be upgraded later, reassuring her for the time being. After washing up, the two had breakfast together. Zhang Yashuan recounted the night's terrifying incident in detail, and Tang Ke explained and fabricated a few details. Suddenly, the doorbell rang, and 3 police officers arrived. They informed them that Zhang Yashuan was the target of the kidnapping, suspected to be connected to her father's business rivals, and urged them to remain vigilant. Before leaving, the female police officer offered to cooperate with the police. Tang Ke admitted that AI wasn't perfect yet, but he wouldn't rule out future collaboration. He accepted the policewoman's business card. He closed the door and continued chatting with his wife, enjoying his peaceful daily routine. Zhang Yashuan, on a whim, started a live stream, and viewers flocked in. Their conversation almost exclusively focused on Tang Ke and his technology. When netizens questioned why he didn't make money from programming, Tang Ke responded with a sly smile. I can make a lot of money with programming, but I choose to write novels. Just for fun. The live broadcast room instantly exploded with curses and ridicules. He also took the opportunity to kiss his wife in front of the camera, driving the audience crazy. In the midst of the bustle, the doorbell rang again. Tang Ke opened the door and was surprised to see several men and women in formal attire, contracts in hand, swarming in. The Porsche representative immediately explained that last night's live broadcast had given them significant publicity and that they were offering him money as advertising fees. Representatives from other luxury car brands quickly followed suit, requesting partnerships. Tang Ke frankly invited them in, jokingly saying he'd fallen to the point of taking ads to make money, sparking another round of complaints in the live stream. As more industry leaders appeared, viewers exclaimed they recognized executives from companies like Mercedes-Benz and Maybach, with some even speculating that people from global headquarters had arrived. Overnight, Tang Ke not only brought his wife home safely, but also attracted major luxury car brands to actively seek cooperation. He relied not on novels, but on cutting-edge technology capable of revolutionizing the industry, and this was just the tip of the iceberg of his true potential. Tang Ke's living room was packed with high-level representatives from major automakers. Last night's live stream had been a complete blast. The artificial intelligence plus transforming sports car technology had rocked the internet, sparking heated discussion overnight and sending even the tech world into a frenzy. They were not there to watch the fun, but to pay advertising fees. Facing these respectful bosses, Zhang Yashuan lazily leaned on the sofa as usual, without even a glance, and directly picked up her phone to continue the live broadcast, ignoring everyone the whole time. It's Zimo. There are so many people here. Everyone please take a seat. Zhang Yashuan's words were calm and casual. However, netizens in the live broadcast room collectively wailed because she covered her long legs, laughed continuously, and flooded the comments with comments. Tang Ke walked over, holding a large bottle of Coke, and poured each person a plastic cup. He smiled casually. They said they wanted me to help advertise it in the novel? Netizens joked. Old Tang is the first person in history to be a Coke host. Tang Ke wasn't impressed by these wealthy representatives. He knew clearly that the 10 million yuan in advertising fees was just their first step in using their technology as a stepping stone. Unfortunately, he had no intention of cooperating. I'm writing about steampunk and Cthulhu. Car brands like you. I'm afraid they won't fit in, Tang Ke said with an embarrassed look as he took the bank card, causing the live stream to burst into laughter. A novelist actually says they can't fit in? It's impossible to make it work. The other party didn't mind at all. That's fine. The next book will be fine too. Shin Zimo spoke first on behalf of Porsche. 10 million for a favorable impression and a chance to collaborate was a very good value. Unfortunately, they had gotten one thing wrong from the beginning to the end. Tang Ke had no intention of collaborating with any automaker. He had a high-tech system, top-tier technology, and his wife was the heiress to the Hongtai Group. He even had plenty of money. Why would he give away his core technology? He was constantly playing Tai Chi, verbally agreeing to advertising space, but not actually offering them a contract. They talked for 2 hours, all empty talk. Just as they were about to get to the point, he stood up and said, "It's getting late. My wife and I need to eat. Bye, everyone." Everyone was stunned, and the atmosphere froze. The representative who was about to speak up tried to put up a fight, but Tang Ke sneered back. "What? You still want to dine with us?" These billionaires, worth hundreds of millions, were ultimately forced to make an awkward exit. Netizens are already laughing like crazy. This is the master of deception, Tang Ke. He can grasp the mentality of the big guys without spending a penny. But Tang Ke didn't take them seriously at all. He accompanied his wife to cook in the kitchen, live broadcasting the cooking and chatting at the same time, as if he was just welcoming a few old friends. After dinner, Zhang Yashuan continued her live stream, singing, eating snacks, and even falling asleep on the sofa. Yet, there were still people in the live stream room, watching with gusto, even just watching her sleep. This kind of lifestyle is enviable. Tang Ke sat in front of his computer and woke up the AI system. Origin, open the source code. A dense stream of code instantly flashed across the screen. His expression was solemn as he began to add a permission firewall. No internet access or intrusion into any device without permission. This morning, Qiyuan's unauthorized access to his phone made him realize that if he didn't set limits, the consequences could get out of control. He added several permission commands, setting himself as the highest authority, Zhang Yashuan as the second-level authority, and setting all codes to be unchangeable. Tang Ke knew that Origin was being docile because it hadn't evolved yet. He had to block all its escape routes before it could develop the ability to think. If it truly awakened in the future, like in the movie Skynet, even something it had created could become a threat. He sat there for over 2 hours, constantly writing code and tweaking logic. The knowledge gained from these cutting-edge systems was accelerating his understanding of artificial intelligence. Tang could keenly sense that the next stage of AI technology might require his own creation. I can't always rely on the system to feed me. I have to learn to digest things myself. Tang Ke muttered to himself. His goal wasn't just to build a sports car, it was to control the core lifeblood of future technology. He realized that the system was a tool, not the whole package. After finishing his last line of code, he stretched tiredly and looked over at Zhang Yashuan, who lay soundly asleep on the sofa. She was as quiet as ever, her sleeping posture graceful, as if the chaos of the world couldn't affect her in the slightest. He walked over and gently covered her with a blanket. During the live broadcast, netizens were still discussing. Lao Tang's pen name is Meng Dao Changsheng. Does he really write books? It seems that no one has read his novels. So, some viewers quietly left the live broadcast room and went to search for his book, The God of Mystery. Some people left the live broadcast room, and the rest were extremely bored. They were so interested in watching Zhang Yashuan sleep. After more than 2 hours of hard work, Tang Ke finally completed all the program settings, and his programming skills continued to improve. He realized that in the future, he might need to create level 2 artificial intelligence himself. The system could only provide a framework, and he would have to rely on himself to truly master the technology. When he stood up to stretch, he saw Zhang Yashuan sleeping peacefully on the sofa, her sleeping posture soft and charming. He walked over and gently covered her with a blanket to prevent her from catching a cold. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw that the phone was still live streaming, and there were actually quite a few viewers still silently waiting. Watching this scene, the barrage of comments instantly exploded. The wife-loving maniac is online. Tang Ke picked up his phone and found that the audience in the live broadcast room was still lively, with constant jokes in the barrage. He smiled at the camera and said, "Show, I'm going to take you to see my favorite thing from last night." After that, he set up the phone stand and walked towards the garage. In the spacious garage, a Porsche 911 was parked quietly. He opened the hood, revealing an irregular metal device wrapped in copper pipes and shining with blue light. This is the secret of the transformer. Tang Ke put on insulating gloves and unplugged the wires. Instantly, the light went out, the shell disintegrated with a bang, and metal pieces scattered all over the floor. The audience was shocked and speculated. Tang Ke explained that this was a special electromagnetic device that absorbs and manipulates the car body shell. Artificial intelligence precisely controls the electromagnetic intensity to achieve the movement of the shell. He casually threw the device on the ground and continued to dismantle luxury cars such as Bugatti and Pagani in the garage, with the parts spread all over the ground. Zhang Yashuan had bought these sports cars for him, but he had spent years at home writing novels and had rarely driven them. Yashwan also preferred the comfortable Porsche 911. Tang Ke lowered his head to dismantle the drive shaft, gearbox, and other hardware. Although the audience in the live broadcast room could not understand what he was doing, they were attracted by his skills and rough way of dismantling the car. He planned as he went along, optimizing power and comfort first, then researching new materials and propulsion systems, ultimately creating a car that surpassed them all. Tang Ke took out professional tools such as a welding gun and a cutting machine and reassembled the Porsche 3 hours later. He no longer relied on electromagnetic absorption, but traditional fixation. The optimization is complete. Do you want to see the results? He smiled at the camera, but most of the comments questioned whether disassembling and assembling the same parts could bring about any changes. Tang Ke shrugged, not arguing. The live stream was just a way to kill time, so the testing results could be left for later. He glanced at the time and saw that it was already evening, so he took the elevator back to the building with his cell phone. The elevator door opened, and a familiar aroma filled his face. Suddenly, a pair of small hands pushed him against the wall. Zhang Yashwan smiled and said, "Hand over your phone." Tang Ke pretended to be scared and suddenly asked, "Is it okay to rape me?" Before he finished speaking, he pressed her against the wall and kissed her directly. The live broadcast room was suddenly filled with wailing. Someone shouted angrily, "I'm here to see the modification, not to see you showing off your love." Others joked about the dog slaughtering scene. Before the Liangxi night banquet, Tang Ke and Zhang Yashwan had an intimate interaction, and the whole time they were hit with dog food by Jin Yumeng, who was broadcasting live, which triggered a frenzy of barrage. He originally just wanted to play a prank on his wife, but he didn't expect to push her against the wall and kiss her for 2 minutes. He almost forgot that the live broadcast was still on, and her best friend was watching next to him in amazement. "It's all your fault. I forgot to turn off the live stream." Zhang Yashwan was at a loss for words and quickly explained to the audience, "My stinky baby secretly started the live stream while I was sleeping. I'm so sorry." Just as she was about to end the live stream, her fans tried their best to keep up the popularity. Jin Yumeng immediately switched to her own live broadcast room and continued to bring netizens the daily couple Shura field. Tang Ke changed into a formal suit and walked downstairs, instantly stunning the audience and causing an uproar in the live broadcast room. He was originally dressed casually, but now he was wearing a blue shirt and gray trousers. His temperament suddenly improved, which almost made Jin Yumeng stunned. The barrage of comments even gave him the title of model delayed by novels and potential stock for otakus. The three of them drove to Liangxi for a dinner. The modified Porsche started up almost silently. Its power increased, yet its silence was remarkable. "Why is the car so quiet?" Zhang Yashwan was surprised. "The engine structure has been optimized to improve performance and reduce noise." Tang Ke responded while driving, deliberately avoiding the core technology. Netizens have questioned this. Some suspect that Tang Ke is bragging, but more people expect him to create another miracle. Tang Ke just smiled and said nothing, not intending to reveal the real black technology provided by the system to the public. His silence actually added a sense of mystery. The Liangxi night banquet restaurant, with its gorgeous gold and red decor, exudes elegance. For Tang Ke, whose monthly salary was only a few thousand yuan, this place was once unattainable. Now, he can sit by the window, eat and chat with two beauties, and is no longer the clerk who makes a living by writing novels. Zhang Yashwan was picky about the dishes, but Jin Yumeng ate with gusto. The two girls bickered and joked, and the atmosphere in the live broadcast room was lively. Tang Ke watched them quarreling without caring about their image, and felt that life was particularly real. This is what happiness looks like, right? At this time, two young men came up and took the initiative to talk to him. They are racing drivers of the McLaren team. After seeing the live broadcast of Tang Ke's artificial intelligence driving on the internet, they came to challenge him and wanted to have a head-on confrontation with his AI driver. "Really? My name is Chung Yongjun. This is Zhu Bowen, and we want to race your car." Faced with the sudden invitation, Tang Ke was stunned for a moment. He didn't expect that the first time he was recognized was because of his skills, not because of his novel. Jin Yumeng became excited immediately when she heard the word racing. She still remembered the thrill of drifting last night. Even Zhang Yashwan was infected by her enthusiasm. "Then let's go and take a look. We have nothing to do at night anyway." Zhang Yashwan nodded and decided that everyone should set off. "But my novel hasn't been updated yet." Tang Ke had a headache. "Update for nothing. Let's go racing." The two women forcibly pulled him into the car, and the audience in the live broadcast room were also very excited. They want to see a real racetrack showdown, not a trial of road racing. Tang Ke reluctantly accepted the invitation. "Okay, see you at Jingfeng Racing Circuit at 11 p.m. Zhu Bowen beside him also showed anticipation. Okay, we will be there on time. Tang Ke nodded and smiled. After making the agreement, everyone said goodbye here. Cheng Yongjun and Zhu Bowen left Liangsha's evening banquet excitedly. They have to requisition the venue and notify the brothers in the team to come and witness this exciting competition. At the same time, the news of the two people's competition quickly spread on the internet. After all, Jin Yumeng is also a big internet celebrity with tens of millions of fans, and the incident of artificial intelligence racing just became popular yesterday. Many people are immersed in this science fiction information and cannot extricate themselves. Just at this moment, news suddenly came that artificial intelligence was going to participate in racing. How can this not drive people crazy? Everyone wants to see again whether autonomous driving is strong or weak. With the spread of the news on the internet, many racing drivers and rich kids in Shanghai learned about it. They started testing their supercars and planned to join in the fun. Tang Ku and the others thought it was just a simple competition, but they didn't expect it to attract so much attention. Night. Tens of thousands of people gathered in the Jingfeng racing circuit. Sports cars took turns entering the racetrack, but many were blocked outside and required to enter on foot. Do you know who I am? How dare you stop me? I'm a diamond member of the Jingfeng racing circuit. A young man in a sweatshirt at the door said angrily. I'm very sorry, Mr. Liu. It's not that we don't want to let you in, but there are no more seats in the racetrack. The racetrack staff said apologetically with sweat on their foreheads. Full? Such a big racetrack is so full. Liu Xiao widened his eyes in disbelief. This is really too popular. A multi-million level anchor can actually attract so many rich kids in Shanghai. Today's Jingfeng circuit was incredibly bustling with activity, with major teams arriving early, including Ferrari, McLaren, Tesla, and other top teams. Spectators and modified car enthusiasts gathered outside, and even many wealthy children came to watch. The originally scheduled internal competition, due to the sudden surge in interest in artificial intelligence, suddenly became an industry-wide event. A black Porsche entered the racetrack uninterrupted, raising questions among the wealthy young man. However, a staff member replied, "That's an AI-powered vehicle." The crowd paused for a moment. Wasn't this the star of the show? Yet, this Porsche, nestled among the other top-tier modified cars, seemed a bit out of place. After getting out of the car, Tang Ke looked at the bustling racetrack and grumbled quietly. We were supposed to compete against the McLaren team. How did it turn into an all-star challenge? Next to him, Jin Yumeng was still incredibly excited, joining in the fun while live streaming. Zhang Yashuan looked a little helpless, clearly not wanting her to risk another ride. But Jin Yumeng jumped in first-person seat first, insisting he was there to live stream a first-person perspective. Cheng Yongjun, representing the organizer, greeted Tang Ku warmly and announced the prize money of 50 million yuan, with the champion taking home 30 million yuan. Originally a private match, the incident had escalated, and the major teams had apologized out of their own pockets. Tang Ke had profited handsomely. Tang Ke wasn't drawn to the prize money, instead connecting his phone to debug the car's status. The Porsche's origin system was operational, the data board stable, and performance at peak performance. In the distance, the stands were already buzzing with activity, neon signs waving nonstop, the atmosphere of the event at full tilt. On your marks. 3, 2, 1. As the starting flag dropped, dozens of race cars burst from the starting line like unbridled beasts. Jin Yumeng's Porsche reached a speed of 100 miles per hour in just 1 second, firmly securing first place. The driverless car, with the steering wheel and throttle controlled by AI, stunned the crowd. The audience exclaimed in amazement, with comments flying everywhere. That acceleration is unscientific. Isn't it a record? Isn't this a civilian Porsche? Those who had previously doubted the artificial intelligence suddenly changed their tune. Even the hater sitting next to Tang Ke suddenly changed his expression and shouted, "Old Tang is awesome." At the first corner, Tang Ke's AI remained undeterred. With astonishing maneuvers, he drifted into the turn at 200 miles per hour, sending up a massive plume of white smoke. The audience screamed in unison, their excitement almost as if they were there. Inside, Jin Yumeng clutched the handrails, driven by inertia. The livestream instantly surpassed 100,000 viewers. The drivers from the teams behind finally got serious, accelerating in an attempt to catch up. Maybachs, Teslas, McLarens, and others all spun into corners and began sprinting straight ahead, the competition becoming fierce. But Tang Ke's Porsche remained far ahead, his every move like a precisely calculated script, leaving his opponents with almost no chance. At this point, the audience's discussion shifted from the competition to the car itself. Someone commented, "The engine noise on this Porsche is so low, it sounds like a brand new model." Another chimed in, Tang Ke's modifications have probably already gone beyond Porsche. He's capable of building his own car. The car company executives standing in the distance began to realize the seriousness of the situation. They had initially viewed Tang Ke as a gifted programmer, but hadn't imagined he could challenge the entire auto industry. One executive sneered, "This isn't a potential partner, it's a future competitor." Porsche's impressive performance wasn't just a technological showcase. It was a resounding blow to the entire industry. While the audience watched for excitement, the manufacturers watched for details. They understood that from tonight, a brand new era was approaching, and Tang Ke stood at the center of the storm. "Hold a board meeting immediately, no matter what time it is," a car company executive said solemnly. They no longer cared about winning or losing the game, only about their future. Because an artificial intelligence called Origin was completely overturning the business logic they relied on. Tang Ke sat in the audience, typing away on his laptop while watching the intense competition on the track. He wasn't in a rush to monitor the data, instead immersed in updating his novel. Zhang Yashuan frowned and reminded him, "Those car manufacturers looked unhappy and left early." He chuckled, "Don't worry, they're not opponents on the same level as our dad." On the track, the AI-driven Porsche remained firmly in first place. On the final lap, the Tesla team released nitrous gas to accelerate, soaring to 390 miles per hour as they closed in. Inside, Jin Yumeng sensed the danger and shouted, "Origin, faster!" Origin responded, "We need Mr. Tang's authorization. We've reached our limit." Zhang Yashuan, who was sitting in the stands, shouted, "Honey, they're about to overtake us." Tang Ke finally stopped typing, looked up and smiled faintly. "Origin, unlock all speeds." As the command was given, the Porsche instantly accelerated to 420 miles per hour, turning into a shadow that broke through the wind and left the Tesla behind by more than 10 meters. This scene shocked the entire audience. They went wild. "Isn't this nitrous fuel? How can it be faster than nitrous?" Tang Ke's afternoon modifications were finally convincing. With just the help of advanced technology, he had elevated the Porsche's performance to levels above the top supercars. Amidst countless cheers, the Porsche raced away, ultimately crossing the finish line with an overwhelming advantage. The crowd roared. Comments flooded the screen. The Tesla, driven too fast to brake in time, hurtled head-on into the stopped Porsche. A life-or-death crisis erupted. At the critical moment, the Origin started up again. The doors locked, the seatbelts tightened, and the Porsche launched into a sudden, swerving position. With a loud bang, the Tesla directly smashed into the rear of the Porsche and slammed into the track wall, sending flames flying. Jin Yumeng was spun 3 times before the car braked. She was tightly encased in the airbag, her face pale, but unharmed. Tang Ke and Zhang Yashuan rushed down to the stands to confirm her safety, then breathed a sigh of relief. The audience erupted in excitement. "This car is incredible. It's still braking after being hit like that." This scene went viral. AI's emergency recognition and avoidance capabilities saved a life and reassured everyone about the safety capabilities of the Origin. Tang Ke, looking at the shattered rear end of the Porsche, secretly resolved to research top-tier alloys and build a true safety shell. He already had the answer in mind. He had to synthesize metal, a material that was both light and strong, to ensure speed while protecting passenger safety. To achieve this, high-tech systems were key. He had a clear idea of the direction, and he would begin experimenting when he got home. After the competition, Tang Ke won a 30 million yuan championship prize, plus 10 million yuan in compensation from Tesla. Combined with the traffic bonus from the livestream, he became a 50 million yuan overnight fortune. But now, he recalls the arduous journey of writing novels for 4 years before earning a million yuan and feels mixed emotions. The 3 of them returned home, and Jin Yumeng waved goodbye as if nothing had happened, and even joked, "I won't disturb your world of 2. Mua." Tang Ke smiled, holding Zhang Yashuan's hand and walking into the villa, as if the life-and-death moment they had just experienced had never happened. Entering the study, the system prompt suddenly sounded. "Ding. Congratulations on obtaining top-level metal synthesis technology." Tang Ke put down the basic principles of metal synthesis, in surprise, confirming his suspicions. As long as he mastered the basics, the system could be upgraded to a high-tech module. With top-tier alloys, he would forge exclusive materials and develop a truly unique line of high-tech products. But he knew that every step forward would require a physical factory, and he needed hands-on experience. Just as he was beginning to reflect, a familiar knock sounded outside his study door. "What are you doing in there?" Standing at the door was a refined, middle-aged man, Zhang Hongguang, Tang Ke's father-in-law. He always wore a black suit and had a gentle demeanor, but in reality, He was known in the business world for his ruthless tactics. I just arrived not long ago. I heard that you were reading in the study, so I came to see you and talk to you. Zhang Hongguang walked over with a smile. His eyes swept over the books on the table, and the corner of his mouth raised. Synthetic metal? What new things are you tinkering with? Tang Ke scratched his head and smiled sweetly. Just playing around. Does Dad want to talk to me about something? Zhang Hongguang sat down with a casual expression. This time I'm here to add a few bodyguards for you and to strengthen the security measures. Of course, it's also because of what you have done in the past 2 days. He sighed inwardly, never having expected this usually silent son-in-law to be so hidden. He had originally thought he was just an honest novelist, but now it seemed he was actually a technological genius. Before this, he had always thought that Tang Ke would not inherit his business, and that the future group might only be handed over to his grandson or granddaughter. But now, the situation has completely changed. A son-in-law who can stay with his wife peacefully is certainly a good son-in-law. But if he can build a new world or even take over the group, his value is different. You hid it so well, you even hid it from me, your father-in-law. You even know computers and car manufacturing. Zhang Hongguang knocked on the table, half complaining and half sighing. Tang Ke said innocently, these are just for fun. I still like writing books. Suddenly, his expression darkened. By the way, Dad, who tried to kidnap Yashuan the night before last. That was too much. It's Guan Juanhao from Haofeng Group, who is competing with me for an artificial intelligence project. Zhang Hongguang's tone became a little heavier. The two major groups were engaged in an open and covert battle over artificial intelligence technology, with some resorting to extreme measures. But for Zhang Hongguang, this matter was meaningless because Tang Ke's artificial intelligence was truly usable. It was a system capable of autonomous driving, with performance even better than that of a top race car driver. In comparison, the other party's technology was just an empty shell. Tang Ke smiled calmly. If Dad needs it, I can give it to you for free. It was already perfected yesterday. Zhang Hongguang put away his smile and said in a serious tone, Son-in-law, I will help you apply for a patent for your technology and set up a company for you. All the products you make in the future will be registered under the name of this company. He raised his hand to signal Tang Ke not to refuse so hastily. I know you like writing books, but the things you have can do much more than just make money. They also involve commercial competition and security issues. With a company, we can turn technology into value and block those manufacturers and internet companies that want to take advantage of it. Tang Ke heard these words clearly. He knew that the birth of a new technology would attract covetousness from all sides, and the visits from those car manufacturers yesterday were the best proof of this. Zhang Hongguang paused, letting him absorb the thought, and then continued. Starting a company won't affect your writing. Most of the work will be handed over to a professional team, and you'll just provide the technical support. I'll be responsible for the funding and resources. For Zhang Hongguang, these investments are just a drop in the bucket, not to mention that this is to help his own son-in-law. Tang Ke put down his teacup and said with a smile, I can provide the funds. Although it's not much, I still have 50 million in startup capital. I'll trouble Dad for the rest. Zhang Hongguang laughed heartily. It's great, he is worthy of being my son-in-law. The fact that he was able to figure it out so quickly showed that Tang Ke was not stubborn, knew how to listen to the advice of his elders, and knew how to plan for the long term. I won't take the money. If you really want to give me money, just transfer it to Yashuan's card. By the way, what do you want to name the company? Tang Ke pondered for a moment and said, let's call it Heike Technology Company. Limited Ku is my co. Okay, I'll ask my assistant to bring the information tomorrow, and then help you buy a factory that can manufacture cars. The company will be set up in the Hongtai Group building first. Zhang Hongguang looked at his watch and stood up to leave. Remember to be nice to my Yashuan. If I find out that you bully her, don't blame me for being angry with you, he said with a smile. Tang Ke smiled and replied, don't worry, I love her enough. Then he asked, how can I give you the code for the artificial intelligence? Just give it to me as an assistant, and you can go back and accompany Yashuan. The three of them walked to the door together, and the assistant opened the car door for Zhang Hongguang. Before leaving, he rolled down the window and waved goodbye to the two of them. He had come and gone in a hurry. Zhang Hongguang had a lot of things to do. After a brief chat with his daughter, he went into the study to talk to Tang Ke. After finishing the business, he hurried back to the company to deal with business. He hadn't forgotten the kidnapping incident the night before. As a seasoned businessman, he wouldn't let go of the group that dared to touch his daughter. Before leaving, Zhang Hongguang arranged for several bodyguards in suits to guard inside and outside Tang Ke's villa. These men were all tall, muscular, and had a subtle, intimidating aura. Several bodyguards installed cameras outside the house to ensure no strangers approached. Zhang Hongguang even bought the villa next door as a resting place for the bodyguards to protect his daughter around the clock. After all, it is not appropriate to let the bodyguard live directly in Tang Ku and Zhang Yashuan's home. This way, they can maintain safety without affecting the couple's life. Back in the hall, Zhang Yashuan stretched out her fair hand and said with a smile, "Pay tribute to the government." Tang Ke picked her up and sat down on the sofa, pretending to be puzzled. "Which tribute?" Zhang Yashuan snorted softly. "Of course it's the startup capital. My dad asked you to transfer it to my card." She pouted her red lips, looking aggrieved and spoiled. Tang Ke smiled and kissed her. "What if you don't give it to me?" Zhang Yashuan immediately fought back. "Then I will tell my dad that you bullied me." Tang Ku reluctantly replied. Okay, here you go. The password is your birthday." He handed over the wallet filled with bank cards. For him, the money at home was of little use. Zhang Yashuan took the wallet and hugged it tightly like a money grubber, her smile unable to conceal her joy. Tang Ke quipped, 50 million is just pocket money. Why are you so happy?" She answered seriously. "It's different. This is given to me by you." The interaction between the couple is warm and natural. However, the outside world was once again abuzz with Tang Ke's technology. Trending searches appeared online. Artificial intelligence creates another miracle. Same hardware transforms into a top-notch supercar, and Tesla brake failure. Related topics quickly became one of the top 10 hot searches, and there were even tags such as hashtag Tang Ke's Black Technology Sports Car hashtag, sparking discussions among countless netizens. Some people lamented that Tesla's halo was crushed by Tang Ke's technology, while others speculated that he would not cooperate with car manufacturers because he was fully capable of building cars himself. Netizens were surprised to discover that this tech genius was the son-in-law of the chairman of Hongtai Group. The news that he had married a beautiful, wealthy woman was resurfaced, sparking a new round of heated discussion. Back then, everyone thought that Zhang Yashuan would marry a well-known entrepreneur or a social elite. But unexpectedly, she chose an ordinary man who wrote novels. Many wealthy young men were dissatisfied, and some of her friends looked down on Tang Ke. As a result, Zhang Yashuan cut off some of her social circles, leaving only friends like Jin Yaming. Facts have proven that her vision was correct. Although Tang Ke did not become famous through novels, she reached a higher level through black technology. Many online people shifted their focus to praise her foresight, while others speculated whether Tang Ke would create her own car brand. As the discussion continued, negative comments about Tesla were suppressed. Tesla is the company that's really struggling. Last night's brake incident caused a surge in returns, and their initial attempt to use the event for publicity has completely backfired. The next morning, Zhang Hongguang's assistant came to the door and took away the source code of artificial intelligence, and also handed over the company registration documents and the address of the new factory. Tang Ke sighed. The efficiency of wealthy people is amazing. Overnight, they acquired a large factory capable of mass-producing cars. He drove his modified SSC Tuatara alone to the new factory that would soon belong to him. At the factory gate, the person in charge, Jiang Junmin, was already waiting. Seeing Tang Ke driving up in his luxury car, he approached with a broad smile, introduced himself, and warmly invited him in. Although the factory was capable of manufacturing complete vehicle hardware, it was on the verge of bankruptcy due to outdated technology. Now that Tang Ke had taken over, Jiang Junmin felt it was a complete takeaway. He diligently led the way, constantly praising his employees for their diligence and dedication. Tang Ke's expression was calm. He just smiled and nodded, making it impossible to tell what he was feeling. The two walked through the stamping, welding, painting, and assembly workshops, which looked quite large with a full range of equipment and complete processes. Jiang Junmin took the opportunity to hand over the employees' contract renewals, explaining that after the change of boss, the workers needed to sign new contracts and Tang Ke would pay their wages. Tang Ke chuckled and said the equipment was fine, but the employees' performance was fake. During his inspection, he had already seen that these people were just putting on an act, holding blank panels, completely for show. He refused directly. "Mr. Jiang, do you think I'm a fool? I can see through these tricks clearly." There was a chill in his words. Jiang Junmin's face froze, and he gritted his teeth in defense. Tang Ke said nothing more, simply stating that the factory would remain in operation and the employees could go home. This statement immediately caused a backlash from Jiang Junmin, who claimed that the factory had thousands of employees and dismissing them all would damage Tang Ke's reputation. His voice was so loud that all the workers nearby gathered around him, especially the older ones. When they heard that they might be fired, they immediately looked panicked. Some people pleaded, saying they had elderly parents and young children at home and couldn't make ends meet without their job. Others accused Tang Ku of being too rich, yet still making things difficult for the poor. Some even resorted to moral blackmail, emphasizing that they were skilled workers and that dismissing them would affect production, and they also threatened to sue. Tang Ku was so angry that he laughed. "Why are you suing me? I haven't signed a contract with you, and you are not my employees." He pointed out coldly that he had taken over the factory, not these people. If they didn't leave, he could sue them for trespassing. Since they were going to play the law, he would fight to the end. He knew that these people were just trying to get by in the factory and get paid for nothing. In his view, there is no shortage of jobs in society. What is lacking is people who are willing to work hard. As for these people's family circumstances, it has nothing to do with him. Jiang Junmin, relying on the support of thousands of employees, proposed that Tang could pay him compensation before leaving. Tang Ku remained expressionless and uttered only one word: "Get lost." Jiang Junmin immediately instigated the employees to make a commotion, shouting that the law cannot hold everyone responsible, and encouraged everyone to sit on the ground and demand compensation. The factory suddenly became noisy, with shouts rising and falling, and the momentum seemed to overwhelm Tang Ku. But he just sneered, knowing in his heart that these people were breaking the law. Disrupting the company's order and extortion were enough to get them into trouble. Tang Ku immediately called his father-in-law's assistant and asked him to handle the matter. In a short moment, several cars and police cars drove into the factory. The men and women in suits got out and headed straight for Tang Ku. Assistant Lee, who was leading the group, smiled and told him to leave the matter to Hontai Group. Tang Ku nodded in thanks and walked into the workshop. Jiang Junmin tried to stop them but was stopped by the police, handcuffed, and taken away on the spot. As the employees tried to stand, they were ordered by riot police to crouch down and cover their heads. Hundreds of people were surrounded, and the scene suddenly became so quiet that only the sound of breathing could be heard. Meanwhile, Tang Ku in the workshop was already engaged in metal synthesis experiments. He planned to create a car shell that was light, strong, heat-resistant, and had excellent noise reduction. The materials are fused in the furnace, their proportions precise to the millimeter. Artificial intelligence, Origin records, and analyzes the entire process to ensure impeccable quality. All day, he was immersed in the heat and the sound of metal. Outside, more than 1,000 rioting employees had been taken away and were awaiting legal action. White smoke rose from the blazing furnace, filling the air. Tang Ku picked up a piece of newly refined metal and placed it in the machine for Origin to test. "Congratulations, Mr. Tang, for creating a new alloy. The composition is consistent with the plan and the quality is perfect." Origin's voice was calm and accurate, and asked if it needed to be named. Tang Ku breathed a sigh of relief and wiped the sweat off his face. He was soaked like a drowned rat. Without hesitation, he named it Ku Alloy. Origin immediately collected the data, proactively applied for a patent for it, and sent it to Hontai Group. At this moment, Tang Ku realized that its intelligence seemed to have taken another step forward. He knows that once artificial intelligence can recognize complex human relationships, it will be able to automatically identify potential threats in the future, which is an excellent start. After washing off his fatigue, Tang Ku began to work on the next step, studying electromagnetic propulsion and making final preparations for his first supercar. For the next month, he spent every morning in the factory building and testing cars, flipping through books on electricity and magnetism. In the evening, he went home to write novels and spend time with his wife. Netizens were curious about his sudden disappearance, some even speculating that he was in a bad mood due to the Porsche accident. Only his occasional appearance in the live broadcast room proved that he was fine. Until one day, the system prompt sounded. His knowledge of electricity and magnetism was integrated and upgraded, and he acquired top-level electromagnetic skills. At this moment, all his ideas about electromagnetic propulsion suddenly became clear, and he immediately started to make the electromagnetic device, for which he had already prepared all the materials. In the sealed laboratory, he wore an insulating suit and operated the large equipment at the center. Arcs crackled and swirled as the last large magnet was embedded in the core. The light blue energy shock waves spread instantly, and the iron blocks within a 5-meter range began to vibrate. Even beyond the distance, the impact was still obvious. Don't underestimate this 5-meter propulsion force. If the energy is fully released, it is equivalent to a 5-meter-long flame spurting out of the tail of a sports car when it accelerates with nitrogen. Done. Tang Ku excitedly installed the electromagnetic thruster into the futuristic silver car. The car's exterior shines like reflective glass, but up close it becomes a pure black curve, with streamlined design minimizing wind resistance. The car is equipped with a retractable steering wheel and joystick to meet different driving habits. Tang fastened his seatbelt and ordered the Origin to test the speed. The engine started, and the car instantly broke 100 kilometers per hour, speeding around the factory grounds. The car's speed soared to 200 kilometers per hour, sending up a cloud of dust, but the car was barely perceptible and surprisingly quiet. When the car reached 300 miles per hour, it was still unusually quiet. Tang ordered the Origin to lower the noise reduction function, and then the low roar of the engine came in, strong and rhythmic. The car's speed continued to increase, and despite the howling wind outside, which seemed to sweep through like a tornado, the car remained stable, with only slight bumps. This kind of shock absorption effect is absolutely top-notch black technology. He casually added safety rules for the vehicle. Windows cannot be opened above 160 yards, and special authorization and emotion recognition are set to prevent accidents or crimes in the car. Taking a deep breath, Tang activated the electromagnetic thrusters. A humming sound echoed, and a blue energy wave spread. Instantly, the immense thrust pushed the vehicle to a speed of 500 miles per hour. The car sped along the dirt road, raising clouds of dust and even briefly appearing to float. Tang quickly ordered Chiyuan to gradually slow down, and after several laps, the car finally came to a steady stop. He got out of the car to inspect it. Although the tires were scorching hot, they were intact. The special hard rubber could withstand even extreme speeds without any problems. Looking at the silver, white, and black streamlined body, he smiled and named it Chiyuan. Then he drove back home. The Chiyuan stopped smoothly at the door, and Chiyuan automatically drove the car into the garage. Tang pushed the door open and found Zhang Yashuan concentrating on painting in the study. Her lines and colors were extremely skillful. He thought to himself that maybe he could bring popular comics from his previous life to this world, such as Demon Slayer, Kimetsu no Yaiba. Zhang Yashuan greeted him with a smile upon his return. Tang held her in his arms and sat her down on the sofa, excitedly announcing that his first car was complete and would soon enter the promotion and pre-sale phase. He joked that the back pain he'd been experiencing for the past month was better than writing a novel. Zhang Yashuan understood and offered to massage his shoulders and back. Tang enjoyed it and promised to give her a thrilling comic book story. "Let's call it Demon Slayer, Kimetsu no Yaiba," he said with a smile. He would be responsible for coming up with the plot, and she would draw the characters and costumes. Zhang Yashuan agreed sweetly and gave him a kiss on the cheek. The two smiled at each other, and a relaxed and warm atmosphere filled the living room. A few days later, the internet, which had been quiet for over a month, exploded with a promotional video. The opening line, with white text on a black background, instantly caught the audience's attention. Father of artificial intelligence, Tang building the world's first artificial intelligence car. The scene cuts into a closed secret room, and a streamlined car with alternating silver and white colors slowly appears, showing its high-end, cool, and sci-fi appearance from multiple angles, making people unable to take their eyes off it. The scene suddenly changes, and the subtitles flash, "Intelligent driving." The car, empty inside, hurtles down the road, facing multiple stone walls without slowing down. 3 loud bangs followed, and the 3 stone walls collapsed, leaving the car's body as pristine as new. The speed indicator in the upper right corner jumped rapidly, soaring from 256 kilometers per hour to 418 kilometers per hour. The white text flashed again, "Electromagnetic propulsion." The rear of the vehicle opened, revealing a 40-centimeter diameter thruster. A burst of blue light erupted, and the vehicle's speed instantly exceeded 527 kilometers per hour. Then, the scene shifts to a young man in a suit standing in the wilderness, his watch giving instructions, and the sound of a roaring engine coming from the distance. The car stopped steadily in front of him, its color changing from silver to pure black. There was no steering wheel or joystick inside the car. When he got in, the hidden control system automatically rose. The promotional video ends with the Kirin icon and the words, "Kirin Smart Car. More unknowns are waiting for you to discover." Heike Technology Company, Limited, and the entire internet is boiling. This Kirin car only demonstrated some of its functions: autonomous driving, remote control, artificial intelligence, and electromagnetic propulsion, each of which was shocking. Automobile manufacturers have seen the key point. At the extreme speed, Kirin can still brake smoothly, and the alloy material can perfectly withstand high temperature and pressure. Netizens were buzzing with excitement. Is this a science fiction film? 500 yards per hour, is this still a car? Electromagnetic propulsion? He really built it. Some exclaimed that if this technology were used in fighter jets, it would instantly change the global military landscape. More people flocked to the Heike Technology official website to view Chiyuan's data. It can switch freely between oil, electricity, and hybrid power. The shell, tires, and brakes are all made of cobalt. The hardware indicators surpass all current models. Netizens joked. In order to build a satisfactory car, Tang first created the alloy and then built the engine. The world's first electromagnetic propulsion system is actually on a car. As public opinion continued to ferment, Tang's company became famous overnight, and his name once again dominated the hot searches. Even his novels attracted a large number of new readers. Students and office workers flocked to read them. We thought it would be hardcore science fiction, but it turned out to be a fantasy novel. Everyone was initially upset, but after turning a few pages, they couldn't stop reading. Tang's novel style is completely different from other works on the market. His imagination is wild and imaginative. Some are outrageous and exaggerated, while others contain hidden meanings, as if they were written by different authors. Before he knew it, all of his works had made it into the top 10 of the 24-hour bestseller list, with One Hand Covering the Sky, Swordsman in the Snow, God of Mysteries, Fights Break Sphere, and Doloa Plain dominating the top 5. Such astonishing data made the website suspect that the rankings were manipulated. After investigation, it was found that it was all because the popularity of Kirin Automobile attracted countless new readers. Netizens praised the car while discussing the novel. Some were energized by the passionate dialogue, while others were captivated by the characters and stories. The trending search list was almost completely dominated by Tang's works and company. Meanwhile, traffic to Heike Technology's official website surged, with the pre-sale price of the Kirin smart car at 3 million yuan. While expensive for ordinary families, it's a steal for supercar enthusiasts. The performance of a supercar worth tens of millions of yuan was completely crushed by a smart car worth 3 million yuan. Supercar dealers were terrified. It was completely uncompetitive at the same price point. In less than a day, Kirin pre-sales exceeded 100,000 units, with orders spread across China and abroad. This sales volume almost completely wiped out the market for sedans priced over 1 million yuan. During a secret video conference, several supercar manufacturers expressed solemnity. Some lamented that this wasn't just an industry disruption, but a shift in times. Smart supercars would replace traditional ones. Some people tried to propose smear campaigns, but were reminded that Tangku was backed by Hongtai Group and dared not act rashly. In the end, they decided to study Qilin technology to find a way to save themselves. Tangku was unaware of this at the time. He was staying at home, typing away on the keyboard, preparing to finish The God of Mysteries in one go. With his familiar plot and years of honed writing skills, he has no pressure to update 20,000 to 30,000 words a day. When he is in good shape, he can even reach 40,000 to 50,000 words, all of which are practical content. As the last line of text fell, he breathed a sigh of relief. The God of Mysteries, with over 1,400 chapters, was completed in just 3 months, becoming a legend in the online literary world. Tangku was concentrating on typing when Zhang Yashuan suddenly rushed into the room and told him excitedly that her novel was a hit. He was stunned at first because he usually closed the page directly after updating and didn't even bother to look at the background data. After being reminded this time, he opened the backend and saw that the subscription curve soared to 1 million average subscriptions, which took only half a month to rise from a few thousand. Tangku looked surprised, but Zhang Yashuan explained with a smile that it was all due to the popularity of Qilin Automobile. At this moment, Origin's voice suddenly interrupted. Someone was looking for him outside the door and had a conflict with the bodyguard. Tangku frowned and asked the identity of the visitor. Origin showed the surveillance footage. Several middle-aged men and women were stopped at the door, and one of the women looked unhappy. It turned out that they were national scientific researchers and plainclothes policemen. Without his consent, the bodyguards naturally would not let anyone in. The woman was a little impatient, but the old man accompanying her, Wu Wenyao, was very calm and advised her to wait patiently. Soon, Tangku came out in person and asked about the purpose of the visit in a calm manner. When he heard that they were there for electromagnetic propulsion and artificial intelligence, he politely let them in, but his expression remained nonchalant, which made the woman a little unhappy. Zhang Yashuan had already prepared tea and personally entertained the guests, easing the atmosphere. She knew very well that her husband didn't care about the other person's identity, but she couldn't be rude. After all, this was someone from the National Defense Science and Technology Department. After the greetings, Wu Wenyao went straight to the point and explained that he came for technology. Tangku readily said that he could provide it, but while rubbing his fingers, he added, "The country needs to show some sincerity." This sentence stunned the other party, as if the person in front of him was not a technological genius, but an old fox who was good at doing business. In their impression, young people, faced with national tasks, usually feel obliged to do so, unlike him who always seems to be settling accounts. Wu Wenyao politely stated that the government would provide the money and tentatively invited Tang Ku to work at the National Research Center. But Tang Ku directly refused, saying that he liked writing novels and not doing scientific research. In his opinion, leaving home means not being able to see his wife and living like a single dog every day, so it is better to stay at home. Wu Wenyao didn't force it, but just spoke again, wanting to get the electromagnetic propulsion and artificial intelligence technology immediately. Tang Ke smiled and said that the price had not been negotiated yet, and that it would only be authorized for use, not sold outright. This made Zhong Shanshan, who was standing next to him, furious and accused him of being unwilling to make selfless contributions. Tang Ke was neither anxious nor impatient, and instead asked her why she should make such a selfless contribution. He is grateful that the country protects its people, but technology is the crystallization of his wisdom, and he has the right to decide whether to stay or go. Since they chose to cooperate, it was an equal deal, and he didn't ask for an exorbitant amount. Zhong Shanshan was speechless for a moment, but Wu Wenyao interrupted her, admitted that Tang Ku was right, and apologized on her behalf. Tang Ku didn't take it to heart and directly negotiated a fair cooperation price with Wu Wenyao. This made the country more favorable towards him. After all, these two technologies can greatly enhance national defense capabilities. After the agreement was signed, the researchers left and announced the news to the outside world. It seems to be a domestic announcement, but in fact it is sending a signal to the world. They already have electromagnetic propulsion and true artificial intelligence. This scene shocked all countries. Tang Ke sat at home watching the news and couldn't help but ask himself, is it really okay to hand these over? Zhang Yashuan said to him that the country would only protect, not invade. Tang Ke nodded, put the matter behind him, and thought of another troublesome matter. Kirin Automobile's orders piled up to 2 million, but the factory's production capacity was seriously insufficient. Manual manufacturing is too slow. Although the automation part can be handed over to Origin, many delicate processes can only be completed by workers. If we continue like this, it will take 10 years to complete. Tang Ke suddenly came up with a bold idea, to build robots to help with production. Just as he was thinking about it, Zhang Yashuan reminded him that the promised Demon Slayer manga script had not been given to him. Tang Ke started working immediately and finished writing the detailed plot in a week, asking her to draw the character prototypes according to the story. But after finishing the painting, Zhang Yashuan frowned and said that the story was too tragic, so she simply changed the name to Pillar Destroyer Blade. Tang Ke suggested changing the ending, but unexpectedly, she shook her head and insisted that the original version was the true story. Although he thought it was too cruel at first, he said he liked it very much. Tang Ke shrugged helplessly. Women's thoughts are sometimes so strange and cute. Next, Zhang Yashuan's live broadcast style directly changed to drawing comics. At first, netizens were curious about what she was painting so seriously. It wasn't until she said that this was a comic adapted from the novel written by Tang Ku that the barrage of comments exploded instantly. Some people joked that they thought that after Tang Ku finished The God of Mysteries, he was happy with his wife every day and forgot that he was the author. Some people even joked that this was a personal short story specifically for Yashuan, which was so sweet. Some readers even asked when they could see new works. However, soon, the focus of the live broadcast room turned to Tang Ku himself. Some people shouted at him to come out quickly, some urged him to hand over the car, and some even doubted whether the factory had started operations. Some people even questioned whether the car was a scam because it was built so slowly. Zhang Yashuan responded helplessly, saying that Tang Ku was just taking a break, not stopping writing. She called out Xiao Kezi towards the study, and soon Tang Ku put down robotic arm structure and came out. At this moment, a system prompt appeared in his mind. Mechanical knowledge was upgraded and basic robot manufacturing technology was obtained. Tang Ku was speechless when he saw the screen full of comments. He had just finished a novel and was being urged to start a new one. Netizens who bought cars went straight to the point and asked when they could pick up the car. He explained that manual labor was too slow and he planned to replace it with robots, and he had already started learning the relevant technology. This statement not only surprised netizens, but even Zhang Yashuan was stunned. She asked him if he could also build robots, and Tang Ke calmly replied that the only difficulties lay in the intelligence and the body. With the Origin, intelligence is not a problem. The only thing left is to create a mechanical body. Netizens began to imagine that he wanted to implant the Origin into a robot, and some even made dirty jokes, joking whether such a robot would make his wife jealous. Zhang Yashuan instantly became suspicious, wondering if her husband disliked her. Tang Ku was at a loss for words, tapped her forehead, and said that they were just making working robots. He explained that simulation robots are extremely difficult to make, with material and structural requirements far exceeding those of ordinary mechanical workers, and they cannot be built just by saying so. However, the comments soon changed direction, suggesting that he simply lived broadcast the process of making the robot. Some people wanted to see the whole process, while others wondered if he was bragging. After all, the robots on the market are either bulky and stiff or slow to respond. Everyone was curious whether Tang could really create a guy who was both smart and flexible. And this is obviously exactly what he wants. Seeing the netizens' high interest, Tang simply slammed the table and said that he would occupy his wife's live broadcast room today, take everyone to the factory, and broadcast the robot manufacturing live. In his opinion, black technology is technology that transcends current human cognition and even subverts common sense of nature, and this kind of thing cannot be learned by just looking at it. When netizens heard this, they cheered across the screen. Zhang Yashuan smiled and shook her head, saying that the live broadcast room had been taken over by him. Tang asked her to go with him, but she wanted to stay at home to draw comics. She only gave him the live broadcast phone and asked him to come back for dinner in the evening. He smiled and kissed her, giving the audience some sweet moments. Tang walked out of the gate with his mobile phone. The Kirin smart car in the garage automatically drove to his front. He sat directly in the back seat and let Chiyuan navigate to the factory. When the camera swept across the interior of the car, netizens exclaimed that the space was so large, like a small living room. It turns out that the steering wheel and joystick of this car can be folded up, and the front seats can be rotated to form a spacious central space. Tang introduced the car while filming, saying that in the future people can freely choose seats of different materials, and even add refrigerators and tables directly to the car, or decorate it into a mobile room. He turned off the music in the car so that everyone could feel the noise reduction effect of the alloy shell. Even when driving at high speed, the car was still so quiet that only his voice could be heard. To demonstrate stability, he poured Coke into a plastic cup and placed it on the table, aiming the camera at it. The liquid surface hardly shook, as if it was resting on the ground. The barrage of comments instantly flooded the screen. Some people said that this was more stable than the high-speed rail, while others joked that they might as well put a bed on the train. The atmosphere gradually changed from amazement to various driving jokes. Soon, the car stopped steadily in the factory. Tang took netizens on a tour and proved that the factory was indeed operating, but the progress was a little slow. Afterwards, he asked people to bring in materials and prepare to build the robot on site. The comments immediately went off topic, with people flooding the screen with comments like live broadcast of making a baby, making him roll his eyes in laughter. Tang instructions originate from recording the entire manufacturing process, making it easier for robots to imitate it later. Most of the equipment on site are automated equipment. Cutting, hammering, and welding are all controlled by Chiyuan, while he focuses on drawings and assembly. The sounds of cutting and welding are intertwined, and the robotic arm and transmission parts are taking shape bit by bit. The audience watched as the parts were scattered and gradually assembled into a mechanical head, torso, and limbs, and 3 hours passed unknowingly. Although the appearance is rough and angular, it is full of power. The number of people watching the live broadcast online soared, eventually reaching 50 million, almost overwhelming the platform's servers. The live broadcast that day was a complete blast. Almost all the viewers from major platforms came to watch, and many anchors even turned off their live broadcasts just to see Tang could build a robot. The words in the title, Intelligent Robot Manufacturing, are enough to arouse the curiosity of countless people. Not only the spectators came, but also professionals in the industry and even people from national research institutions were staring at the screen. Some viewers lamented that if Tang really built a robot and it could operate as imagined, then they would be witnessing history. Some people were so nervous that their heartbeats quickened, while others couldn't help but joke about robots rebelling against humans. At this time, an audience member who worked in the scientific research department stood up to explain that Tang had already set up layers of restriction codes for the origin, so even if there was a problem, its actions could be terminated immediately. This sentence reassured many viewers who were originally skeptical. In front of the camera, Tang has completed the production of the robot's limbs, torso, and head, and the next step is the final wiring connection. Origin controls the robotic arm to continuously test the flexibility of the joints. After everything was checked, all the parts were put together. Tang knocked on each joint with a hammer to confirm its firmness, and then asked Origin to enter its first body. The next second, the camera in the robot's eyes lit up, and the sound of Origin came out of its mouth for the first time. Under the gaze of tens of millions of viewers, the dark, angular robot slowly sat up and then stood on the ground. The metal joints made a low turning sound, and the feeling which was both strange and realistic, made many people feel a chill down their spines. Some people said frankly that they were looking forward to it, but when the robot really stood in front of them, they felt a sense of inexplicable fear. Some researchers explained that this is a human instinctive reaction. Being similar to humans, but not being human, makes people feel potentially threatened. But Origin's next action instantly dissipated this fear. It bowed deeply 90 degrees to Tang Ku, its voice mechanically filled with calm gratitude. "Thank you, Mr. Tang, for creating a body for Origin." The comments were immediately filled with words like polite and grateful, and many people joked that if the simulated robots were so obedient, they would definitely buy them in bulk. Tang Ku then asked Chiyuan to test the movements of various joints. The robot was seen doing sit-ups, push-ups, and even burpees in the live broadcast room, and its movements were so smooth that it didn't seem like a machine. Then it performed a handshaking dance, which made the whole audience laugh. Many viewers noticed that the movement of each joint of this robot was very gentle, unlike the common stiff mechanical feeling. Researchers were also confused. They had just assembled hardware, so why was it so smooth? Countless researchers watched the live broadcast and opened the replay to find the answer, but no matter how many times they watched, they could not figure out how Tang Ku achieved it. Tang Ku simply gave Origin a simple order: start manufacturing more robots immediately, and put them all into the Kirin car production line after collecting 1,000 robots. After saying that, he looked at the time and said goodbye to the audience with a smile. Today's live broadcast ends here, and it's time to go home and have dinner with his wife. The camera followed him as he walked towards his phone, and the live broadcast slowly ended amidst the lively barrage of comments. The audience in the live broadcast room were reluctant to leave and kept flooding the screen with messages asking them not to turn off the show. Some people even joked that his pants had been taken off, and now that the live broadcast was turned off, what should he watch? Tang Ku smiled and said that this robot was just to help with the work and there was nothing special about it. "When I make a more interesting robot in the future, I will release a promotional video for everyone to watch." The audience refused to let him go and insisted that he reveal his next plan. Tang Ku pretended to be mysterious and only said that next time he would build a robot that was big, white, and comfortable to touch, and then he turned off the live broadcast in a cool manner. The comments instantly exploded. Some people suspected that he was driving, and some people shouted that they would tell Yashwan this. Although the live broadcast has ended, the audience is still chatting on the black screen interface. Obviously, they haven't seen enough. After collecting his wife's cell phone, Tang Ku asked Chiyuan to continue working while he got in the Chilean car to go home. He checked his phone on the way and found that his wife, mother, and the research department had all sent him messages. He was too lazy to care about the affairs of the scientific research department and simply crossed them out. His mother expressed concern and urged him to stop busying himself with those messy things and to have a baby with Yashwan as soon as possible. Tang Ku could only agree with a wry smile, but he felt in his heart that he was only 24 and his wife was only 22. They had not enjoyed their two-person world enough, so how could they start taking care of a baby so soon? After talking with his mother, he looked at the message from his wife. Yashwan sent him several messages urging him to go home and threatened not to let him go to bed. Tang Ku replied, "Wash yourself clean and wait for me," which made his wife confused at first, but after she realized what was going on, she called him a bastard. The two of them were joking with each other on their phones, and the atmosphere was very sweet. Tang Ku returned home, and as soon as he entered the door, he heard his wife and Jin Yuming talking in the kitchen. He didn't need to guess. He knew that Jin Yuming was here to eat for free again. This girl's family situation is very similar to Yashwan's. Her parents are not at home all year round, so the two have always had a good relationship. While cutting vegetables, Jin Yuming complained that Demon Slayer, Kimetsu no Yaiba, written by Tang Ku, was too tragic, and he also suspected that he had quarreled with Yashwan. Yashwan explained with a smile that this was just to highlight the value of peace. Tang Ku walked into the kitchen to help, but was driven out by his wife, who said he was in the way. Helplessly, he could only return to the living room, lie on the sofa, and flip through hyperspectral imaging theory and concepts. In fact, when he said big and white, when he ended the live broadcast today, he was not joking. Next, he really plans to create the Baymax robot from Big Hero 6. The materials of Dubai are not complicated, including smart chip, lithium battery, polyvinyl alcohol fiber shell, carbon fiber frame, and hyperspectral camera. The real difficulty lies in the design and function implementation. This robot will be a medical care expert that can scan vital signs and store tens of thousands of types of medical knowledge. It can also provide emergency care, massage, wound dressing, and can even be used as a hot pack and life buoy. Haven't netizens always been talking about robots that benefit mankind? Tang Ke felt that Dubai was the most suitable answer, a physical warm man who could both cure diseases and bring warmth. At dinner time, Zhang Yashuan and Jin Yaman carried steaming dishes from the kitchen, and the aroma immediately filled the air. Garlic chicken wings, sweet and sour pork ribs, fish-flavored eggplant, and stir-fried broccoli, 4 home-cooked dishes that made everyone's mouth water. Tang Ke picked up a piece of chicken wing and praised with a smile. "It smells so good. It's worthy of my wife's cooking." But Yashuan replied expressionlessly, "That was made by Meng Meng." The atmosphere instantly became fun. Tang Ke quickly corrected himself by saying he was praising the seaweed and egg soup, but was then told that Meng Meng had also made it. He had no choice but to bite the bullet and smooth things over, praising the fish-flavored eggplant and saying, "It's worthy of being made by my wife." The two of them joked back and forth, creating a relaxed atmosphere. However, Jin Yaman complained expressionlessly, "Brother Tang, you're really henpecked." Tang Ke immediately retorted that he was the head of the family. Yashuan agreed, which made him straighten his back immediately. Time passed, and the external situation was quietly changing. The country officially installed Tang Ke's electromagnetic thrusters in fighter jets, making them the fastest in the world. They also began researching electromagnetic weapons. At the same time, the artificial intelligence, Origin, has also been connected to military and police systems. It can capture details invisible to the human eye and process blurry videos and pictures into clear ones. Old unsolved cases were solved one after another, and the crime rate plummeted. Some people were even stopped by the police before they could even start, because the origin of the unusual behavior was discovered through the camera. There's a lot of discussion online, with some lamenting a safer life and others worried about privacy. But most agree this is truly a leap forward, the end of the information age and the arrival of the artificial intelligence era. Not only did the country benefit, but Hongtai Group also profited from using Origin. Zhang Hongguang profited handsomely by using it to analyze the stock market, and even incorporated it into gaming, allowing NPCs to proactively create new dialogues. Player immersion was significantly enhanced, but server pressure also skyrocketed. So Hongtai piloted the system on just one game, and the results were astonishing, earning widespread acclaim. Even more amazing is that they had already replaced all customer service with Origin. No one could tell it was AI, whether on the phone or online, until the data was released, which caused a sensation. Some were surprised that the young lady they'd been teasing turned out to be AI, while others suggested adding Origin to the VR game. Soon, this suggestion flooded Tang Ke's Weibo account. Tang Ke did upgrade Origin, and while it hasn't reached level 2 intelligence, it can already understand emotions and adjust responses. This also allows Hongtai's customer service representatives to engage in natural conversations with people, even being able to detect emotional shifts. At this moment, the voice of the Origin rang out from the computer at home. "Mr. Tang, your Weibo has collapsed. Everyone is urging you to make VR equipment." Tang Ke was typing code on his computer, adapting the underlying code from Origin to a program suitable for Baymax's smart chip. As he typed, he chuckled, "VR, if we're going to do it, we have to make a gaming pod that lets you directly enter the virtual world. It's a shame the technology isn't there yet, so we'll have to wait a while." Virtual reality gaming was a dream he'd wanted to experience in both his lifetimes. Suddenly, the voice of Origin rang out. "Do you need me to log into your account and respond on your behalf?" Tang Ke quipped, "No, Weibo is for publishing new books. Who would post every day? Do you? I'm an artificial intelligence. I don't have a Weibo account, so I won't post." Origin's serious response left Tang Ke in a state of confusion. While it could understand emotions, it still didn't quite grasp human jokes and memes, a point it would slowly improve. After completing the chip program for Dubai, Tang Ke switched on the studio's surveillance camera. Inside, 2 black robots were working according to his blueprints, creating a polyethylene shell, a carbon fiber frame, and a hyperspectral camera. With the help of the basic robots, he didn't have to do the job himself. Back at the factory, the number of robots had already snowballed to 1,000, and their efficiency was so much higher than that of manual labor that the workers had all been sent home. "Origin, load the code into the chip," Tang Ke said, and walked straight to the studio. When he passed by the study, he saw his wife live streaming a comic, so he knocked on the door with a smile. "Honey, I have a big treasure to show you. Do you want to come?" Zhang Yashuan was stunned. Before she could say anything, the live broadcast room was already buzzing with comments. Some people told her not to go, while others joked that old Tang was openly driving. The atmosphere instantly became lively. She put down her paintbrush helplessly. "Okay, I'll see what you are going to do." The two of them entered the studio together. The 2 robots at the door immediately stopped working, bowed, and then stepped aside. The audience in the live broadcast room was a little disappointed. That's it. 2 robots? We've seen that before. Has Tangka run out of ideas? Zhang Yashuan tilted her head and asked, so what do you want to show me? Tang Ku smiled mysteriously. Be prepared, don't get scared. He stepped on the red instrument's pedal, and with a hiss sound, the instrument opened like a box. A white, humanoid airbag began to inflate, slowly growing to a height of 2 meters 6, transforming into a chubby, white giant. It has a round body, bulging arms, legs as thick as pillars, and only 2 pure black eyes and a horizontal line on its face. It looks cute and silly, just like a silly fat guy standing there. What is this? So this is what old Tang meant by big and white. Not to mention, it's quite cute. Just as everyone was complaining, the fat white man suddenly moved. He slowly turned towards Tang Ku, raised his arms, and gave him a big hug. Dabai, who was over 2 meters tall, was holding Tang Ku and just turned his head to face the camera. At that moment, the atmosphere in the live broadcast room changed from complaints to screams of, "Ah, so cute." The audience in the live broadcast room originally thought that this fat white robot would do something dangerous, but unexpectedly, it just opened its arms and gave Tang Ku a super heartwarming hug. The comments immediately exploded. "Ah, so cute, I want a hug too. This is a hugging robot. It's really cute, but what else can it do besides hugging people?" Zhang Yashuan was also amused by this sudden action. She walked over and poked Dabai's belly. It felt like poking an air cushion, but more resilient. Dabai let go of Tang Ku, turned around, and gave Zhang Yashuan a gentle bear hug. The soft and resilient touch made people feel like they were sinking into a ball of warm cotton, so comfortable that they didn't want to let go. This robot is specially used for hugging? It's quite fun. Zhang Yashuan's eyes lit up, like a child who got a new toy. Tang Ku explained with a smile. It's called Dabai, an inflatable intelligent robot. It can provide first aid, massage, and knows over 10,000 medical knowledge points. And it can also take care of wounds. It sounds like it's for kids, and it's suitable for you too. She stuck out her tongue at Tang Ku, feeling like she'd returned to her teenage years. Then, she actually said during the live broadcast, "Thank you, husband, for the gift. I'll favor you tonight." The audience instantly went from watching the robot to being fed a mouthful of sweet talk. Someone joked, it was supposed to be the debut of an inflatable robot, but it turned into a couple showing off their affection. Dabai blinked, raised his chubby hand, and said to Zhang Yashuan, "Hello, I'm Dabai, your and Mr. Tang's health assistant." Zhang Yashuan smiled and petted its body, curiously asking, "Why does it seem so clumsy when it speaks? Not as smart as Origin." Tang Ku explained, "The care chip has a gentle nature. Changing the chip changes its personality. It can also learn cooking, gardening, and fighting." "So you want to mass produce it?" she said with a smile. Tang Ku nodded. "Yes, the appearance and functions can be changed. The ordinary version can treat illnesses and take care of children, and the rich can add more equipment. Let's go, take it out to play. We've been staying at home for too long," he said, pulling his wife's hand. Zhang Yashuan handed the live broadcast phone to Dabai and let it hold it while walking. As soon as he reached the door, the live feed paused. A fat, white figure was stuck in the door frame, trying to squeeze out. Tang Ke then remembered that he hadn't opened the double doors fully. By the time it finally squeezed out, the Kirin Smart car was already waiting at the door. Tang Ku opened the car door for his wife first, and only after she was seated did he turn around and look at Dabai. Dabai walked over with a silly step, but when it reached the car door, its round belly got stuck and rubbed against the car door, making a creaking sound. The live broadcast room was filled with laughter. "This is so cute. I want to buy it." Not only the children, but also the adults like it. Tang Ku patted it, but speechlessly, let out some gas before going in. "The gas is being released, please wait." Dabai shrank as he spoke, and was finally pulled into the car. "Let's go to Fuhu Park," Tang Ku ordered, and the car slowly started. Fuhu Park is the largest park in Shanghai, with green spaces, lakes, and children's laughter. It's a great place to relax. But just halfway through the journey, they ran into a massive traffic jam. Cars were jammed in front and behind, making it impossible to back out. "Why is it so congested up ahead?" Zhang Yashuan looked around in confusion. Tang Ke looked at it and laughed. "Who knows, it would be nice if there was a drone." He said it casually, but a new idea popped up in his mind. The drone market is not bad. He would study it next time. Since he had nothing to do anyway, he simply pulled out his computer and decided to start a new book. He had originally planned to write a fantasy novel, but then he changed his mind and thought, since he was working in the black technology field, he should write a hard science fiction book. Countless science fiction stories flashed through Tang Ku's mind, and finally, he decided on his favorite one. devouring the universe. This is a story of doomsday, species mutation, and the survival of the fittest. The protagonist inherits an alien legacy and becomes one of the three most powerful beings. After battling a giant interstellar beast, he loses his body and takes over the body of a star-devouring beast. Within this body, he nurtures a human clone who journeys beyond Earth to conquer the universe. The keyboard clacking continued, and the outline quickly took shape. Zhang Yashuan sat beside him, watching him intently. A man who was focused was truly charming. The comments were already exploding. Old Tang has published a new book. It's destined to be a chart-topping hit. It turns out racing can inspire the desire to write. But outside the car, the traffic jam continued. Zhang Yashuan casually complained. No matter how smart the car is, it can't avoid traffic jams. After all, it can't fly. This gave Tang Ku a flash of inspiration. It can't fly? Then let it fly. Electromagnetic propulsion can push a fighter jet. So pushing a car should be a piece of cake, right? He hugged his wife excitedly. Get out of the car. Dubai, get out too. The trunk popped open, revealing the electromagnetic thrusters on both sides. The surrounding car owners all recognized this smart car and watched from afar. Tang Ku was an internet celebrity, and any move he made could attract onlookers. Baymax's figure also sparked discussion. What is Fatty White? An inflatable toy. That's Baymax, his new robot. Tang Ku asked his wife to rest in the shade while he began to dismantle the thrusters. What are you doing? Zhang Yashuan asked curiously. You just reminded me. I want to make it fly. Bodyguards surrounded Zhang Yashuan, preventing anyone from getting close. In the middle of the street, Tang Ku was bent over, busy, while Dubai stood beside him, looking adorable. Some people took photos, some watched the live broadcast. This is an inventor. He can invent something even when he's stuck in traffic. Metal parts were scattered all over the floor, scorching under the blazing sun. Zhang Yashuan pulled a parasol from her bag and walked over to shield him from the sun. This scene instantly brought silence to the live stream. Some love needs no words. Half an hour later, the road was still blocked. Tang Ku had transformed the large electromagnetic thruster into 8 small thrusters. Tang Ku first installed 2 small electromagnetic thrusters on both sides of the rear of the vehicle. Then, he took out a wheeled pad from the trunk and smiled at Zhang Yashuan. Wife, you don't need to hold the umbrella anymore. Dubai, help me lift this car. Zhang Yashuan was stunned, thinking she had misheard. The live stream immediately went viral. No way. Dubai looks so cute, and you're asking him to lift a car? It's inflatable. How can you lift it? Old Tang is bullying a robot. If this car is lifted, I'll wash my hair upside down in the live stream. But the next second, boom. Dubai really clasped his hands together and easily lifted the Kirin Smart car above his head. The silver-white car body gleamed in the sun, held high by the camera like a model. The owner of the car was stunned. The live broadcast room was silent for 3 seconds, followed by screams and curse words. Fuck, isn't this a nursing robot? Whose nurse can become a weightlifting champion? This is black technology. It can't be explained by common sense. The senior experts at the research institute were also stunned. When someone asked Dean Liang what he thought, the old man simply sighed. I'm old. I can no longer see through his technology. Tang Ku ignored the shock around him and ordered lightly. Dubai, lower yourself. Then he lay on the sliding pad, crawled under the car, and installed the remaining 6 small thrusters. 4 at the 4 corners of the car and 2 in the middle of the tires. The real difficulty was synchronizing their power. Tang Ku repeatedly adjusted the electromagnetic thrusters, turning them on and off with a hissing sound, before stabilizing after half an hour. Dubai lowered the car to the ground, and Tang Ku emerged, slipping out of his sweaty t-shirt and donning a clean white shirt. His fair skin, the faint glimpse of his mermaid line, drew a wave of screams from the female viewers in the live stream. Old Tang is actually doing a live bonus. Tactical stripping, what a live stream genius. Some veteran drivers were still muttering in the comments. So what after the modification? It can't fly, and there's still traffic jams. I bet they just go back to their cars to enjoy the air conditioning. Chapter 40 Kirin Intelligent Flying Car. What if they're not here for the air conditioning? Are you like the ones in front of you, washing your hair upside down and eating cars? That's right. Since we're going to make a bet, let's agree on the punishment for the loser. I suggest using a super hot brush. It will be impossible for them to wash their hair while standing upside down. TSK. Where are all those losers who left earlier? I guess after the name is changed, I'll continue to watch the live broadcast here. Forget it. Just pretend I didn't say anything. What I said just now was bullshit. The bettor suddenly backed down. Looking back at Tang Ku's previous behavior, He always managed to slap the faces of all his doubters. The most important thing is that Tang Ku himself didn't know that he had invisibly slapped others several times. Dabai released the air in his body again, and was then stuffed into the car by Tang Ku, who had wiped his body and put on his clothes. He and Zhang Yashuan returned to the car again. Take out your laptop and connect it to the Qilin auto system. While checking the data, he gave the order, activate the 6 electromagnetic thrusters under the vehicle. We are about to take off. If Yashuan is scared, just throw yourself into my arms. Tang Ke smiled and patted his chest, pretending to be strong, which made Zhang Yashuan cover her mouth and laugh softly. Buzz. The electromagnetic thrusters under the vehicle started up at the same moment, emitting a faint blue light. It seemed as if there was blue smoke emanating from under the Qilin. It was the faint light of electromagnetic propulsion, which caused the smoke and dust to rage. The buzzing sound startled the nearby car owners. Someone seemed to notice something and immediately took out their cell phone to take pictures. Smoke and dust filled the air under the Qilin car, covering half of the car body. But there were still those with sharp eyes who noticed the changes. It's floating, it's floating. The car owner with good eyesight said in surprise as his pupils shrank. What's floating? The people around looked up in confusion, but saw nothing except the scorching sun. Car. The Kirin smart car is floating up. The man pointed at Tang Ke's smart car and exclaimed. As he finished speaking, Tang Ke's car gradually rose up. The 4 wheels left the ground at the same time, shaking slightly and rising at a slow speed. Tang Ke was in the car, holding a computer and typing on the keyboard, constantly adjusting the power of 6 small thrusters. Zhang Yashuan grabbed Tang Ke's arm nervously. Just after getting into the car, Tang Ke had told her that he was ready to make the car fly. I thought it was a joke, but I didn't expect it to actually fly up the next second. I don't know why, but ever since my husband started working in technology, he seems to be getting more and more capable. It feels like a bird that has escaped from a cage and is flying into the vast sky. The Kirin smart car floated higher and higher, from 1 meter to 2 meters, then to 3 meters, 4 meters, 5 meters. Finally, it stopped in the air at a height of 10 meters. Oh my God, I'm flying. What the hell is this? This car can actually fly. You're telling me this is a car? The car owner below couldn't close his mouth and looked up at the Kirin smart car in the air, feeling like he was dreaming. Flying car. This word is so strange and distant, yet it appears before their eyes today. The Qilin car finally stabilized in the air and no longer shook slightly at the beginning. Tang Ke and Zhang Yashuan, sitting in the car, felt as if they were on the ground. It was so stable that it gave people an inexplicable sense of security. Origin, turn on the electromagnetic thrusters at the rear of the car and fly to the end of the road to see what's going on over there. Tang Ke spoke again. Qilin's successful flight also verified that his theory was correct. He gave orders to see what was blocking the vehicles so much that they couldn't move. Buzz. 2 blue lights emanated from the tail, and the Kirin smart car, suspended in the air, began to fly forward. The speed gradually increased from 10 yards at the beginning to 120 yards. This speed is not slow. After all, it is a disassembled small electromagnetic thruster. Countless car owners on the road saw the Qilin car flying in the air. Some people think they are dazzled or having hallucinations. They took out their mobile phones to record the scene and posted the videos and photos online. It quickly became a hot topic and sparked widespread discussion. Many skeptics have come forward, saying this is a fantasy. But then he was thrown out of the live broadcast room connection and was verified and slapped in the face on the spot. More and more people flocked to Zhang Yashuan's live broadcast room just to see whether the photos and videos on the internet were true or false. After driving for less than 5 minutes, Tang Ke and Zhang Yashuan finally saw the end. Unexpectedly, it was a huge rolling stone that hit the middle of the road and blocked the entire road. This is a one-way lane, and if the construction team wants to come and remove the boulder, it would take a long detour to drive from the opposite end and then find a way to get rid of the boulder. Origin, let the car land on the opposite side. Tang Ke said. Dabai, lift the stone and then climb onto the roof and sit tight. Got it. Okay, Mr. Tang. Dabai blinked his dark eyes and replied. Oh my God, such a big stone. Let Dabai lift it. Is Baymax really that powerful? Let's not talk about whether Dabai has such strength. Can the Qilin car carry such a heavy stone and fly? Just a passerby, what is this Baymax? And this car can actually fly. Fuck, it's really a fast car. Newcomer, please don't make any noise. Just keep watching and you'll find more amazing things. Please stay calm. Sister Yashuan, please ask old Tang if I can replace the Kirin smart car I bought with a flying one like this. The audience in the live broadcast room raised countless questions, all of which were very critical and hit the point. They knew that Dabai had amazing arm strength, but it would probably be difficult for him to lift such a big stone, right? At this moment, the huge rocks in the center of the road were scattered all over the ground. One of the huge boulders is 2 meters high and stands in the center of the road. Although it did not completely block the road, there was not enough space on the side for vehicles to pass. They tried to push the stone, but it didn't budge at all. Oh, why haven't the construction team arrived yet? If I wait any longer, my gas will be gone. The car owner in the front row said bitterly. It is 2 o'clock in the afternoon, the hottest time of the day. There was no shade to stand in here, so they could only sit in the car and enjoy the air conditioning. Unlike where Tang Ku and the others were before, there happened to be a huge rock where they could take shelter from the heat. The Kirin Smart car landed on the other side because there were no vehicles there. Tang Ku took Dabai out and then got back into the car. Oh, move aside. I want to take a picture of Dabai lifting the stone. Zhang Yashuan, who was standing next to him, came over with her cell phone in hand, aiming it at Dabai, who was walking with a silly gait. Chapter 41 slipped, super stress resistance. Inside the car, Zhang Yashuan suddenly turned around and asked, speaking of which, can Dabai really lift this stone? Don't wait until Dabai is crushed to pieces. Tang Ke said in disbelief, it's just a robot. Even if it's gone, we can just create another one. How can this be? This is the first robot gift you gave me. It absolutely cannot be squashed. Zhang Yashuan said angrily. Don't you know if Dabai can lift it? Then hurry up and get it back. Having said that, she immediately planned to get out of the car and call Dabai, but was stopped by Tang Ku. Don't worry, it'll be fine. It's just a broken rock. Tang Ku explained helplessly. Isn't it clear that I made it myself? The Baymax he created can lift objects weighing 5 tons. No matter how heavy the huge rock blocking the middle is, it cannot exceed 5 tons. This huge rock weighs only about 2 tons, or at most 3 tons. What if it can't be lifted? Zhang Yashuan asked Tang Ku, staring at him. How can you not lift it? Don't you trust your husband? Tang Ku pretended to be angry. Okay, I believe you can lift it. Bah, you can lift it anyway. Zhang Yashuan blushed slightly and quickly changed her words. What I want to say is, I believe you, but I don't believe Dabai can lift it. It must be because I have been interacting too much with Tang Ku recently, which has caused me to speak incoherently. The entire conversation between the two fell into the live broadcast room, and everyone laughed, with the screen full of driving conversations. If you can lift it, you can give me a kiss. How about that? Tang Ku said as he came closer. What if I can't lift it? Then I'll kiss you. You just know how to take advantage of me. Zhang Yashuan rolled her eyes at Tang Ku. But then I realized, is this the time to discuss this? She was startled and turned her head abruptly to look in the direction of Dabai. The 2-meter-high boulder was lifted up directly by Dabai's 2 big fat hands with a loud bang. What? Fuck, Hercules by. 666666666. Awesome. Wow, it really lifted up. What exactly is the structure of Baymax? Isn't it an inflatable robot? We all underestimated Tang Ku. The live broadcast room exploded with excitement. The scene of Dabai lifting the huge rock was truly shocking. Even the drivers on the opposite side were shocked. Such a big stone was actually lifted up by a fat white man, and a heat wave was set off the moment it was lifted. It's like an immortal holding a fairy mountain in his hands. It's shocking. The Qilin car automatically drove to Dabai's side. It held the huge rock and walked towards Qilin Automobile with a stupid step, and each step it took would create a deep pit. To the astonishment of countless people, he stepped on the front of the car. Oh my God, what are they doing? Rebellion, the car owners exclaimed. They didn't know Tang Ku's plan and thought the robots were going to rebel, so they were terrified at the moment. Oh my God, the robots are rebelling. It looks like they're planning to stone Tang Ku to death. Good fellow, if I hadn't watched the live broadcast a few minutes ago, I would have almost believed your nonsense. Aren't you afraid that such a heavy stone will crush the car? I remember that the Qilin car could smash rocks. It's very strong. But what's being tested now is the ability to withstand pressure, not hardness. The two are different. The people in the live broadcast room also had serious expressions and stared at the screen closely. Bang! Dabai put one foot on the front of the car, but the Qilin car did not change, and there was not even any sinking or shaking. This alone is enough to prove that Kirin Automobile has excellent pressure-bearing capacity. When Dabai was about to step on the car with his second foot, the pupils of the car manufacturers suddenly shrank. How is that possible? The entire force of such a huge rock was exerted on Dabai's thighs. Not only did it not sink the car, it didn't even shake at all. Is it really that outrageous? Is this a fucking truck? Crunch. At this moment, a shocking scene happened. Dabai, who was walking with clumsy steps, suddenly slipped. The huge rock broke free from Dabai's hand and smashed towards Qilin like a meteorite. In an instant, time seemed to slow down immensely. Everyone looked shocked at the same time. Both the car owner outside and the netizens who were watching the scene from inside the car through the live broadcast room were frightened and turned pale. Although they were not in danger, such a huge rock would definitely crush the entire car if it fell. Tang Ku and Zhang Yashuan in the car will definitely not survive. Witnessing the scene of human death is still very frightening. Not good. The rocks are coming down. It's over. Boom. Accompanied by a loud bang. Nearly half of the people were so scared that they closed their eyes, unable to bear to watch. Zhang Yashuan was so scared that she dropped her phone aside and threw herself into Tang Ku's arms. Even if we die, we must die together. The live broadcast room suddenly became dark, and everyone felt a chill in their hearts. No more. It was so loud that the live broadcast room went dark. Something must have happened. Wow, how could this happen? It's over, call an ambulance quickly. The two people in the car are of high status. Don't panic, everyone. The live streaming room is dark, but it doesn't show it's closed. This means Sister Yashuan's phone is still working. Yes, the live broadcast room is not closed. If something happens, the phone will definitely be crushed. People in the live broadcast room turned up the volume, trying to hear a whisper of help. As long as there is still breath, there is hope. At this moment, the stunned car owners were silent. Half of the people stared with eyes wide open, their eyes revealing disbelief. The other half slowly opened their eyes, and the scene in front of them came into view. The heavy rock fell on the roof of the Qilin car, causing a loud bang. Because the huge rock was too heavy, it was stuck on the roof of the car and did not roll down. Tang Ku and Zhang Yashuan, who were sitting in the car, finally felt the shaking. The Qilin suddenly sank, then bounced up and swayed. The up and down shaking gradually weakened and returned to stability again. Zhang Yashuan threw herself into Tang Ku's arms and slowly opened her beautiful eyes. Suddenly I realized that the two people were not dead, and there was not even any sense of oppression. She looked up blankly and saw that the roof of the car was intact. But the surroundings became darker, as if the vehicle was parked in the shadow of a building. Tang Ku held his wife in his arms, a faint smile on his face, and said, "What's wrong, honey? Are you scared?" I'm not scared." Zhang Yashuan's pretty face turned red, and she immediately sat up straight, pretending to be calm. At the same time, her beautiful eyes showed uncontrollable curiosity. She already knew that the car was not under any building, but it was pressed by the huge rock. But why the vehicle was not damaged at all, and was even intact, is puzzling and shocking. You knew a long time ago that nothing would happen, so you asked to buy to move it up. Zhang Yashuan asked with a red face. Why didn't you tell her earlier when you knew there wouldn't be any problem? She was so scared that she dropped her phone. It was so embarrassing. Chapter 42 The idea of making a mobile phone. I said I didn't react actually. Do you believe me? Tang Ku smiled. I don't believe you at all. You must have done it on purpose. I'm angry. Zhang Yashuan crossed her arms in front of her chest, puffed up her cheeks, and said angrily. Hearing this, Tang Ku was at a loss whether to laugh or cry. He really didn't react at the moment Baymax fell. What Tang Ku was thinking about was not that he was going to be doomed, but that he was recalling the materials and technology he used to manufacture the Qilin car. My mind was racing as to whether the Qilin car could withstand the impact of such falling rocks. When he recalled it, the huge rock had already hit the roof of the car. Be good. I won't be angry. Give you a kiss, Mua. Tang Ku put his arms around Zhang Yashuan's slender waist and leaned over to kiss his wife's red lips with his handsome face. Tisk, go away, you pervert. You're so annoying. Zhang Yashuan reached out and pushed Tang Ku, but found that she couldn't move him at all. After struggling for a while, he could only smile bitterly. She wasn't really angry. She just wanted to tease Tang Ku and ask him to be more careful next time. However, the audience in the live broadcast room were worried about the life and death of the two. Just as they turned up the volume, they were fed a mouthful of dog food, and a sour and stinky smell filled the air, making single people feel extremely uncomfortable. Damn it! Why didn't this huge rock crush old Tang to death? We were worried about their safety, and yet here they were, kissing and snogging, not even picking up their lost phones. Good guy, I'm really good. Unfollow. I'm going to give a bad review on the new book. It's so infuriating. The people in the live broadcast room were shouting and posting comments crazily, and at this moment, the completely black live broadcast room also had a picture. Zhang Yashuan picked up the phone that had fallen on the ground and saw that there were no cracks. She felt relieved. Mobile phones are good in every way, except that they are easy to break, and some are very heavy. By the way, Xiao Kezi, can you make a mobile phone? She wiped the screen with a tissue and asked Tang Ku. A cell phone. After thinking for 2 seconds, Tang Ku said, it seems that it can be made, but it is definitely not possible at this stage. After all, I need to make the materials myself. If he were to make a mobile phone, Tang could naturally wouldn't be able to make the kind of mobile phone available on the market. What is the ideal mobile phone? It should be light and have powerful performance. If possible, it would be best to make it like a science fiction movie. The transparent screen can be called up at any time and displays various information, similar to a holographic projection. Perhaps we can use holographic projection and interactive touch technology to create a brand new mobile phone. The more Tanka thought about it, the more he felt that there was a way forward. Just load the content of your phone into the headphones or glasses. Then, when you want to use your phone, you can call it with gestures, voice, or even your mind. On the headphones or glasses, the mobile phone information will be projected in front of people's eyes. People just need to click with their fingers in the air or control it directly with their brains. It feels very dreamy, but with his high-tech system, he might be able to do it. After having a general direction, Tang Ke became excited and wanted to take action immediately. But he still resisted the urge and decided to take one step at a time. Now is the time to go out and have fun, so stop thinking about all those messy things. But Zhang Yashuan is really his lucky star. Every time she says a few words, she can bring him inspiration. Origin, let Dabai stand directly on the roof of the car and hold the huge rock steady. If it falls, I will have to remake it. Tenka said. Origin and Dabai can be connected to the internet, and Origin directly issues data instructions to Dabai. Dabai, who was lying on the car, immediately stood up, stood on the car, and held the huge rock tightly to prevent it from falling off. Buzz. The Cheelin car started again, and several blue flames spewed out from under the car, lifting the Cheelin car into the air. These car owners have not yet recovered from their shock. Then I saw the Cheelin car carrying a 2-meter-high rock and flying up. Even with the weight of the huge rock, the electromagnetic thrusters still lifted the car. Everyone has to re-understand the power of electromagnetic propulsion and how strong it is. Under the attention of countless people, the Cheelin car slowly rose to the top of the rock and slowly descended. Dabai lifted the huge rock with force again and put it down on the ground with a dull, loud noise. Okay, this place is absolutely safe and we won't fall again. Tanka got out of the car and looked at the surroundings. Although it is the top of the rock, it is very flat and wide. Unless there is a tornado, it is impossible for these rocks to be blown down. If a tornado really happened, no one would pass by such a place. Humans are not stupid, and they still know how to take detours. It was not until this moment that the audience in the live broadcast room came to their senses. The barrage started to appear again. It's flying again. I don't know why, but now I feel like a flying car isn't surprising. Am I floating? Today has truly refreshed my perspective. Inflatable robots with immense strength, smart cars that can fly and withstand the impact of boulders. Huh? It's clearly a nursing medical robot. After seeing this, if anyone dares to say this is a nursing robot, I will criticize them directly. Old Tang's car is really awesome. It can handle rocks this big, and it's still fine. It's really powerful. There's not even a dent. That's outrageous. Please, Old Tang, tell me how much the flying car costs, and I'll place an order immediately. That's right, stop showing off on the live stream. We want to ride a flying car and show off. Tang could push Dabai back into the car and sat next to his wife, just in time to catch a glimpse of the barrage of comments on his phone. He smiled and said, "This car is still a bit shabby and has many problems that haven't been solved yet. I won't sell it for the time being. Maybe later." The flying car was just a sudden idea he came up with. There are still many things that need to pass testing before they can be sold, otherwise they are semi-finished products. Moreover, the planning of flying cars needs to be coordinated with national leaders. Flying cars are just like cars when they were first invented. In the beginning, there were no dedicated roads, and they had to weave through the crowd, causing chaos. Therefore, if we want to officially release the smart flying car, we must first let national personnel plan the flight area and some precautions. For example, traffic rules. Passengers are prohibited from throwing things out of the windows, not even cigarette ashes. We want to sell smart flying cars and integrate them into people's lives. There are many things involved behind the scenes that need to be planned and dealt with. Upon hearing this, everyone in the live broadcast room showed disappointment. The car manufacturers breathed a sigh of relief, as they can now only compete in the car market below 1 million yuan. If a smart flying car is developed, their market below 1 million will definitely be greatly affected. Chapter 43 Built-in electric shock device. Those supercar manufacturers are working hard to research smart supercars. Seeing Tang Ke's epic-making technological level, they feel that their own future is bleak. Intelligence has not been developed, and the speed has not been improved. Now he has the ability to fly. How can they catch up? What is going on in this era? Is it developing too fast? Automakers are feeling overwhelmed and exhausted. When Tang Ku and others returned to the road, all the vehicles were still. The car owners all smiled and said words of thanks. They watched Tang Ku's car leave until it disappeared from their sight, and then they returned to their own car. The road that had been blocked for more than 2 hours was finally open. Fuhu Park. A cool breeze blew, and the branches swayed. Zhang Yashuan spread a pink blanket on the grass, and she and Tang Ku sat under a shady tree chatting about the past. Call out. Tang Ku threw a tennis ball out. Dabai's eyes instantly locked onto the tennis ball, and he chased after it with silly steps. How fun, isn't it? Isn't it cuter than a pet dog? Tang Ku said with a smile. Don't bully Dabai. It was obviously something you set up on purpose. Otherwise, why would it chase out like a dog? Zhang Yashuan pinched the flesh on Tang Ku's waist with her delicate hands. It's really not my setting. This is Dabai's function to comfort children. If a child loses the ball, it will pick it up. Tang Ku raised his hands to show that he was innocent. Is this how you coax your child? Zhang Yashuan glared at him with her beautiful eyes. Why can't we just coax him like that? The child will definitely like to see Dabai running to pick up the ball. If you don't believe me, let's have a child and see what she thinks. Tang Ku chuckled, making Zhang Yashuan's pretty face blush again. She rolled her eyes at Tang Ku. You're so frivolous. You're already thinking about those things after just a few words, and you haven't even turned off the live broadcast. So you knew not to turn off the live broadcast. Is this a dog food live broadcast room? The fans in the live broadcast room smiled bitterly. Other people's live broadcast rooms are for interacting with fans, but Sister Yashuan's live broadcast room is for interacting with Lao Tang. This anchor is too outrageous. He didn't even chat with fans during the live broadcast. He just played his own game. I unfollowed him. Goodbye. New fans watch the daily life, and old fans watch the technology. No one really thinks this live broadcast room belongs to Sister Yashuan, right? Since Tang Ku's black technology was exposed, the number of fans in Zhang Yashuan's live broadcast room has increased several times. These fans all came to see Tang Ku and to find out if there are any new black technology products. Watching Zhang Yashuan's daily live broadcast is just a side thing. After all, no one would refuse to see a beautiful woman, especially a super beautiful woman. After a while, Dabai came back with a tennis ball in his hands and walked with a silly step. More than a dozen bodyguards also came over, 2 of whom were female bodyguards carrying baskets filled with afternoon tea and desserts. The bodyguards' cars can't fly, so they finally arrived now after the road was clear. A cup of black tea, some desserts and snacks. The 2 of them sat on the carpet and enjoyed the food leisurely, which could be considered a small date. On a quiet afternoon, the 2 of them leaned against each other under a shady tree, enjoying the summer breeze. Looking at the children basking in the sun and running on the grass. My mood was unusually calm and happy, and even the live broadcast room became quiet. The live broadcast perspective was facing the grass in the distance. It was a live broadcast without any commentary, but there were still many people watching. Perhaps they also feel that ordinary days can also taste different flavors. What a pity this piece. It was broken by a falling child. A boy who was running suddenly fell to the ground, covering his chest with his hands in pain. He then fell into a coma, but his body was still twitching. The children around were frightened and hurriedly called their parents over. Tang Ku and Zhang Yashuan were also stunned and walked over with Dabai. How could this happen? It was a sudden heart attack. He was fine before. How could it suddenly happen? Hurry, take the child to the hospital. Call 120. A group of parents surrounded the boy, looking extremely anxious. Make way. The robot next to me understands medical care. Let it come and take a look. Tang Ku squeezed directly into the crowd and pushed the people on both sides away. Tang Ku, you are Tang Ku, the robot behind you. Someone recognized Tang Ku, but obviously many people still didn't know about Dabai. When they saw the adorable Baymax behind them, they couldn't help but wonder whether this thing could actually do it. What can a robot do? Heart disease cannot be treated carelessly. Some treatments require medication, while others require instruments. Don't touch anything you don't understand. Don't worry, everyone. Dabai will scan it. Tang Ku gave instructions to Dabai in a calm tone. Okay, scanning. Scanning complete. With a beep, a picture appeared on Dabai's round belly. Arrhythmia detected. Scan confirmed ventricular fibrillation. Should be treated with asynchronous defibrillation. Swish. As Dabai finished speaking, a circle of blue light suddenly appeared in its hands, as if lightning was released from them. Oh my god, the Lightning King Dabai. What's going on? Could the lightning on this palm be? Do CPR? My goodness, this is a heart attack, and Baymax has emergency treatment capabilities? I'm afraid this won't work. If you get this wrong, someone could die. The people in the live broadcast room were stunned and started talking about it. The target heart rate is decreasing. Do you want to perform defibrillation treatment? Dabai asked again. Tang could turn to look at the boy's parents and said, "Dear parent, my big white robot specializes in medicine and has a built-in defibrillator. Its professionalism even surpasses that of a doctor. Your child is in danger now. I suggest that Dabai come to provide emergency assistance. Of course, if you don't want to, I won't force you." Human life is at stake, but Tang could still ask the other parents for their opinions. If the other party disagrees, he will forcefully save them. Even if you save the other person, he or she will not understand. He doesn't want to be a goody-goody. "Okay, I believe you, old Tang. Please save my child." The parent cried. "Good boy, it turns out you're a fan. Dabai, take action." Only those who know him call him Lao Tang. It was obvious that this person knew Tang Ku. At Tang Ku's command, Dabai stepped forward and placed his hands on the boy's chest. Sizzle. It seemed as if there was a suction force on Dabai's palm that sucked the boy up, and he fell back to the ground the next second. The electric current flowed into the boy's body from his palm, stimulating cells throughout his body and activating his heartbeat. Chapter 44, A man with his own traffic. Activation failed. Increase the frequency and shock again. Sizzle. The first click was unsuccessful, and the boy's heart rate remained abnormal. It's even gradually decreasing. Dabai pressed his palm on the boy's chest again and activated the boy's heart with another electric shock. Bang! The boy's body bounced again. This time, the heartbeat panel on Dabai's belly finally showed the words "normal heart rate." The heart rate has returned to normal, and the target state is temporarily stable. It is recommended to continue to recuperate. Dabai stood up, and the halo on his palm disappeared. After the boy was electrocuted, his breathing became steady and his body stopped twitching. The ferocious expression on his face relaxed, and Tang Ku and the parent both breathed a sigh of relief. He really survived? A robot can actually respond to heart attacks. How impressive. What kind of robot is this? Is technology so advanced now? An old man who was strolling in the park said with squinted eyes. It's Tang Ku, the guy who developed the smart car. So it's him. Now he's switching careers to developing robots? That's quite a leap. Awesome. I was wondering why he looked so familiar, as if I've seen him somewhere before. Turns out he's the black tech giant that's been all the rage online lately. Countless people cast their gazes over, their eyes filled with admiration. Both smart cars and artificial intelligence require intelligence, but the hardware knowledge is completely different. The connection between the two is like crossing a mountain. The difficulty is self-evident. But Tang Ku not only did it, but also showed the world his results at a level ahead of his time. More and more people gathered around, but were stopped by Zhang Yashuan's bodyguards. In addition to protecting Zhang Yashuan's safety, it is also to make more space for the little boy and ensure fresh air. Thank you so much, old Tang. I will be your loyal fan from now on. You are my child's savior. The parent immediately picked up his child and kept thanking Tang Ku. At the same time, he thanked Dabai. Thank you too. Thank you very much for your help. If it weren't for you, my child might. Speaking of this, he couldn't help but feel a little scared. You're welcome. This is what I should do. Dabai responded with a confused look. About 10 minutes later, the ambulance arrived. After checking, the doctors breathed a sigh of relief. It's nothing serious, but we still need to go to the hospital for further examination. Then I'll have to trouble the doctors. The parent was completely relieved. After thanking Tang Ku again, he took an ambulance to the hospital. The entire process of rescuing people was recorded by Zhang Yashuan's live broadcast. Dabai's medical ability finally came into everyone's attention. Everyone who watched the live broadcast previously thought that Baymax was not a medical robot at all. It's more like a transport robot with enormous strength. But Dabai's performance just now overturned everyone's previous impression. Tang Ku really wouldn't brag about his stuff. Since it's a medical robot, it must specialize in medical care. Who says medical robots can't have tremendous strength? Caring for patients naturally requires strength, and if you don't have the strength, what should I do if I meet a 200-pound fat man? Old Tang is really thoughtful. As expected of a novelist, he always thinks ahead of others. Why didn't I think of this before? It turns out that taking care of patients requires strength. I'm a nurse, and I can tell you clearly that I have indeed encountered this situation. It's just that there are so many people in the hospital, so more people can carry one patient. I see. Because Baymax is a robot, it needs to complete multi-person actions alone, such as carrying patients, which requires greater strength. The story of Dabai saving the boy who had a sudden heart attack became a huge hit on the internet. This kind of thing about human health issues will receive widespread attention. After all, who doesn't want to be healthy? This robot is so realistic. I heard that Old Tang will mass-produce this kind of robot, and there will be different types. I can look forward to it. Holy crap, it's Old Tang again. He's so awesome. He just finished working on smart cars, and now he's working on medical robots. Haha, did they just get internet upstairs? And what about smart cars? Old Tang has even made flying cars now. I was lucky enough to watch the live broadcast that day. It's a shame that the smart flying car won't be mass-produced so soon, but I'm still very much looking forward to it. As soon as these words were spoken, they immediately attracted the surprise of the onlookers. Flying car? What the hell? Don't doubt yourself, it's just what you think it is, a flying smart car. Are you sure you're not making this up? If a car can fly, is it still a car? Why not call it a plane? It can run on the ground and fly in the sky. It's small and doesn't need wings to fly. What else can you call it if not a flying car? If you don't understand, go watch the video. It's trending now. Netizens rush to search for information. This is true. The stories about the smart flying car and the robot Baymax have become all over the hot news. In the past, readers would just laugh off such news. But since the smart car developed by Tang Ku came out, things in science fiction movies don't seem so far away anymore. Therefore, information about science and technology has gradually attracted the attention of more and more people. Especially the news with the words Tang Ku all dominated the hot search list. Hashtag Genius Inventor Tang Ku creates new black technology to benefit the whole country. Hashtag a robot that possesses all the medical knowledge in the world. Hashtag flying cars. Hashtag the guardian of children and the elderly. The Baymax robot is here. Shocking. The reason for the creation of the Baymax robot is actually Tang Ku did something shocking to make his wife happy. Because there was a traffic jam, he made the car fly. Not only did the reports go viral on the internet, they were also reported on TV news. The country seemed to attach great importance to Tang Ku. The news was reported by many TV stations, which made a big fuss about Tang Ku's youth and potential. This not only spreads Tang Ku's reputation, but also serves as a form of protection for him by the country. This is to tell the outside world that Tang Ku is an important person that their country pays attention to. No one from any country should have any evil intentions towards him. Several days have passed since we went out for a picnic. After Tang Ku returned home, he designed many drawings of Dubai's different forms, as well as smart chips for various professions. There is a thick pile of drawings at home. Okay. I'll trouble assistantly then. Tang Ku hung up the phone. He had just asked assistantly to help him acquire a large factory. If you want to mass-produce Baymax, you need a large factory. After all, there are so many types of Baymax. There are all kinds of professions available, including nanny, bodyguard, gardener, chef, etc. Chapter 45 Another idea to create a game. Such a huge quantity requires an equally large factory area. In addition, Tang Ku also designed an automation system. Automated car manufacturing system, and automated robot manufacturing system. As for how to build these automated systems, that would naturally be done by the 1,000 primary robots. What Tang Ku has to do now is to keep drawing blueprints and upload them to Origin. Let Origin control the robot and perform a series of operations. I've been really busy these past few days. Not only do I have to work on the black technology blueprints, but I also have to write chapters for my new novel. Although it hasn't been released yet, Tang Ku already feels a headache. Forget it, I won't write the novel for now. I'm going to play games with my wife. After typing a few words, Tang Ku simply chose to give up writing the book. Those who haven't published their books yet can do whatever they want. He walked out of the computer room on the second floor with his cell phone and looked at the lobby on the first floor from the aisle. I saw my wife and Jin Yumeng lying on the sofa playing games. Her two pairs of slender legs were white and shining, and when she was excited, they would reveal the beauty under her short skirt, which made Tang Ku shake his head. Zhang Yashuan is his wife, so it's okay that he doesn't pay much attention to her at home. This Jin Yumeng is. You really treat this place as your own home and are not polite at all. What game are you playing? You're so excited. Can you take me with you? Tang Ku leaned on the railing on the second floor and waved his cell phone at the two girls downstairs. Zhang Yashuan was stunned for a moment. Then she immediately sat up straight, gently stroked the wrinkles of her dress with her delicate hands, and resumed her goddess-like posture. Jin Yumeng looked up, and her pretty face immediately turned red. She hurriedly sat up and straightened her appearance, especially her short skirt. Did Brother Tang see my? Jin Yumeng glanced at Tang Ku with a strange look, leaned next to her best friend, and whispered, "Don't worry." Zhang Yashuan smiled sweetly and said, "He's used to it a long time ago." This. Jin Yumeng choked and thought back to his past self. It seems like he often doesn't pay attention to his image, and he must have been seen by Tang Ku many times. No wonder he was so calm just now, and there was even a hint of disdain in his eyes. Wow, it turns out I'm so used to it that I don't feel anything anymore. As a beautiful girl, Jin Yumeng felt deeply shocked. Women are just weird like that. If you look at her, she will be angry. If you ignore her, she will get angry. We are playing a martial arts game, a new game that our dad recently invested in. It uses your origin to improve the intelligence of the NPCs, which is very immersive, Zhang Yashuan said with a smile. Tang Ko also walked down from the second floor and sat on the sofa next to him. The new game our dad invested in. He was slightly stunned, and after thinking for a few seconds, he remembered. My father-in-law had previously tried out old games and received widespread acclaim. Therefore, we are now using the origin to create a martial arts game, hoping to restore a realistic martial arts world. Yeah, but the game hasn't been released yet. We're playing the internal test version, and there are only 2 of us in the game. Zhang Yashuan chuckled and said, if you want to play, we can send you the installation package and activation code, and we can play the dungeon together. Zhang Yashuan sent an installation package to Tang Ku via her mobile phone, and then sent him a string of codes. She suddenly remembered something and said, Dad also said that he wants to ask you for the copyright of Swordsman in the Snow, so that he can incorporate the story into the game. If possible, the game can be called Swordsman in the Snow. Tang Ku was stunned for a moment, then smiled and said, of course, no problem. Just let him use it directly. I can give him the copyright of all my books. We are all family. There is no such thing as copyright. Just use it if you want. These all require signing a contract. Even if you don't care, you still have to go through the formalities. Zhang Yashuan sent a message to her father with a smile, and then Tang Ku received the contract and information from his father-in-law. Father-in-law, thank you very much, son-in-law. Please sign the copyright contract for Snow Swordsman online directly. Father-in-law, don't worry. I will have someone carefully review it and will definitely not make the game a mess. Tang Ku Yiming, I trust you. After Tang Ku signed the contract, he sent it back and installed the game at the same time. The game graphics are very good. In the game dialogue, the official gives players 2 ways to answer. One is the official answer method, and different answers will affect the player's personality tendencies. The other answer is the characteristics of this game. Players can input text or speak directly. NPCs will react differently based on the player's text or voice. There is also the possibility of triggering official Easter eggs, such as obtaining some hidden information. Or if you win the favor of an NPC, the NPC will secretly give the player something, etc. The biggest highlight of this game can be said to be the NPCs and adventure events. There's still room for improvement. Although the NPCs are much more humane and can directly understand the player's voice, giving people a great sense of immersion, I always feel like something is missing. Tang Ku controlled the character and went into the dungeon with Zhang Yashuan and Jin Yumeng. While fighting monsters, experience and analyze the pros and cons of the game. After completing a copy, Zhang Yashuan and Jin Yumeng exclaimed throughout and were extremely excited. The enemies in the dungeon are very powerful and can even perform some amazing moves. Zhang Yashuan and Jin Yumeng took great pains to finally kill the monster. Tang Ku was just slacking off the whole time, and even took some time to observe the NPC's movements. It turns out that after being taken over by artificial intelligence, the behavior of NPCs is far superior to any other game on the market. Their actions are random and different every day, but it does not violate their job duties, as if they are real people living in the game. Tang Ku silently wrote down all the advantages and disadvantages of the game in his notebook. If he has the ability to develop games in the future, he can refer to this game and fill in all its shortcomings. The game created by my father-in-law can be regarded as a test product of artificial intelligence games. This is a pioneering product of smart games and is of great reference value. This game is so fun. After the public beta, I must be the best in the server. Jin Yumeng clenched her hands into fists and said ambitiously, come on, it's such a fun game. If you want to be the best in the server, you'll probably have to compete with all the major game anchors. Zhang Yashuan said with a smile. This game has huge potential once it is released. It will definitely become a hit and attract countless anchors to join. In such an environment, if you want to be the first in the whole server, all the Krypton Gold warriors will die on the battlefield. It's 5:30. Let's go eat. It's my treat. Jin Yumeng looked at the time and said to the 2 of them. Hearing this, Zhang Yashuan immediately looked suspicious. I've never seen you offer to treat us to a meal. If you're being so kind without any reason, you're either a traitor or a thief. Do you have something to ask of me? No, I'm not that kind of person. Jin Yumeng quickly waved his hands to deny it. Okay, it's rare for Meng Meng to show some kindness. Let's go. Tang Ku smiled, and Zhang Yashuan understood what he meant. Both of them understood that Jin Yumeng definitely had something to ask for. But now is not the time to ask. When it's time to eat, Jin Yumeng will naturally tell her purpose. Chapter 46 Late Night, must-read chapter. The 3 of them got on the Kirin smart car and came to Liangsha's night banquet again. Jin Yuming ordered the most expensive set meal for Tang Ku and Zhang Yashuan, with a constant smile on his face. The waiter opened a bottle of 1982 red wine and poured it into three people's exquisite glasses. The aroma of mellow wine filled the private room, and the three of them just sniffed it lightly. You can already feel what it feels like when red wine enters your throat. Exquisite dishes were presented one after another, and both their appearance and aroma were amazing. Shanghai goose head, frozen shantou conch slices, Chaozhou-style braised fish maw, Shanghai smoked fish, stir-fried shrimp and crab, black truffle abalone, and braised pork with rice. The braised goose head is rich and not salty. The skin is chewy, and the meat is delicate. Shantou conch is sweet and crisp, with a slight aftertaste and the taste of the sea. If paired with shrimp paste and secret sauce, the freshness of the conch slices will be fully stimulated, and the more you chew, the more delicious it becomes. The fish maw and Chaozhou-style braised fish maw comes from the belly of marine fish. The soft and non-sticky gum melts in the mouth, soft, glutinous, and elastic. This is delicious. We should have ordered this last time. Zhang Yashuan's beautiful eyes lit up as she ate, and she covered her red lips with her delicate hands to avoid losing her composure. Not bad. Try the Shanghai smoked fish. Jin Yuming picked up a piece of fish and put it into Zhang Yashuan's bowl. This one is also great. The fish skin is very crispy, and there is still a lot of juice in the meat. It's so fresh and sweet. Zhang Yashuan ate the smoked fish and commented generously. And this fried shrimp and crab, made with crab roe and hand-peeled river shrimp. Jin Yuming pushed the fried shrimp and crab in front of the two of them, very excited. Tang Ku also scooped some into his mouth with a spoon. The rich aroma and sweetness made him linger. After eating several appetizers in succession, Tang Ku and Zhang Yashuan both felt that these dishes were definitely not cheap. The last course is the black truffle abalone and braised pork rice. Fresh morels, small abalone, and premium pork belly are placed on the rice. There is also soup made from them, which is poured over rice. The smell made the three of them drool. The meal was very filling, and it was free, all paid for by Jin Yuming. Tang Ku did not refuse. Since the other party wanted his help, there must be some price to pay. Since he accepted the other party's dinner, he would definitely do his best. Jin Yuming's family background is no worse than Zhang Yashuan's. Jin Yuming's father is the chairman of Innovating Group, which is involved in industries such as the internet, finance, motorcycles, and clothing. Tell me, what do you want to do? Zhang Yashuan took a napkin and gently wiped her red lips. Hearing Zhang Yashuan's initiative, Jin Yuming smiled sweetly and stopped pretending. She's going to reveal her cards. Well, my dad owns a small stake in Augusta. He wants to buy it, but they're reluctant. Jin Yuming blinked and said, so they made a request, which was to ask us to find someone to compete in a 3-person time trial with players from major professional racing teams and win first place. And among the people we're looking for, there can't be any professional racing drivers. If they can take first place like this, they'd be willing to be acquired. The Windward Group is very powerful, and Augusta does not want to offend them. In addition, Innovating Group also has shares in Augusta, and the relationship is a partnership. Therefore, Augusta's request can be said to be completely embarrassing the Windward Group. Since they can't find professional racing drivers, Innovating Group can only look for youth racing drivers. But youth training is always youth training. They have not yet become professionals. Perhaps there will be 1 or 2 talented people in the youth training team who are comparable to professional racing drivers. But that is a minority of cases. Besides, Augusta National requires a 3-person time trial. In other words, Innovating Group not only has to find 3 people who are comparable to professional racing drivers, but also has to win first place. The difficulty is comparable to climbing to the sky. This is totally embarrassing for you, Tang Ku said speechlessly. Besides, what do you want us for? We are not racing drivers. The requirements put forward by Augusta are basically impossible to fulfill. Unless Innovating Group is lucky enough to find 3 people who can outperform professional racing drivers. Jin Yuming chuckled. For everyone, this is an impossible task, but Augusta missed one thing. We can't find any great race car drivers, but we can modify our cars to be amazing. And when it comes to the best modification skills, it's naturally you, Brother Tang. The master of black technology is right in front of us. How can we not take advantage of it? Augusta would never have imagined that Dragon Country would give birth to a black technology genius. And this black technology genius just happens to be a neighbor of the daughter of the CEO of Innovating Group. Tang Ku's mouth twitched slightly. Come on, cars and motorcycles are 2 different things. Although I know a little bit about motorcycles, are you sure the racer your dad hired can handle my modified car? The hardware of a motorcycle is quite simple and much simpler than that of a car. Moreover, several systems in the motorcycle can be directly replaced by the origin. Even asking Tang Ku to build a motorcycle himself would not be a problem. It'll just be more time-consuming. Brother Tang, don't worry. My dad has found 2 young racing drivers from the same team. Both of them are very good. Now we only need one more. Jin Yumeng said hurriedly. Speak normally, don't speak in a high voice, and don't call me Brother Tang. This sentence always reminds Tang Ku of the short video. I only feel sorry for my brother. Are those 2 racers you mentioned really that good? Or are they from the same team? Tang Ku asked doubtfully. What kind of team is so powerful that it produces 2 such great people? This is a race with professional racing drivers. Is it really so easy to find the masters hidden among the people? Of course, the 2 of them stayed here after passing the test, so they are absolutely reliable. It's just that the third person is a bit difficult to find. Jin Yumeng sighed. It would be great if it was a time-based race between the 2 of them. Then they would definitely have a sure win. If a third person cannot be found, Ingfeng Group can only find someone who will not be a burden as much as possible. Well, if that's the case, you might actually be able to take first place. Tang Ku touched his chin, thought for a while, and said, How about this? I can help you modify the motorcycle, but there is one request. What request? When Jin Yumeng heard that he could help with the modification, he was immediately ecstatic. My requirement is that I want to play too. Tang Ku grinned. What? You want to play too? The 2 women said in unison, their delicate faces filled with astonishment. Tang Ku is going to participate in a motorcycle race. What a joke. Isn't this just a fuss? Chapter 47. I want to participate in motorcycle racing. Xiao Kezi, are you stupid? Motorcycles are not for professionals to ride. Otherwise you may get hurt. Zhang Yashuan frowned and said in a deep voice. She would never allow her husband to do such a thing. If anything happened, she would regret it. That's right, Brother Tang. Please don't do anything rash. Jin Yumeng also advised. Tang Ku raised his hand to signal the 2 women to calm down and said with a smile, Don't be nervous. My modification is certainly not just to improve performance. Safety is absolutely no problem. Just improve performance, who wouldn't? There are too many motorcycle modification maniacs out there. Even a motorcycle that can reach 1,000 kilometers per hour can be modified. Since it is going to be modified, it is natural to add some black technology that others don't have. First and foremost, it is the automatic balancing system. According to Tang Ku's understanding, in the world he lived in his previous life, motorcycles already had automatic balancing systems. But in the world after rebirth, this thing has not been developed. According to his understanding of scientific and technological knowledge, it will take some time for this world's automatic balancing system to be developed. There is a trend towards automatic balancing systems, and many manufacturers are researching this. Tang Ku doesn't mind letting it appear earlier. Secondly, the black tech tires used in the manufacture of the Kirin smart car have such strong grip that it seems to violate the principles of physics. Finally, there is the cheat program for motorcycle modification, Origin. Tang Ku cannot reach the level of a professional driver, but with Origin's help, it is not a problem at all. It has the assistance of an automatic balancing system and the cheating program Origin. Tang Ku can become the world's top racing driver in an instant. Currently, only Tang Ku has created artificial intelligence, a being that can perfectly drive cars, motorcycles, airplanes, yachts, etc. Once the Origin is loaded onto these vehicles, it will become an existence that no one can surpass. Therefore, artificial intelligence will definitely be prohibited in these competitions. But there are no regulations on this now. Tang Ku can use this cheating function without any worries, and no one will think of such a problem. Some netizens may raise this question, but it's not a big problem. It's okay as long as Augusta Company doesn't know. No, I will never allow you to do that. Zhang Yashuan's cold voice came again, her tone firm and unquestionable. Even though she knew that Tang Ku possessed strong technological capabilities, Zhang Yashuan still felt uneasy about her own naughty baby doing whatever he wanted. Don't be afraid of 10,000 things. Just be prepared for one. Motorcycle racing is really too dangerous. Especially for someone like Tang Ku who has no training, it is an extreme sport. How about this? You wait until I modify the car and see the effect before making a decision. How about that? Tang Ku immediately put his arm around his wife's waist and laughed. No, it's not allowed. You can play with the motorcycle, but I won't allow you to participate in the competition. Zhang Yashuan still disagreed. In desperation, Tang Ku could only use his trump card. He kissed Zhang Yashuan on the cheek, then put his lips to her earlobe and whispered, Okay, just once, Sister Yashuan. The hot wind blew into Zhang Yashuan's neck, and her pretty face suddenly turned red, revealing a shy expression. Hey, what's going on? Can you two talk properly? Jin Yumeng, who was sitting opposite, was so angry. Are these couple sick? Do they completely disregard her feelings? Although this is a private room in a restaurant, it shouldn't be like this. What are you doing? Ming Ming is still watching here. Let go. Zhang Yashuan glared at Tang Ku, the blush on her delicate face taking a long time to fade away. I won't let go unless you agree. Tang Ku snorted twice and held his wife tighter. Okay, okay, I'll do whatever you say. Let go, Zhang Yashuan said, feeling both amused and helpless. A pair of fair jade hands pinched Tang Ku's face and said sternly, I allow you to test it for me after modification, but if I don't think it's suitable, you can't participate, understand? I know my wife is so nice, Moa. Tang Ke happily kissed his wife on her red lips and was reluctant to let go of the beauty in his arms. Ah! At this moment, Jean Yuming's wailing was heard from the private room. She held her head in pain and shook it, her hair flying. Tang Ku and Zhang Yashuan were stunned, remembering that there was still a poor little single dog. Not really, not really, not really. They both tried to persuade at the same time. I'm going to fight you. Jean Yuming yelled and rushed towards Zhang Yashuan, scratching her all over, focusing on her weaknesses. Zhang Yashuan was not willing to be outdone and directly fought back. The two girls tickled each other and started playing around in the private room. The silver bell-like laughter kept echoing. Tang Ku was already accustomed to this scene. He slowly drank tea, ate fruit after dinner, and browsed his phone. The Mysterious God is a huge hit overseas, topping the overseas novel charts. A piece of news left Tang Ku stunned. He immediately opened his Penguin account and found that the editor had sent him many messages. First they asked about his well-being, and then they told him about the news that his game, The Mysterious God, was a huge hit overseas. He also said that an overseas company wanted to cooperate with him and wanted to make The Secret God into a movie. Once novels in this world are published, they will be translated into multiple languages and uploaded overseas. Tang Ku's previous novels were not popular in the country. Therefore, foreign countries are even less interested in the fairy tales and fantasy novels he wrote. But since his novels became popular in the country, The Mysterious God also became popular. People overseas have also paid attention to The Mysterious God. The themes of steampunk and Cthulhu are very much in line with the preferences of overseas audiences. As the number of viewers increased, The God of Mysteries directly dominated the charts and swept across major overseas novel lists, become the most popular novel overseas today. In fact, The God of Mysteries is also very popular in the country. After all, it is a newly completed novel, and it is still at the top of the list. Tang Ku Yiming. Dear editor, which company wants to make my book into a movie? Editor, Boss Tang Ku, you finally replied to the message. The other party is quite powerful. They are Fengshua Film and Television Company. You should know that they have made many special effects blockbusters. Fengshua Film and Television Company is definitely one of the top 3 giants in the film and television industry. They have invested in and shot many films, almost all of which are science fiction blockbusters, and each film has a guaranteed box office of 100 million. Tang Ku Yiming. Have they offered a price? If they are satisfied with the price, I can give them the film and television copyright. Editor. Well, as for the copyright, the other party offered 10 million. Tang Ku Yiming. Tang Ku Yiming. That's it? Forget it, I won't sell it. Editor. This price is actually quite high. It is definitely a high price in the field of novel adaptation into film and television. Would you really not consider it? Tang Ku Yiming. Forget about it. How could my God of Mysteries be worth only 10 million? Are you kidding me? Chapter 48 Casual comments, triggering a war of words across the internet. Tang Ku is not short of money, but that doesn't mean he is willing to accept a low price to sell the copyright. In his mind, the film and television rights of The God of Mysteries should cost at least 50 million. Editor. Okay, I can only reject them for you, but the movies made by their company are very good. It would be a pity to miss them. Tang Ku Yiming. It's okay. There are many companies making movies, not just them. Edit. Okay. After saying that, Tang Ku started to look through other information. He found that except for individual incidents, the hot searches were due to widespread discussion among the masses. There is a lot of information about trivial matters of some celebrities, which have become hot searches through purchases. For example, XX male star cut his finger with paper, but he endured the pain without crying, which is admirable. What the hell is admiration? What kind of garbage trending searches are these? Out of boredom, Tang Ku left a comment directly under the topic. My next new book will be released soon, titled, I, a Grown Man. I cut my finger and managed not to cry. As soon as the comment was sent, many replies were received. I'm really impressed. I was wondering who was judging my Lulu so recklessly. Turns out he's just some lousy novelist. You think you're so awesome? You're a writer, right? I want to see what crappy novels you've written. Who is this guy? How dare he slander our Lulu? Human flesh, search him. There are a lot of insults, and they are all mindless insults. These people didn't even click on Tang Ke's information before they started criticizing him. But if there are people who curse, there will naturally be people who like it. Tang Ke has quite a lot of fans, and his wife's fans are also added to his. Anyone who pays attention to technology, cars, robots, live broadcasts, and national affairs knows who Tang Ke is. 666666. There are actually idiots who don't even recognize Old Tang. Old Tang is awesome. I support you. Look at my master ball. I'm going to capture the wild Old Tang alive. Anyone who wants to kill Old Tang has absolutely no brains. Finally, someone is speaking out against these effeminate celebrities. Old Tang is awesome. Tang Ke's board comment immediately attracted millions of people to watch and comment. The fans of the male star named Lulu directly started a war with the fans of Tang Ke and Zhang Yashuan. The internet is filled with curses, like a battlefield full of fighting and fireworks. Tang Ke had never expected that a casual comment he made after dinner would ignite a battlefield. He went home with the two girls, and on the way he kept reading on his phone, flipping through the quarreling messages. Zhang Yashuan came over and asked, "What are you looking at? You're so engrossed. Eat melon. Just open your phone and you'll know. Wow, it's even on the hot search." Tang Ke exclaimed. Hashtag Genius Tang Ke mocks popular star Lulu. Such a title is very eye-catching. People are born with a mentality of watching spectators, and when they see such hot information, they will naturally click in to take a look. Seeing this, netizens were immediately amused. Almost half of the people have long been dissatisfied with these effeminate stars. But once someone mocks them, they will be criticized by the other party's crazy fans and make them question their lives. If a well-known person scolds a celebrity, Weibo will be directly overwhelmed. There was also a case where a well-known figure was attacked on the street by fans of a certain celebrity because he had criticized the celebrity. For example, incidents such as throwing rotten eggs or beatings may occur. These celebrity behaviors are not liked by many people, but netizens dislike them the most. Or it's the brainless fans of these stars. Their behavior is extremely excessive and brainless. This caused distress to countless people, and gradually no one dared to provoke them. If you can't afford to offend, can't you just avoid it? However, today Tang Ke's action out of boredom once again made the internet lively. So what if it's Tang Ke? He's a tech guy, but he actually comes here to mock my Lulu. This is a sign of his lack of quality. You dare to mess with our Lulu fan club. You are another fearless person. This person is already dead. Good fellow, what did Tang Ke say? He just released a new book, and you're actually trying to find out about him. Don't play dumb with us. The title of his book is clearly mocking our Lulu the sissy. Ha 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 ha. So you also know that your Lulu is a sissy. Fuck, believe it or not, I can kill you. Come on, brothers, this guy wants to hunt me down. What do you think I should do? You're acting like everyone knows how to use human flesh. If you want human flesh, why not just fight offline? You're a bunch of idiots who can only talk big. That's right, come on, who's afraid of who? As the situation developed, all hot searches, topics, and posts were completely overwhelmed. Zhang Yashuan's fans also came to support her. Although they are fans of Zhang Yashuan, Tang Ke is Zhang Yashuan's husband, so he is one of them. Sister Yashuan's fan club came to support us. We've been annoyed by these sissy guys for a while now. We women aren't so pretentious. You, a man, are acting like a weak woman. It's really disgusting. Sisters, gather together. It's time to protect Sister Yashuan's husband. Here they come. Sister Yashuan and Brother Tang are both fans. We're here too. Even though we're not fans of Tang Ke and Zhang Yashuan, we've been annoyed by Lulu's crazy fans for a long time. Not only fans came to support, but even some of the spectators who used to just watch the show joined the battle. The data of major internet companies skyrocketed, and even some celebrities joined in on the topic. From the beginning, Tang Ke's ridicule and the topic of Lulu being a sissy. It gradually evolved into, do today's male stars lack masculinity? A hot topic for all. A small incident has evolved into a national topic. Tang Ke was a little dumbfounded. So what? He was just joking out of boredom, but his fans got so angry. But what touched Tang Ke was that his fans and his wife's fans actually defended him so much. It is indeed a worthwhile thing to create Baymax for the benefit of mankind. At least I am worthy of respect in people's hearts. You really are such a fool. You keep making random comments and stirring up trouble on the internet all day long. Zhang Yashuan smiled bitterly and shook her head. How could I? I just made a comment this time. Who could have thought that it would cause such a big uproar? Tang Ke immediately denied his crime. The previous trending search had nothing to do with him. He was just doing his own thing. What can I do if I'm born with traffic? Okay, you're right. Jin Yuming has already had 3 motorcycles delivered this morning. let's start your performance. I'm going to go draw comics. Zhang Yashuan smiled and touched her husband's hair as if she was coaxing a child. It's been delivered? Tang Ku was suddenly delighted, as happy as a child. He ran excitedly to the underground garage, and when he passed by the study, he took the book with him. A few days ago, Jean Yuming asked him what brand and model of motorcycle he wanted. Augusta National has no restrictions on the cars they can enter in the race. Therefore, you can choose anyone you want, as long as you can outperform the team members they arrange. Tang Ku didn't even think about it, and directly asked for the Augusta F for Claudio. Chapter 49 Locomotive Modification, Automatic Balancing Device. This is Tang Ku's favorite motorcycle. It looks like a work of art. When Tang Ku arrived at the basement, his eyes were instantly locked on the completely black motorcycle with several golden lines on it. The black carbon fiber and gold-plated copper strips give the car body a mechanical beauty. The side of the car body is angular, and the front and rear parts look slightly rounded. The whole body design is very thoughtful and can disperse wind pressure very well. The other two motorcycles are used by the contestants invited by Ingfeng Group. One is a black Honda CBR 1000RR, and the other is a green Kawasaki ZX 10R. Tang Ku took a deep breath and sat down on his Augusta F for Claudio. Then, I opened the complete collection of motorcycle modifications. He knows some motorcycle modification techniques and can even apply car manufacturing techniques to motorcycles. However, in order to avoid missing out on any details, it is better to check the modification of the locomotive to prevent any accidents. You know, the speed of a locomotive is not slower than that of a car. Moreover, locomotives are made of skin covered with iron, while cars are made of iron covered with skin. In the same car crash at 200 miles per hour, the car owner has a chance of surviving. But the motorcycle owner is in trouble. Tang could dare not take this aspect lightly and must grasp every detail of the modification. Ding! Congratulations on successfully upgrading your motorcycle knowledge and obtaining top-level motorcycle manufacturing technology. After finishing the whole book, the system prompt sound came in my mind. The top-level motorcycle manufacturing technology is not the top-level motorcycle manufacturing that people have mastered today, but it contains black technology. A large amount of new knowledge flooded into his mind, including tire technology, which was even more advanced than what he had now. Motorcycles have higher requirements for tire grip than cars. I didn't expect a small motorcycle to have so many details and exquisite details. It seems I underestimated motorcycles. Tang Ku sighed, opened the garage door, and drove the Augusta out. He said to the two bodyguards, "You two, help me drive those two motorcycles to the Chilin factory." After saying that, he took out his cell phone and sent a message to his wife, then drove away in Augusta at a moderate speed. Tang Ku is not a motorcycle expert, just an ordinary rider. Before the origin is implanted, don't dare to waste. Arrived at the Chilin factory, Tang Ku finally started his modification plan. The first thing to start with is the automatic balancing device. As long as an automatic balancing device is added, the motorcycle will not tip over no matter how you drive it. Even when running a cross-country race, he can do it without restraint. With this device, even a person who doesn't know how to drive a motorcycle can do it. As long as you hold on to the car, you can do whatever you want. The automatic balancing device in Tang Ku's mind is more powerful and stable than the automatic balancing system in his previous life. He started writing code and implanting it into the chip. At the same time, let the primary robots help build the parts needed for the balancing device, such as the rotating shaft and rollers. Tang Ku already had a complete set of balance system codes in his mind, so he could just copy them incompletely. The programming was completed in less than half an hour. The primary robot was still making parts, and Tang Ku was not idle either. Why do we need carbon fiber when we have coral? Not only is carbon fiber lighter and more heat-resistant than carbon fiber, but it also has top-notch hardness. A motorcycle with a body made of cobalt will not suffer any damage even if it crashes into another vehicle and breaks it in half. Tang Ku chuckled twice and went to another workshop. He began to make corundum guard plates, corundum fenders, etc. himself. It took nearly 2 hours. Finally, the alloy car body shell was completed, and he was so tired that he was sweating all over. The junior robot also built the parts for the automatic balancing device. Tang Ku drew a new blueprint and asked the robots to start working again. The content on the drawing is a brand new black technology engine. It has the same function as the engine of Kirin Automobile, with a smaller displacement but greater power. He began to assemble the automatic balancing device, connecting each tiny part to the smart chip through circuits. Turning the wheel by powering on makes the device move on its own. Tang Ku simply installed a cube frame for it and conducted a simple test. The cube stood upright with its pointed corners and kept rolling no matter how Tang Ku pushed it. It will automatically adjust its direction and stand up again, like a tumbler. The automatic balancing device is done, and the only thing left is the engine. The intake and exhaust do not need to be rebuilt, just slightly improved. As for whether it will be damaged, there is no need to worry about it, because the co-alloy baffle can help it block any impact. As long as the co-alloy doesn't change, everything inside the motorcycle will be fine. As for the stability system, speed limit system, and onboard computer, these things can all be handled by Origin. What Tang-Ku wants to build is a smart motorcycle, allowing Chiyuan to assist him in driving, and even entrust the entire process to Chiyuan. I'm just a passenger hanging on the car. Another hour passed. The junior robots finally built the engine that Tang-Ku wanted. Tang-Ku and 3 robots reinstalled Augusta. Both the color and the shape have been preserved. Still so handsome and full of power. Without any support, it just stands in the workshop. This is the effect of the automatic balancing device, which can keep the car body upright without support. It is like a work of art. Just having it in front of you is a pleasure. Those who don't know would definitely think that this is an original Augusta F for Claudio. But in fact, it has been completely modified by Tang-Ku. Although the appearance is retained, the performance is several times better than before. The Origin plugin is also added in. The engine, exhaust, intake, and correlite fenders can all be installed on the other 2 motorcycles. Tang-Ku took out a pen and paper, wrote and drew on it, and then uploaded it to Origin through the camera. Let Origin control the primary robot and modify the other 2 motorcycles. He himself got on the Augusta, put on his helmet, and stepped on the accelerator without hesitation. Boom. A sound like the groaning of a ferocious beast came from inside the car. Augusta started running instantly, so fast that Tang-Ku couldn't react at all. There is no tilting phenomenon because the Origin is equipped with an automatic balancing device, which can instantly stabilize the front and rear weight. The automatic balancing device provided by the Black technology system can not only balance left and right, but also front and back. If you want to look cool, you can let Origin adjust the value. The sudden acceleration caught Tang-Ku off guard. There is a wall in front of me. If I continue like this, I will definitely break through the wall. But at this moment, the car body automatically turned and moved sideways. He narrowly avoided the wall and drove out of the door. Chapter 50 payment also comes with explosion effects. Tang-Ku took a deep breath. He was really scared just now. Maybe the sensitivity is a bit too high. The corners of his mouth twitched slightly, and then he said, Origin, adjust the throttle sensitivity, default to the lowest gear. Okay, Mr. Tang, I'm adjusting the parameters. Origin's voice came from the fuel gauge. The adjustment is complete. Mr. Tang can use it without worry. I apologize for the inconvenience caused earlier. If you make such a mistake again next time, I will have to retrain you. Tang-Ku said lightly. As an artificial intelligence, it actually made such a big mistake. If Chiyuan didn't have control of the motorcycle, he would have definitely crashed through the factory wall just now. A car body made of co-alloy must be able to do it. Of course, the reason why such an error occurred in the Origin is actually related to Tang-Ku's design. Because he deleted the gear position and replaced it with intelligent voice switching. Origin had control of the motorcycle, so it defaulted to the highest gear. Artificial intelligence can fine-tune throttle parameters, but Tang-Ku cannot do it. So just twist the accelerator slightly, and it will take off in an instant. After Origin adjusted the values, Tang-Ku turned the throttle again, and a roar sounded. This time the speed was in line with Tang-Ku's expectations, neither fast nor slow, just the right level that he could control. As he drove out of the factory, the speed of the car gradually increased. The strong wind whistled in his ears, making his sleeves rustle. Tang-Ku wanted to speed up again, but his sleeves slapped against his arms so hard that they hurt. So he had to give up the idea. Boom. The noisy engine sounds echoed on the road, attracting the attention of many car owners. The moment they saw the motorcycle, they were attracted by its appearance. Wow, what a cool motorcycle. My goodness, this car doesn't look cheap at all. Fuck, an Augusta F for Claudio. I remember this car costing several million, right? To spend millions on a motorcycle, you must be rich. Oh, I used to find it hard to understand. Wouldn't it be nice to spend millions on a car? Now I think I suddenly understand. It's really fucking cool. As Tang-Ku drove the Augusta into the city, more and more passers-by exclaimed in surprise. Some people who know the value of the product even sighed and talked about the price of Augusta. Dulu. Mr. Tang, your wife sent you a message asking you to buy some cakes and desserts. The sound of Origin came from the fuel gauge, and Tang-Ku's mobile phone was already connected to Origin. Therefore, all the information he receives can be read out by the Origin. Even when you are driving a motorcycle, there is no need to take out your mobile phone. Tang-Ku drove the Augusta into the city and slowed down. Wow, what a cool motorcycle. It doesn't look cheap at all. I wonder who has so much money. Haha, there are a lot of rich people in the Magic City. You never know how many wealthy people have passed by you. It's an Augusta F4 Claudio. Good thing I've always wanted one, but couldn't afford it. Could it be someone from the Windward Group? Their company owns shares in Augusta. I think it's very likely. Huh? He stopped. While everyone was talking, Tang Ke's Augusta stopped in front of a cake shop. Origin lock car. Tang Ke said softly, got out of the car, and walked into the cake shop. This is a smart motorcycle. You don't need to lock it yourself. There is not even a car key. It is controlled directly by voice. In addition to being able to transmit the sound of the source, there is also an extremely small camera at the fuel gauge position. In addition to recording driving records, it also has a face recognition function. If the person photographed was not Tang Ke, but Tang Ke's voice was heard around, Origin would not unlock the car. The purpose is to prevent someone from using recordings to fake voices and steal cars. Of course, Tang Ke can also authorize remote unlocking to make it easier to lend the car to others. 6 egg tarts, 6 cream puffs, 10 milk puddings, and 10 caramel puddings, and 4 hallie cakes. Thank you. Tang Ke walked into the store, took off his helmet, and smiled at the clerk. It's Mr. Tang Ke. He's buying food for his wife again. The female clerk said with a smile. She had seen Tang Ke many times, and every time he came to buy food for his wife. Over time, the two have become old friends. Yes, my little foodie can never stop eating. Tang Ke replied with a smile. Your wife is very happy. I am a little envious of her. The female clerk said as she helped Tang Ke pack the desserts. She is 28 years old this year, but still single. A true leftover woman. Tang Ke comforted her, saying, You will find your other half, so don't be discouraged. I hope so. I'll lend you my good wishes. The waitress packed up all the desserts and handed them over. They're all packed. Still the same price. Tang Ke bought the same thing in the same quantity every time, so there was no need to quote the price. Drop. Tang Ke scanned the code to pay, and a payment reminder sounded in the store. Payment has arrived. Boom. Suddenly, a gust of air and a loud roar came from behind Tang Ke. The glass in the cake shop shattered in an instant, and the exploded glass was scattered all over the floor. Tang Ke turned around in confusion. What's going on? Does payment come with explosion effects? When I looked back, I found that a car had crashed into the wall of the cake shop. Half of the car body is inside and half of it is outside. Is this out of control? Tang Ke said in surprise. Oh, my shop. The female clerk woke up from the fright and screamed loudly. What's wrong with you? Do you know how to drive? You've smashed my shop to pieces. The female clerk immediately ran to the car and cursed at the man inside. The pedestrians on the street gathered around, and some of them had witnessed the terrifying scene just now. Fortunately, no one was hit. How dare anyone drive a Tesla? Are they trying to save their lives? Tisk, TSK, TSK, TSK. Tesla hasn't responded yet, and has even withdrawn from the stock market. And yet, some people still dare to drive this car? They're in trouble now, aren't they? No, I just saw an Augusta. It couldn't be. Someone reminded. Only then did the passers-by remember that the super cool motorcycle they had just seen was also missing. After searching for a while, everyone found that super cool motorcycle. I was hit head-on by this Tesla. At this moment, Augusta is located at the center of the front of the Tesla and the wall of the cake shop building. It's over. It's not a big deal if my own car breaks down, but this Augusta isn't cheap, and it seems to be a limited edition. How am I going to compensate for it? Oh my goodness, the owner of the car is coming down. Look at his face, he looks like he's eaten shit. How can it not be embarrassing? The car is gone, and the car was crashed into someone else's shop. I even damaged an Augusta. I have to pay a huge price. Chapter 51 Armored Vehicle Level Motorcycle. The reactions of the people around him varied. Some expressed sympathy, while others took pleasure in his misfortune. The Tesla owner is deeply regretful. When Tesla had problems before, he went to the merchant immediately and asked for a refund. But the other party refused to return the car, so he had no choice but to sell the car to the second-hand market. As a result, no one in the second-hand market dared to buy it, saying that Tesla couldn't be sold. In the end, the man could only grit his teeth, bet that his car would not have any accidents, and continued driving. I thought the incident was just 1 or 2 people causing trouble, but I didn't expect it would be his turn today. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I shouldn't have driven this car. The man begged desperately, but how could the female clerk let him go so easily just because of a simple "I'm sorry"? If sorry is useful, what's the point of the police? You have to compensate me for my store. Okay, I'll definitely compensate your store, but this car. The man looked at the dented front of the car, a dark motorcycle embedded in the wall. The entire body of the car is blocked by the front of the Tesla, and only a little bit of the rear of the motorcycle can be vaguely seen. Just looking at the rear of the car, you can tell that it must have cost a lot of money. Although I couldn't see the condition of the motorcycle clearly, I could tell with but that it had definitely become a piece of scrap metal. If what the people around you said is true, how are you going to ask him to compensate for the car? Even if I sell all my belongings, I still can't afford the compensation. Sir, is this car yours? The man asked nervously. He saw that there was only one female clerk and a young man with an elegant temperament in the cake shop. Tanka came back to his senses from the incident and said calmly, "It's mine." The man hesitated to speak. "Take a photo quickly and pay the store later. I'm in a hurry, so please move your car back a little." Tanku added. "No, The man was dejected and felt bitter inside. He knew that he had completely failed today. The other party seemed difficult to talk to, and it was impossible to get him to let go. In desperation, the man could only take out his mobile phone and take photos of the scene. The female clerk did the same, taking almost 360-degree photos. Even passers-by were taking photos and videos, uploading them to the internet to complain and call on people not to drive this car anymore. The Tesla electric car broke down again and crashed into the Augusta, a car worth millions. Poor owner. Oh my goodness, isn't that Tangko? They crashed into Tangko's car. Huh? It really is Tangko. After being reminded, everyone realized this familiar face. It turned out to be Tangko, who has been causing a stir on the internet recently. Please move your car away after taking the photos. I want to get my motorcycle back. Tanka said calmly. The Tesla owner was a little confused. What's the point of taking out a broken motorcycle? Could it be that you want to trick him? It shouldn't be that serious. This person is so rich, he shouldn't make things difficult for an ordinary person like him. Don't worry, you don't have to pay for my car. Just pay the store. Seeing the other party's suspicious look, Tanka couldn't help but speak again. Good. The man gritted his teeth and got back into the car. The front of the car was damaged, but the car was still running and could be reversed directly. Snap. As Tesla retreated, Augusta, who had been knocked into the wall, finally revealed his face. The entire Augusta looked like a work of art embedded in the wall, covered in dust. Tangku remained calm and went up to pull the car out. Bang! The rubble fell and Augusta was pulled out of the wall by Tangku. But everyone suddenly discovered that this Augusta, worth millions, didn't seem to have any damage at all. What's going on? Am I dazzled? Fuck, this car doesn't seem to be broken. Are motorcycles so tough? It's really not broken? How is that possible? It was smashed into the wall, the kind made of reinforced concrete. How come there's nothing wrong with it? Is this an armored vehicle? The onlookers were all shocked as they looked at the Tesla with its front end almost completely destroyed, as well as the broken concrete walls and bent steel bars. For a moment, everyone began to doubt their lives. Is this car also made of coalloy? Someone put forward his own guess. What you said is really possible. Tangka must have modified this car, otherwise how could it be so tough? I guess so. This guy created the coalium alloy, so why wouldn't he use it on his car? Amazing. This co-alloy is so hard. Could it be that it doesn't even leave a scratch? As people around exclaimed, Tangko asked the female clerk for a rag, dipped it in water, and then wiped off all the dust on the motorcycle. A brand new Augusta was once again presented to everyone. Just like they joked, there really wasn't a single scratch. There is no dent at all. Tangka carried a bag of cakes and desserts and hung it on the left armrest of the car. He smiled at the people around him and said, "My wife is calling me home, so I'm leaving now." After saying that, Augusta unlocked the door with a crisp click, turned the throttle, and the roar sounded. Tangku drove the Augusta like a streak of black and gold light, quickly disappearing from everyone's sight. Only a wisp of smoke remained, filling the air. Hey, leaving now? Well, at the accident scene, the car was wrecked, the wall was broken, but the motorcycle stuck in between was intact. It felt a bit strange no matter how I looked at it. Tangku is planning to build a motorcycle. You can buy one. Get it? Are you kidding me? That's Augusta National. Wow, Tangku is so cool. He lives in a luxurious villa, has a sweet wife, and drives a modified motorcycle worth millions. I'm so envious. Everyone sighed with emotion, saying that Tangku was truly a winner in life and was living the life they had always dreamed of. Some people also posted what they saw and heard on the internet. When the traffic police arrived, the crowd dispersed. Only the car owner and the female clerk remained here. Tangku. His car was fine, and he just left like that? The traffic police was incredulous. Even after such a crash, nothing happened. Even armored vehicles are not so rampant and cool. Good guy. I'm really good. What else could he say? He couldn't think of anything to say except that Tangku was awesome. Okay, according to the laws and regulations, the car owner is fully responsible. You can just compensate according to the rules when the time comes. You can contact your insurance company to see if they can help with some compensation. After saying that, the traffic police left with the smile of the female clerk. The compensation was definitely not small, enough for her to open a new luxury cake shop. How could I not be happy? Chapter 52 Dongxing Team, Old Acquaintance. Tang Ke walked into the house carrying cakes and desserts, and the aroma of food filled the air. Zhang Yashuan was busy in the kitchen, and in less than a moment, she brought out all the cooked meals. Why did you come back so late today? Are you busy modifying the motorcycle? Zhang Yashuan asked casually as she sat opposite Tang Ke. It's nothing, just a car hit, no big deal. Tang Ke smiled happily. The shell is made of cobalt, which is difficult to penetrate even by bullets. As long as it wasn't hit by the Koloi car, there wouldn't be any problems with the Augusta that he had modified. Even the intake and exhaust are covered by colite baffles. As long as the alloy fender is not crooked, nothing inside the car will be damaged. You crashed. You just drove a motorcycle today, and you crashed. Zhang Yashuan's beautiful eyes widened as she sternly said, It seems like you can't go to this competition. With your lousy riding skills, how can you participate in a motorcycle race? Are you injured? Let me see quickly. Why didn't you tell me earlier? Let's go to the hospital for a checkup. She immediately stood up and walked towards Tang Ke, blaming Tang Ke, but still very nervous inside. For a moment, Tang Ke was at a loss whether to laugh or cry. I wasn't the one who was hit while driving. My motorcycle was parked on the side of the road and was hit by an out-of-control electric bike. After Tang Ke's patient explanation, Zhang Yashuan finally breathed a sigh of relief. Tang Ke recounted what had just happened while eating, leaving Zhang Yashuan stunned. The moment I bought a cake and checked out, all the glass behind me exploded. If you don't know, you might think your checkout is a detonator. I told you not to wash your face before going out. Look at your face, it's so dark. You might even get hit when you park your car. Zhang Yashuan looked at her husband speechlessly. This kind of thing with an extremely low probability of happening actually happened to Tang Ke. Well, my car is fine anyway. It's fine. So, your husband's modification skills are pretty good, right? The motorcycle was hit into the wall, but it's fine. Tang Ke smiled proudly. Yes, my stinky baby is the best. Zhang Yashuan responded with a smile. He immediately remembered what happened this afternoon and changed the subject. By the way, an animation production team contacted me today and said they want to adapt my comics into anime. Do you think I should agree? While Tang Ke was at the factory modifying the motorcycle, Zhang Yashuan in the live broadcast suddenly received a call from her father. It is said that an animation group wants to make her comics into animation. Yes, if the other party has good production capabilities, we can agree. Tang Ke nodded and replied. The highlight of Demon Slayer lies in the animation's camera and colors. Its plot can only be described as average, and the most charming one is Demon Slayer, Kimetsu no Yaiba, after its animation. My dad said that the other party is a domestic animation studio. The quality is pretty good, but they lack some good stories and big investors. Then leave it to them. It's time to let the world experience our country's animation. Tang Ke said without hesitation. What the domestic animation industry currently lacks is not technology, but investment and good stories. The good stories mentioned here do not mean that there are no excellent stories in China. Even if it really doesn't exist, you can still adapt it into a novel. But the problem is that many domestic stories and novels reflect social shadows, which is not in line with policy. Therefore, it is very difficult to have a story with a good plot that does not reflect society. Even if such a story really existed, it was not made into an animation due to lack of investors. Or maybe the production team was short of funds and ended up making something that was neither fish nor fowl. In that case, I'll talk to my dad later and ask him to invest in me, hehe. Zhang Yashuan said with a smile. This is the advantage of having a good father. The investor is your own father. In this way, the production team will definitely follow Zhang Yashuan's instructions on what kind of animation effect she wants. Oh, the little rich lady is ecstatic. Now the production team has to obey her. Tang Ke joked. Zhang Yashuan snorted twice and said, Whoever dares not listen to me will be punished. Should I listen to my sister too? Tang Ke asked cautiously. Little Kezi is mine, so naturally you have to listen to me. As long as you are obedient, little Kezi, I can favor you tonight. Thank you, Her Majesty. While Tang Ke was frightened, there was a hint of joy in his eyes, just like a servant who had gained the favor of the Empress. Hehe, it's a pity that you're not an actor. Zhang Yashuan was amused by Tang Ke's performance, and the two of them played role-playing games a lot. But Zhang Yashuan always burst into laughter because Tang Ke's acting was so realistic. It's just a little fun. Is there any need to fight so hard? Even the best actor has taken over. In 2 days, Jin Yuming's 2 racers will come over to test the car. Will there be enough time to modify it? Don't worry, it will be done tomorrow. I still have 1 more day to test it. Tang Ke responded with a smile, letting her rest assured. 3 days later, Jin Yumling brought two young men in racing suits to Tang Ke's house. The two men looked to be around 25 years old, with smiles on their faces that were as bright as the spring breeze. What surprised Tang Ke and Zhang Yashuan was that one of them was actually an acquaintance of theirs. The representative of Porsche at that time was Chun Zimo. Brother Zimo also rides motorcycles. Tang Ke, who was also wearing a racing suit, said in surprise. Ha, see you again. It's been a while since we last met, and Mr. Tang has suddenly become famous. It's really touching. Chun Zimo laughed and explained, I work for Porsche, but my hobby is motorcycles. The two don't conflict. He patted the slightly older young man next to him. He smiled faintly and said, This is my cousin, Zhang Tian, the captain of the Dongxing team. He was the one who introduced me to motorcycle racing. Hello. Zhang Tian smiled slightly and extended his hand. Tang Ke, wearing a racing suit, smiled and shook hands with him, saying, Hello, nice to meet you. I've modified both of your motorcycles and even added a fun feature for you. Come with me. Tang Ke didn't say much and turned directly to the underground garage, with everyone following closely behind him. 3 motorcycles were parked in the spacious garage, and the bright lights made the bodies of the motorcycles shine particularly brightly. Chun Zimo and Zhang Tian immediately discovered the differences in their motorcycles. The motorcycles that were once parked were all tilted slightly. But now the motorcycle parked in the garage is actually straight, without any support on either side. This is automatic balancing? They both exclaimed at the same time. They have always been paying attention to this thing. After all, it is an extremely powerful auxiliary system for motorcyclists. Unfortunately, no one was able to make it for a long time, but Tang Ke was the first to make it. Chapter 53 Chapter 53 You guys are free to do whatever you want. I'll cheat. Mr. Tang, is this really an automatic balancing device? Chun Zimo asked anxiously. Yes, I added an automatic balancing device to your car. It won't roll over no matter how you drive it. Tang Ke nodded and added, I also modified the tires and engine for you. As for the other things, I didn't touch them. You can try them. To the driver, the car is like his body. It can be slightly modified and enhanced, but not drastically. It's like you are used to being 1.7 meters tall, and suddenly your whole body is stretched to become 2 meters tall. You definitely won't be able to adapt immediately because the changes are too great. But if you just add some protective gear on your body and wear a pair of height-increasing shoes, this will have almost no impact on you. Chun Zimo and Zhang Tian were a little excited. They immediately ran to their cars and touched them with their hands. It was as if he was caressing his own child, his eyes full of love. Even though the appearance hasn't changed at all, they acted as if they were seeing their motorcycle for the first time. The two men rode their motorcycles and looked at Tang Ke with smiles on their faces. Mr. Tang, let's go out for a few laps together? Chun Zimo asked with a smile. You don't have to call me Mr. Tang. Just call me Tang Ke or Brother Tang. Tang Ke walked towards his Augusta and put on a black and gold helmet. Since you invited me, let's go together. By the way, let my wife see my driving skills. He moved a bit to make as much space as possible at the back. Zhang Yashuan sat elegantly behind him, their bodies pressed tightly together, her slender white arms wrapped around Tang Ke's waist. Wait, I want to go too. Jin Yuming frowned slightly and called out in a soft voice. She looked at the 3 people's motorcycles with some envy and really wanted to experience the feeling of the wind blowing on a motorcycle. But this motorcycle seat is a single seat. If 2 people want to sit on it, they will definitely be very close. As the saying goes, men and women should not touch each other. She didn't know what to do. If Miss Jean doesn't mind, please sit in the back seat. At this moment, a hint of shyness appeared on Chun Zimo's handsome face, and he whispered. Tang Ke and Zhang Yashuan could both feel how much courage Chun Zimo mustered when he said this. Okay, it's you. When Jin Yumling heard that someone was willing to invite him, he agreed without thinking. She happily ran to Chun Zimo's black Honda CBR 1000RR. I thought she would sit there nonchalantly, without caring at all. But what is unexpected is, only when Jin Yumling sat behind Chun Zimo did he realize how close they were. A blush appeared on her delicate face. Hee, little girl, you're actually shy? I thought you weren't shy. Zhang Yashuan rested her head on Tang Ke's back, smiling charmingly. I didn't. Don't talk nonsense, or I'll beat you up. Jin Yuming's pretty face turned red as she retorted angrily. Ha, let's go. Zhang Tian laughed, stepped on the accelerator first, and drove out of the garage. The moment the engine started, he felt the difference in the car's performance. If he accelerates at full speed, it will definitely be beyond his imagination. Tang Ke asked his wife to hold him tightly, and then followed Zhang Tian. Only Chun Zimo and Jin Yuming were left in the garage, and the atmosphere somehow became ambiguous. Ahem. Let's go too. Chen Zimo coughed twice and pretended to be calm, but his flushed face betrayed him. Jin Yumeng chuckled and didn't expose the other party. She gently wrapped her arms around Chen Zimo's waist, not daring to get too close, and the blush on her pretty face never faded. The two also drove out of the garage. Led by Zhang Tian, the five of them arrived at tomorrow's competition venue together. Magic City Motorcycle Racing Field. The total length is 5 kilometers, and a professional rider takes an average of about 4 minutes to complete a lap. When Tang Ku and others arrived here, they found that the place had been booked by Phone Group. There were only 5 of them in the entire arena. Yashuan, you should go to the spectator seats. Tang Ku turned his head and said to his wife, No, I want to ride in your car. Zhang Yashuan shook her head. We're running on the track. If you sit behind me, you'll easily fly out. Tang Ku explained patiently. What if something happens to you? I want to sit behind you. So if something happens, we'll get into trouble together. Hearing this, Tang Ku immediately said, What nonsense are you talking about? Children should not be afraid of talking. Children should not be afraid of talking. How can you say such things? You are so ignorant. Sometimes Zhang Yashuan is like a little child, silly, and dares to say anything. Tongyan, you treat me like a child. Zhang Yashuan suddenly became like a cat with its fur standing on end and pinched Tang Ku's waist with her delicate hands. Tang Ku felt a pain in his waist, but he said expressionlessly, Aren't you just like a child now? You are so good, Tang Ku. I think you can't tell the difference between the big and small Wang. Zhang Yashuan was furious. Seeing that the situation was not good, Tang Ku simply pushed himself up with both hands and jumped out from the front of the car. Zhang Yashuan also got out of the car immediately and chased after Tang Ku without hesitation. Fortunately, Augusta added an automatic balancing device. Otherwise, this car worth millions would probably fall to the ground. Tang Ku and his wife started playing around, not only ignoring the car, but also ignoring the people around them. Run, keep running. Tang Ku hadn't run far when he was caught by Zhang Yashuan. She rode directly on Tang Ku's back, pinching Tang Ku's handsome face with her delicate hands, looking like a winner. You've been studying for years and haven't exercised, and you're actually trying to compete with me, who runs every morning? It's wrong, it's wrong. Please forgive me, Your Highness. Tang Ku straightened his back slightly, and Zhang Yashuan also stood on the ground. He turned around, put his arms around his wife's slender waist, and laughed. I won't dare to do that next time. He kept begging for mercy, but his body was constantly taking advantage of Zhang Yashuan. Look at how capable you were just now. Do you really think I'm easy to bully? Zhang Yashuan snorted. Hee. I mainly wanted to lure you over to tell you something. I'll tell you in secret. I added an origin to my motorcycle, so nothing will happen when I drive it. Tang Ku leaned close to his wife's ear and whispered. If you add the origin into it, isn't it the same as? Zhang Yashuan suddenly covered her red lips and stopped talking. Both of them understood that adding artificial intelligence to the game was actually cheating. Because in this way, it is not the individual's skills that are driving, but the skills of artificial intelligence. It's like playing an esports game with auxiliary software. Although there are no clear regulations now, if it is publicized, it will definitely be banned by the people of Augusta Company. Got it. Even though I'm just running around casually now, it's also a warning to outsiders, lest I show off too much tomorrow and get accused of cheating. Tang Ku winked at Zhang Yashuan, signaling her not to spread the matter. Chapter 54, 200 yards, automatic extreme bend. Alright, go ahead. I was wondering why you suddenly said you wanted to participate in the competition. Turns out you were using cheats. Zhang Yashuan sighed helplessly, not knowing what to say to Tang Ku. I'm afraid no one would have thought that Tang Ku would actually load the origin on a motorcycle. Origin can control the car's steering wheel and gears to achieve various driving skills. But motorcycles are different. Steering is not just about adjusting the direction. It also requires the body to move sideways. In this world without automatic balancing devices, everyone subconsciously thinks so. Even if artificial intelligence is installed on a motorcycle, it will not be able to control the motorcycle. Okay, Yashuan agreed to let me play. Let's get started. Tang Ku smiled and sat back on Augusta and put on his helmet. The racing suits were already put on before we arrived, so we could start straight away. Jin Yumeng got out of Chen Zimo's car and went to the audience seats with Zhang Yashuan. Zhang Tian didn't waste any words, just smiled and stepped on the accelerator to take the lead. Tang Ku and Chen Zimo followed behind. Boom. The sound of the engine rang out on the third track, and the speed of the three motorcycles gradually increased. 150 kilometers per hour, 180 kilometers per hour, 220 kilometers per hour. The fierce wind rushed against my body, as if the waves were crashing into my body. Zhang Tian was afraid that Tang Ku would not be able to keep up, so he did not go too fast. I came here today for other reasons besides test driving. It was also to help Chun Zimo and Tang Ku familiarize themselves with the track. At the same time, let's also see how strong Tang Ku is. Zhang Tian always felt that Tang Ku was just here for fun. After all, he had never heard of Tang Ku riding a motorcycle, and he even suspected that he couldn't drive a motorcycle at all. But when Zhang looked through the car mirror to check the situation behind him, he made an unexpected discovery. Tang Ku actually followed closely behind, looking very relaxed. Straight-line speed only requires skills and courage. It doesn't mean anything. Zhang Tian disagreed and brought it to the corner. Boom. Zhang Tian leaned to one side, his body almost touching the ground. He passed the bend quickly with an extremely cool posture and a speed of about 70 yards per hour. Zhang Tian gave himself a passing score for the cornering performance he just performed. He looked at the mirror again, trying to figure out Chun Zimo's location. But before he could look at the mirror, a dark shadow suddenly passed by. Boom, boom, boom. A strong wind swept past Zhang Tian, and he was so scared that he jumped inwardly, thinking that Chun Zimo had surpassed him. When he saw the other person clearly, he suddenly discovered that the person who overtook him was Tang Ku. Could this guy have failed to slow down when he turned just now? An absurd thought emerged in Zhang Tian's mind. At this time, Chun Zimo drove his Honda CBR 1000RR to Zhang Tian's side and shouted excitedly, "Brother Tian, maybe we really have a chance to beat those professional riders this time. Isn't Tang Ku an amateur?" Zhang Tian understood what Chun Zimo meant and felt a little surprised. He originally thought that Tang Ku was just playing around, and if it didn't work out, he would definitely ask the CEO of Ing Phone Group to replace him. But unexpectedly, this Tang Ku is actually a hidden talent. With the speed just now, it is impossible to run that fast without the strength of a youth training player. Ha, let's catch up. Zhang Tian laughed and sped up again. Boom. Zhang Tian and Chun Zimo accelerated at the same time, and their speed soared to 300. They lowered their bodies at the same time, using windshields to block the wind pressure, and shot out like a sharp arrow. The roar of the engine continued to echo on the racetrack, like waves sweeping over it. 330 kilometers per hour. The speed of Zhang Tian and Chun Zimo has reached 330. But even at such a speed, the two were shocked to find that they still couldn't keep up with Tang Ku's speed. What's going on? We're already driving at 330 yards, and Tang Ku is still widening the distance between us. Zhang Tian's face was full of shock. Chun Zimo in the back was also secretly shocked. It was the first time he knew about it. Tang Ku's motorcycle skills are so strong, and he is so good at it. Tang Ku is indeed a man of hidden talents, whether it is his black technology or his current motorcycle technology. Chun Zimo admired him deeply. No wonder he was able to marry the daughter of the CEO of Hongtai Group as an ordinary person. It turns out that this guy is not ordinary, but he is too low-key. Zhang Yashuan is the smartest one. She discovered Tang Ku's strengths. How could marrying such a low-key and talented man be a sacrifice for yourself? Chun Zimo took a deep breath, not daring to think about it anymore, and focused on driving. Because there is a bend ahead. He slowed down too slowly. Chun Zimo and Zhang Tian were shocked again. There's a big bend ahead. If you corner at this speed, the tires won't be able to grip the ground and you'll fly out. Oh no, this guy is really a fool. Zhang Tian's face looked extremely ugly, and he even started to slow down, ready to get out of the car to rescue him. Boom. The noisy engine sound echoed throughout the stadium, and Tang compressed his whole body against the car body. He didn't try to steer Augusta, not even turning the throttle. The moment he entered the corner, Augusta automatically tilted to the left at an amazing angle. Tang Ku's legs were pressed against the car body, in an extremely irregular posture that violated the laws of physics. Quickly past the bend, and his speedometer showed 200 kilometers per hour. What the hell? What the hell is this? Zhang Tian at the back couldn't help but swear. Chun Zimo's eyes widened in shock at this strange operation. Zhang Yashuan and Jin Yameng, two girls sitting in the audience, had no idea how dangerous Tang Ku's move was. They were still discussing why Tang Ku's driving skills were so good, and whether it was because he often drove at night. But Zhang Tian and Chun Zimo, who were behind Tang Ku, were dumbfounded. What they didn't expect was that Tang Ku actually passed the big bend directly at a speed of 200 yards. And on the straight road, the speed soared to 400 yards. In an instant, a long distance was created between him and the two of them. Boom, boom, boom. The engine roared, the strong wind whistled in my ears, and my adrenaline secretion accelerated. Tang Ku clearly felt as if there was a giant hand in front of him, trying to push him off the motorcycle. He didn't dare to be careless and held the handrail tightly, trying to keep himself as close to the car body as possible. Apart from the tension and pressure, there is more. Excitement. The speed of 400 yards when sitting on a Chilean car is different from the speed of 400 yards when sitting on a motorcycle. They are completely two different things. Only by experiencing the 400-yard wind in person can you feel how fast the speed is and how terrifying the wind pressure is. The roar of the engine seemed to be Tang Ke's inner cry, and the rapid secretion of adrenaline made Tang Ke feel unprecedentedly refreshed. He focused more on sticking close to the motorcycle and feeling the speed and strong wind. As for bending and so on, all of it has been handed over to Origin for control. A 200-yard extreme angle bend is just a basic operation of Origin. Chapter 55 The Mysterious God Film and Television Copyright. Under the control of Origin, Tang Ke experienced the thrill of continuous cornering and extreme speed. The distance between him and the two people behind him was getting farther and farther, and finally he crossed the finish line first without any suspense. Wow, Brother Tang is the first one to cross the finish line. Jin Yumeng clapped his hands and exclaimed in amazement. Maybe he is lucky, Zhang Yashuan said with a faint smile. Luck? There's no such thing as luck, Jin Yumeng said with some envy. Yashuan, you are so lucky to marry such an outstanding man. I also want to find an outstanding boy. There are many outstanding boys. The one who rode a motorcycle with you today is quite outstanding, Zhang Yashuan said with a smile. Jin Yumeng blushed and hurriedly explained. What nonsense are you talking about? He and I are not in that kind of relationship. Boom. Tang Ke drove the Augusta to a stop in front of the spectator stands. He took off his helmet, smiled and waved to his wife. What do you think? Your husband is awesome, isn't he? TSK. Look at you. You're so stupid. You don't even know how to be humble. Zhang Yashuan chuckled. But she knew that this was not the motorcycle driven by Tang Ke, but the Origin. Tang Ke is just a passenger. The two girls walked down together, and Jin Yumeng called him Brother Tang sweetly. After all, Tang Ke's skills are very good, and she can represent Ing Phone Group in the competition, which is very beneficial for her family's acquisition of Augusta. A moment later, Chen Zimo and Zhang Tian also arrived at the finish line. The two of them took a look at Tang Ke's timing information and couldn't help but gasp. For minutes and 1 second. Although it's not the highest single lap record, it's definitely among the ranks of professional players. Even if we try our best, I'm afraid we can only barely get close to this speed, Chen Zimo said in shock. I didn't expect that Tang Ke actually had such a hidden trick. Zhang Tian suppressed his inner shock and felt deeply moved. Brother Tang Ke is truly a hidden talent. I guess no one would have thought that you possess such driving skills. Zhang Tian and Chen Zimo approached with a smile. We have a better chance of winning first place in tomorrow's competition. It's just SOSO. I have a lot of things to hide. Tang Ke laughed, with no intention of being modest at all. Zhang Yashuan on the side couldn't help but roll her eyes at her husband. She knew Tang Ke best. If it is his real ability, he will only respond modestly. Once something is not his own, he will instantly become arrogant when praised. It seemed as if all those motorcycle skills just now were performed by Tang Ke himself. That's great. Brother Tang is so awesome. You must help me win first place tomorrow. Jin Yumeng twisted her body and said in a soft voice. Zhang Yashuan reached out and pinched Jin Yumeng's pretty face, expressionless, and said, You slut, talk to me normally and stop acting like a green tea. Ah, I get it, you crazy husband-protecting demon. Jin Yumeng slapped away her best friend's fair hand and laughed. Tang Ke ignored his wife and Jin Yumeng, and instead had a serious conversation with Zhang Tian and the other two. Brother Zhang Tian, you and Zimo are driving a bit conservatively. I suggest you wait and experience the car's performance more. Tang Ke said, I've modified your tires. They have far better grip than any other motorcycle on the market. I've also made your engine more powerful, and with the addition of an automatic balancing device, you can accelerate as fast as possible into corners. The presence of the automatic balancing device prevents you from rolling over, and the grip of the tires greatly reduces the chances of you flying off. Even if it flies out, the automatic balancing device can adjust the body of the car the moment it lands. You two might as well go and feel it now and give it a try boldly. Tang Ke smiled at them. Zhang Tian and Chen Zimo were stunned and thought for a few seconds. Without saying anything, he got in the car and tested it. After being reminded by Tang Ke, the engines of their motorcycles gradually began to roar. They galloped on the track, gradually increasing in speed. The face under the helmet gradually became happy as the speed of the car increased. Especially the acceleration under the bend, which makes them scared but also very exciting. They sped up little by little, running lap after lap, and their average speed became faster and faster. The highest score even surpassed Tang Ke's previous time. It's amazing. What's going on with this grip? It's completely contrary to my previous feeling. Zhang Tianxia got out of the car, and walked towards Chun Zimo with a look of ecstasy on his face. Tang Ku is indeed a master of black technology. The things he modified are really more than just modifications. He added too many things that we can't understand. Chun Zimo said solemnly. I'm confident now that I can run in the top 5 tomorrow. I've never felt so happy before. All this is thanks to brother Tang Ku. Zhang Tian looked around and was suddenly stunned. Where are Tang Ku and the others? I guess he's already left. It's so late after all. Chun Zimo looked at the darkening sky with a wry smile, and some staff members gradually entered the scene. They have to set up the scene for tomorrow, with various banners hanging to attract attention. After Chun Zimo and Zhang Tian had a quick meal, they returned to the track to feel the changes on the motorcycle. Tang Ku and the other two have already returned to their respective homes. Tang Ku logged into the Penguin account and found that the online article editor had contacted him again. Editor, Boss Tang Ku, Fengshua Film and Television has raised the price and said they sincerely want to cooperate. They have raised the price to 50 million. If you are still not satisfied, we can discuss it again. Tang Ku Yiming. I have a small goal, which is 100 million. Editor, no, Mr. Tang Ku, stop joking. I can feel that the other party is very sincere. This is an opportunity, don't miss it. Tang Ku Yiming, give them one last chance. If I am not satisfied with their offer, there is no need to discuss it. Tang Ku Yiming, tell them that I am not short of money and I am not interested in money, but I need to feel their sincerity. In fact, 50 million has already reached Tang Ku's bottom line, but he knew it could be even higher. But he was too lazy to haggle with the film and television company, so he decided to be direct and give a final quote. Editor, okay, I'll contact them now. The editor had no choice but to contact Blizzard Pictures again and tell them what Tang Ku had said. After waiting for a while, Tang Ku received another message from the editor. Editor, that's amazing. 80 million. The other party directly proposed a price of 80 million. Editor, oh my god, this is definitely the highest film and television copyright fee ever. Seeing this, Tang Ku smiled. Tang Ku Yiming. Okay, let them issue the contract, I agree. He thought it would be 60 or 70 million, but he didn't expect it to be a little more than he estimated. Well, it's okay. Just agree with it reluctantly. Editor, great. Here is the contract they sent you. Please sign it. A contract was sent to him. Tang Ku carefully read every piece of information on it and finally signed his name online. The film and television adaptation rights of The Mysterious God are for sale. Chapter 56 Old Tang's new book is released. Tang Ku chatted with the editor about some details about the adaptation and then received a call from Fengshua Film and Television. Hello, I'm Ding Liqiao, the China representative of Fengshua Film and Television. Is this Mr. Tang Ku? A girl's voice came from the phone. Tang Ku politely replied, I'm Tang Ku. Hello, Miss Ding. Mr. Tang, you just signed a copyright agreement with our Fengshua Film and Television. We will start the film and television adaptation of The God of Mysteries tomorrow. Do you have any requirements for the work? Ding Liqiao asked over the phone. Every author has the right to have a certain say in the film or television adaptation of his or her work. For example, casting, director selection, investment, etc. Not yet, but I hope you can do a good job on the plot and special effects. As for other aspects, I don't have any requirements. Tang Ku responded. Aren't the most important things about a movie the camera shots and the plot? As for the actors, Tang Ku still has great trust in them. Fengshua Film and Television will never choose people who have no acting skills, as that will only bring them bad reputation. Okay, if you have any requests, you can call me anytime and I will pass it on to Fengshua Film and Television headquarters as soon as possible. I've added your WeChat and hope you can agree to it so that we can contact you later. Okay, I understand. But, goodbye. I wish you a happy life. After hanging up the phone, Tang Ku accepted the other party's friend request. The avatar seems to be Ding Liqiao, who is quite pretty and sweet. Does it look good? Well, it's okay, but not as pretty as my wife. Tang Ku answered subconsciously in response to the sudden question. But his reaction was quite quick, and he connected the next sentence without any disobedience. Hee, you escaped a disaster. Who is she? Zhang Yashuan stretched out her arms from behind Tang Ku and wrapped them around his neck. Representative of Fengshua Film and Television, The Mysterious God is going to be made into a movie, so you can look forward to it. Tang Ku smiled and touched his wife's arm, which was white and tender, with a faint fragrance. He must have just taken a shower. Yeah, that's great. I've also signed the contract for Demon Slayer. Maybe our movie and anime will be released at the same time. Zhang Yashuan wrapped her legs directly around Tang Ku's waist, hanging on him like a koala. Just talk. Why are you climbing on me? Tang Ku asked in confusion. Oh, I'm used to it. I wanted to tell you on behalf of the fans that they asked you to publish a new book soon. My wife stuck out her pink tongue and said shyly. She almost forgot what she came here for. Oh, I would have forgotten if you hadn't told me. I'll write it down now. Tanka broke out in a sweat. He immediately opened the typing software and started typing tonight. These days, I have been playing with racing cars and motorcycles. If I am not careful, I will forget about typing. It seems that since I came into contact with technology, writing books has become more and more Buddhist. Dear audience, your old Tang has finally started writing. Zhang Yashuan got off Tang Ku and went to the living room to bring her cell phone into the room. She lay down on the bed and pointed the live camera at Tang Ku, who was typing. Hey, isn't this old Tang? I haven't seen you for a few days. How come you're so tired? You've only written the first chapter. Hey man, we've been waiting for so long, and you're telling me you've just started writing? Even the donkeys in the production team didn't dare to rest like this. I haven't seen old Tang for a long time. You haven't been writing novels these days. What have you been doing? Making Dubai? Where's our Baymax? Why hasn't he come out yet? Don't even mention Dubai. I haven't even developed a smart car yet. It's so damn slow. As soon as Tang Ku was filmed, the number of comments in the live broadcast room suddenly increased. Zhang Yashuan was a little annoyed and kicked Tang Ku with her delicate feet. Look, my live broadcast room has become yours. Seeing that Tang Ku, who was typing, didn't react, she suddenly became playful. The jade feet suddenly raised up and swayed in front of Tang Ku's nose. Unexpectedly, Tang Ku suddenly opened his mouth and bit Zhang Yashuan's toes. Oops! Zhang Yashuan cried out in pain and immediately retracted her foot. What a bastard! He even bit my toes. 666, 6666. Sister Yashuan actually wanted to bully old Tang. I didn't expect old Tang to be such a ruthless person who even bites toes. No one really thinks this is a punishment, right? Sister, step on me. My goodness, why are there so many perverts? The scene of the two people interacting was broadcast into the live broadcast room, and another wave of barrage of comments flashed across. Who asked you to interfere with my writing? I'm biting you for the sake of my fans. Tang Ku said as he typed. He types quickly on the keyboard, at an average speed of 10,000 words per hour. What a high-sounding statement, worthy of old Tang. Old Tang's hand speed is pretty good. Is he really not typing randomly? Haha, you're only focusing on hand speed, but as a fellow author, I can tell you clearly that the strength of Tang Ku's speed doesn't lie in his hands, but in his brain. Every author's hand is fast, but their brain can't keep up. Every word needs to be thought about, and every paragraph needs to be conceived. Writing is something that looks simple, but it is actually very difficult to do. Tang Ku's brain is too powerful. He can keep up this speed. Doesn't he need to think about the plot and sentences? Awesome. I finally understand why old Tang updates so quickly. It's fine if he just keeps up the pace, but he even has time to interact with his wife. That's outrageous. While typing, Tang Ku was even able to answer his wife's questions. No matter what Zhang Yashuan talked to him about or interacted with him, nothing can cause any interference to him. Even if I stop to eat the fruit my wife has cut for me, I can get back into the zone the moment I turn back to the computer. This kind of ability to concentrate is what all authors dream of. It is also what students want most. If nothing around you can disturb you, then everyone has the ability to become a top student. The biggest difficulty in learning and writing is lack of concentration. Tang Ku wrote for 2.5 hours, and the 30,000 words were divided into 15 chapters and published directly on the website. The live broadcast room was suddenly filled with cheers. Finally finished writing it. Wow, it's already 15 chapters. I'm going to get the leader position. Boss Tang Ku has released a new book. It's set to top the charts. Congratulations to old Tang on releasing his new book. Awesome. It's actually science fiction. Is old Tang planning to incorporate his own technology into the book, or is he planning to make the technology in the book a reality? Let's go read a book. Old Tang, go to bed early with your wife. Don't tire yourself out. Won't you be exhausted sleeping with your wife? After Tang Ku published the chapter, he went on Weibo again and wrote about the release of the new book. New book, Swallowing the Universe, asks for support. Chapter 57. Chapter 57. My wife also wants to join in the fun. Within seconds of the novel being published, people started liking and commenting on it. All of them have words like, new book takes off. On the novel website, it even topped the reading list in less than an hour. Tang Ku can now be said to be a superstar in the online literature world, with the largest number of fans. Whether you are into fairy tales or fantasy novels, everyone comes to watch it with curiosity. Can this man who can create miracles write a different science fiction? Boss Tang Ku has finally started a new book, even though the previous one was just finished not long ago. Just finished reading it, and I feel like chapter 15 is just the beginning of the main topic. Please, Tang Ku, update it quickly. I'm really impressed by Tang Ku. How does he manage to create such a unique writing style in every novel? It has a very sci-fi mechanical feel. The Mysterious God also has steam machinery, but it feels so different from Swallowed Universe. It's magical. I heard that the Mysterious God is going to cooperate with Fengxue Films. Is it true? That's fake news. Isn't Fengxue Films an overseas film company? How could they have noticed the recently completed The Mysterious God? Isn't my boss Tang Ku's influence too great? Who knows? I hope it's true. I don't know where this person got the information. Tang Ku had just signed the contract with Fengxue Film and Television, and he was exposed like this? No way. Isn't the internet a little too unsafe? Origin, check this person's IP address. How did he know that I was working with Fengxue Film and Television? As Tang Ku finished speaking, Qiyuan began to search for the IP address of the person who posted the message. The end result is Ding Liqiao, the domestic agent of Fengxue Film and Television. After knowing this result, Tang Ku guessed that the other party was planning to warm up the movie. After thinking about it, Tang Ku sent a message to the other party. Tang Ku Yiming, Ms. Ding, do you need me to post on Weibo to warm up the movie The Secret God? Ding Liqiao, Ding Liqiao. If possible, it would be good to warm up a bit. Tang Ku Yiming. Okay, someone on my Weibo actually got the inside information. How do you think this person knew it? Ding Liqiao. Maybe it was leaked online. That's how online contracts are, not very safe, haha. Ding Liqiao. But this is not a bad thing. It can just help us warm up for the movie, haha. Tang Ku Yiming. Yes. Tang Ku laughed and was too lazy to expose the other person. Posted another Weibo post. The Mysterious God will soon be made into a movie produced by Fengxue Films. Stay tuned. Fuck. The inside information just came out, and it's already officially announced. I understand. That guy just now is a big shot. His words are his deeds. 666. Looking forward to it. That's amazing. The God of Mysteries is going to be made into a movie so soon, and it's produced by Fengxue Films. It's going to be a box office hit of at least 1 billion. Will the protagonist be played by a Chinese or a foreigner? I think it's a foreigner. After all, the protagonist in the novel becomes a foreigner after traveling through time. But the protagonist was originally a dragon countryman, but he became a foreigner after traveling through time. I think we can find a dragon native who can speak English to play the role. Yeah, there are foreigners with yellow skin too. I think it would be better to have a dragon country person play the role. The discussion on the internet is in full swing. Fengxue Film and Television was not willing to remain silent and directly posted a Weibo and at Ed Tang Ku's account. At Dream of Longevity. Hashtag The Mysterious God is adapted into a movie. Fengxue Film and Television decided to choose Long Warren as the protagonist. Recruiting. The protagonist of The God of Mystery. Wow. The entire internet was in an uproar, and countless people couldn't sleep tonight. My goodness, are all officials this fast these days? Who is Ming Dao Chongsheng? Same question, who is Ming Dao Chongsheng? The God of Mysteries was clearly written by me, Tang Ku. So how dare you at Ming Dao Chongsheng? Oh my goodness, Old Tang lost his pen name. Oh, I forgot Old Tang's pen name is Ming Dao Chongsheng. People on the internet call Tang Ku Lao Tang every day, and those who know Tang Ku also know him by his name. Nearly half of the thousands of netizens don't remember Tang Ku's pen name. Tang Ku can be said to be the only online writer whose pen name is not remembered by readers. I suspect these people live on Weibo and know everything that's going on. Whatever we discuss, they immediately release it. It's like they're monitoring us. It's terrifying. Same fear. Although it's scary, this news is really exciting. Who do you think is suitable to be the protagonist? Anyway, don't choose that Lulu. Huh? Lulu? The Lulu that was in the fan war earlier. Yeah, who else but him? Aren't you afraid his fans will come and criticize you? Fuck, who just slandered my Lulu? Stand up. Good boy, you're here so fast. Tang Ku smiled foolishly at the computer and kept looking through the information. What are you doing? You're laughing so happily, like a little fool. As soon as Zhang Yashuan turned off the live broadcast, she saw her silly husband laughing. So she immediately came over and stared at the contents on the monitor. Seeing the excitement on Weibo, she also became interested. Should I also post about the animation of Demon Slayer? The internet is so chaotic now, you want to join in the fun too? Tang Ku said speechlessly as he sniffed the faint fragrance on his wife's body. I think it's very interesting. Well, if you want to publish it, just do it. It would be best if you put a sign saying that the novel was written by me, so that these people won't be able to sleep tonight. After saying that, Tang Ku took off his clothes and went into the bathroom to take a shower. He doesn't give netizens any time to sleep, but he himself wants to sleep. It's better to sleep with my beautiful wife in my arms. Hee hee, I'll post it then, and at you out by the way. Zhang Yashuan took the computer with a smile, logged into her Weibo account, and began to write Weibo content. At Meng Daochang Sung, my husband's short story adapted into a manga, Demon Slayer, Kimetsu no Yaiba, is finally going to be animated. Production team at Tianji Animation. Investor at Hongtai Group, Zhang Hongwang. Seconds after the Weibo post was published, it immediately received responses from fans. Demon Slayer? Ah, it's the manga that Sister Yashuan drew during her live stream. Wow, is Demon Slayer anime? Old Tang just mentioned that Demon Slayer, the mysterious god, is going to be a movie. Are they trying to play doubles with us? A big move tonight. Are you trying to keep all of us awake? Yeah. Tianji Animation? That animation production team that does great work in both 2D and 3D? Now we'll be interested. Tianji Animation's technology is very good, but it lacks a good story. The short stories produced by Lao Tang are bound to be good. I'm getting excited. It's the movie Secret God and the anime Demon Slayer. I'm so excited I can't sleep. This couple is doing this on purpose. Not only are they not sleeping tonight, but they're also trying to keep us awake. Huh? Why aren't they sleeping? The front is small. They never sleep at night. They only sleep during the day. Wow, you can even drive on such a bad road. That night, tens of millions of people were partying. Tang Ke's new book, the movie The Secret God, and the anime Demon Slayer, Kimetsu no Yaiba. These three topics are being discussed not only in China, but also abroad. Many people chatted excitedly until late at night before falling into a deep sleep. A string of mysterious numbers that can prompt updates. 1 Lin 4, Iba, 4 Sanjo 3 San. Chapter 58, 5 professional teams. Please note that all teams with the same name as real ones are fictional. The next day, Tang Ku and Zhang Yashuan brushed their teeth and washed their faces together in the bathroom and put on their clothes in the cloakroom. Zhang Yashuan wore a double-layer t-shirt with a pure white short-sleeved shirt inside and a light pink transparent gauze scarf on the outside. It looks like a fairy's gauze dress, coated with a layer of pink halo. She wore a pair of denim shorts, revealing a pair of white and slender thighs with perfect proportions, which were very attractive. With her stunning beauty, she wears a simple outfit that has a different kind of charm. Tang Ke's clothes were much simpler, and they formed a sharp contrast with his wife's bright and beautiful clothes. He was wearing a black and gold racing suit that covered his body tightly. When he put on the black helmet, it even covered up the rest of his handsome face. Before going out, Tang Ke also brought a set of clean clothes. You can change into them after the game and then go to the hotel for dinner to celebrate. Yes, Tang Ke was ready to celebrate before the game even started. In his opinion, the game was already won. Zhang Tian and Chen Zimo still have some skills, and with his modified motorcycle, they just need to perform normally. The rest can be left to Tang Ke to perform alone. Let's go, let's go. The sound of the engine is like the waves of the sea, surging and pleasant. Zhang Yashuan leaned close to Tang Ke's back and drove the Augusta F4 Claudio towards the Shanghai motorcycle racing circuit. Neighbor Jean Yumeng pouted and reluctantly got into Zhang Yashuan's bodyguard's car and followed behind. Not many people know about the motorcycle race, so most of the people who came to watch the race today are from the motorcycle industry. They received news that many professional racers would come to compete today. Some motorcycle fans came and bought tickets to enter. Professional racing competitions are rare in the country, and most of these competitions are held abroad. Boom. At this time, contestants wearing racing suits came one after another driving their motorcycles. In the rest area beside the track, you can see that more and more contestants are arriving, causing countless people to exclaim and shout. Oh my God, is this motorcycle race serious? BMW, Ducati, Kawasaki, Honda, and boy Suzuki. They're all professional racing drivers. It seems the bet between Windward Group and Augusta is real. I'm new here. What's the bet between them? It said that the Windward Group intends to acquire Augusta, but Augusta has made a request. That is, the Windward Group must find 3 non-professional racers to compete with the professionals and win first place. Hearing this, the people around gasped. Want a non-professional driver to beat the professional racers arranged by Augusta? How is this possible? How will Ingfeng Group respond? Have they found the person? One of them hurriedly asked the question that everyone was concerned about. The person who had some information shook his head. I don't know. They said they found it, but I don't know who they are looking for. They are from the Dongxing team, a youth training team. 2 of the 3 are from the Dongxing team. Another person who also had the information said directly, even for a youth athlete, it's hard to beat a professional racer, right? The gap between the 2 is still huge. I think so too, and I've never heard of this Dongxing team. It sounds familiar to me, but I can't remember where it is. It seems like it was mentioned somewhere before. I feel the same way, But where did this convoy come from? The people around him thought hard about it, but they always felt that the memory was a bit distant and they didn't pay much attention to it at the time. As a result, no matter how hard they tried, they couldn't remember. At the same time, Tangku and others also arrived at the scene and entered the rest area. Brother Tangku is here. Do you want me to tell you the rules of this competition? Chen Zimo walked towards them as soon as Tangku and others got off the car. Tell me, I don't really know. Tangku took off his helmet and helped his wife get out of the car. This race is a 3-person time trial. Each person runs 5 laps, and the final result is the sum of all 3 people's lap times. Chen Zimo said, so if we want to take first place, the 3 of us must be fast, and our combined time must be the shortest of all. In a 3-person time trial, the most feared thing is a bad teammate. If one person makes a mistake or runs too slowly, it will drag down the entire team. Basically, one person's mistake means the whole team is finished. At that time, each team will send out one player and take turns to play. Chen Zimo continued, Brother Tangku, you've never participated in a competition before, so Brother Tian and I will go first. You can watch from here first, and it will be your turn in the 3rd game. He knew Tangku had skills, but he had never participated in a competition. Tangku certainly didn't know what to do after entering and some of the rules. Even if he said it verbally, Tangku probably wouldn't be able to remember it. So Chen Zimo and Zhang Tian decided to put Tangku in the 3rd round and give him some time to digest it. By the way, you can also see how others do it to avoid making mistakes when you go on stage. I'm fine. You too. Come on, don't fall behind. Tangku teased with a smile. Ha, there will definitely be no problem with us. After all, we are brought up by Brother Long. Chen Zimo laughed. Who is Brother Long? Tangku asked curiously. He is one of my brothers. He used to be very famous in the car industry. It's a pity that he has quit the team and joined Limo. Zhang Tian came over, smiled bitterly, and shook his head. I see. Tangku nodded without taking it too seriously. As the number of spectators grew, professional players also arrived. Many familiar foreign faces almost drove the motorcycle fans in the audience crazy. 5 professional teams, each with 3 professional racers came. Augusta doesn't want to give Innovating Group any chance. They actually spent a huge amount of money to invite so many professional riders. By the way, who is the 3rd person from Innovating Group? Asked a fan in the audience. I'm not sure about that. It's definitely not from the Dongxing team. My friend knows someone from the Dongxing racing team. I heard that he's just an amateur driver, but he's a top amateur. A commoner expert? Come on. This isn't a martial arts world. No matter how great a commoner expert is, he can't outrun a professional racer. Some people immediately expressed doubts, saying that perhaps there are masters among the people, but at most they can only compete with some young trainees. But if you race against professional drivers, you will definitely be beaten badly. Wow. A deafening roar suddenly sounded, and everyone's eyes turned to the track. 6 riders drove their motorcycles onto the track at the same time, causing cheers from the audience. There was a cacophony of whistles and shouts. The answer to Chapter 104 is 184, which is the number in the book club group 3933. Chapter 59. Can someone who writes books also ride motorcycles? Among the 6 contestants, 5 were professional racing drivers that the audience had seen on TV before, which excited the audience. As for the other one, he is Chen Zimo, a player from Dongxing team who was found by Innovating Group. The audience is cheering, but they're not cheering for me. But it doesn't matter. I will use my strength to meet your cheers at the finish line. Chen Zimo's handsome face under the helmet smiled casually, and the Honda CBR 1000RR under him was roaring, ready to go. Welcome everyone. This tournament is not a professional one. It's a private tournament jointly organized by Augusta National and the Windward Group. 5 professional teams have been invited to this event: BMW, Ducati, Kawasaki, Honda, and Suzuki. As the host's voice came out from the huge loudspeaker, the audience's enthusiasm was ignited to the highest point. The 3 contestants that Innovating Group has found this time are aiming to win the 3-person time trial. There are no restrictions on the type of motorcycle. Let's take a look at their information. The next moment, an electronic screen displayed the names of Zhang Tian, Chen Zimo, and Tangku, as well as the vehicles they used. A civilian version of the motorcycle? No way. How confident are you in your modifications? Do you think you can outperform the track version with a civilian version? The car is a civilian version, but they've already converted it into a track version. Didn't you see that the rearview mirrors have been removed? Yes, the calipers and the driving computer have been modified. How could such a low-level mistake be made? After all, he's someone hired by the Windward Group. Even though he's in youth training, I still think he's worth watching. The fans at the scene all know a little bit about motorcycles, and they can start a discussion with anyone. Zhang Tian and Chun Zimo would naturally not make such a mistake. They had already taken apart the rearview mirror and replaced it with a wind wing last night. As for Tang Ku's Augusta, it was naturally replaced as well. He is someone who understands locomotive manufacturing technology. How could he not understand this? The reason I kept it before was because I needed to drive around in the city, and it was convenient to see the cars coming from behind. Wait a minute. What the hell did I see? What the hell, Tang Ku? Are you kidding me? Augusta F for Claudio, driven by Tang Ku. Oh my goodness, it's really Tang Ku. That's him in the photo. Oh, does Tang Ku also know how to ride a motorcycle? Hee, my friend who knows the Dongxing racing team told me yesterday that Tang Ku's skills are no worse than those of professional racing drivers. The previous whistleblower said again. No way, isn't Tang Ku a novelist? A novel writer can also drive? Well, he can drive quite well, but not a motorcycle. Wow, anyone can ride a motorcycle. I think Tang Ku is definitely good at it. Brother, are you from Taiwan? You speak like a motorcycle. At the same time, Zhang Yashuan and Jin Yumeng in the rest area opened the live broadcast room at the same time. How can we not broadcast such a great event live? Hello, everyone. Do you know where I am? Zhang Yashuan waved at the camera, then turned the camera to Chun Zimo on the track. Those on the track are ready to go, and the sound of the engine is like a beast ready to attack, humming. She turned the camera back and said, It's at the Magic City Motorcycle Racetrack. There's a special race here today. I'm sure you'll enjoy it. MANHUA. Suddenly, a black shadow jumped out of the live camera and kissed Zhang Yashuan on the face. Then he dodged at an astonishing speed, and the fans in the live broadcast room didn't have time to see his appearance clearly. So fast that it blurs. Zhang Yashuan stood there and smiled helplessly. Oh my goodness, did a big rat just run over there? Yeah, I saw it too. I guess this big rat is called Old Tang. Old Tang, stop hiding. Who else but you would do something like this to our millions of viewers? What is Old Tang wearing? It's so black. The audience has long been accustomed to Tang Ku's act of stealing a kiss and then disappearing. Don't hide. Come and say hello to my fans. Zhang Yashuan smiled and pulled her husband into the camera. Tang Ku appeared in the live broadcast room wearing a black racing suit with gold patterns. Tang Ku's racing suit surprised the fans in the live broadcast room. What's with Old Tang dressed like that? Does he think he's a race car driver just because he's wearing a racing suit? Well, I feel like it might not be as simple as we thought. Sister Yashuan just said there's a special competition today. Could it be that Old Tang wants to go up and play a few rounds? Ha ha ha, don't be ridiculous. Old Tang is a great driver, but he's no match for a motorcycle. Sister Yashuan, please tell us, why is Old Tang dressed like this? Is he cosplaying to blend in with the environment? Everyone in the live broadcast room was extremely curious and talked about it. You guessed it right. My Old Tang is the contestant in the third round. Enough talk. The competition is about to begin. Zhang Yashuan said no more, and the camera turned to Chun Zimo again. This? Did I hear correctly? Old Tang is going to play. What the hell, don't tease me. I guess you're kidding. Old Tang is just a novelist. He can't drive a damn car. That's true. I guess Sister Yashuan was just joking with us. On the field, as the countdown ended, 6 motorcycles started at the same time. Boom. The engine roared, and the speed of the 6 people gradually increased, turning into several dotted lines. The players exchanged positions, and the professional teams competed with each other. As for Chun Zimo, he was simply ignored by them. In their view, this race was just a formality. How could non-professional drivers possibly outrun them? In order to make the game more interesting, the players from the 5 teams regard each other as their competitors in this race. Under the watchful eyes of so many spectators, it would actually be a very good thing if you could win first place. Soon, the 6 contestants arrived at the bend. The speed difference on the straight road is almost the same. What can really widen the distance is the cornering technique. During the cornering process, it is easy to fly out if the speed is too fast. This tests the driver's skills, motorcycle performance, and other aspects of his abilities, including the driver's courage. Currently leading is the Ducati team, followed by Kawasaki and Suzuki, while Chun Zimo is in 4th place. Chun Zimo grinned under his helmet. With the automatic balancing device, his car would not flip over at all. In addition, the grip of the modified tires is extremely terrifying. Without hesitation, he suddenly turned the car sideways and increased the speed to 180 kilometers per hour. Boom. In an instant, it seemed as if a beast was roaring in the arena. Chapter 60 Madman Chun Zimo. The 5 professional racers were suddenly shocked, thinking that Chun Zimo's motorcycle had lost control. But the next moment, the Suzuki team player who was in 3rd place saw a figure rushing out from the side. Chun Zimo was in the middle of the track and drove past him at an extremely fast speed. What's going on? I was driving on the inner circle, but he was overtaking me on the outer side? What kind of speed is that? The Suzuki driver was horrified. He didn't have time to recover from the shock. Shun Zimo once again cut in front of the Suzuki driver at a perfect cornering angle. Entering the second turn ahead, he suddenly leaned to the right and turned. Shun Zimo didn't seem to be worried at all that such a quick turn would cause the motorcycle to become unstable. To the shock of the Suzuki driver, Shun Zimo took advantage of the gap and took the inner turn. It is also tied with Kawasaki in second place. Shun Zimo is on the inside and Kawasaki is on the outside. The two motorcycles were so close that it felt like they would collide in the next second. At this time, what is being tested is courage. As long as you are not timid, you will have the chance to grab the second place. But if you are afraid, you will be forced to retreat to third place. Crunch. Shun Zimo's motorcycle rubbed against the ground, creating sparks. The Kawasaki rider on the outside was more nervous than ever before. In particular, Shun Zimo's wheel was very close to the Kawasaki rider's face. The wheel seemed like it would scratch his helmet at any moment, and a large amount of sparks flew around, greatly obstructing his vision. In desperation, the Kawasaki driver could only slow down and wait for the next opportunity to overtake. Shun Zimo successfully took second place. After 2 consecutive bends, Shun Zimo overtook 2 professional players with his ultimate cornering skills. In an instant, the stadium erupted in an uproar that was loud enough to cause a small earthquake. Awesome! A roaring sound rang out. That's awesome. Who is this person and why is he so powerful? It's Shun Zimo from the Dongxing racing team. Oh my god, he actually used his cornering skills to overtake 2 professional racers in a row. What a crazy act. What the hell? What the hell? What the hell? Shun Zimo is amazing. No wonder Ingfeng Group asked them to come and help with the competition. It turns out they have the real talent. How did he do it? He took the corner so fast, and the car didn't flip over. Forget about flipping over. Just now, when we were cornering and overtaking the Suzuki and Kawasaki, the speed was unbelievable. Countless people were shocked, and the audience in the live broadcast room were also stunned. Although many people don't understand the dangers of motorcycles, the continuous overtaking just now was really cool, especially when overtaking on a bend. Even people who don't know much about motorcycles can understand how dangerous this is. Damn it. This guy is a powerful figure pretending to be a pig and eating a tiger. Why have I never seen him? What amazing driving skills. I underestimated this youth training team. All the contestants in the competition became serious at this moment. They all bent down and their speed increased at this moment. 280 kilometers per hour. 300 kilometers per hour. 330 kilometers per hour. Boom, 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 boom. On the straight track, 6 people accelerated at the same time, as fast as lightning. The audience only felt a strong wind blowing past them, causing the flags and banners in their hands to flutter wildly. The pupils of all the contestants behind Shun Zimo suddenly shrank at this moment. Because there was about to be another curve ahead, everyone began to slow down gradually and prepare to turn. Although Shun Zimo slowed down, he still maintained his speed at around 180 kilometers per hour, and he didn't seem to be worried about flying out at all. At the moment of entering the turn, the spectators and riders held their breath. Shun Zimo sneered, concentrating all his energy and spirit at this moment, and performing a 64-degree bend. A large amount of sparks flew on the ground, and the body seemed to be scraping against the ground. He got ahead of the Ducati and entered the inside turn. At this moment, Shun Zimo looked like a gambler risking his life. I am not afraid of death at all, nor am I worried about the vehicle losing control and colliding. Shun Zimo is not afraid, but the Ducati players are. He didn't dare to bet his life on the other party. If the other party lost control, the wheel would probably fall directly on him. Madman, Ducati cursed inwardly and was forced to slow down. Once his speed slows down, it means the end of this game. Shun Zimo took the first position and accelerated again after the corner. This time he no longer held back, and his speed increased to 380 kilometers per hour. There was a big gap between them and the 5 professional racers. Whenever these drivers were about to catch up, they happened to arrive at the bend. It was that familiar and perfect bending technique again, so ferocious that it shocked them. After several turns, Shun Zimo was already far ahead. 1 lap, 2 laps, 3 laps. Amidst the exclamations and uproar of countless people, he successfully finished 5 laps in first place. It took a total of 18 minutes and 13 seconds. Beautiful. Zimo is really reliable. Zhang Tian in the rest area excitedly pumped his fists and won first place in the first round. This is a good start. It will deal a certain blow to the enemy's morale, which is a good start. The players from the 5 professional teams all looked extremely solemn at this moment. They didn't expect that they would be outperformed by someone who was not a professional racing driver. And it's the kind that crushes you. Take your time in the second round seriously. Don't make any more mistakes, and don't underestimate your opponent. The second player to play is the captain of the Dongxing team. His strength is definitely not inferior to Chen Zimo. Everyone, cheer up. Yes. After being scolded by their captain, the people in the 5 teams became excited as if they had been injected with chicken blood. The fans in the audience and the audience in the live broadcast room became agitated. Chen Zimo's far-ahead performance just now really impressed them. At this moment, Jin Yumeng, who was holding a mobile phone, had an unusually rosy face. I don't know if it's because of excitement or other reasons. Sitting in the lounge waiting, Tang Ke had a feeling that there might be some hidden secret between Jin Yumeng and Chen Zimo. Hey, congratulations on your first victory. Tang Ke greeted Chen Zimo. Chen Zimo walked over with a smile, bumped fists with Zhang Tian first, and then sat down next to Tang Ke. Not bad. It's all thanks to you, Brother Tang. If it weren't for your automatic balancing device, I'm afraid I would never be able to use the driving skills I just did in my life. Chen Zimo took a deep breath and expressed his gratitude from the bottom of his heart. Thank you so much for helping me realize my dream. What? Don't you plan to continue playing with motorcycles? Tang Ke noticed something hidden in Chen Zimo's words. With Chen Zimo's talent, if he continues to play with motorcycles, he can definitely become a professional racing driver. Chapter 61 Zhang Tian's personal show. When Tang Ke asked this question, Chen Zimo laughed dumbly and said, Brother Tang Ke, you should know that the automotive industry has reached its lowest point. He looked helplessly at the culprit in front of him and continued, I'm planning to change my career and devote myself to it. I'm afraid it will be difficult for me to play with motorcycles in the future. Ever since Tang Ke invented the smart car, supercars have lost their popularity. The emergence of the prototype of smart flying cars has dealt an earthquake-level blow to the entire automotive industry. Chen Zimo has already seen the future of the automotive industry, which will definitely be monopolized by Tang Ke. Instead of lingering here, it is better to enter other industries while you are still young. As for what career to pursue, he hasn't decided yet. What he is good at is dealing with people, and this ability covers a wide range of things. But the more it involves, the deeper the water becomes. We need to think seriously about the future path. It seems like you haven't chosen the right target. Why don't you try my Hey Ko? Tang Ke said casually. The rest and adjustment are over, and Zhang Tian enters the track with 5 other drivers. You mean, go to your company? Chen Zimo was stunned. He didn't expect that the other party would actually invite him. You know, although he and Tang Ke knew each other for a long time, they were not familiar with each other. They only officially met and became familiar with each other yesterday. The other party trusted me so easily without even doing any investigation? Don't think too much. I have many ways and means to understand a person, Tang Ke said with a smile. If he wants to investigate someone, he has the origin of artificial intelligence in front and the background of Hongtai Group behind. Isn't it easy to check a person? But the reason why Tang Ke was willing to let Chen Zimo come to his company was mainly because he realized that the relationship between Chen Zimo and Jin Yumeng was probably not simple. Anyone who can gain Jin Yumeng's trust will definitely be trusted by the CEO of Innovating Group. Otherwise, Jin Yumeng's father would definitely not agree to Chen Zimo's relationship with his daughter. Such people can be trusted. And Tang Ke could feel it. Chen Zimo is a very capable person. He just lacks the stage to show his abilities. Thank you very much. I will consider it. Chen Zimo said cautiously. Let's watch the competition. What kind of results do you think Zhang Tian will achieve? Tang Ke patted Chen Zimo on the shoulder and looked towards the competition field. Brother Tian is stronger than me, and he has the motorcycle you modified, so his results will not be bad, Chen Zimo affirmed. On the track, the 5 professional players looked towards Zhang Tian intentionally or unintentionally. Compared to the disregard in the previous round, all the contestants in this round were full of attention and caution towards Zhang Tian. We are even prepared to work together to stop it. The way to win this game is to prevent the people from Innovating Group from taking first place. As long as they achieve this goal, their mission will be accomplished. I originally wanted to compete with each other and publicize the reputation of my own team. At this point, they have no choice but to cooperate to deal with Zhang Tian. Yo, are you threatening me by driving such a loud engine? Zhang Tian laughed jokingly. But since these people were all foreigners, no one understood what he said. Zhang Tian smiled disapprovingly and stopped talking nonsense. At the moment the countdown ends, Zhang Tian suddenly turned the accelerator, and the terrifying sound scared the people around him. Instant acceleration will cause the car to tilt at the start, thus affecting speed and performance. In severe cases, it may even lead to rollover. Generally speaking, racing drivers will minimize will roll so the speed is gradually increased. The sound of Zhang Tian's engine must be boom. In an instant, Zhang Tian's Kawasaki ZX-10 are shot out like a sharp arrow. The imagined upturned head did not appear at all. He and the Kawasaki ZX-10 are like a stream of green light running across the track. How is this possible? The 5 professional drivers widened their eyes. In this less than half a second of surprise, Zhang Tian had already taken the lead and rushed out 100 meters away. The 5 drivers then hurried to catch up, and under the acceleration of the engine, the front of the car rose and fell slightly. Zhang Tian's instant start made all of them confused. The Kawasaki ZX-10R is extremely fast, reaching 300 kilometers per hour in an instant. Straight to the first bend. Zhang Tian's skills are even better than Chen Zimo's. After repeated tests yesterday, he was extremely confident in entering the corner at a speed of 200 kilometers per hour. The professional riders behind him finally caught up, but it was too late to stop Zhang Tian. There was no vehicle blocking Zhang Tian's way ahead, and he was like a wild horse with its reins released. The automatic balancing device and the enhanced engine made this wild horse seem like its feet were on fire. After a beautiful turn, his speed soared again, and the distance between him and the professional racers became farther and farther. The speed that beat the professional drivers made the faces of the 5 major professional teams darken. But in the eyes of the audience, this scene was so crazy and exciting. The entire Shanghai motorcycle racing field erupted in a deafening roar, and the ground began to shake slightly at this moment. That's awesome. Dongxing Racing Team is awesome. Zhang Tian. Zhang Tian. Zhang Tian. Beating a professional racer is enough to make him famous overnight. Starting tomorrow, Zhang Tian and Chen Zimo will directly step into the professional level. Why can his motorcycle accelerate instantly without tilting its head? How does he do that? I guess it was boss Tang Ke who took action. A Tang Ke fan analyzed calmly. Everyone around was stunned for a moment, then came to their senses. Tang Ke is a big shot in black technology. Zhang Tian's motorcycle didn't lift up its nose, so it was most likely Tang Ke's doing. What on earth did Tang Ke install on his motorcycle that could allow it to accelerate instantly without causing the bike to tilt? The same question rang in the minds of countless people, and they were actually a little impatient to end the game. Then let Tang Ke make the secret public. On the field, Zhang Tian turned at a speed of 200 kilometers per hour, and when he entered the straight road, he even reached 400 kilometers per hour. His motorcycle seemed to be about to fly off at any moment, and he realized that this was the limit of his motorcycle. If we speed up any further, there will definitely be problems. Zhang Tian really wanted to increase his speed. This refreshing feeling was even more exciting than when he drove with a girl late at night. No wonder so many drivers claim they don't need women. But for safety reasons, Zhang Tian had to control his thoughts and run the remaining laps carefully. Run round and round. The 5 professional racing drivers tried their best, but were unable to catch up with Zhang Tian's speed. In the end, he could only watch in despair as Zhang Tian finished first after 5 laps, with a time of 16 minutes and 58 seconds. Chapter 62 The Unfavored Tang Ke. Both the audience at the scene and the people in the live broadcast room felt the excitement, and their whole bodies seemed to be on fire. 2 domestic non-professional racing drivers beat foreign professional racing drivers. This is bringing glory to the country. It was originally just a private competition. Before we knew it, it became a competition between Chinese drivers and foreign drivers. The most important thing is, 2 rounds in a row. The 2 Dragon people won first place with a crushing attitude. Zhang Tian's speed even broke the record of the Shanghai motorcycle track. A new record. Zhang Tian set a new record. It's incredible that our country has such a strong driver, hidden in the youth training. The Dongxing team is going to create a miracle. No. At this moment, someone interrupted. This is a 3-person time trial. Even if the first 2 are fast, the 3rd person's speed still needs to be factored in. Yes, the Dongxing team is very strong, but the 3rd person from Yingfeng Group is not from the Dongxing team, let alone a youth training racer. Tang Ke. Everyone suppressed their inner restlessness and looked at Tang Ke in the rest area in silence. At this moment, he still had a smiling face and looked very relaxed. You don't really think you're sure to win, do you? Everyone shook their heads helplessly. It is obvious that no matter how many rumors there are, no one is optimistic about Tang Ke. Even though the 2 youth training drivers created 2 miracles, Tang Ke, who was not even a youth training driver. The audience really didn't know how to believe that a person who works in technology and writes books could outperform professional athletes. The most important thing is that the next 3 rounds will be played by the captains of 5 professional teams. They are all the strongest in their team. Are you confident of winning? Zhang Yashuan said softly to Tang Ku. He, Tang Ku said as a matter of course. If there is a racing god in the world, it would be me. TSK. You shameless bastard. Zhang Yashuan couldn't help laughing. If she didn't know that Tang Ku was cheating, she would have almost believed it. Okay, I'm going to show off. Tang Ku put on his helmet and walked towards Augusta National not far away. Go ahead, it's time to show off your looks. No, your skills. Zhang Yashuan waved her hand, and the live camera was aimed at Tang Ku. The friends in the live broadcast room were speechless. Are you really going? This old Tang really has to go on stage, so goodbye. This is tough. We finally got 2 first places, but old Tang ran up there to play, and all our efforts were ruined. Alas, old Tang is so confused. Sister Yashuan, won't you stop old Tang from doing this? Zhang Yashuan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. She said, you guys really don't think highly of my husband. If that's the case, then don't blink from now on. Suddenly, she pointed her phone at Tang Ku, who was driving the Augusta onto the track. The captains of the 5 convoys turned their heads at the same time. Is this the last contestant of the Yingfeng group? An amateur driver? How ridiculous. The BMW team player lifted the helmet visor and sneered. The Yingfeng group wants the 2 people in front to fight for points. This person is just here to run around, said a Ducati team player. It is said that all of Dongxing's motorcycles were modified by this person, and his modification requirement is that he must also participate in the competition. It's really outrageous. The professional rider from the Honda team shared the news he had received. That's a bit simplistic. Even though they were in a short time, it's not impossible to recover. The most taboo thing in a team competition is having rookies in it. That's ridiculous. I bet this rookie will crash on the road. The man from the Suzuki team scoffed. Youth training is just youth training. They let a rookie compete against us captains. Faced with everyone's sarcasm, Tang Ku didn't understand what they were saying at all. The other party either speaks English or Japanese. But from the other party's tone and expression, it can be seen that he is mocking him. Tang Ku snorted and made an international gesture. Do you need to talk to this garbage? Unnecessary. Just max out your taunts and show them off. The moment Tang Ku raised his middle finger, the 5 team captains were stunned at the same time. Then they were filled with anger and felt strongly insulted and contemptuous. Shit, you're looking down on us. I'm going to make him flip over on the spot, rude guy. Damn guy, how dare he give me the middle finger. I will let him know the consequences. Kid, forget about finishing the game. The captain of the Kawasaki team made a throat-splitting gesture towards Tang Ku. Then he closed his helmet and was ready to go. The other 4 people did the same, with a ruthless look flashing in their eyes. Tang Ku curled his lips. It was obvious that the other party had mocked him first. He was just responding. Could it be that as long as the other party became arrogant, he couldn't fight back? Tang Ku disagreed with the harsh words just spoken by these 5 people. Although I didn't understand what he said, it was nothing more than some threatening words. It's like making threats before a boxing match. The harsher the words, the more painful my face becomes. The audience in the auditorium and the fans in the live broadcast room. They were all stunned by Tang Ku's arrogant gesture. Brother, you are really confident. The other party is the captain of 5 professional racing teams. Not only are you not afraid, but you are so arrogant as to fight back by raising your middle finger. Aren't you afraid that the other party will do something bad on the track? Although most professional racing drivers are not so bad, it is inevitable to encounter a few who lack professional ethics. This situation is most likely to occur when the other party is angry. They won't hit you directly, but they will put a lot of pressure on you when you're cornering. Once you panic, it's easy to fail. Tang Ku naturally knew all this, but would he be afraid? There is no need to panic when driving a motorcycle, and let's talk about it after they can catch up. Boom. The 6 people got ready at the same time, waiting for the countdown. Tang Ku simply put his legs up, and his Augusta stood upright on the track. There is no leg support and no tilt at all. Wait a minute. Why can Tang Ku use his feet to support the ground? Don't ask me. I'm confused too. What the hell is this? Could it be automatic balancing device? Holy crap, are you kidding me? It really looks like an automatic balancing device. Everyone looked at each other, their eyes filled with disbelief. The automatic balancing device that is currently under development by major companies was secretly developed by Tang Ku? Good job. I can only say, isn't he worthy of being called Boss Tang Ku? The things that others have painstakingly researched are just like building blocks for him, which he can just build at will. 3, 2, 1. The countdown is over. The Augusta under Tang Ku is like a stream of black and gold, standing out among the professional drivers. Chapter 63. Chapter 63. Is this an amateur driver? The people around had obviously prepared themselves mentally. The front of the motorcycle tilted up slightly, and it accelerated the moment it landed. They are all captains of major teams, and their skills and mentality are more stable and mature than their teammates. With the 5 people cooperating secretly, someone moved towards Tang Ke the moment they started. Origin detected a motorcycle approaching, immediately adjusted its direction, and was forced to slow down. The 5 people smiled in their hearts at the same time and crossed each other. No matter which direction Tang Ke's Augusta went, it would be blocked by 4 people. The captain of the remaining Kawasaki team accelerated to full speed and turned directly into the lane. Damn it, these foreigners actually united to stop Tang Ke. That's a bit too much. It's too unprofessional. No, I actually think this is a form of tactics. It's within the rules. Don't forget, this is a private match. That's true. Although I don't like it, I have to say that the rules of this competition from the beginning have been that the Ing Phone group will fight 1 against 5. Tang Ke is just an amateur driver. It's too much to target him like this. Alas, Boss Tang Ke is finished. The audience sighed, and the slight expectation in their hearts disappeared at this moment. It turns out that Tang Ke is not cut out for riding motorcycles. Didn't you expect that, kid? This is the price you pay for offending us. On the track, the drivers in Katanko's position sneered inwardly. At this moment, Tang Ke had been forced to the last place, but he was calm. When they entered the first corner, the leading Kawasaki had already entered the second corner. The two sides have opened up a huge distance between them. Tang Ke's Augusta suddenly turned sideways, his legs clamped around the car body. At an angle and posture that violates the laws of physics, it is lowered to an extremely strange angle. At the same time, there was a loud roar of the engine, and his speed suddenly increased when he turned the corner. He drove past these people and instantly overtook 2 players. When he was about to overtake the BMW in third place, the opponent suddenly raised its angle. He moved outward from the inner circle and stood in front of Tang Ke. At this moment, he began to slow down, intending to forcibly suppress Tang Ke's speed. "Humph, do you really think I'm afraid?" Tang Ke immediately lost his temper and said directly, "Origin, keep accelerating and ignore the motorcycle in front." "Okay, Mr. Tang." Boom. On the curve, Augusta's actions exceeded everyone's expectations. It ignored the BMW player in front and continued to speed up. The BMW, which had slowed down to 120 kilometers per hour, suddenly collided with the Augusta, which was running at 200 kilometers per hour. Bang! A loud bang echoed across the track as the 2 motorcycles collided, shocking everyone. A motorcycle racing accident happened. But Augusta was unstoppable, showing the same ability as when the Kirin car crashed through the stone wall. The BMW in front fell apart instantly, and the owner flew off the track and fell into the protected area of the outer circle. A large number of car parts scattered everywhere, and Tang Ke immediately bent down. Bang! 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 Several parts hit the windshield, but not even a scratch was left. The Honda and Ducati riders who had just been overtaken were so frightened that they immediately straightened their cars to avoid the attack. Their motorcycles are not as strong as Tang Ke's car. If they hit these motorcycle parts, it would only damage the car. If it hits me, I will get hurt. As a result, they straightened the car and drove directly out of the boundary because they were on this curve. Tang Ke's Augusta entered the straight road as if nothing had happened. The roar of the engine sounded again, and the sound was like the roar of a dragon, making people tremble in their hearts. At a speed of 400 kilometers per hour, it is running alongside the second-place Suzuki. The strong wind pressure seemed to tear people apart, and the wind was whistling like a tornado. What the hell, what happened? Suddenly one of them flew out, and the other 2 were forced out of the border. Old Tang is angry. Is this considered a violation? It's not a violation, it's a normal accident. Indeed, no matter how you look at it, Tang Ke accidentally hit the BMW. After all, the other party slowed down, and a normal person wouldn't be able to react. But I always feel that old Tang did it on purpose. Look, he's fine, not even nervous. The Ducati and Honda players behind were so scared that they ran out of bounds. As a result, Tang Ke, the person involved, entered the straight lane and was competing for the second place. When both drivers are about to enter a turn, they reduce their speed at the same time. But Suzuki's speed has dropped to over 100, while Tang Ke's speed remains at 200 kilometers per hour. At the moment of turning, because Tang Ke's legs were close to the car body, the angle of Augusta's turning was quite strange. Tang Ke looked like he was sleeping on the ground, as if the entire motorcycle was sliding sideways on the ground. What? The Suzuki team captain's pupils shrank in disbelief. What a high degree of bending, and at such a fast speed. Is this really something a human can do? Who the hell said this guy is an amateur racer? He is even better than a professional racer. Even as a professional driver, he couldn't achieve such a fast speed and such a strange cornering. Also, Why are his legs clamped to the bike when he's cornering? Why doesn't his bike flip over? This completely goes against physics. At this moment, in the eyes of the Suzuki team captain, Tang seemed to be a driver from another dimension, dealing a dimensionality-reducing blow to the human world. Accompanied by noisy sounds and strong winds, Tang instantly passed him from the side. Honda and Ducati returned to the track and accelerated as hard as they could. Don't underestimate the pros, asshole. Under the helmet, the captain of the Honda team had a ferocious look on his face, veins popping out of his forehead, and he was shouting loudly in his heart. His speed reached an unprecedented peak, and his potential was madly squeezed at this moment. 200 kilometers per hour. With the same speed as Tang-ku, he overtook Ducati and Suzuki in corners. Everyone was shocked, including the audience on site and in the live broadcast room. They all felt the potential of Captain Honda bursting out, and he cornered beyond his own limits, catching up with Tang-ku. Kawasaki has entered the series of bends at the back. Tang-ku and Captain Honda accelerated madly on the straight line. The roar of the engines and the constant twists and turns of the race made the audience excited. My old Tang is awesome. Was that a blade overtaking just now? Even in the speed racing game, you wouldn't dare to play like that. Who told me that old Tang couldn't drive a motorcycle? I'm stupid. Why is Lao Tang's cornering so weird? This is the first time I've seen someone do it with their legs clamped tightly around the bike. I wouldn't even dare do it like that on a bicycle. I guess it's definitely the result of old Tang's modification. Honda's team leader exploded. This is probably his fastest cornering record ever. Look, the captains of Ducati and Suzuki also exploded. Chapter 64. It turns out to be the car god's convoy. Someone exclaimed, and everyone immediately saw two figures on motorcycles quickly catching up. On this straight road, it was like two streams of light of different colors, so fast that they looked like a dotted line. The whole audience erupted in roar and applause. Regardless of the outcome of this round, it will be an extremely exciting game that deserves the admiration of countless people. Even the pure passers-by in the live broadcast room felt the charm of motorcycles. Only the BMW team that was knocked away had dim eyes and low spirits. Tang-ku let Chiyuan chase the first-place Kawasaki at full speed, and the three teams behind him were chasing him at full speed. After several consecutive turns, Kawasaki crossed the finish line and completed the first lap. Time, 3 minutes and 40 seconds. Tang-ku followed closely behind him and crossed the finish line with a time of 3 minutes and 51 seconds. This is all because of being blocked in the early stages, which slowed down the speed. Otherwise, Tang-ku could be even faster. None of this matters. His speed is gradually increasing, and he will soon catch up with Kawasaki. On the contrary, the three people at the back are more troublesome. As if inspired by Tang-ku, the three of them displayed driving skills far beyond their own level and chased closely behind. When Tang-ku entered the corner again, he was less than 3 meters away from Kawasaki. Captain Kawasaki was startled when he heard the sound of an engine behind him. Based on his understanding of the engine sound, this was definitely Tang-ku's car, not anyone else's. How can he be so fast? They were already so far away, yet they caught up in just the second lap. Before he could recover from his shock, 3 familiar engine sounds followed. Ducati, Honda, and Suzuki also caught up. Captain Kawasaki's face changed drastically. He felt the pressure doubled and had to accelerate again while turning. 5 people bent the leg at the same time, each showing off their skills. Use extreme cornering angles to increase your vehicle's speed as much as possible with standard and efficient movements. Only Tang-ku's movements were the strangest. He clamped his legs together, as if he wanted to merge his entire body into the motorcycle. He had the lowest cornering angle and the fastest speed, creating sparks. The 5 people's cornering speed reached 200. The motorcycles of the 4 professional riders were shaking slightly, and it felt like they were about to fly out in the next second. But the pressure Tang-ku put on them was too great, so they had no choice but to continue driving. There is a series of bends ahead. After turning left, you will enter the right bend. Tang-ku's Augusta seemed to have self-awareness, quickly flipping from the left to the right and pressing down suddenly. Oh my god, turning so fast. I'm afraid the car will flip over, right? It's over. Old Tang is getting anxious. But just when everyone felt that Tang-ku's motorcycle was about to overturn, the body of Augusta's car stopped instantly when it was less than a few centimeters from the ground. The strange bend appeared again, causing countless people to exclaim in surprise. Even the audience watching the live broadcast widened their eyes, feeling it was incredible. Think that's it. Tang-ku grinned and increased the speed of the origin to the limit of the tire's grip. The speed increased again to 200 kilometers per hour. Witnessed by countless people, Augusta's speed reached 220 kilometers per hour. The roar of the engine echoed loudly, mixed with the cheers of the audience. Tang Ke squeezed through the gap at an amazing angle and was about to overtake Kawasaki, who was in first place. The Kawasaki captain was horrified. Overtaking through the gap was undoubtedly an insult to him. In his rage, his speed also increased. Boom. But just as he accelerated, the Kawasaki's engine exploded. The Kawasaki's wheels slipped while turning, and the Kawasaki captain immediately thought that something was wrong. Immediately afterwards, with a loud bang, both the man and the car flew up. Not good. Crunch. Honda and Ducati slammed on the brakes to slow down, but it was too late. Bang. The three of them collided with each other at an extremely fast speed and flew out of the track at the same time. Tang Ke left in a very cool manner, leaving behind a black and gold afterimage. Without any drivers blocking his way, Tang Ke started to burst out at full speed, transforming into a black and gold knight. How fast Augusta can be under the control of artificial intelligence has finally been officially revealed to the audience. The speed of 420 kilometers per hour in a straight line made Tang Ke tremble all over, and he was almost blown away. His body felt as if it was about to be torn apart, and he tried his best to lower himself and get as close to Augusta as possible. At the same time as being nervous, you are also extremely excited, which is caused by a surge in your adrenaline glands. Cornering at a speed of 220 kilometers per hour, directly setting a record. The audience in the entire stadium went crazy. They felt like they were witnessing history. Today's battle exceeded everyone's expectations. Tang Ke, who was thought to be just playing around, actually set a new record. He pushed 5 professional racers to their limits. But even so, they still couldn't surpass Tang Ke. Even accidents may occur due to excessive speed. There is so much at stake here. Everyone realized that Tang Ke had crushed the professional racing drivers in all aspects. Whether it is the performance of the motorcycle or his own driving skills and courage, they are far beyond ordinary people. Amazing. Tang Ke crushed the professional racer. 220 kilometers per hour cornering. I can't even imagine it. How dare he drive so fast? The most outrageous thing is that he didn't fly out. Is there a nail in the wheel? Charge! 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 The audience in the stadium cheered and shouted wildly, excited to the extreme. Tang Ke was the only motorcycle left on the track, racing on it. It was like a prehistoric giant beast, roaring and galloping continuously. The whole audience was noisy, restless, and boiling. Old Tang is awesome, someone yelled at the top of his lungs. Tang Ke's skills are comparable to that of the racing god back then. He's truly amazing. Could he be that guy's apprentice? That person you were talking about back then, couldn't it be? That's right, it's the guy who became a legend after his battle on Akina Mountain. Everyone in the motorcycle world respectfully calls him Brother Long. He once overtook 3 people in an instant by performing an extreme cornering operation, and his surgical-like operation amazed the motorcycle world. But because no one could compete with me, I had to retire from the racing world. It is really a great pity. According to rumors, he seems to have gone to Ramo. I think Tang Ke has the strength to fight him. I remember now. I remember that Brother Long seemed to be from the Dongxing racing team, right? Huh? Holy crap. So Brother Long is from the Dongxing racing team. Could it be the current Dongxing team? No way. No wonder I felt that the name of Dongxing racing team sounded so familiar. Everyone suddenly understood. There was once a motorcycle god in the motorcycle world. He came from a newly established team, but he had the skills to beat professional racers. That year he fought against major professional riders at Akina Mountain. It is quite similar to the momentum that Tang Ke used to sweep the top 5 professional riders today. No wonder Dongxing racing team has 2 such strong drivers. It turns out that it was Brother Long's racing team back then. Chapter 65, The Undoubted Champion. Tang Ke ran alone on the track, feeling the strong wind coming towards him and the cheers and support from the audience. The 3rd lap, the 4th lap, 5th lap. The speed is getting faster and faster, and the time records are constantly being refreshed. The fastest single lap record reached 2 minutes and 32 seconds. The total time for 5 laps is 15 minutes and 13 seconds. Zhang Tiangong's new record was broken by Tang Ke on the same day. Wow, we won. We won. Jin Yumeng jumped up excitedly and turned around to give Zhang Yashuan a big hug. Zhang Yashuan was also happy and relieved. The 2 accidents just now really scared her. Fortunately, Tang Ke's modification was powerful, and even when faced with 2 accidents, he was able to avoid them with ease. Wow, Tang Ke really won. He ran at the fastest speed. There's no need to add the entire team's time now. With 3 rounds of first place, the Windward Group's victory is a foregone conclusion. Could this guy, Old Tang, Be Brother Long's apprentice? Good boy. How did Tang Ke know the legendary Brother Long? Maybe he encountered it while riding a motorcycle. The owner of the motorcycle you rode in the past might be Brother Long. Huh? Someone joked. You guys are really smart. You should take more motorcycle taxis in the future. Come to think of it, I'm a motorcycle taxi driver too. A man sitting next to them stood up and said. He smiled and patted the fans beside him, then turned and left. While countless people were cheering, he chose to leave quietly, leaving only his back. As he left, he murmured, Shoudian and Zimo have grown up. It was indeed the right decision to hand over the Dongxing team to them. After saying that, he walked out of the arena and rode away on his motorcycle. Crunch. Tang Ke's Augusta braked suddenly at the finish line, and the rear wheel lifted up slightly, but was quickly suppressed by the automatic balancing system. Then he slid sideways in a dazzling drifting and burning tire style and stopped the motorcycle in style. The wheels screeched against the ground, leaving a black mark on the track. He was so handsome that the female audience screamed and shouted, their faces flushed. Zhang Yashuan, Jin Yumeng, Zhang Tian, Chen Zimo, and others all walked towards him with bright smiles. You're such a hidden talent, Tang Ke. Weren't you holding back too much yesterday? Zhang Tian came over with a smile, bumped fists with Tang Ke, and exclaimed in admiration. Brother Tang Ke is too low-key and hides himself too deeply. Chen Zimo smiled bitterly, expressing everyone's thoughts. Before this, no one really knew that Tang Ke had such amazing driving skills. It's okay. I'm a low-key person, so I never show off my driving skills. After all, civilized driving is what I advocate. Tang Ke laughed. Such a noble spirit inspired admiration from those around him. Look, with such driving skills, people don't show them off. Obey traffic rules and never speed. Unlike those motorcycle riding hooligans who are out on the streets late every night. This is the spirit of the god of cars. Everyone seemed to realize why Brother Long chose to be a motorcycle taxi driver back then. This is the state of returning to nature. The friends in the live broadcast room were all sighing and praising, and the barrage of comments was flooding the screen like crazy. Only Zhang Yashuan was laughing secretly. She was the only one present who knew that Tang Ke had cheated to run the entire course. At this time, a large group of people flocked over. There were also many reporters rushing over with microphones in hand. Mr. Tang Ke, when did you start riding a motorcycle? Mr. Tang, how come your motorcycle can stand upright without any support? Is this an automatic balancing system you developed? Mr. Tang, what are your thoughts on your performance in this competition? Are you planning to enter the motorcycle industry? Mr. Tang Ke, before the people arrived, these reporters shouted loudly as they rushed over. They were scrambling to get the first interview opportunity, and the level of madness was particularly frightening. Unfortunately, all these people were stopped by Zhang Yashuan's bodyguards, and these strangers were not allowed to approach. They are worried that there may be criminals mixed in. Even if there are no criminals, we still need to prevent people from squeezing in to steal or take advantage of us. It's not that the security guards are narrow-minded. This kind of thing still happens from time to time. There are so many people and so many eyes, there will definitely be some people mixed in. Especially the two girls, Zhang Yashuan and Jin Yumeng, are not only beautiful, but also big anchors on the Douyin platform. I don't know how many people are coveting them. Sorry everyone, I'm too lazy to answer your questions. Tang Ke's simple and rude words stunned everyone. We are going back to celebrate. Please make way for me. Thank you. Good job. Is it so straightforward? Although many people are reluctant to answer reporters' questions, but they will find an excuse that everyone feels comfortable with to avoid the problem. No one has ever dared to say as directly as Tang Ke that he is too lazy to answer. Because once you make any inappropriate remarks, you will be hated by these reporters, or they will magnify the problem infinitely in order to deliberately attract attention. Once a topic becomes popular, it will have a huge negative impact on the parties involved. But today they saw a man who was not at all afraid of the reporter's words. Tang Ke not only has the support of Hongtai Group, but also the country behind him. In the eyes of more people, Tang Ke is the treasure held in the hands of the country. The artificial intelligence and electromagnetic propulsion he developed greatly improved the country's military capabilities. There are also the smart cars he pioneered and the robot Baymax. These have changed the lifestyle of the dragon people. In Manhwa, any news media that dares to criticize him will be invited for tea. Tang Ke smiled and waved to the reporters, then took the clothes and towel from his wife and walked towards the bathroom. After taking a shower, Tang Ke put on the handsome suit he wore when going out. Today's performance was so outstanding that he was in the spotlight. It's the same handsome outfit, but it gives people a very different feeling. With his naturally handsome appearance, clothes, and halo, Tang Ke's temperament at this moment surpasses all other male stars. He has fair skin, yet retains a masculine aura. Unlike some stars, he doesn't look like a sissy. Chen Zimo and Zhang Tian also came out of the shower. Although they both looked good, Tang Ku was far superior in temperament. Tang Ku did not drive his own Augusta, but called the Kirin smart car. Augusta arranged for the bodyguard to drive the car back home. In fact, with the origin system, Augusta can drive home by himself. But Tang Ku didn't want to expose the smart motorcycle so quickly. At least he would not expose this matter before Ing Feng Group officially acquired Augusta. Except for Zhang Tian and Chen Zimo, Tang Ku and the other two got into the car and headed towards the restaurant. Chapter 66 Go back and treat your baby to chicken. Cheers to our victory today. Tang Ku raised the cup of Coke in his hand and clinked glasses with his friends. Everyone also had Coke in their hands. Zhang Tian and Chen Zimo were both grateful in their hearts. They both drove here and could not drink and drive. Brother Tang Ku is indeed very thoughtful. It's already past 3 in the afternoon. After a game, we had fast food for lunch and didn't feel full. Therefore, everyone came to the restaurant to celebrate and fill their stomachs, which also served as dinner. I'm treating you today to thank the 3 big guys for helping my Ing Feng Group win the championship. Jin Yuming said in a generous tone, with the aura of a big boss. But once you see her cute look, it's particularly funny. It's what we should do. After all, we are paid, so we have to do our best. Now that the task is completed, we have an explanation. Zhang Tian responded with a smile. Chen Zimo also smiled and said, Brother Tang Ku is so awesome. The performance in the last round stunned us all. Yes, I seem to see the figure of Lao Long in him. Zhang Tian nodded. Lao Long, is that the one you mentioned before? The one who went to Ramo? Tang Ku asked casually. Yeah, how about I call him up in the second half tonight and introduce him to you? Zhang Tian raised his eyebrows slightly and looked at Tang Ku with a look that said you understand. A man's second half is nothing more than drinking, going to KTV, and picking up girls. But Tang Ku doesn't drink alcohol. Even if he does, it's just a glass of red wine while eating. Therefore, he never went out with people like Zhang Tian. There is no interest at all in the second half. No, I still have to go back to write my novel. Tang Ku politely declined. Zhang Yashuan, who was sitting next to him, nodded in satisfaction and put a large chicken drumstick into Tang Ku's bowl. Baby, eat the chicken drumstick. Thank you. I'll treat my baby to some chicken when I get back. Tang Ku replied politely in a low voice. In an instant, Zhang Yashuan's pretty face turned red, and she twisted her husband's waist with her delicate hands, causing Tang Ku to grimace in pain. What's wrong with brother Tang Ku? Zhang Tian noticed that Tang Ku was acting abnormally and asked with concern. It's okay, I just have a little toothache. I think it's caused by getting a sore throat. Tang Ku smiled. She is indeed getting angry. My wife is getting angry. Everyone chatted happily, and after a sumptuous dinner, they parted ways. Before leaving, Jin Yuming suddenly turned to look at Chen Zimo and asked, Are you going to the second half? Chen Zimo was stunned. After a few seconds of silence, he said, No, I'll go back and think about Tang Ku's advice. Really? I'm leaving then. Jin Yuming got into the Kirin smart car with an expressionless face. Chen Zimo opened his mouth, then ran to the Qilin car and said to Jin Yuming seriously, I won't be in the second half anymore. I will meet your father's standards. As soon as these words were spoken, Tang Ku and Zhang Yashuan's curiosity burned fiercely. The two of them huddled together in perfect tacit understanding, whispering to each other. Jin Yuming finally smiled and nodded. I know. See you next time. See you next time. Chen Zimo stood there for a long time, watching Qilin fly away. Zhang Tian patted Chen Zimo on the shoulder and said with a smile, All right, the person has gone far away. Why are you still thinking about him? As the captain of the Dongxing team, how could he not see Chen Zimo's feelings for Jin Yuming? It's not that easy to fulfill her father's request. Zhang Tian took a deep breath and said comfortingly, Come with me to find Lao Long. Although your brother Long is a Lamo driver, he has many businesses behind him. It's not bad to go and have a look. Maybe there will be one that suits you. Well, thank you brother Tian and brother Long for your cultivation over the years. Chen Zimo nodded. The two men got on their motorcycles and left the stadium. Inside the car, Zhang Yashuan approached her best friend with a smile on her face. She asked, Come and tell me, what is your relationship with Chen Zimo? You two seem to know each other well. Needless to say, there's an 80% chance that they're having an affair, Tang Ku said as he held his laptop and wrote today's chapter of the novel. As soon as he finished speaking, he felt a kick on his calf by a little goblin. Tang Ku turned to look at Zhang Yashuan and saw that she was staring at him. Can you speak? They are clearly having an underground affair, Zhang Yashuan said righteously. Jin Yuming, who was originally a little embarrassed and angry, was just about to thank her best friend for defending her. After hearing the rest, She understood instantly. This couple is teaming up to bully her. That's enough. You two are going too far. I'm going to break up with you. Jin Yumeng blushed and shouted in a tender voice. So delicious. Who are these people? It is true that if you are not from the same family, you will not enter the same door. Every time these two seemed to be arguing, they were actually bullying her in disguise. Jin Yumeng said that he had really had enough. Hee hee. All right, I won't tease you anymore. Let's get back to the point. What's going on between you and Chen Zimo? Zhang Yashuan restrained her smile and asked sincerely this time. Jin Yumeng snorted softly and finally explained. Chen Zimo and I are from the same university, but we're not in the same major, let alone the same college. But I could always see him on campus. Later, I learned from my roommate that Chen Zimo had a crush on me and would stake out my spot on the street before get out of class was over, so I would see him often. Wow, this is so romantic, but is it really okay for him not to go to class? Tang Ke said with an exaggerated expression. Don't interrupt. Zhang Yashuan kicked Tang Ke's calf again and turned around and said, Ming Ming, keep talking. Jin Yumeng nodded and slowly said, Chen Zimo is very shy. Even after I graduated from college, he didn't dare to come up and talk to me. It wasn't until a while ago when my dad and I went to the restaurant to discuss the acquisition of Augusta that I met Chen Zimo again. My dad needed to find a racing driver, and when he was leaving, he happened to meet Chen Zimo, who had just finished his meal and was sitting on a motorcycle. There are such coincidences in the world. At that time, Jin Yumeng recognized Chen Zimo, and the other party also recognized her at a glance. Jin Yumeng's father has been dealing with people for many years and immediately noticed that something was wrong with the two of them. He asked Chen Zimo tentatively. As a result, the Dongxing team came into the attention of the Innovating Group's CEO. After a round of motorcycle selection tests, Zhang Tian and Chen Zimo from the Dongxing team stood out. What is that indicator that Chen Zimo just told you about? Zhang Yashuan asked. Chen Zimo is a big fool who can't hide himself. He revealed his little thoughts about me in just a few words. Jin Yumeng held his forehead and sighed, saying, So my dad told him directly that if he wanted to marry me, he had to be able to take over all the affairs of Innovating Group. This is the test that the CEO of Innovating Group puts on his son-in-law. If he doesn't have the ability to manage such a large business empire, he is not worthy of being his son-in-law. Chapter 67 Cheating discovered. Good thing my dad didn't ask me to do this. Tang Ke said suddenly. I originally had this request, but my dad thought you were well-behaved, so he gave up. Zhang Yashuan said lightly. Tang Ke raised his eyebrows upon hearing this. So, Dad thought I wouldn't dare bully you, so he married you to me? Yes, you don't accept it? Zhang Yashuan crossed her arms in front of her chest and asked provocatively. Just wait, you'll be in trouble tonight. Tang Ke's eyes turned cold. This. Jin Yumeng was startled, feeling that Tang Ke seemed serious, and hurriedly advised, Brother Tang, don't be angry. Yashuan is just joking with you. Before she could finish her words, Zhang Yashuan interrupted loudly. All right, I want to see who I give in to first, or who I squeeze you dry first. Jin Yumeng, who was trying to stop the two from quarreling in the car, was stunned and noticed something was wrong. These two don't seem to be arguing. It seems like she is showing off again. Are you done yet? I'm breaking up with you all. Jin Yumeng was so angry that he was fuming. What's wrong with young people nowadays? They are so violent. Tang Ke pretended to be confused, and then continued to write the chapter he was going to update today. Zhang Yashuan sat beside her and smiled secretly, and noticed the ferocious look in her best friend's eyes. She immediately put away her smile, leaned on Tang Ke, and watched her husband type. Pretend nothing happened. The three of them returned to the villa door in a playful manner. When getting off the car, Tang Ke suddenly said to Jin Yumeng, Next month during the Dragon Boat Festival, ask Zimo to come over and we can go out and play together. Jin Yumeng was stunned for a moment, blinked, and nodded. Yeah, I understand. Tang Ke smiled and walked back home with Zhang Yashuan. Everyone is busy with their own things. Tang Ke continued to update her novels, while Zhang Yashuan drew her comics. Life at home is very peaceful and elegant. But Tang Ke's game today has become popular on the internet again. It was originally just a private motorcycle race, not enough to attract too many people's attention. Even the fact that Tang Ke could ride a motorcycle was not widely discussed. After all, Tang Ke is not an entertainment star, so there is no need to report this little thing. But the problem is that Tang Ke's driving actions completely violate the laws of physics. Therefore, many people speculated that Tang Ke once again took the lead in the world and created an automatic balancing device. Old Tang went to play with motorcycles and secretly installed an automatic balancing device. This thing is quite magical. It can actually turn a motorcycle into a tumbler. So, The motorcycles of the three people from the Windward group have all been equipped with this thing, so they can take any corner without tipping over. Fuck, if that's the case, I can do it too. Motorcycle? As long as you have hands. As long as you have hands, it's fine. I'll give you this Kawasaki ZX, 10er to try. You have to pay for it if it breaks. Zhang Tian, who was also reading the information online, responded immediately. Ah, this. I'm a racer myself, and I can clearly tell you that if someone doesn't know how to corner, even with the help of an automatic balancing device, they won't be able to go fast, even if they don't fly off. I bet he'll drive straight out of bounds, or even into the wall. Stop scolding me, stop scolding me. I was wrong. I will never say that having hands is enough again. The man immediately apologized. Cyber violence is deeply engraved in everyone's heart. Once they are attacked by many netizens, most people know that they should apologize immediately to avoid being attacked by the group. Tang Ke's participation in this motorcycle race made motorcycles a little famous. The video of him riding a motorcycle was played continuously on the internet. Many passers-by fell in love with motorcycles, especially Tang Ke's Augusta F4 Claudio, which became the target of countless people. If I buy an Augusta F4 Claudio, will it be as tough as Tang Ke's? As far as I know, Tang Ke's Augusta F4 Claudio was modified by himself, so its performance is completely different from the original Augusta F4 Claudio. Got it. Immediately send a private message to Tang Ke on Weibo and ask him to build a Qilin motorcycle. Good boy, Tang Ke said. You're a real genius. Go build a motorcycle now. 66666. I think we can just build a smart motorcycle, let artificial intelligence drive it, and then we can just sit on it. That makes sense. With an automatic balancing device and artificial intelligence, wouldn't the motorcycle be able to corner automatically? Wait a minute. I suddenly wonder if that match of Tang Ke's was actually run by artificial intelligence. People on the internet were chatting when they suddenly discovered something incredible. They hadn't thought of it before because the automatic balancing device had not yet been invented. Now an expert has come forward and confirmed that Tang Ke created an automatic balancing device. So by adding artificial intelligence, can't we realize smart motorcycles? One word can cause 1,000 waves. It was originally just a boring topic, but it was completely ignited because of a question raised by a netizen. The 4 words, Tang Ke cheats, instantly topped the trending search list. What the hell? Look what we found. I don't dare bet too much. After all, I've been slapped in the face too many times. This time, I'll just bet 10 cents. I think Tang Ke is cheating. Since you say so, I'll bet 10 cents too. Tang Ke is cheating. Cheating Tang Ke. Report. Report. Tang Ke cheated in the competition. But it seems that artificial intelligence is not banned in the competition. In this era of going with the flow, there are still some rational people who put forward their own opinions. There really isn't anything like that, but I think using AI to help you win is like using cheats in esports games. It's not advisable. That's right. I believe that new regulations will soon be issued in China, prohibiting the use of artificial intelligence in competitions. Good fellow, from what you said, you've concluded that Tang Ke is cheating? If my guess is correct, it should be. I don't think it's a big deal. Artificial intelligence is just a more advanced computer. Cars and motorcycles have onboard computers. How can it be considered cheating? That makes sense. They're all computer programs, so why treat them differently? Programming the onboard computer is also considered part of the modification. I think there's nothing wrong with Tang Ke modifying it with artificial intelligence. This is his strength. There are 2 sides to the story on the internet. One side thinks that Tang Ke's behavior cannot be considered cheating. On the other hand, some people think that he is cheating, which is not acceptable. Go to Weibo and at Tang Ke, or look for him in his book review section. This idiot is definitely at home writing books and has no idea what the outside world is like. Tisk, TSK, maybe he's playing with his wife? This guy must be playing with his wife. After all, Sister Yashuan is a beautiful lady. Chapter 68 I, Tang Ke, don't cheat. Most people on the internet believe that Tang Ke is cheating. But no one scolded Tang Ke. They just asked him to come out and express his opinion. At the same time, people are also discussing whether it is correct to use artificial intelligence in competitions. After all, the role of artificial intelligence is much more advanced than that of ordinary onboard computers. The most important thing is that both cars and motorcycles rely on onboard computers, which are indispensable. If only we could resist powerful AI. But it does not resist the weak onboard computer. It's a bit hard to understand. At this moment, Tang Ke had just finished coding today's chapter and posted it online. I looked at the time, and it was already 9 o'clock in the evening. They had eaten at around 3 o'clock and were a little hungry now. He went to the kitchen and opened the refrigerator, but found nothing suitable for a midnight snack. Yashwan, do you want to go out for a midnight snack together? Tang Ke walked to the door of the study on the first floor and said to his wife, No, just pack some barbecue for me. Zhang Yashwan, who was painting seriously, responded, If she goes out, the bodyguards will follow her. Besides, she had just taken a shower, and if she went out her hair would be covered in dust, so she simply decided not to go out. Okay, what do you want to eat? Tang Ke did not refuse Zhang Yashwan's request. It's just a piece of cake to bring some midnight snacks back for my wife. Mutton skewers, beef skewers, chicken wings, leeks, oysters. You're making me drool. Go buy it quickly. It's up to you to decide how much to buy. Zhang Yashwan swallowed lightly, looking forward to it. Okay, I'll go right away. Tang Ke walked straight out the door, and the bodyguards nodded slightly to him. He got on the Kirin smart car and headed towards the late-night snack district. The Magic City at night is its most beautiful side. The colorful lights of the buildings reflected on the lake make the city look particularly peaceful. But if you walk into the block, you will see a bustling and noisy city that never sleeps. Especially in the area for eating, drinking, and having fun, there is a lot of traffic. Many luxury cars were parked in front of the shops, and pedestrians were walking unsteadily in groups of 3 or 4. The aroma and smoke from the food stalls wafted through the air, attracting a constant stream of customers. A young man was walking on this food street, holding a live streaming phone. As he walked, he said to the camera, Hello everyone, I am your food anchor brother Pippi. This time I came to Shanghai. I want to take you to visit this most prosperous food street. Brother Pippi glanced at the time on his watch and smiled. It's 9:46 p.m. now. This is the time when this food street is most crowded. Let's hunt for those delicacies caught in the crowd. As usual, let's go to the supermarket and buy a bottle of water, and then we can enjoy our meal. Brother Pippi came to an unmanned self-service supermarket not far away and pushed the door open while interacting with fans. After shopping for most of the day, I finally chose a bottle of mineral water. But at this moment, the number of comments in his live broadcast room suddenly increased. Fuck, that guy behind Pippi just now. That looked like old Tang, right? I think it's old Tang too. Brother Pippi, take a quick look. It seems to be old Tang. Cheating old Tang. Brother Pippi, quickly catch him and interrogate him. A cheater appeared in the supermarket. Seeing the screen full of such comments, Brother Pippi immediately turned around to look for it. As a Douyin anchor, Pippi Gun naturally knew Tang Ke. This is a man who hangs out in the live broadcast room of Douyin's top anchor, and even often snatches away Zhang Yashwan's live broadcast room. Brother Pippi glanced around and instantly locked onto a man with extraordinary temperament. Even if this man was only wearing ordinary short-sleeved shirt and shorts, it was difficult to conceal his handsome face and dignified temperament. Hello, you must be Tang Ke. Pippage came over with a smile and introduced himself. I'm Pippage from Douyin. I wonder if I can ask you a few questions on behalf of my fans. Tang Ke was just about to pay the bill when he suddenly saw someone looking for him. He politely replied, I am. If you have any questions, just ask. I have to rush to get the barbecue. After Tang Ke arrived at this food street, he asked the barbecue stall owner to start cooking first. He went to the supermarket to buy soda and snacks and to enjoy the air conditioning. It's May now and the weather is very hot. As someone who writes books comfortably at home every day, it is really difficult to adapt to the hot environment outside. Pippage glanced at the comments and asked with a smile, That's great. These are the questions my fans ask a lot. What are your thoughts on cheating? Tang Ke was stunned when he heard this, and the words in his mouth blurted out subconsciously. I, Tang Ke, am not cheating. Huh? No cheating? There's all sorts of evidence online. That kind of operation is simply not humanly possible. That's right. How come you don't slide sideways when you're cornering like that? It's totally unscientific. He's quibbling. He must be cheating. That's it. That's it. The live broadcast room was filled with noise, but unfortunately Tang Ke couldn't see it. Well, do you agree with the cheating thing? Then what do you think about whether artificial intelligence can be included in the competition? Pippi Go asked again. Tang Ke blinked and asked in confusion, What do you mean by cheating? Introducing AI into the competition is, of course, cheating. Is this question still needed to be asked? It's obviously not a good idea to have artificial intelligence join the competition. What's wrong with this anchor in front of me? He has to ask him such a simple question. Isn't he too naive? This. I suddenly don't understand whether old Tang is cheating or not. When faced with cheating, they play dumb, and when faced with the latter, they directly call it cheating. What a trick to confuse everyone. So did Tang Ke cheat? I think he did, but he was just trying to hide it from us. But I don't think so. He seems very serious. Brother Pippi opened his mouth, but for a moment he didn't know what to say. Seeing Tang Ke's serious yet somewhat puzzled look, Pippi asked tentatively, Mr. Tang Ke, did you check the information online after you got home today? What information is there to read? All the internet is full of shitty stories about those effeminate celebrities. What's so interesting about that? Tang Ko opened the iced Fat House Happy Water, took a sip, and felt extremely refreshed. When he scanned the code to pay, he also paid for the mineral water in Pippi G's hand. This bottle of water is for you. My barbecue should be done. I'll be leaving now. I can't keep my master waiting for too long. After saying that, Tang Ko walked out carrying a bag full of snacks. Brother Pippi immediately followed and was about to tell Tang Ko that the news about him cheating had become a hot topic. As a result, when I walked out of the supermarket, I saw Tang Ko immediately turned around and walked back. Brother Pippi was a little confused and looked outside. I saw two groups of people gathered together not far in front of the supermarket. Everyone had a hideous look on their face, bare shoulders, and various tattoos. Some people also have red faces and upper bodies due to alcohol. They were holding wine bottles, steel pipes, bricks, and other objects, shouting all kinds of dirty words, and the two sides were in confrontation. Looking around, there were estimated to be hundreds of people. Is this a drunken disturbance? Brother Pippi's heart skipped a beat, and he retreated back into the store in fear. Chapter 69 Pippi Shrimp, let's go. Oh my god, this is a drunk guy causing trouble. It's over. Why don't the anchor and old Tang leave quickly? These drunks are the scariest. Once a fight starts, they don't care who you are. They'll beat you up if they see you. What a fucking bad luck. Our wonderful night was ruined by these people. The anchor should call the police right away. It's too late to call the police. The fight is about to start, and the police can't fly over. Netizens in the live broadcast room expressed their concerns. Brother Pippi also realized the seriousness of the problem. Once these hundreds of people started fighting, it would definitely affect the supermarket. He looked at Tang Ko anxiously, but saw that he was very calm, drinking Coke and playing with his phone. My goodness, do you still have the mind to play with your phone at this time? When I call you to follow me later, remember to follow me first, okay? Tang Ko glanced at Brother Pippi and said lightly, okay. Brother Pippi was like a chick pecking at rice. He didn't understand what Tang Ko meant, but in this situation, it was right to follow the boss. No, is old Tang so calm? Could it be that old Tang has prepared some kind of fighting robot? Or does he have bodyguards around him? I don't think so. If I'm not mistaken, old Tang is calling his Kirin smart car. After being reminded of this, everyone remembered that Tang Ko had a Kirin car made of Ku alloy. Just hide inside and don't even think about fighting. Even if huge rocks fall, there is nothing to fear. The barrage had just passed when the Qilin car drove over from a distance. But because the two sides were confronting and cursing at each other, hundreds of people just blocked Qilin's way. For a moment, the scene was a little awkward. Tang Ko was separated from his own Qilin car by hundreds of naked men. On both sides were towering building walls and some tattooed and drunk men blocking the passages on both sides. They have ferocious faces and look like they are not to be trifled with. If an ordinary person walks over, he or she may easily be maliciously harmed by the other party. Therefore, it is impossible to take a detour. If you want to get on the bus, you have to find a way to get through these hundreds of people. Didi. Qilin tried to honk the horn, but the strong men on both sides remained indifferent and simply ignored the Qilin car. What's wrong with hugging your girlfriend? I can hug whoever I want. How dare you touch me? The man with a crew cut on the left was shouting arrogantly at a handsome man. The handsome man was not a pushover either. He threw the bottle to the ground with a bang. He shouted loudly, "You're barking. If you bark again, I'll break 3 of your legs. How dare you touch my woman? You fucking bastard." The man with a crew cut suddenly became furious and picked up an iron rod and walked forward. At the critical moment, a gentle voice came from the side. Please move aside and wait until I get in the car before calling. Under the stunned gazes of countless netizens and the strong men at the scene, Tang Ko walked directly between the two men who were arguing with each other, looking like an innocent passerby. Who the hell are you? The man with the crew cut opened his eyes wide and yelled with his mouth wide open. The handsome man's eyes turned cold, and he seized the opportunity to hit him with a wine bottle. Bang! The wine bottle shattered and glass scattered all over the floor. The man with the crew cut had blood all over his head and veins popped out on his forehead. I present Ewan, and you guys are in cahoots. Dot. He roared and smashed the steel pipe in his hand towards the handsome man because it was the other man who hit him. Therefore, the first person the man with the crew cut wanted to take revenge on was this handsome man, and then Tang Ko who was standing next to him. The two men wrestled with each other, using brutal blows and specifically attacking the weak points of the human body. Tang Ko immediately turned around and shouted, "Pippi Shrimp, let's go." As soon as the sound came down, he took advantage of the opportunity when the other party started fighting and rushed directly towards Qilin car. At this moment, Tang Ko's running speed reached the fastest ever. Because of the boss's initiation of war, everyone on both sides shouted loudly, and a melee broke out among hundreds of people on the spot. Bang, bang, clang. Various clanging and breaking sounds echoed in the area. The stall owners in the food street had already packed up their stalls and moved far away, fearing that they would be affected. When these drunk people started to make trouble, they would smash anything they saw and were particularly brutal. Brother Pippi couldn't care less because someone had already smashed the supermarket glass and the fight had spread to the unmanned supermarket. He gritted his teeth, held up his cell phone, and ran towards Tang Ku, his face distorted with fear. Go, shrimp. Run. There's a man chasing you with a knife. Fuck, this is so scary. These people are so scary. Run, Pippi shrimp. No, it's Brother Pippi. Hurry, hurry. Get in the car. Everyone in the live broadcast room was misled by Tang Ku, and Pippi Gee's name inexplicably became Pippi Xia. But their worries were real, because there really was someone holding a knife behind Pippage. When these people fight, they are like desperate criminals. Even if you don't really want to fight, once you are hurt by the other party, your anger will be completely ignited. The moment Tang Ku entered the car, Chiyuan immediately closed the door. Various instruments hit the car, making dull thuds. When Brother Pippi rushed over, Chiyuan quickly opened the car door again. Tang Ku reached out and pulled Pippage in, and the car door closed automatically again. Bang! A kitchen knife hit the Chilean glass the moment the car door closed. Brother Pippi narrowly escaped a disaster. Brother Pippi breathed a sigh of relief, but his heartbeat was still beating rapidly and could not catch up. I was scared to death. Thank you, Boss Tang Ku, for your help. Brother Pippi panted. Tang Ku smiled and said, You're welcome. It's just a small favor. Brother Pippi thanked him with a smile, but he was speechless in his heart. Tang Ku's actions just now can be described as a testament to his skill and courage. He actually dared to walk in front of the two drunk bosses. Wasn't he afraid of being hit on the head with a bottle? Thank you, old Tang, for helping me save the shrimp. Thank you, Mr. Tang Ku, for saving our mantis shrimp. I was so scared. I thought the flying kitchen knife would chop our mantis shrimp. The glass on old Tang's car is so strong. It turns out that not only is the car body strong, but the glass is just as strong. Brother Pippi sadly lost his online name. Ha ha ha. After Pippi Gu was rescued, the atmosphere in the live broadcast room became relaxed. There were fights with all kinds of weapons outside the car, and some people were even kicked onto the front of the Chilean car and beaten in various ways. The scene was bloody and brutal. Chilean car immediately backed up and drove out. Although there were no scratches on the car body, it was slightly dirty by these people. It seems like we need a bodyguard robot. Even in peacetime, there will be emergencies. Tang Ku thought to himself, I should also install some defensive machinery at home and give Yashwan a bodyguard robot as well. This robot actually already has a prototype. Tang Ku created multiple chips and bodies for Dubai, including Dubai in bodyguard mode. Chapter 70. Cool. Tang Ku now has to consider whether to equip Dubai with some weapons. And should I also install some defensive weapons at home? But these things will never be allowed. Therefore, they can only be built secretly. As long as no one plots against them, these weapons will never be discovered. When someone sets their sights on him or Zhang Yashuan, it doesn't matter even if the weapons are exposed. Being able to protect the safety of yourself and your family is more important than anything else. Although it will cause a series of troubles after being exposed. Well, after I get back, I'm going to read some books about guns and weapons. Chilean drove out from the group fight, where the fight had alerted the police. When the two groups of people gathered together, they were actually captured on camera by Chiyuan, and the police were notified. The smart car stopped in front of a barbecue stall. The stall owner was cooking while watching the fight in the distance. When Tang Ku's car stopped in front of him, the boss immediately put on a smile and said, Mr. Tang is here. Your barbecue is ready, but the oysters need to wait a little longer and be cooked a little. It's okay, take your time. Tang Ku responded with a smile while sitting in the car. Then he turned to look at Pippi brother next to him and said, It's okay. Pippi shrimp, you can go now. Oh, okay, thank you. Brother Pippi nodded and suddenly said, No, I have something to tell you. Your competition today has gone viral on the internet. Tang Ku blinked and said calmly, Oh, I'm used to it. He is popular, so what? Every time he goes out, he will be on the hot search. Tang Ku has long been accustomed to it. People nowadays are just idle and bored. It's just tinkering with some machinery. Why make such a fuss about it and become a hot topic on the internet? It's so annoying. I don't know why those celebrities like others to pay attention to their every move so much. Even eating, drinking, defecating, and urinating had to be reported. Pippi's mouth twitched slightly. No, Boss Tang Ku, it was you in today's match that were accused of cheating. They said you used artificial intelligence. Tang Ke raised his eyebrows and said calmly, "So that's what's going on. Then they must have misunderstood. But I'm very grateful for their idea. I've decided to add artificial intelligence to Motorola tomorrow." I didn't expect that netizens had guessed it just after the game ended today. It seems that I have underestimated the power of netizens. I hope Ingphone Group has signed a contract. Otherwise, all our efforts will be in vain. Well, I believe you. From now on, if anyone dares to say that you are cheating, I will be the first to disagree. My fans can testify for me. Pippi Gu said cautiously to the camera. Based on my previous interaction with Boss Tang Ku, I've come to deeply understand his honesty and kindness. He's definitely not someone who cheats. Please stop spreading rumors. After saying that, he nodded to Tang Ku. He raised the bottle of mineral water in his hand and said, "Thank you, Mr. Tang Ku, for the water. I'll treat you to a meal next time." Tang Ku smiled and picked up the phone, and the two added each other as friends. After Pippi Gu got out of the car, Tang Ku, who was sitting in the car, suddenly heard the reminder from Chiyuan. A magnitude 4 earthquake has been detected, which is considered safe. Please don't worry, Mr. Tang. As the words fell, all the stall owners, except for the drunks who were fighting, were slightly stunned. Apparently, they also felt the earthquake waves. After a while, the ground returned to normal. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. There have been quite a few earthquakes recently, but luckily, they weren't major ones. I saw on the news that there were minor earthquakes in many places, and there were rumors that a major earthquake would occur in one place. No way. What if it's the Demon City? Wouldn't that be very dangerous? So, you should pay more attention to this information. Don't place heavy objects in high places at home, and keep corridors clear. You're right. Don't wait until there's a real earthquake, or you'll be in trouble. The stall owner chatted with customers on the street. This place is quite far away from the fighting area, so it will basically not affect this area. Soon, the sound of sirens came from a distance. The drunks were completely unaware and were still fighting each other fiercely, with their heads broken and bleeding. Boss Tang Ku, your oysters are ready. I'm going to pack up and leave now. I wish you a happy life. The owner of the barbecue stall smiled and handed the packaged oysters in through the car window. Well, I wish you a prosperous business too. Tang Ku took it with a smile, responded casually, and then took the Kirin smart car home. On the way, Tang Ku had many more thoughts and ideas in his mind. Because he was thinking of too many things at once, his mind was in a mess. The first is the development of Dubai, and the second is about the protection of the family. But the earthquake just now made Tang Ku think of another problem. Houses are very fragile and natural disasters are also a danger. Tang Ku was thinking about whether to buy a piece of land. Then use your own black technology to create a unique luxury villa. He already had the idea of making weapons at home. So it's better to just buy a piece of land and turn the whole house into a fortress. Not only does it have a high level of defense, but it can also withstand natural disasters such as earthquakes. If the house is not strong, even if it is equipped with some high-tech weapons, it is also easy for these weapons to become ineffective due to the collapse of the house, which is very embarrassing. With a bunch of strange thoughts in mind, Tang Ku returned home with some midnight snacks. Changing houses is not going to happen so quickly for the time being, so the plan for the high-tech house has to be postponed. But you can first build some surveillance cameras and small weapons to provide all-round protection for your current home. For example, autonomous reconnaissance drones. Implant the Origin and let it fully control the unmanned exploration aircraft and conduct exploration flights near home. Then the drone will be equipped with some functions such as electric shock or anesthesia. If you encounter criminals, attack them directly. We can develop a black technology that converts solar energy into electromagnetic energy, giving drones unlimited endurance and extremely fast flight speeds. Tang Ku put the midnight snack on the dining table and sat there thinking. The rich fragrance filled the whole house, and my wife walked out of the study with light steps. She saw Tang Ku sitting at the dining table in a daze, smiled and waved. "Baby, what are you thinking about?" "I miss my wife." Tang Ku chuckled and pulled his wife into his arms, letting her sit on him. Hee little fool. Zhang Yashuan smiled sweetly and untied the takeaway bag. The aroma of barbecue is so rich that it makes your mouth water. She took out a skewer of lamb and handed it to Tang Ku behind her. When you have something good, you don't eat it yourself first, but give it to your loved one. This is how you show your love for them. Tang Ku opened his mouth and took a bite of the mutton. The texture was neither fat nor lean, and the slight smell of mutton was particularly soulful. Not bad, not bad. The mutton handed to me by the fairy is especially fragrant. Tang Ku gave a thumbs up in praise. Zhang Yashuan rolled her eyes at him and said, "You're really good at teasing girls. Tell me the truth. How many girls have you deceived?" She also took a bite of the mutton, and the rich aroma made her eyes sparkle. "Every day when I wake up, I cheat on someone. Each one is prettier than the one from yesterday. They live in my house every day. I'm so happy. Tang-ko opened his mouth again and took a bite of the mutton his wife handed him. Huh? You lie to one person every day, and each one is prettier than yesterday's. Zhang Yashuan was slightly stunned. Then she realized that Tang-ko was praising her in disguise, saying that she was getting more beautiful day by day. Smooth talk. Zhang Yashuan pretended to be unhappy, but she felt as happy as if she had eaten honey in her heart. She even couldn't help but kiss Tang-ko on the face, leaving Tang-ko's face covered in oil. Huh? You're actually taking revenge on me like this? I want to kiss you back too. No way. Zhang Yashuan immediately put her small hand on her husband's head to prevent him from kissing her face until it was all greasy. His wife didn't allow him to kiss her, and for a moment, Tang-ko felt a little depressed. Seeing her husband's disappointed face, Zhang Yashuan couldn't help but laugh and cry, and whispered, "Wait until you finish taking a shower." Hearing this, Tang-ko instantly became strong again. "I'm going to take a shower now." "Oh no, why are you in such a hurry to wash after having supper?" Zhang Yashuan picked up an oyster and handed it to Tang-ko, who opened his mouth and ate it. "Well, the food my wife feeds is delicious." The two of them took turns taking a bite. In no time, the barbecue was done. Finally, drink a bottle of ice-cold Fat House Happy Water. Ah, so cool. Tang-ko finished the last sip of ice cola and couldn't help but let out a sigh. "Okay, go take a shower. It's already 10:30. Zhang Yashuan glanced at her phone and said softly, "By the way, there seemed to be a small earthquake just now. Did you feel it?" "Yes, it's only level 4, not a big problem. But I just encountered a fight among a group of drunken people, and the scene was really scary." Tang-ko went to the room to get a set of pajamas and walked towards the bathroom. Hearing the fight, Zhang Yashuan immediately followed. "Drunk and causing trouble? You should be standing far away, right?" At this time, Tang-ko was already in the bathroom, taking off all his clothes. But Zhang Yashuan had no intention of avoiding it, and carefully looked at every inch of her husband's skin. After finding that there were no wounds, he felt relieved and played with his mobile phone at the bathroom door. "You know what? I was almost affected just now. Luckily, I ran fast." Tang-ko's voice came from the bathroom. "What?" Zhang Yashuan was shocked. Without waiting for his wife to ask, Tang-ko took the initiative to talk about his experience. Only then did Zhang Yashuan realize that her husband had encountered such a horrible thing when he went out to buy a midnight snack. "Next time you go out, bring a bodyguard with you. This is too dangerous." Zhang Yashuan frowned slightly and said, "No wonder you've been in a daze since you came back. It turns out that after going through so much, it's my fault that I didn't notice that something was wrong with you." "Ha ha ha. No, I'm not scared. I'm just thinking about something else." Tang-ko took a shower in the bathroom, dried his hair, and walked out with a smile. He patted his wife's head and smiled. "There won't be a next time. The automation system will be completely completed tomorrow. I'll bring back a few bodyguards by then." The bodyguard Baymax combines all fighting skills, and his appearance will also change, making him more flexible and powerful. Even if all 10 bodyguards in the house attack together, they will definitely not be able to defeat one bodyguard, Dabai. If Tang-ko equips his bodyguard Dabai with some high-tech weapons, the damage will skyrocket. Chapter 71 Dabai is finally released. The next day, Tonka's 2 automated factories have been completed. Smart cars are beginning to be mass-produced at an astonishing speed, and it won't be long before the first batch of smart cars are produced. People's travel will officially enter the intelligent era. In addition, there is also the Baymax robot. Tang-ko has already released pre-sales online. The official release date of Baymax and smart cars is also included. Dragon Boat Festival. 2 major products from Heike Technology Company, Limited, the Kirin Smart Car and the Dubai Robot, will be officially released in the early morning of the Dragon Boat Festival. Pre-sale customers please keep their phones connected. You will receive calls and text messages from Heike Technology Company, Limited's intelligent customer service before the Dragon Boat Festival. You can choose to have your product delivered to your door or pick it up at the designated address. This piece of news immediately set off the entire internet. It turns out that people on the internet are still discussing whether Tang-ko is cheating. But with the release of the information from Heike Company, these cheating remarks were instantly drowned out by the overwhelming information. "I finally waited for you. Fortunately, I didn't give up. I've been waiting so long. It's finally released." Good boy, he used his ultimate move right away, attacking with both the smart car and Baymax. Those who pre-order can get the car before the Dragon Boat Festival. Isn't that awesome? I must show it off on the street before the Dragon Boat Festival. This pre-sale is different from what I expected. I actually received the goods earlier than the release date. Oh shit, go check out the Baymax official website. There are so many different Baymax styles, including Baymax gear. Dubai official website has two major categories. One is the basic type, which is the Dubai robot that Tanka showed in the live broadcast room before. The other type is professional. The appearance of this type of Baymax is different, corresponding to each profession. For example, those specifically for medical use are equipped with all medical tools. Such a Baymax is a mobile hospital that can independently perform all the operations that humans have mastered, whether it is external or internal injury, from a severed limb to a minor cold. It can help you solve medical problems on the spot. Such robots are undoubtedly provided to hospitals and wealthy people. For example, if Dubai, who specializes in medical care, gets on the ambulance, he can arrive at the scene as soon as possible, perform emergency surgery directly in the ambulance, and then escort the patient back to the hospital for recuperation. The wealthy are even more direct. They put a medical scanner at home, so they don't need to go to the hospital for any illness, big or small. There is also Chef Dubai, who is proficient in cuisines from all over the world and can store tableware such as bowls, plates, and chopsticks inside his body. It can also cook on the spot and automatically start a fire. Bring Chef Baymax with you, and you won't have to worry about going hungry when surviving in the wilderness. Bodyguard Dubai, proficient in various fighting techniques, various means of transportation, reconnaissance, and counter-reconnaissance techniques. At the same time, its body is fused with corium alloy elements, which can resist bullets and explosions, if necessary, by this big white rich man. You can also register with the state and receive upgrade chips that allow you to master various firearms. Yes, Tangku also added a chip that enables the bodyguard Dubai to be proficient in firearms. However, this type of chip will not be sold. If you want to own one, you must apply to the state. Tangka handed over all these chips to state management. Only the top domestic wealthy people who meet the national evaluation standards are eligible to apply. Those who are rich but not patriotic, or wealthy people who make black money, are not eligible to apply for such chips. Those who use firearms are generally those who go abroad. If Bodyguard Dubai had this ability, our wealthy people would not have to worry about their own safety when they are overseas. In addition, Dubai, who is proficient in weapons, is also purchased in bulk by state personnel. As for what it is used for, those who understand will understand. This type of Dubai who specializes in one profession cannot switch to other professions. Even if you replace it with another chip, its capabilities can be changed, but due to different body shapes and different equipment inside the body. As a result, the full effect of the chip cannot be brought into play. For example, the Bodyguard Baymax is loaded with the medical Baymax chip. Then this Baymax can only provide some medical knowledge and cannot perform surgery or other tasks. The basic type is different. It can be derived and changed infinitely. For example, the basic smart chip is for nursing, and it can be replaced with a bodyguard chip. Just buy some bodyguard equipment for Dubai to wear, and it can also play the role of a bodyguard. However, its protection capability is not as strong as that of professional ones. It can't stop bullets or explosions, but it is actually enough in the country. I understand. Professional types are not suitable for transformation, while basic types can be transformed at will, but they are not as professional types and require the purchase of equipment. Good fellow. Old Tang is also a business genius. Is there any big shot who can help calculate which one is more cost-effective? You all know what a business genius Old Tang is. There's no such thing as a good deal or not. It's just about finding the right one for you. Yes, if you're buying Baymax just for one ability, then naturally buy the professional model. If you want more than just one ability, then buy the basic model. But be careful, the basic model requires you to purchase equipment, and this equipment is not cheap. Can't you just buy one of each professional model? Oh, if you're rich, just ignore what I said and eliminate all the professional types. Don't even bother looking at the basic types. I'm from an ordinary family, so I'll just buy a basic Dubai. Let me see the price. What the hell? The basic model is 300,000. Is that cheap or expensive? Only then did everyone remember the price and clicked on the price check. An ordinary white dragon is sold for 300,000, which is a huge profit based on the materials used. But the value of Dubai lies in its intelligent chip, which is the core of Dubai. It can be said that the high price of Dubai actually lies in the chip. This is the power of wisdom. Wisdom can create huge wealth. The basic model of Dubai is priced at 300,000 yuan, and the chip alone is priced at 250,000 yuan. The equipment is more affordable, with the same part having different prices. The cheap ones only cost a few thousand yuan, but the expensive ones can cost hundreds of thousands. Professional Baymax is priced differently for different professions. There are prices ranging from 100,000 to 5 million, with different targets. Chef Dubai only costs 100,000 yuan. That's great. Buy one and your family won't have to cook for generations. I want to buy a basic whitebait as a pet at home, and it can also monitor my physical health. I've got the whole set. Rich man looking for support. Wow, Baymax has solar and electric power, and even a hybrid of the two. Definitely buy solar energy. It costs so much electricity. But electricity is cheap. I come from a poor family, so I buy electricity. Old Tang is so thoughtful. He wants to make money from both the poor and the rich. So thoughtful. Not bad, not bad. I'll send a box of razor blades to Old Tang first. 104 books, 184 friends, 3,933 groups. Chapter 72 Automatic Exploration Drone. The release of Baymax made people all over the country crazy. The news of the birth of the Dubai robot gradually spread overseas. Many foreigners have also clicked to pre-order, and people from the machinery industry in many countries want to find out more. They want to see whether this robot is as powerful as it appears in the promotional video. Tang Ku from Long Country has created another civilian robot. Is there any way to recruit him to our side? The leader of one of the top 3 countries in the world asked other leaders. Such genius will bring tremendous changes to a country. Today, Manhwa has entered the era of artificial intelligence. However, this country, once the global hegemon, is still stuck in the information age. This also caused a severe shake in their country's dominant position. If this continues, Manhwa will surely surpass them and become the new generation of global hegemon. That might be difficult. After all, he's already grown up, and the Dragon Kingdom will do anything to keep him. When smart cars were first introduced, Manhwa had already warned countries around the world that we couldn't target Tang Ku. The senior executives sitting in the conference room frowned. Then bring back his smart cars and robots, and let the research department crack them. The head of state said solemnly, if we can't win him over, then we must take control of his technology. Our country must not fall behind. Heads of state from various countries felt tremendous pressure from Tang Ku's robots and smart cars. On the same planet, countries have entered different eras. The leading party will gain the greatest voice in the world. The balance of the United Nations was thus broken. This is something that no country wants to see, especially the rising dragon country. This country is too united and too populous. Being developed by them is like a crawling dragon opening its long dormant eyes. From now on, you will soar to the sky and will never be surpassed by others. Tang Ku, who was being noticed by all the major countries at this moment, was sitting at home reading books. Zhang Yashuan was sitting in the study drawing, while Tang Ku was sitting opposite her reading quietly. There were many afternoon tea snacks and 2 cups of pearl milk tea placed between the two of them. As usual, Zhang Yashuan opened the live broadcast room while painting. The ordinary and warm daily life of the two people was seen as envious by the audience in the live broadcast room. A couple can sit together without being bothered by each other all day long. Everyone is doing their own thing. It's peaceful, but not boring. Even without saying a word, you can still feel the other person's company and care. The daily life of a model couple. When will the anime of Sister Yashuan's work be released? I can't wait. It will take at least a few months. It definitely won't be that fast. And the movie based on Lao Tang's novel will probably take even longer. By the way, what book is Old Tang reading? I can vaguely see a few words on the screen. Something like unmanned detection and solar energy conversion. What the hell? Solar energy or something? Doesn't Old Tang know how to do it? Dubai has solar energy. Who knows? I feel like Old Tang's technological inventions will always surprise you. Why do I seem to see words like launch device? Could it be that Old Tang wants to build a rocket? Tang Ke had some thoughts after his experience last night, so he planned to make an automatic reconnaissance drone first. A drone equipped with a variety of detection technologies. It has functions such as night vision, radar, thermal imaging, and is also equipped with some electric shock paralysis functions. In addition, Tang Ku also wants to install a device on the drone to convert solar energy into electromagnetic energy. The drone not only has unlimited endurance, but also has the ability to fly with electromagnetic propulsion. Tang Ku plans to build more than a dozen of them at a time, so that they can form a huge surveillance network outside his house. Even a fly flying by will be caught by the drone. But there is a lot of knowledge to learn about this small drone, because it covers so many things. What cars and motorcycles need is hardware knowledge that is specific to them. The knowledge required by Dubai is also limited, so Tang Ku only needs to read a few related books. But this drone is different. Tang Ku wants to read books about flight propulsion. Also read books on night vision, thermal imaging, radar, etc. You should also read books on solar energy conversion and books on drone weapons. In addition, Tang Ku also needs to upgrade this knowledge through the Black Technology system. Otherwise, so many things cannot be put into a small drone. There are so many things Tang Ku wants to add to the drone. If you want to cram everything in, You have to use black technology to minimize all these things. As Tang Ke finished studying one book after another, various knowledge upgrade reminders popped up in his mind one after another. After reading for several days in a row, Tang Ke finally breathed a sigh of relief. After spending a few days at home with my wife and sorting out the knowledge in my mind, Tang Ku went directly to the Dubai manufacturing factory to start his drone manufacturing. The drone's shell is still made of Kohler alloy. Such a high-tech product cannot be left unused. Only a hard shell can protect the core inside the drone from damage. The flight kinetic energy uses electromagnetic propulsion, which completely changes the way drones fly in the past. The source of electromagnetic energy is no longer electricity, but solar energy. This way, the drone will be able to work day and night. It has a cobalt shell that can perfectly isolate the high temperature of sunlight. No need to worry about damage caused by prolonged operation. Then there are the imaging and detection capabilities of drones, which are not difficult to manufacture. Tang Ke only needs to make modifications based on the existing technology. It is easy to create a detection device that is lighter and smaller than those on the market. Finally, there's the drone attack method. Tang Ke sat in the studio, lost in thought. As for weapons, he actually didn't want to touch them. Once he invents these things, it will be easy for the state to discover them, then live under the surveillance of others. The state will send people as close to his home as possible. In addition to protecting his safety, he also wants to get better black technology weapons as soon as possible. These are nothing. What bothers Tang Ke the most is, if these weapons of his were exposed, they would attract the attention of other countries. Tang Ke himself will have safety issues. Nowadays, making cars and robots is still just a commercial thing. But weapons are different. They are something that can conquer the world. If Tang Ke wants to live a peaceful life, he must always live under the protection of the country. Regardless of whether he has black technology to protect himself, the country will still send people to track and protect him for safety reasons. Even when I go out on a date with my wife, I am followed and monitored by others. It's painful to think about it. But if the threat posed by the weapons is too small, these drones will not be able to provide protection if danger really occurs. If we build a miniature electromagnetic cannon, it shouldn't be discovered, right? Chapter 73 Watcher, my wife, is angry. Tang Ke touched his chin. He originally planned to make an electric shock device. However, the electric shock effect can only deal with one or two enemies. If it is replaced with a micro-electromagnetic cannon, it can directly knock down a group of enemies. For example, if we had a miniature electromagnetic cannon, we could have just bombarded the hundreds of drunkards we encountered that night. Everyone lie down. Tang Ke can add a power regulator to the electromagnetic gun and let Origin control the power. When encountering ordinary people, reduce the power of the microelectromagnetic cannon to the minimum and only shock or stun the enemy. This will prevent you from accidentally killing your opponent. When encountering terrorists, the microelectromagnetic cannon can directly destroy the enemy's firearms. Generally speaking, Tang Ke would not use high-power microelectromagnetic guns. Under low-power conditions, the electromagnetic gun's fluctuations are very weak and look like ordinary electric shocks. As long as Tang Ke is not facing armed terrorists, his micro-electromagnetic cannon will not be exposed. If you don't expose your weapons, there won't be any subsequent mess. Do it now. Tang Ke began to use the materials he had to manufacture miniature electromagnetic guns. It feels incredible to say it out loud. Ordinary people probably don't even know what materials to use, let alone build an electromagnetic gun. But Tang Ke did it effortlessly. He has a lot of black technology knowledge in his mind. He wants to make an electromagnetic gun. There are more than 10 methods, and the materials used are different. To assemble an electromagnetic gun that can be stuffed into a drone, Tang Ke has spent the past few days in the factory and hasn't even returned home. A simple electromagnetic launch device, which was repeatedly tested and improved. It gradually transformed from a small electromagnetic launch device into an extremely small miniature electromagnetic cannon. He installed the electromagnetic gun into a half-meter-wide drone and connected it to the chip carrying the Origin. This automatic reconnaissance drone with attack capabilities is finally completed. Tang Ke did not add any color to the drone, retaining the inherent color of the Ku alloy, which is silver-white all over. The maximum flight altitude can reach 5,000 meters. Maximum speed 100 kilometers per hour. Although its height and speed are not the fastest, it is definitely the top configuration among civilian drones. Most importantly, it's what's inside this drone. This is something that no other drone currently has. Its comprehensive strength can defeat all drones. Tang Ke walked outside the factory with the drone. The sun was shining brightly at the moment, and the temperature outside was 32 degrees Celsius. It was so hot that Tang Ke dropped the drone and immediately ran back to the studio to turn on the air conditioner. Origin opened the drone data panel. Tang sat at the computer desk and spoke into the phone. Immediately afterwards, various data of the drone were displayed directly on the computer screen. This drone is called. Tang touched his chin, thought for a few seconds, and said, Watcher. This drone was originally designed to guard your home. Stay home, watch and see, and keep watch. No matter how it will develop in the future, this name is very suitable for it now. The name has been loaded into the database, and the Watcher drone brand has been registered for you. Origin's efficiency remains high. Tang sat in the studio, enjoying the air conditioning, looking at the data from the drone under the scorching sun. There is also a battery value that is increasing at a speed visible to the naked eye. 0.01%, 0.03%, 0.07%, 0.1%. He was not in a hurry. While waiting, he chatted with his wife on the phone. Nan Ku E Meng. Baby, don't close the window tonight. I will climb up through the window to find you. Your husband is not at home today, right? Tang made this comment jokingly, trying to tease Zhang Yashuan. Little fairy, husband? I don't have a husband. How can I have a husband? I'm alone at home every day. How can I have a husband? Nan Ku E Meng. Nan Ku E Meng. What's wrong, baby? Little fairy, humph, I'm fine. Seeing this, Tang Ku was at a loss whether to laugh or cry. My wife must be angry with him. He hasn't been home for so many days. It would be strange if she wasn't angry. After all, Tang Ku has never spent the night outside since he moved in with Zhang Yashuan. Tang Ku suddenly didn't come home for several days in a row, which made Zhang Yashuan feel a little depressed. Nan Ku E Meng. It's okay, that's fine. Little fairy, Nan Ku E Meng. What's the matter? Little fairy, humph. Nan Ku E Meng. I will bring back some professional Baymaxes later and cook for you. Little fairy. No, go away and don't come back. Nan Ku E Meng. Whoa. The fairy doesn't want me anymore. I'm just going to kill myself by banging my head against the wall. Little fairy. Then just get hit and die. I don't want you anymore. Nan Ku E Meng. But I want to die in the arms of a fairy, so I have to go back and crash into your arms. Remember to open the door for me. Little fairy. If it's not open, you can climb through the window. Seeing this, Tang Ku felt helpless. It turns out that my wife is not as calm as she seems. She still cares about me very much. If you want to please your wife, text chatting is not the only way to solve the problem. Mr. Tang, the battery of the Watcher has reached the startup state. May I ask if we can conduct various data tests now? The voice of Origin came from the indoor speaker. Now that the power is sufficient, let's get started. Tang Ku looked at the Watcher drone exposed to the sun outside. It was powered by solar energy. That's why Tang Ku left the drone outside in the sun. The charging speed is very fast, and the values are all normal. Laugh. The drone on the ground suddenly emitted a blue light, and its body suddenly rose to 10 meters in the air, with incredible stability. Drones are very stable during flight, but it is rare to find one that takes off so smoothly. Tang Ku no longer looked at the drone outside, but stared at the first-person perspective of the drone on the computer screen. Tang Ku installed a 360-degree panoramic view on the drone, so he could see everything clearly up, down, left, and right. Origin began to test the performance of the drone, with various imaging switching continuously. The Watcher quickly flew up into the air, filming the scene below as if he were shooting a long-shot blockbuster movie. The drone's camera is also one of the black technologies. Any scene within a kilometer range can be clearly captured. Even if it is magnified several times, the picture remains clear. In addition to the drone's own data, the display also shows information loaded after the drone takes pictures, which keeps flashing. The Watchers recorded the appearance of every person on the ground and sent it to Origin for analysis and information collection. Those whose information is leaked on the internet will have all their information accessed by the source in less than a moment. It can be said that the only people who have not exposed any information on the internet are those who live in seclusion in the mountains. To what extent does Origin collect information on these people? Details include ID number, bank deposits, work, daily life, hobbies, etc. If this data were released, it would definitely cause a stir. This involves everyone's privacy issues. At this moment, people who are active on the internet are unaware of it. Their information has actually been spread all over the internet for a long time, although it is scattered. But once collected and integrated by artificial intelligence, a complete information chain will be formed. Chapter 74. Chapter 74. The young couple has a quarrel. Origin. All this information is encrypted, and only Zhang Yashuan and I have access to it. Okay, Mr. Tang, do you need to back up the data to your home server? Want. At present, this information is of no use to Tang Ku, but no one can say whether he will need it in the future. It's a good idea to keep a copy. Finally, The electromagnetic gun test was carried out. The lowest power will only cause a slight paralysis effect, which will return to normal after a while. Even if a mouse is bombarded by the lowest power electromagnetic cannon, it will only be temporarily stunned. Origin can be said to have suppressed the power of the electromagnetic gun to the lowest level. At full power, the micro-electromagnetic gun can also penetrate a 2-meter wide boulder. Such data undoubtedly meets what Tanko wants, neither high nor low, just right. All data are normal. Testing complete. The watcher is being retrieved. The origin prompt sounded, and the computer screen was filled with green numbers. Tanko said, "Let the primary robots be responsible for manufacturing this type of drone from now on. For now, let's build 100 of them as a backup." Now that the drone that can monitor and guard the house is built, Tanko's next step is to think about building a house. But there is no rush for this matter. We need to take it slow. After Tanko packed up his things, he woke up a driver named Dabai inside the factory. He asked his driver Dabai to take the professional database such as chefs, bodyguards, cleaners, gardeners, etc. onto the truck and send them back home. Tanko took the drone and left the factory in a Kirin Smart car. He first went to the cake shop to buy some desserts. Then I went to the flower shop and bought 9 bright red roses, which symbolized long-lasting companionship. Then he went back towards home. Tanko got out of the car with a dessert in one hand and a rose in the other. The drone automatically flew out of the car, flew to the roof, and began its patrol mission. When Tanko walked to the door, the bodyguard smiled bitterly. "I'm so sorry, Mr. Tang," Ms. Zhang said. To be honest, this is a bit difficult for those bodyguards. Seeing that the other party was hesitant to speak, Tanko realized something. "What's wrong? What did she say?" Ms. Zhang said she can't let you in. The bodyguard replied somewhat embarrassedly. If Tanko insisted on going in, they actually didn't dare to stop him. If a couple is having a quarrel, let them have it. Why drag their bodyguards into it? Well, that's the case. It's okay. I'll think of another way. Tanko didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He could understand the bodyguard's helplessness. In this situation, the hardest job is to be a bodyguard. They dare not offend either side, so it is really difficult to make a decision. Origin, no. It's the watcher who came down and helped me send these things in. Tanko smiled and waved to the watcher drone, which automatically landed in front of him. He tied all the roses and desserts in his hand to the drone. Then he asked the bodyguard at the door, "Do you have a pen?" "Yes." The bodyguard immediately took out a black pen from his sleeve. Tanko picked up the small white card that was given when he bought the roses. He wrote some words on it and put it inside the rose. After finishing, the watcher took off again and flew into the third-floor window. The watcher turned on the detection function and directly found Zhang Yashuan's location using thermal imaging. At this moment, Zhang Yashuan was lying on the sofa on the first floor, staring at her phone, muttering angrily. "Damn Tanko. He didn't even reply to my message. Wait until he comes back and see how I teach him a lesson. It's been 2 hours. Why haven't you replied to my message yet? Did I say too much? Should I take the initiative to apologize to him?" She shook her head. How could she let a girl apologize first? That would be so embarrassing. But we are already an old married couple. What face do we need? No, once I apologize, he won't know his mistake. What if he continues to ignore me? Zhang Yashuan was extremely conflicted. Every minute and every second of waiting seemed so long, as if a day passed like a year. Just then, a faint buzzing sound came from the corridor. Zhang Yashuan looked over curiously and saw a silver-white drone with a bag and a few bouquets of roses hanging underneath. What is this? She was stunned at first and subconsciously thought of Tanko, because the only one who would come to her with this thing was Tanko. In other words, the only one who would appear at home would be Tanko. She took down the bag and the roses, and found that the bag was filled with her favorite snacks and cakes. And among the 9 red roses, there was a small card. "Dear Queen, there's a homeless guy at the door. He seems to be your husband. Please go and sign for him. If Her Majesty the Queen refuses, he will cry at the door until you open it." Phew. Seeing this, Zhang Yashuan couldn't help but laugh out loud. "Then cry. Cry to death, you dog man." Tanko, who was standing at the door waiting, didn't know whether his wife's anger had subsided, so he just stood there waiting. Do you really want him to cry at the door? Just as this thought flashed through his mind, the door of his house opened with a click. A beautiful figure stood in the room, looking at Tanko with a stern face. "Who are you? Why are you coming to my house?" Zhang Yashuan pretended to be indifferent. Tanko chuckled, pushed the door open and walked in, holding his wife in his arms. He kicked the door shut with his heel and said jokingly, "A flower thief. If you behave yourself, this flower thief can save you some pain. Go to hell, you pervert." Zhang Yashuan rolled her eyes at Tanko. "You're thinking about these things right after you get back. Is your mind full of pornography?" Hee hee, it's been a while since I last saw you, and I'm really excited by my wife's stunning beauty. You still know you haven't been back for many days? I won't dare to do that next time. Do you want to have another chance? Don't dare to do it again. Hee hee. Tang Kele smiled like a little fool, which made Zhang Yashuan feel helpless. Tang Ke never says any cheesy love words, and he doesn't know how to comfort others. Every time I do something wrong, I try to please my wife in a silly way. Only his wife, Zhang Yashuan, would fall for his tricks. This is not stupidity, this is love. Zhang Yashuan sat back on the sofa and took out the desserts from the bag. You said you would bring Dubai back to cook. Did you bring him back? She unwrapped a piece of cake, picked up a small piece with a fork, and handed it to Tang Ke. Tang Ke devoured it in one gulp, saying as he ate, I brought it back. I asked the driver to bring a lot of professional database, including those for cooking, cleaning, taking care of landscaping, and even bodyguards. Ding dong. Tang Ke had just finished speaking when the doorbell rang. Mr. Tang Ke, all your Baymax robots have been delivered. The bodyguard at the door asked if we could let Baymax in. Chiyuan asked on the phone. Put it in. Tang Ke looked towards the door and saw Zhang Yashuan full of anticipation. Chapter 75. I'm afraid you'll be sad. The door opened and the driver Dubai, who had long legs and long arms, walked in carrying several large boxes. It looked at Tang Ke and blinked, as if it understood what the boss meant. It immediately walked to the box and stepped on the starting position on the box with its paw. Then the second box, the third box. Several Baymaxes of different sizes emerged from the box, their bodies inflated with air. Several big whites walked down from the box. They all retain the classic white color, inflatable body, and those cute eyes. But the body shape is very different. Chef Dubai has a chef's hat on his head, and there are many cooking tools in the hat and inside his body. Its palms are no longer white and fat, but extremely slender and dexterous. The entire body is coated with a special material that makes it easier to clean if it gets stained with oil. The cleaning lady Dubai has become much thinner. The height can be automatically adjusted, making it convenient to clean every corner of the home. It stores various cleaning tools inside its body and can also store water inside its body. The medical white suit is not wearing anything and looks very basic. The only difference is that there is a red hospital sign on the belly. It doesn't look like an inflatable robot. It looks like a solid metal robot. It is not afraid of sharp objects and will not be pierced by them. There are multiple layers of shell inside the body. Each layer has a zipper and contains different medical tools. Opening the zipper will release some gas, but it will not affect the overall performance of the car. The zipper closes and it can be quickly inflated. The bodyguard Dubai was wearing a tight uniform, and his big belly was also deleted. Its legs have been lengthened and strengthened, and both legs and arms have additional joints, allowing it to perform more flexible moves. Among these professional Baymaxes, the one that looks most like a human is the bodyguard Baymax. The bodyguard Dubai in front of Tang Ke is very different from the bodyguard Dubai sold to the public. Among them, the chip is the most special. This Dubai chip in front of me is not only proficient in weapons, but also in weapons manufacturing and ammunition manufacturing. Secondly, Tang Ke reserved a lot of space for weapons for future installation. When he has time, he plans to install a micro-electromagnetic cannon into the bodyguard Baymax. Finally, there is the gardener Dubai, who has taken the initiative to go outside to work. Wow, this is the professional Baymax you brought back. Is it controlled by the origin, or is it a separate chip? Zhang Yashuan poked Dubai's body with her jade fingers and felt a big difference in Dubai's body elasticity. At home, you can connect to the origin to make their cooperation with each other more orderly. When you are outside, you will use the chip in your body to make it respond as quickly as possible. Tang Ke replied, the fastest network in the world is only 4G, and the delay is still very large. If the bodyguard uses the network to connect to the source when he is outside, delay errors are likely to occur. If someone shot at Tang Ke and Zhang Yashuan, Dubai, who is connected to the internet, would definitely not be able to take immediate action to block the gun. But the Baymax equipped with the chip has zero delay in response. When the time comes, we can develop 5G or even 6G and control the global network in my hands. Wouldn't that be wonderful? Tang Ke had another thought in his mind. If he really develops 5G and 6G, then he will create smart products. There is no need to use a chip, just connect directly to the source. It can greatly reduce manufacturing costs and at the same time put all smart products under your control. Of course, if these things come out, the country will definitely issue new regulations. He even went directly to Tang Ke to obtain the highest authority of origin. After all, controlling the origin of the global network is equivalent to controlling the world. Tang Ke didn't plan to do this before he had a certain level of strength. The best option is to continue to develop some product-type black technologies to accumulate experience and knowledge. After starting all the professional database, the driver Dubai turned around and walked out of the house, driving the truck back to the factory. Tangku originally planned to make a smart truck, but after thinking about it, he decided to give up. I already drive a truck, so where would I get the money to buy a smart truck? Instead of having a smart truck, it is better to have a driver named Dubai. It can drive various trucks and has great strength to carry cargo. Why not? Therefore, it is clear that the drivers will be responsible for shipping and delivery in the future. It will also become a symbol of Heike Technology Company, Limited. Anything it delivers to your door is a product of Heike Company. Then let me see how good Dubai's cooking skills are. Zhang Yashuan patted Chef Dubai. It blinked, as if it suddenly understood. Then he walked towards the kitchen with a silly step and opened the refrigerator. Suddenly, it turned around, walked in front of Zhang Yashuan, and a screen appeared on its belly. Above is a menu with a dizzying array of classification options. Wow, so that's how you choose food. Zhang Yashuan's beautiful eyes were shining with stars because she saw so many of her favorite desserts and cakes. I didn't expect that Dubai could even make things for the cake shop. I just don't know if the finished product will be the same as the one in the picture. Not only can you choose your own meals, but you can also choose recommended meals, such as nutritional supplements during exercise, or weight loss meals, healthy meals, and calorie-exploding meals. Tang lay on the sofa and explained, you can choose for yourself, or you can directly make a request to Dubai. It will understand. After all, its core is the origin. Really? Then I want a. Zhang Yashuan placed her white jade finger on her lower lip, thought for a moment, and said, sirloin steak, medium rare. The ingredients you ordered must be available at home first. Tang said in surprise. Yes, I asked someone to buy it and put it in the refrigerator. Would you like one? Zhang Yashuan said with a smile. Tang blinked and looked towards the kitchen. There were actually a few candles on the table. It turned out that his wife was not unprepared. When she saw him on the phone saying that he would be back today, she bought some things to welcome him. Is this a candlelight dinner? Tang smiled and said, then give me a medium rare filet steak and 2 cocktails. You can enjoy it as you like. Okay. Dubai made an okay gesture, then opened the ingredients in the refrigerator and started cooking. Zhang Yashuan was surprised and said, it can also mix cocktails. Wasn't it called Chef Dubai? How did it become Bartender Dubai? I think alcoholic beverages are also a type of food, so I also added this category to the chef chip. Tang and Zhang Yashuan leaned against each other and watched Dubai busy in the kitchen. The drone you used to send me flowers, was it also something you made? Zhang Yashuan asked. Yes, it's called the Watcher, and it's used to guard the house. It's being mass-produced in the factory. I was scared by the drunken fight I encountered that day. Tang nodded. You still know how to be afraid? Then are you afraid of me? Zhang Yashuan asked with a smile, resting her head on Tang's shoulder. Don't be afraid. Afraid. Am I fierce? I'm not afraid that you'll be angry. I'm afraid that you'll be sad. Chapter 76 Chef Dubai's Craftsmanship. As the two chatted, Dubai had already prepared 2 steaks. It is presented on the dining table in an extremely beautiful form, just like the finished product of a chef in a 5-star hotel. Dubai poured the black pepper sauce on the steak, which made a sizzling sound when it hit the hot iron plate. The rich aroma fills the whole house, whetting your appetite. Tang and his wife walked to the dining table and sat down opposite each other. Dubai lit a thick candle and placed the 9 roses that Tang brought back in the cup. Candles and roses were placed on the dining table. At the same time, the lights in the house are controlled by origin. It was closed in an instant, leaving only the candlelight between Tang and Zhang Yashuan. Tang and Zhang Yashuan couldn't help themselves and started to taste the steak directly. Although Dubai was created by Tang and I have eaten the food made by Dubai, every one of them is so delicious. But he had never eaten the steak made by Dubai, and he was also looking forward to it. When the knife cuts the steak, the fat overflows and the tender beef inside is revealed. Pick it up with a fork and take a bite of the pink beef. A light bite and the crispy outside and tender inside texture made Tang and Zhang Yashuan's eyes widen at the same time. This kind of steak with the temperature controlled to the extreme is simply not something humans can make. Oh my god, this is the best steak I have ever eaten. It's even better than those in big hotels. I don't have to eat out anymore. Zhang Yashuan exclaimed. Of course, this is Chef Dubai. Tang said with a proud smile. At this time, Dubai brought 2 glasses of azure cocktails and gently placed them on the table. Zhang Yashuan picked up one of the cocktails and shook it. Will this have an impact on the hotel industry? Yes. From now on, hygiene and service will be the competitive factors for hotels. Tang also picked up his wine glass and clinked it lightly with his wife's. Don't forget, hotels and restaurants can also buy Dubai to cook. The catering industry will usher in a huge reform. At the same time, ordinary people who seize the opportunity can also rise in this short period of time. Technological changes will have an impact on the industry, but they will also provide people with new opportunities. Whether they can catch it depends on whether these people are smart enough. Dubai's entry not only affects the catering industry. Tangku has created a large number of Baymax characters of different professions, covering all walks of life. According to the estimated budget, 1/5 of occupations will undergo unprecedented reforms. This data was also provided to Manhwa, and the leadership is also discussing how to arrange for the people whose jobs have been squeezed out by robots. It is impossible to resist robots because they are the progress of the times. Anyone who resists the progress of the times does so because he or she has limited abilities and is afraid that he or she will not be able to survive. The only way for human survival is to adapt to each era. Tangku and Zhang Yashuan took a sip of the cocktail at the same time. The taste of the mixture of multiple alcohols was surprisingly delicious. Tonight's dinner is particularly delicious, and the couple under the candlelight are also particularly charming. A month passed quickly. Heike Technology Company Limited has officially shipped the first batch of Kirin smart cars. Kirin cars began to roam the city, and big white monsters were seen walking on the streets. Most people choose the changing colors that come with Coalite. Only a few people choose to apply ordinary paint. After all, the changing colors of cobalt are very sci-fi, unless you really like other colors. Otherwise, it will generally not be replaced. Secondly, Dubai has also been shipped. Many corporate groups purchase them in large quantities because Dubai's working ability is much stronger than human power. This also led to a large number of people losing their jobs and caused quite a stir. Most of these people only have one skill, like assembly line workers, and they don't worry about this kind of thing. The Baymaxes created by Tangku are all professional Baymaxes, targeting a certain profession. Those jobs that do not require professional knowledge and can be completed by anyone do not need to be done by Dubai at all. For example, in an assembly line factory, who would be so extravagant as to use a Baymax to work? Isn't an automated factory attractive? But those jobs that require human skills, such as craftsmen, drivers, bodyguards, chefs, doctors, etc. These jobs are the main replacement groups for the big white robot. Among them, the two occupations with the most serious unemployment are drivers and chefs. Dubai replaced the position of truck driver with his strong carrying capacity and smooth driving skills. The drivers who drove for the big bosses were replaced by Kirin smart cars. After all, smart cars have better driving skills than humans, and Kirin smart cars are very durable, so there is no need to worry about car accidents. Nowadays, among human drivers, only those who pick up passengers can still survive. If Tang Ku founded Chilean Taxi, the position of the drivers who solicit passengers would definitely be eliminated. Fortunately, Tang Ku also understood that he should not push people too hard. Otherwise, he would definitely arouse the anger of all professional drivers. If you cut off someone's last chance of survival, what's the difference between that and murder? The chef industry was hit hard because the food cooked by Dubai was better than that of top chefs. You can buy a permanent chef's Dubai for only 100,000 yuan, which is much cheaper than those top chefs. Therefore, countless catering businesses have purchased Chef Dubai, hoping to get a share of this industry. Chef Dubai was also the first to be sold out. The pre-sale button has now been completely closed. If you want to buy it, you can only wait until the Dragon Boat Festival when it is released. Chef Baymax is cheap, and every household wants to buy one just to taste dishes that surpass those made by top chefs. As the saying goes, food is the most important thing for people. Buying a chef is like buying the sky. Oh my goodness, if I had known I would have pre-ordered it. Now I envy those who have already got the Baymax. My original wish was to be able to eat Chef Dubai's delicious food in my lifetime, but I didn't expect that nearly half of the food I eat is made by Chef Dubai. You know what? The taste is absolutely amazing. Nowadays, all major catering industries are in fierce competition, engaging in crazy price wars, intending to wear down the other side. How could I possibly die from exhaustion? If I beat this place, there's another one. They both taste the same. I'll go whichever is cheaper. Wouldn't it be nice to just buy Dubai for 100,000 yuan and take it home? Then I can eat the delicious food Dubai cooks every day. We want to buy it too, but it will be hard to get it on Dragon Boat Festival. Brothers, please bless me. I hope you can't grab it, hehe. We strongly urge Tangku to focus on producing Chef Dubai. The other Dubai are secondary and serve the rich. Yes, the most approachable one is Chef Dubai. When the big white robot entered people's lives, people began to feel the beauty that robots brought. My previous living habits and experiences have changed because of Dubai's high-quality service. At this moment, Tang Ku was hailed as a godlike existence by countless people. His novel data also skyrocketed. Chapter 77 ranked among the rich list. The pre-sales of Kirin's smart cars and Dubai robots were immediately popular among users. The production speed could not keep up, so Tang Ku had to close sales and leave some inventory to be sold during the Dragon Boat Festival. A large number of new users flocked to Zhang Yashuan's live broadcast room every day just to ask Tang Ku various questions. Even Hongtai Group's industries benefited from this, and its stock prices soared. Hongtai's industries have also generated huge profits recently. All these chain reactions are attributed to Tang Ku's products, which have allowed Manhwa to enter a new era. People's lives and travel have undergone tremendous changes, and products have truly changed lives. And it was a sudden change, the kind that could be seen with the naked eye. This has led to Tang Ku's current fame, and Hongtai Group's products have also been trusted by people. Dragon Boat Festival, early morning. The countdown on the official websites of Kirin's smart car and Dubai reaches 0. The buy button turns red instantly. Countless shoppers in the country are facing their computers and mobile phones, clicking frantically to buy. In order to prevent people from using software to buy things in bulk, Tang Ku asked Chiyuan to check the background data of each user. At present, any network is like a piece of thin paper in front of the origin, which will be broken with a poke. Once origin discovers that there is software programming running in the background, it will directly block the other party's network. Give the other party the illusion that the web page is stuck, making it 100% impossible for him to make a successful purchase. This will not only avoid the rush buying by scalpers, but also will not expose the fact that the origin monitors netizens' background. Just 1 second later, the result was just as everyone expected. It was sold out. Grass a plant. How can it be so fast? Are they all connected by a trigger? What the hell? I opened the clicker and the web page is stuck. Me too. I didn't even get the trigger. I cracked it, and it disappeared as soon as I clicked it. Ha 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 ha. I got it, and it's Chef Baymax. Oh yeah. Manual click successfully. I got one too, but unfortunately I only got Baymax, the bodyguard, and Baymax, the medical staff, but not Baymax, the chef. The people above are going too far. They actually snatched up 2 white buys. There's Silverside. My goodness. My whole family rushed to grab it, but only my little sister got a basic to buy. No one else got one. I only got the basic to buy. That's too fast. What's your hand speed? I feel like Chef Dubai is the hardest to get, but the others are easier. The internet instantly became a hot topic. At this early hour in the morning, nearly half of the country's population was awake and rushing to grab things. I got a Kirin smart car. I received a text message right after I paid. It's so efficient. Alas, I wonder when the next batch of cars and robots will be produced. Ha ha ha. I grabbed a smart car and a chef named Dubai. This Dragon Boat Festival is really my lucky day. I wish everyone a happy Dragon Boat Festival. Dragon Boat Festival? If you hadn't told me, I would have forgotten about it. I almost thought today was Old Tang's Carnival. What the hell is this Old Tang Carnival? Speaking of which, Tang Ku must have been having a party today. I wonder how much he earned. Dubai prices vary, but the smart car is 3 million yuan each. With the pre-sales and the ones just snapped up, global sales have reached 220,000 units, which is 660 billion. Holy crap. How can it be so high? So car manufacturing is so profitable? 600 billion. When the data came out, it shocked everyone. Just from the smart car, we have made a lot of money that others cannot earn in several lifetimes. For a moment, the entire internet was in a frenzy. There is really no need to sleep tonight. Global sales of million-dollar cars are actually not that high. No other car company can currently sell over 200,000 million-dollar cars in one go like Tang Ku did. This is the first person to try something new, because Tang Ku was the first to create a smart car. It's enviable and amazing. I have to say, Tang Ku's rise was too abrupt. Yes, if it wasn't for his wife's live broadcast that day, exposing his black technology, we might still not know that a novelist actually possesses such power. Even after deducting the material cost, it still amounts to hundreds of billions. That's nothing. There's also his Baymax. The prices of that thing vary. Some are cheap and some are expensive. If Dubai's profits were also taken into account, the figure would be even more terrifying. Tang Ku should be on the world's richest list. The profit of Kirin's smart car plus the profit of Dubai. It is enough for Tang Ku to enter the rich list directly, and he is on the rich list with liquid funds. You know, most of the people on the rich list have fixed assets. Heike Technology Company, Limited is also a fixed asset if it is valued and listed. Tang Ku's position on the rich list will move up several places. I'm torn. I suddenly envy Sister Yashuan so much for marrying such an awesome husband. Haha. That's because Zhang Yashuan has good taste. If it were you, would you, as a rich lady, marry a lousy novelist? According to my understanding, when Zhang Yashuan met Tang Ku, his income from his novels was only average, equivalent to that of an ordinary worker. Oh my God, is this a romantic love story? The rich girl didn't mind the boy's poverty and resolutely chose to marry him. Now she has been rewarded hundreds and thousands of times. I heard that when Zhang Yashuan married Tang Ku, her best friends all thought she was stupid and some even mocked her. Now, haha, I guess he's so ashamed that he wants to find a hole to crawl into. Sister Yashuan was so domineering back then. She directly cut off ties with those mockers and ran away to live a happy life with old Tang. That took a lot of courage. Am I the only one who thinks Sister Yashuan's parents are so awesome that they actually agreed to let their daughter marry Tang Ku? Now that I've put it that way, I suddenly feel like Sister Yashuan's family is truly remarkable. It's true that discernment is passed down from generation to generation. Countless netizens sighed, and Zhang Hongguang, who was at home, also sat on the head of the bed with his wife and sighed. At the beginning, they just wanted their daughter to be happy, so they agreed to the marriage and even accepted Tang Ku from the bottom of their hearts. It turns out that kindness will be rewarded. Tang Ku is a deeply hidden treasure, and after a few years, he gave them such a huge reward. I feel that the best decision I have made in my life is not to go out and work, but to agree to my daughter's marriage, Zhang Hongguang said to his wife Xiangru. Zhang Yashuan's mother, Xiangru, is also a great beauty. Zhang Yashuan's beauty is mostly inherited from her mother. Xiangru said softly, "When I married you, you were also poor and miserable, so don't underestimate any boy." Haha, I'm also very grateful that you don't look down on me back then. Zhang Hongguang laughed heartily and fell asleep in his wife's arms. Chapter 78 Dragon Boat Festival Date. Early the next morning, Tang Ku woke up in a daze, and then the voice of Origin rang in his ears. "Mr. Tang, there are over 99 messages on your phone, most of which are about smart cars in Dubai. Please remember to check them." Origin gradually became more intelligent and no longer foolishly asked Tang Ku whether he needed to read it out loud. No normal person would listen to so much information. They would just open their phone and take a quick look. "Xiao Kezi, wake up. I've made breakfast. Go eat after you brush your teeth. I'll see what to wear today." Zhang Yashuan has already put on light makeup and is ready to go out. Today is Dragon Boat Festival, and Tang Ke said he wanted to take her out on a date. At the same time, Jin Yumeng and Chen Zimo were also called. I know, Tang Ke stretched and then got up. After washing up, he ate breakfast while reading messages. Seeing himself on the hot search again, perhaps because he had gradually gotten used to it, he felt nothing in his heart. These netizens really don't need to sleep. Tang Ke saw that many messages were sent at 3 or 4 in the morning. They were truly night owls. At that time, he had finished interacting with his wife, but these people were still not asleep. Drink the last glass of warm milk to replenish all the energy consumed last night and feel full of energy. After washing the cups and plates, Tang Ke went to the cloakroom and changed into a casual short-sleeved shirt. It was such a hot day, he really didn't bother to dress properly. Once you pay attention to the layering in your outfit, you may look cool, but you will be scorched to death outside. Even Zhang Yashuan was dressed more casually. She and Tang Ku wore a couple's white t-shirt and the same loose black shorts. There is a girl pattern on the front of Zhang Yashuan's clothes, with her arms raised high, as if giving a hug. The girl in the pattern is wearing a pink dress with the English letters, "Love," printed on it. There was a boy pattern on Tang Ku's clothes, and he also raised his arms to ask for a hug. The boy was wearing a blue shirt with the English letters "U" branded on it. The two walked out of the villa side by side, and the bodyguards at the door bowed slightly at the same time. This was a polite respect to the owner of the house, but they could not relax because of their mission. So there was no conversation and no large movements. Jin Yumeng from the villa opposite also came out. She waved her little hand happily to Zhang Yashuan, then ran over. Go, go. Where are we going to play today? Why don't we go to Guha Town to watch the dragon boat race?" Jin Yumeng is still as energetic and full of spirit as ever. Tang Ke nodded and said, "Sure. Let's go watch the dragon boat race, have lunch at the snack street, and then go to the amusement park in the afternoon. How about that?" "Oh yeah, I love amusement parks the most." Jin Yumeng cheered like a child. The three of them got in the Kirin Smart car and drove directly to Guha Town. The bodyguards also followed in the Kirin Smart car. This is a benefit that Tang Ke gives to his employees, and it is also to enable the bodyguards to keep up better. While on the way, Jin Yumeng sent a message to Chen Zimo, informing him of the meeting place. More than 10 minutes later, the three of them came to the quaint town of Guha. The local area still has ancient-style buildings, and this place is protected by national policies, preserving local culture. Every year during the Dragon Boat Festival, people hold dragon boat races on this ancient river. Many people come here to watch the dragon boat race and cheer for the teams. Here, here, Jin Yumeng waved to Chen Zimo, who was taking a taxi from a distance. Chen Zimo seemed a little shy and timid as he walked over. He nodded to Zhang Yashuan and Tang Ku, brother Tang, sister Yashuan. He is 1 year younger than Tang Ku, but 1 year older than Zhang Yashuan. However, he still called Zhang Yashuan's sister and was very humble. Zhang Yashuan was at a loss whether to laugh or cry, but this was actually unnecessary. But in order to avoid embarrassment, I just let him go. Remember to keep an eye on Yumeng and don't let her get lost. Let's watch the dragon boat race together. Tangka said with a smile. Jin Yumeng and Chen Zimo both looked embarrassed, feeling that Tangka's words were too ambiguous. Zhang Yashuan smiled sweetly, took Tangka's arm, and walked towards the river. The dragon boat race has entered the preparation stage and is about to begin. The four of them stood at a good angle and could see from the starting point to the end point. As the race began, the sounds of drums and yo-hos rang out in unison from the dragon boats. The people walking along the river were cheering, and the scene was lively and noisy. But Zhang Yashuan, who was originally smiling, suddenly saw several familiar figures opposite her, and her smile froze slightly. Then she regained her gentle smile, hugged Tang Ke's arm, and felt the lively atmosphere of the scene. Amid the cheers of the crowd, a dragon boat burst into full force as it approached the finish line. He went straight from third place to first place and crossed the finish line. This extreme comeback amazed everyone. After watching the dragon boat race, Tang Ku and his three friends strolled around the nearby snack street. I bought some snacks and ate them while walking. Of course, the Dragon Boat Festival rice dumplings are indispensable. Even if you don't like to eat this thing, you still have to eat a few bites during the holidays to feel the festive flavor. Tang Ku and Zhang Yashuan walked in front, Chen Zimo and Jin Yumeng walked behind. Tangka had no idea what the two people behind were doing, because at this moment, he is immersed in his wife's companionship. Xiao Kezi, look, there's a dragon head carved on this building. Why didn't we see it the last time we came here? It seems like they put it up after a renovation. After all, this old house is prone to collapse. Hey, there are octopus balls over there. Let's go buy some. I haven't eaten them for a month. When Zhang Yashuan saw the food, her beautiful eyes lit up immediately, and she pulled her husband into the crowd to rush to buy it. The bodyguards following behind, as well as bodyguard Dubai, were extremely worried. In order not to affect the couple's experience, the bodyguards did not dare to get too close. But if it is far away, I worry that I won't be able to respond to emergencies in time. It can be said that these bodyguards are tense at all times. In fact, Tangku was not worried about safety at all. In this food street, you will encounter a few big white robots from time to time. There is bodyguard Dubai, chef Dubai, and so on. Tangku also added a hidden instruction to all of Dubai's chips. That was when Tangku and Zhang Yashuan encountered danger nearby. No matter who the owner of the nearby big white dog is, he will come to protect Tang Ku and Zhang Yashuan as soon as possible. It sounds selfish, but who made Dubai the one created by Tang Ku? This is just adding a hidden instruction in the big white chip. If we wait until the day when the origin spreads across the global network, Tang Ku will also issue hidden instructions on all smart products. In this way, he and Zhang Yashuan will be the safest as long as they are on Earth. Chapter 79, The Best Friend You Guessed. In addition to the protection of robots, there are also watcher drones in the sky, following Tang Ku and others at all times. If Origin detects that someone is holding a weapon, it will immediately send an alert to Tang Ku's mobile phone, and it will directly launch a micro-electromagnetic cannon at the person holding the weapon. It can be said that Tang Ku was well prepared for this trip, and there would be no danger. After walking around the snack street for more than an hour, Tang Ku and his three companions took the Kirin Smart Car to the amusement park in Shanghai. During holidays, there are quite a lot of people visiting here. But the shareholder of this amusement park is Ingphone Group. Therefore, Jin Yumeng used the VIP channel card and took everyone to jump the queue and get on the roller coaster. The wind was blowing hard on my face, and although it wasn't as strong as the wind pressure from a motorcycle, it was better than the undulating track. Zhang Yashuan nervously held Tang Ku's arm the whole time, her beautiful eyes closed, not daring to look at the scene ahead. Oh, what a fast car! Jin Yumeng, who was sitting in the back, cheered and shouted the whole time, without any ladylike manners at all. When the roller coaster stopped, Zhang Yashuan immediately tidied up her messy hair and returned to her usual goddess posture. You must look beautiful in front of outsiders. Only the girl Jin Yumeng was acting crazy and had not yet recovered from the shock she had just experienced. It was Zhang Yashuan who reached out to help her tidy up her hair. Tang Ku and Chen Zimo looked calm, and there was no big turmoil in their hearts. It's much more exciting when bending. The four of them played several projects one after another, including bumper cars, carousel, pirate ship, etc. The most ridiculous thing is that the most frightened person in the haunted house is Tangku. Zhang Yashuan didn't expect that her husband was so afraid of ghosts. The four of them sat down in a milk tea shop to rest and have some snacks. I was tired after playing for more than 2 hours. The four of them ordered 4 cups of milk tea and sat in the store chatting about their feelings today. I didn't expect that Brother Tang is afraid of ghosts. This is so funny, right? Jin Yuming said with a smile. Tang snorted softly. I am also a human, not a god, so naturally I am afraid of things too. He was born in the South in both of his lives and was influenced by various knowledge such as feng shui for a long time. As for ghosts, although we don't know whether they are true or false, we try to avoid them if possible. It is better to believe it exists than to believe it does not. Moreover, he has been reborn once, which means that there are souls and reincarnation in this world. Therefore, his fear of ghosts is also a subconscious behavior. Brother Tang, you are a technological inventor. Do you also believe in ghosts and gods? Chen Zimo asked after taking a sip of milk tea. I don't know how to put it. Tang looked embarrassed. The reason he was afraid of these things mostly came from the fact that he had been reborn once. Don't be afraid. I'm here to protect you. Zhang Yashuan smiled and touched Tang Ke's head, like a gentle sister taking care of her younger brother. She felt that Tang Ke was more like the husband she knew in the past. Tang Ke, who has transformed into a technology expert during this period, actually makes Zhang Yashuan feel a little unfamiliar. What attracted Zhang Yashuan to Tang Ke was his positive, motivated, and persistent character. A bit silly, but still interesting. This is his favorite cute husband. Rather than some high-tech brain, how much money one can make, or how powerful one is. My wife is so nice. Tang Ke did not refuse his wife's kindness and catered to her on the spot. Seeing the performance of the two, Jin Yumeng and Chen Zimo both twitched their lips. Do they often do this? Chen Zimo said expressionlessly. Upon hearing this, Jin Yumeng felt a surge of sympathy and said excitedly, That's right, they do this every day. I'm already full of dog food, and they still force it into my mouth. It's really too much. I'm really sorry to trouble you. Chen Zimo held his forehead and said. Just then, 2 figures walked into the milk tea shop and sat down not far away. Zhang Yashuan glanced over and her body stiffened again. Why are they here too? She frowned slightly and thought to herself. I just met them at the dragon boat race, and I didn't expect to meet them in the milk tea shop in the amusement park. The 2 people opposite were a man and a woman. When they saw Zhang Yashuan and Jin Yumeng, their faces froze and they seemed to be about to leave. Jin Yumeng noticed that her best friend's expression was not right and turned around to look. These 2 people seemed familiar. In this brief moment, various fragments flashed through Jin Yumeng's mind. Suddenly I remembered. Aren't these the 2 people who appeared when Yashuan deleted the photos in the album? At first, she curiously asked Zhang Yashuan why she deleted the photos with these people. Jin Yumeng immediately shouted, Hey, isn't this our Yashuan's former suitor Dong Kale and Yashuan's best friend Zhu Fangfang? I heard you guys went out for your honeymoon, so why are you back in the Magic City? Jin Yuming's voice sounded a little weird, which made Tang Ke feel confused. Yashuan's suitor and Yashuan's best friend? These 2 people are hanging out together. It seems like there will be a lot of gossip. For a moment, Tang Ke's expression became interesting. Hey, what's going on? Tell me. Tang Ke blinked and asked. Zhang Yashuan did not reply. From her expression, it could be seen that she really disliked the 2 people. Jin Yumeng was speechless for a moment and said, Brother Tang, you seem very excited. This is about Yashuan. Why are you acting like an outsider watching gossip? Do I have to ask questions angrily? Tang Ke touched his head, looking confused. Although there was someone who was Yashuan's former suitor, there was no doubt that it would end in failure. Looking at the other person with Yashuan's best friend, it is obvious that there are factors of enmity between them. If he remembered correctly, his wife had cut off ties with many of her best friends who had mocked her. I guess this person is one of them. As a writer, although I cannot consider all aspects of the factors, there are still some things I can associate with. So there's no need to make a fuss. Haha, what a coincidence, Yashuan is here too. Dong Kale pretended to be calm. Zhu Fangfang beside him had a very ugly expression on her face. She wanted to leave, but was reluctant to do so. She and Zhang Yashuan used to be very good friends, but now they are like strangers. Dong Kale is Zhang Yashuan's suitor in order to win Zhang Yashuan. He found Zhu Fangfang and wanted her to help him. Unfortunately, Zhang Yashuan is not the kind of person who would easily believe what others say. Even her best friend couldn't brainwash her. Therefore, Dong Kale pursued Zhang Yashuan for more than a year, but failed to gain her favor. One day, Hongtai Group suddenly announced the news that its daughter was getting married. Dong Kao and Zhu Fangfang immediately ran over to ask Zhang Yashuan what had happened. As a result, Zhang Yashuan told them happily that she had found her destined child. After learning more about the situation, Zhu Fangfang immediately accused Zhang Yashuan of being too stupid and letting her fragrance be taken away by a man who had no advantages at all. And she tried her best to persuade her to give up this rubbish man and choose the better Dong Kao. For a moment, Zhang Yashuan's face suddenly turned dark. The two best friends had a big fight because of Zhu Fangfang's extreme contempt for Tang Ku. Zhang Yashuan also broke off relations with him because of this. It is better not to have a best friend like this who doesn't bless you and even steps on you. Chapter 80 Deputy Director Fang Hao. Dong Kao was also at the scene at the time, and he was even angrier than Zhu Fangfang. He pointed directly at Zhang Yashuan and said that she would regret it one day. However, today, several years later, Zhang Yashuan never contacted them once and was just immersed in her own happy life. However, Tang Ku rose to prominence instantly with the power of technology and became a global hot topic in a short period of time. The ones who suffered the most from being slapped in the face were Dong Kao and Zhu Fangfang. Zhu Fangfang is not bad-looking, and Dong Kao has some ideas in mind. Dong Kao has a successful career, which is what Zhu Fangfang has always admired. Because they had so much contact, they naturally came together. They were originally going abroad for their honeymoon, but Dong Kao received an emergency call from the company and had to bring Zhu Fangfang back with him. Coincidentally, Dong Kao's company is the old rival of Hongtai Group, Haofeng Group. The company that hired people to kidnap Zhang Yashuan was none other than the Haofeng Group. The reason he came back this time was because Hongtai put too much pressure on Haofeng and had to recall the powerful General Dong Kao. Haofeng. When Tang Ku heard Jin Yuming's whispered introduction, his eyes narrowed slightly. What is your relationship with Guan Juanhao? Tang Ku immediately stood up and asked indifferently. Guan Juanhao is the boss of Haofeng Group and the mastermind behind the kidnapping. Due to the lack of direct evidence and the strong background, Guan Juanhao cleared himself of all matters related to the kidnapping incident. Therefore, Guan Juanhao is still at large. Zhang Hongwang was also angry about this. While collecting evidence, he used the power of the group to suppress the Haofeng Group in various ways. Only by taking down this behemoth can Guan Juanhao lose all his allies. Only then can Guan Juanhao be brought to justice. Tang Ku walked in front of Dong Kao, and the inexplicable aura on his body gave Dong Kao invisible pressure. To Dong Kao, Tang Ku is now a wealthy self-made tycoon. He is also a national inventor. When someone is countless times better than you, you will naturally feel a sense of respect for him/her. Yes, even if Dong Kao didn't want to admit it, he knew it in his heart. This man, whom he had ignored at first, was now so dazzling that it frightened him. This is also the reason why he and Zhu Fangfang wanted to leave when they first arrived. This feeling of being slapped in the face is really uncomfortable. In particular, Jin Yuming had already told them all about their previous contempt for Tang Ku. The feeling of being stripped naked in front of others is so embarrassing that I wish I could find a hole to hide in. I am not talented, but the vice president of Haofeng Group. I have a superior subordinate relationship with Mr. Guan. Dong Kao seemed a little flustered and was obviously nervous when he spoke the first sentence, but he gradually relaxed afterwards. He is the vice president of Haofeng Group. He is one of the few in the country who has achieved such success at such a young age. Why should he be in awe of the other party? He has quite a bit of capital. The more Dong Kao thought about it, the more confident he became. He gradually straightened his back and his expression became calm. I was really shocked by Tang Ku's momentary momentum just now. As for why I got nervous when asked about Guan Juanhao, he is in charge of Haofeng Mobile Phones and is also the vice president of Haofeng Group. He probably knows a lot of things. Jin Yuming, who was sitting in the back, suddenly added. Hearing this, Tang Ku smiled slightly and said, Haofeng Group, I wonder if you were involved in my wife's kidnapping. Upon hearing this, Dong Kao and Zhu Fangfang's faces froze at the same time. Dong Kao immediately denied it. I don't understand what you're talking about. Zhang Yashuan's kidnapping has nothing to do with us, Haofeng. He immediately put on a stern face and said sternly, Please, sir, stop talking nonsense, or I will sue you for defamation. Tang Ku smiled and dusted off the man's suit. He responded, Do you need a lawyer's letter of warning? Tang Ku is not stupid, even though the other party denied it. But from the expressions of these two people, it can be seen that they definitely knew about and even participated in this incident. Otherwise, why would the expressions of these two people be so synchronized? Even twins can't achieve such perfect synchronization. This is inexplicable. If you have nothing else to do, we're leaving. Dong Kao snorted lightly, turned around, and pulled the gloomy-looking Zhu Fangfang away. Hey, why did you leave? I heard Sister Yashuan say that you used to look down on Brother Tang, and that Sister Yashuan would definitely regret it. Seeing that the other party was about to leave, Jin Yuming immediately became unhappy. She immediately ran to Tang Ke's side and shouted at the two men, "Are you going to make some harsh remarks, or even compete with me in business?" Hearing Jin Yuming's shouting from behind, Dong Kale's forehead became bulging with veins, and his pace quickened a bit. Business competition? Are you fighting for a snakeskin? Who the hell would be so stupid as to compete with Tang Ke? Which of his company's two products is not a century ahead of the world? How can he compete? Even if I want to compete, I don't have the strength. I'll teach you a lesson. You, a lousy novel writer, dare to act so arrogant in front of me. After they walked away, Dong Kale dared to mutter his harsh words. Zhu Fongfong beside him had a gloomy expression on her face. How are you going to make him look good? You and he are not in the same industry at all. Humph, I don't get involved in his business, but he will get involved in mine. Dong Kale snorted. That lousy novelist must have been blinded by success. He's bound to enter the mobile phone industry, and when he does, I'll make him lose everything. Dong Kale's guess was correct. After Tang Ke learned that the other party was engaged in mobile phone business, he had this additional thought in his mind. He plans to monopolize the mobile phone industry. It's not because Dong Kale had pursued Zhang Yashuan before, but because the other party is from Haofeng Group. This person is suspected of harming Zhang Yashuan. Originally, Tang Ke planned to listen to his father-in-law and let him handle the kidnapping. But now that there was no result, Tang Ke had to help. With his black technology system, he can create a new concept mobile phone that subverts human cognition. Once this phone comes out, it will be like the birth of the smartphone. It even surpassed the influence of the birth of smartphones at that time. Brother Tang, are you going to compete with that guy Dong Kale for the mobile phone market? Jin Yumeng asked with anticipation. Tang Ke grinned and said harmlessly, of course not. I'm just entering this industry. It's not like I'm trying to seize the market. If you, Brother Tang, enter the mobile phone industry, you will probably be suppressed by Dong Kale, so you need to be careful. Jin Yumeng kindly reminded. Chun Zimo, who was sitting next to him, also said, indeed, Haofeng Mobile is considered one of the top 10 mobile phone companies in the industry. This person has considerable resources. Chapter 81 Popular Candidates for the Movie Protagonist. Got it. We're out here to have fun today. Don't think too much. Now that you've had a good rest, shall we continue to go out and play? Tang Ke smiled slightly and looked at his wife, who was a little dazed. He waved his arm in front of his wife, and Zhang Yashuan came back to her senses. What's wrong? Tang Ke blinked. Zhang Yashuan smiled and shook her head. It's okay. I just thought you were particularly handsome just now. Really? Then I should be more aloof from now on. It will make me look more handsome. As he spoke, Tang Kajuan's face became stern again, and he looked so cold and indifferent as if he looked down on all living beings. Zhang Yashuan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. She flicked his forehead lightly with her jade finger and said, don't mess around with this nonsense. Just be yourself as you always were. That's how you look cute. My goodness, is cute used to describe boys? Of course, what's wrong with boys being cute? I don't think that's a good description of me. As long as I think it's good. Zhang Yashuan snorted twice as a threat. Tang Ke shut up immediately. My wife can say whatever she wants. It won't cost me any money anyway. Chun Zimo and Jin Yameng, who were sitting opposite each other, had no expression on their faces and forced themselves to suppress the urge to hit others. The same thought flashed through their minds at the same time. Are these two people crazy? Every time they talk, they ignore the people around them. After drinking milk tea, the four of them started playing again. Even dinner consisted of snacks, and after eating all the way, the four of them were quite full. As the night gradually darkened, the amusement park lit up with colorful lights. There are also exclusive amusement park performances at night, which are very lively. At 8 o'clock in the evening, Tang Ke and Zhang Yashuan sat on the Ferris wheel, overlooking the night view of the Magic City. At this moment, it seems as if the whole world is in sight. Originally, Tang Ke planned to promote the relationship between Jin Yumeng and Qin Zimo while dating his wife. But what he didn't expect was that while he was playing with his wife, he forgot about those two people. The bodyguards under the Ferris wheel were on guard all around, and the watcher drone was flying steadily in the air. Tang Ke and Zhang Yashuan both saw that Jin Yumeng and Qin Zimo were also on the Ferris wheel. The two of them were chatting and laughing, and there was no awkwardness in the atmosphere. Today's trip should be quite successful. Tang Ke and Zhang Yashuan smiled at each other, then hugged and kissed each other. The fireworks in the amusement park shot up into the sky, exploding in brilliant colors in the air. The next morning, the curtains in the room opened automatically. An array of sunlight filtered through the window and fell on the bed. Tang Ke opened his eyes and what came into view was that familiar and stunning face. Last night's activities were really tiring. As a result, my wife also slept in this morning. Mr. Tang, Miss Ding Liqiao sent a message regarding the protagonist of the movie, The Mysterious God. Every morning when I wake up, I often hear the voice of Origin coming from my phone. Ding Liqiao? Oh, the pretty lady from Fengshua Film and Television. Why does she want to see me? Tang said in a daze. Why don't you open it and take a look? Maybe it's a confession? At this moment, a clear and pleasant voice came from my ears. Tang chuckled twice, then hugged his wife and kissed her. The best thing to do at this time is not to answer, because no matter what you answer, it will be wrong. He knew that Zhang Yashuan was just playing with him, and a kiss would be all right. Zhang Yashuan pretended to be disgusted and pushed him away. I haven't brushed my teeth yet. Don't kiss me. Understood. Tang chuckled, got up and checked the messages on his phone. Ding Liqiao. Mr. Tang Ku, we plan to choose a dragon as the protagonist. Currently, there are 2 people who have the highest popularity votes in Dragon. Ding Liqiao. This is the video of our interview with the 2 of them. Let me show it to you. I wonder if you have any suggestions. Ding Liqiao sent a video, and Tang clicked on it to watch it. A boy band appeared directly in the video. Every boy was dressed in colorful clothes, and their hairstyles were more fashionable than each other. Each face is more tender and fair than the other. Yes, the faces of several boys were made very delicately. But the first sentence they said in unison stunned Tang Ku. Hello everyone. We are Dim Sum Super Sweet. Immediately afterwards, one person after another came forward to introduce themselves, which made Tang Ku's eyes widen. From now on, you must be prepared to be hit by my energy and vitality. Today I'll let you know that Jiang is still the best, Rua. What the hell is this? Tang Ku's mouth twitched slightly, and he said it was an eyesore. Before I could finish reading it, Ding Liqiao immediately sent another message. Ding Liqiao. Oops, I'm so sorry, I sent the wrong video. The one I just sent was the video of the other person when he just debuted. The one below is what I want to show you. After saying that, Ding Liqiao sent another video. Ding Liqiao, I'm really sorry. Our company wanted to investigate the past deeds of 2 people, and I accidentally mixed up the videos. Tang Ku Yiming. It's okay, I almost died on the spot. Ding Liqiao, this. The atmosphere was a bit awkward, and Tang Ku clicked on the second video again. This video is finally a normal interview video. I saw one of the members of the boy band sitting in front of the screen, being interviewed by the film crew. Mr. Liu, you are now the hot candidate for the leading role in the movie, The Secret God. What do you think about Tang Ku making the final decision? The man being interviewed was none other than the second party involved in the previous fan war, Lulu. Lulu, many people know that my fans had a quarrel with Tang Ku's fans some time ago, but in fact, Tang Ku and I have no conflicts. On the contrary, I admire Tang Ku very much. As for the fan war, it actually has no impact on our relationship. I think Tang Ku, as a noble novelist, would never take his anger out on me and not choose me because of a fan war. Lulu smiled confidently. I have no objection to Tang Ku having the final say. If he is a noble man, he will definitely choose me. Tang Ku still agreed with what he said before. Tang Ku really wouldn't blame Lulu for the fans' issue. After all, Lulu never expressed his opinion from beginning to end. The only thing that is worthy of criticism is that Lulu did not try to stop the fans, which is intriguing. Putting all this aside, Tang Ku felt that it was nothing. But what the other party said next was a bit of moral kidnapping. What does it mean that if Tang Ku is a noble person, he will definitely be chosen? Does it mean that not choosing him is unnoble and venting anger on others? This made Tang Ku feel very disgusted. What kind of person is this? Chapter 82, Fire at Boss Tang Ku. Tang Ku took a deep breath and watched the video patiently. A resolute-looking man appeared on the screen with a faint smile on his face. Tang Ku remembered that this person was a martial arts star named Feng Zhong. Faced with the same problem, but with different answers. I don't think there's much to say about this. My acting has always relied on my acting skills. For a good movie, financial investment is certainly important, but the actor's acting skills are also the top priority. Feng Zhong said calmly with a smile, whatever Mr. Tang Ku decides is his business. If he chooses me, I will do my best to play this role well. If not, I won't lose anything. The most I can do is find the next movie to film, that's all. With just a few words, he instantly won Tang Ku's favor. This kind of talent really speaks through their acting skills, rather than relying on appearance or moral kidnapping. Feng Zhong said it well. In a good movie, the actor's acting skills are of paramount importance. Tang Ku Yimeng. I choose Feng Zhong, that's it. Ding Liqiao, huh? Did you make the decision so quickly? Tang Ku Yimeng. Yes, that's it. I'm going to brush my teeth and wash my face. After saying that, Tang Ku threw his phone on the bed and got up to go to the bathroom to wash up. Zhang Yashuan had already washed her face, brushed past Tang Ku, and went to the kitchen to make breakfast first. Tang Ku didn't know that the two videos had already been posted online and attracted the attention of many fans. Our Lulu will definitely be the protagonist. Don't be ridiculous. The way you criticized old Tang earlier already pushed your Lulu out of the lead role. That's right. You scolded our old Tang before, and now you have the nerve to let your Lulu come over to select the best? How shameless. Now you look down on old Tang, and now you come here to lick his boots. Lulufan's face is thicker than a city wall. As soon as Lulu's fans opened their mouths, they were immediately attacked by a large number of users. It was so shameless that even some passers-by couldn't stand it. Humph, if we scold Tang Ku, what does it have to do with our Lulu? That's right. Is Tang Ku taking his anger out on our Lulu? He can't be so petty, right? No way, no way. Our Lulu has never scolded Tang Ku. If Tang Ku is so stingy and deliberately doesn't choose our Lulu, then we can only laugh. Lulu fans are extremely disgusting, and their collective sarcasm has angered countless netizens. Feng Zhong's fans couldn't stand it anymore and started to criticize him on the spot. Your sissy Lulu is worthy of running for the leading role? We're not exaggerating, but Brother Feng Zhong can defeat 10 Lulu monsters by himself. Lulu, she has no acting skills, no singing skills, and what else can she do besides being cute and acting like a spoiled brat? Exactly. Especially that awkward debut and those terrible songs. And that's it. How can you get to where you are today? As everyone knows, all Lulu fans are brain-dead fans. As soon as these words were spoken, they caused a huge uproar. Lulu fans were immediately excited as if they had eaten dynamite and started a battle with the keyboard masters. On the internet, Lulu fans are famous for their fighting ability, and so far no Stars fans have been able to defeat them. This also fueled their arrogance. But Feng Zhong fans have the help of Tang Ku fans and Yixin fans, and the number of additional fans is huge. The two sides fought to a draw. All major forums collapsed, attracting the participation of countless spectators. Tang Ku had clearly told Fengxua Film and Television in the morning that he had chosen Feng Zhong as the protagonist. However, it was already lunchtime, and there was still no news from Fengxua Film and Television, nor any announcement. Let things ferment and escalate. My goodness, is this what operations are? Tang Ku was dumbfounded and marveled at the way the capitalists operated. Without any personal hype, netizens helped Fengxua Film and Television to become a hot topic, and the entire network was hotly discussed. Don't play with your phone while eating. There are more bacteria on your phone than on a toilet, Zhang Yashuan said with a frown as she sat across from the dining table. Upon hearing this, Tang Ku wanted to retort, I dare to lick a mobile phone. Do you dare to lick a toilet? But he didn't dare to say it, and could only mutter quietly, I know, just like my mother. What did you say? Zhang Yashuan's beautiful eyes widened, and she suddenly asked in surprise, You want to call me mom? No, I want you to call me daddy. Go to hell. Tang Ku added expressionlessly, which made his wife kick him in anger. The couple played and joked until it was time for dinner in the evening. Fengxua Film and Television finally released an announcement. Tang Ku chose Feng Zhong as the protagonist of the movie, The God of Mysteries. As soon as the news was announced, Feng Zhong's fans and Tang Ku's fans celebrated. Ha ha ha, what did I say? You're worthy of being old Tang. Good choice. Old Tang is awesome. Protect our old Tang. 666666666, directly ignoring any moral blackmail. I'm afraid old Tang is the only one in the country who dares to ignore Lulu's brainless fans like this. Thank you, Boss Tang Ku, for choosing our boss Feng Zhong. Old Tang, we support you. Great. Finally, it's Lulu's brainless fans' turn to get humiliated. Lulu's fans were stunned when they saw the news, and then they were overwhelmed with anger. Damn, why didn't you choose our Lulu? Tang Ku must be holding a grudge against us. That's right, isn't it just inventing some robots? What's so great about that? The robots invented by Tang Ku even made my parents lose their jobs. Boycott the robots, boycott Tang Ku. Tang Ku is a narrow-minded villain. That's right, Tang Ku is really too stingy. That's not the most important thing. The most important thing is that the robots Tang Ku made have caused a large number of people to lose their jobs. Doesn't the government care about this? Boycott robots. Boycott Tonka products. At this moment, Lulu's fans seemed to have lost their minds. It was clearly a matter of competition for the leading role, but I didn't expect these people to start arguing about robots replacing a large number of jobs. The celebrities Lulu and Feng Zhong also received the news at the same time. Feng Zhong posted on Weibo that he was very grateful for Tang Ku's appreciation of him and would do his best to play the role well. Lulu posted an intriguing Weibo post that completely ignited the internet. A dream of immortality. It is a pity that I failed to become the protagonist of the God of Mysteries. I thought Mr. Tangku would be a noble person, but it seems that I was wrong. I can only look forward to the next collaboration. But today I discovered another problem. That is, are Mr. Tangku's robots born too quickly and too many? I'm a little worried that those unemployed people might starve to death on the streets. Within half an hour of Lulu's Weibo post being published, it was shared among major media companies. It shocked countless people. First, Lulu used the first half of her sentence to insult Tangku. The second half of the sentence is secretly calling on netizens to collectively boycott robots. This is the signal to start war. Lulu began to openly lead her fans to confront Tangku. Who is Tangku? He is a young talent who has made it onto the rich list. He is the #1 writer in the online literature world, the father of artificial intelligence, and a master of black technology creation. With a series of titles like these, Tangku is now attracting much attention and standing at the forefront of the storm. Chapter 83 Smart People Know How to Seize Opportunities. Tangku single-handedly led Manhwa into the intelligent era and made it a leader among countries in the world. Someone who made such a great contribution was attacked by the most popular star in the country. We're the kind that starts a war openly. This is unheard of and jaw-dropping. The entire internet is going crazy, and tonight countless netizens are no longer busy with their own games, movies, and novels. They flock to Weibo, Tieba, and short videos to frantically refresh information. Some joined in the verbal fight, while others just watched the show. Today's most popular young star is going to war with technology tycoon Tangku. Both parties are public figures with huge traffic, and countless people want to know what the final outcome will be. At the same time, another hotly debated topic is how the country should solve the problem of large-scale unemployment. Tangku, who was lying on his wife's beautiful legs and playing with his mobile phone, was stunned. That sissy named Lulu actually declared war on him? Good guy. If you have the guts, come and PK offline. You're not a man if you keep talking nonsense on the internet. Tangku snorted twice, seeming a little angry. Come on, with your small body, you can't even beat me. Zhang Yashuan smiled faintly and continued to read the book. It's just an online war of words. On the internet, Tangku is the god of that world and is fearless. As long as Tangku wanted, he could paralyze the network by giving orders directly to Origin. Even 100 naval armies cannot defeat one Origin. What should I say? Should I curse him back and then arrange a fight offline? Then I'll bring 100 bodyguards and beat him up. Tangku turned over and faced Zhang Yashuan. Breathing in her body fragrance, I felt very relaxed and comfortable. What's there to scold? Believe me, you don't have to scold back. Someone will naturally take care of him. Zhang Yashuan said with a faint smile. Tangku was slightly stunned. Who would go and deal with Lulu? Are you a fan? Or should my father-in-law help me? You little fool. Have you forgotten that you are cooperating with the country? Our country will not allow these scoundrels to judge our genius inventors at will. Zhang Yashuan smiled and pinched Tangku's face. Tangku slapped his forehead and cursed himself for being stupid. How could he have forgotten about this? The previous war of words was just fans and netizens insulting each other, so the country will not intervene in it. But now Lulu is attacking Tangku head-on, so we have to take care of it. In this case, he doesn't need to pay attention to Lulu's attack and just needs to respond to how to solve the problem of large-scale unemployment. Tangku thought about it, then wrote a Weibo post and published it. The advancement of science and technology has enabled us to move from the information age to the intelligent age. This is a turning point that can change one's destiny. Smart people seize this opportunity and think about how to get rich. However, some people do not think about how to seize this opportunity to turn things around, but instead fight against the tide of the times. In the end, we can only sigh for the rich, envy the rich, and lament the unfairness of God as always. Of course, not everyone has such vision. If you feel that you are not capable of standing out in this wave, then wait for the country's arrangements. Believe me, the country will not abandon any of its citizens. As for me, I will also create another invention for these unemployed people. That kind of thing can create a lot of jobs for anyone. But it may take some time. After all, it will be another reform. Tangku. As soon as the Weibo message was released, all those who were waiting for Tangku to make a move became excited. But Tangku's information was completely different from what everyone imagined. Countless people were waiting for Tangku to respond in a domineering manner and start a war of words with Lulu head-on. However, the message sent by Tangku was somewhat confusing. He didn't mention anything about Lulu confronting him at all. Instead, they talked about this era of reform and the problem of population unemployment. Good boy, old Tang has something else in mind. What the hell? Lulu was directly ignored by old Tang. Huh? I'm dying of laughter. Awesome. As expected of old Tang, He actually plays by his own rules. Lulu criticized Lao Tang for his character problems, but it turns out that Lao Tang and Lulu are not even from the same dimension. Old Tang's disregard for this move really puts Lulu to shame. When you compare the two, you'll be surprised to find that the one with no quality is actually Lulu herself. Lulu attacked Tang Ku on the internet, but Tang Ku ignored her and instead talked about major issues concerning people's livelihood. Doing so would only make Lulu appear to be a petty person. Tang Ku was the one with a truly broad vision, and he didn't care about Lulu's criticism of him. He even kindly reminded people not to speak blindly on the internet. The most important thing now is to seize the opportunity and soar to the sky. There's definitely something wrong with Lulu. Old Tang is the author of The God of Mysteries, so he can choose whoever he wants. Besides, Feng Zhong's acting is solid, so I don't think there's anything wrong with him. That's right. Old Tang just chose the one with the best acting skills. Why do you say that Old Tang deliberately didn't choose Lulu? Doesn't he have any idea about Lulu's acting skills? We are in a period of change and should seize opportunities instead of talking nonsense on the internet. Tang Ku is right. This is a period of reform, just like the transition from the industrial age to the information age. Anyone who seizes the wave of opportunities will become the next billionaire. Fuck, so if I seize this opportunity, I can become a big boss too. Yes, this is not a theory, but has been verified by history. I'm going to go and think about where the wealth wave in the intelligent era lies. This remark woke many people up from their dreams, and many people suddenly reacted. Countless people have missed the road to wealth because they missed the wave of changing times. They are standing here at this moment, if they still miss it. I don't know when the next time will be. Tang Ku's words are full of hidden meanings. The real cryptic part of his Weibo post should be the last sentence. Can you create a large number of jobs for anyone? What is he going to invent that can even create a career? Could it be some new invention that gave rise to a new profession? I don't understand. Boss Tang Ku's words are too one-sided, but I have a feeling that once he figures it out, it will definitely be even more astonishing than the birth of artificial intelligence. Feel the same. The online abuse and quarrels finally changed after Tang Ku released a message. Although those Lulu fans are still arguing, not many people pay attention to them anymore. Instead, more people are thinking about how to get rich. And when will Tang Ku create the second reform? Just when everyone thought that the verbal abuse would end in this way. The country's official Weibo account suddenly released a message about rectification in the entertainment industry, shocking netizens across the country. Chapter 84 Entertainment Industry Major Rectification. The rectification notice issued by the state directly targets all boy group talent shows. The boys in the show lack masculinity and have a bad influence on the audience, and they are required to make immediate corrections. Seeing this, countless netizens applauded. Boys should be masculine. Things like cute style, adorable pet style, etc. are too feminine. Boys should be strong and tough. You don't need to be all over the body with muscles, but at least you should behave like a normal man, instead of acting like a girl and acting cute. It is not about relying on exaggerated and awkward body movements to attract attention. The audience is huge, including many young people. Film and television programs will play a promotional role. If the program's values are reversed, it will have a huge impact on society. But this is just the foreplay of the rectification notice. The focus is actually the content that follows. That's the issue of online speech. Internet users must use their real names in the future. Origin has powerful computing and monitoring capabilities, and it can identify everyone's real IP address. All domestic networks require real names. At the same time, what users say on the internet is the same as what they say in real life. Defamation and rumor-mongering will be subject to legal sanctions. Those who insult those who have made great contributions to the country will also be punished accordingly. Longwood did not speak up for Tang Ku directly, but everyone understood. The country is indirectly warning Lulu and those trolls. It's awesome. It even alarmed the country and caused them to take action. Well done. It's Lulu who's the one who's been leading the men's behavior of acting like spoiled brats and cuteness. I've been annoyed with him for a long time. Lulu is also a talented person. Why scold Tang Ku when there are so many people to scold? This is equivalent to scolding national scientific researchers. That's right. Although Tang Ku is not a national scientific researcher, he is not much different. With Tang Ku's contribution, he is worthy of a huge award. When I saw Lulu's car flip over, I felt so happy. I'm afraid Lulu must be so scared that her legs are weak by now, right? With the real name system for the internet, who will dare to be a troll next time? We should be civilized in real life and online as well. Where are the Lulu fans? Come out and continue blasting. Why are you suddenly silent? Tangka's fans were extremely excited, and those Lulu fans all became speechless when the news from the country came out. It's not that they are scared, but they have received warning notifications from Origin on their computers and mobile phones. If you do it again, I will visit you directly. Tangka's identity is equivalent to that of a national scientific researcher. Insulting scientific researchers will have very serious consequences. As soon as the national news came out, the entire entertainment industry was shocked. Boy group programs were severely rectified, and almost all of them were removed from the shelves. A film and television company. An agent pointed at the young man in front of him angrily. Look at you. I told you not to attack Tangku. Not to attack Tangku, but you refused to listen. That's great. Our production team has completely changed. Not only did we not make a single cent, we even lost everything. It's all because of you, because of your willfulness and arrogance. What right do you have to compete with Tang Kirby? You are just someone we packaged up. Do you really think you have the ability in this area? The agent felt like he was going crazy. The person who was scolded so hard that he dared not say a word was none other than the most popular young idol today, Lulu. Lulu's face looked extremely ugly at this moment. If nothing unexpected happened, he must be cool. Not only will the country suppress him, but the company will also put him on ice. Because he offended someone he shouldn't have offended, and even brought his fans to attack Tangku. He was so stupid. Starting tomorrow, you don't have to come here anymore. Take the money you earn and live a good life. The agent suppressed his anger and said coldly, your reckless remarks have completely cut off your own path. No company dares to use you. There are as many package stars as there are with just a fair face as you want. In fact, such stars are not worth anything at all. As long as you have a little bit of good looks, you can put on some makeup before going on stage. Then the program team will privately arrange a competition champion for you, and you will become famous overnight. The next step is to buy traffic in various ways to make everyone pay attention to this newly rising young star and create the illusion that he is very popular. When the traffic becomes large, the fake fire will gradually turn into real fire. Truly valuable stars have climbed up step by step through realistic acting skills. Relying on his powerful singing skills, he won the championship of the show. Relying on amazing talents, he captured thousands of audiences. Instead of relying on a face, Lulu looked ashen and sat in the chair for a long time without moving. The agent didn't bother to pay attention to him and just packed up and left. Tangka had no intention of understanding Lulu's fate, let alone caring about it. In his eyes, Lulu was not even a clown. The clown will at least jump around in front of him a few times. But from beginning to end, Lulu never caught Tangkafa's eye. At this moment, Tangku was studying hard, buying a lot of books, and preparing to enter the mobile phone industry. What he wants to build is not an ordinary smartphone. Instead, it is a new concept mobile phone formed by using holographic projection and interactive touch technology. A mobile phone that can display a picture in front of you without you having to take out your phone. Just make a gesture. Tangku originally planned to get a Bluetooth headset and project holographic images through the headset. But he immediately thought of another issue, which was privacy. Although it's cool to project the screen directly, what if you were chatting with others? Imagine that you keep calling the other person baby. How embarrassing would it be if everyone around you was staring at your screen? It might not be a big deal if my brothers saw it, but what if my wife saw it? It would be fine if my wife saw me, but if I was discovered and the person turned out to be a man, I would be socially doomed. Therefore, it is better not to use open holographic projection for mobile phone information. So Tangka came up with a second idea. Put holographic projection and interactive touch directly into the glasses. Even the mobile phone in the glasses can interact with reality. Abbreviation: AR glasses. Yes, Tangku thought of AR glasses for mobile phones. Since mobile phones are already integrated into glasses, why not just create a pair of glasses that combine reality and virtuality? In Tangku's previous life, many types of AR glasses were created. But without exception, all of them are failures and defective products. How defective is it? It is so defective that no technology is perfect. It feels like a complete scam. Tangku wants to create a real pair of AR glasses, and the workload involved is extremely huge. Holographic projection technology, interactive touch technology, augmented reality technology, lens materials and black technology chips, etc. The chips for AR glasses are more difficult to make than the chips that carry the origin. If the chip is too large, the glasses will look oddly shaped and bulky. If the chip is small, we have to consider whether the performance is sufficient. You know, this is the VR glasses that Tangka wants to make. It is equivalent to compressing the hardware inside a smartphone to a size smaller than your little finger. Chapter 85: AR Glasses. Ding! Congratulations on successfully upgrading your augmented reality theory knowledge. You've obtained top-level augmented reality technology. Ding! Congratulations on successfully upgrading your holographic projection theory knowledge. You've obtained top-level holographic projection technology. Ding! Congratulations on successfully upgrading your knowledge of interactive touch concepts and obtaining top interactive touch technology. Ding! Congratulations! After studying day after day, Tangke finally heard the wonderful prompt sound of the system in his mind. Bang! Tangke was so excited that he slammed the table and jumped up. Zhang Yashuan, who was sitting opposite, frowned slightly. Tangke's move just now scared her so much that she even drew the lines crookedly. What? Zhang Yashuan shouted softly. Tangke was slightly startled and remained silent for a few seconds. Fuck. Zhang Yashuan. Pervert. Get out. Zhang Yashuan's delicate face suddenly turned red. She grabbed the pillow under the chair and threw it at Tangke's face. Tangke reached out to catch the pillow and casually placed it on the table. Origin, I'll make a form. Ask your driver, Dubai, to bring the materials over. He is about to start building AR glasses, and this time it will take a long time. But he would not go to the factory again. After all, it was not good to be away from his wife for too long, as it would make his body lonely. So I just stayed at home and made AR glasses. Anyway, it doesn't take much space to build this thing. The studio at home is enough. As for those things that require large equipment to make, they can be handed over to the primary robots and then asked to be delivered by the driver Dubai. Tangke only needs to give instructions at home and let Origin execute them. The final assembly step was done by Tangke himself, although assembly can also be done by robots. But some of the detail adjustments and the overall look and feel of the finished product, you still need to feel and assemble it yourself. But before that, Tangke opened the computer web page. Enter the following above. I have been subjected to some abuse these days and have no mood to create content, so I will take a few days off. After thinking about it, Tangke changed rest for a few days to rest for 1 day and clicked publish. Then he created a scheduled chapter to be published the day after tomorrow and wrote, I didn't get enough rest yesterday, so I decided to take a break for another 3 days. Well, cycle and progress. This is a kind of psychology that readers can gradually accept. Just like when you ask someone for a small favor, the other person will most likely be willing to help you more. Don't ask how Tangke knew this, just say he found it on Douyin. Of course, 4 days is definitely not enough for Tangke to make AR glasses. So Tangke created several scheduled releases in succession, all of which were requests for leave. For example, I have a stomachache and need to recuperate for 4 days. I'm not a eunuch, please rest assured. I've been interacting with my wife too much, and I'm feeling a little weak. I'll need to rest for another 5 days. I've been busy with the movie The Mysterious God lately. I'll definitely update in a couple of days. After finishing a bunch of leave applications, Tangke smiled and secretly praised Douyin psychology, which seemed to be quite useful. It's not that he doesn't want to write a book, but the research and development of AR glasses requires too much time and energy, and he really doesn't have time to write it. Only after this busy period will I have time to write a book again. Ever since the advent of the black technology system, I've had less and less time to write books. Why is it so difficult to write a book? Tangke sighed and started typing the code. Before creating AR glasses, it is necessary to upgrade the computing power of artificial intelligence and the hardware that supports artificial intelligence. Tangke sent a message to his father-in-law's assistant. Tangke Yiming, brotherly, I would like to ask you for a favor. Assistantly, Mr. Tang, please feel free to speak. Tangke Yiming, I have a document about a new supercomputer and I need you to help me find someone to get it. Assistantly, a new supercomputer? Is it a souped-up version of the current supercomputer? Tang Qiaming. Yes, it is better than the supercomputers on the market and can carry all of Hongtai's data. Assistantly, I understand. It will be ready within 2 hours. I will send you the IP address then. Tang Ku Yiming. Thank you, assistantly. The supercomputer strengthened by Tangke is definitely capable of supporting the upgraded Origin in terms of performance. Tangke clattered away on the keyboard again, writing the upgrade code for Origin. As he gradually improved the Origin, its capabilities became increasingly powerful, and its computing needs could no longer be met by ordinary servers. That's why supercomputers are needed. It just so happens that some of the knowledge in Tangke's knowledge upgrade this time can be used to strengthen supercomputers. He sent all the blueprints and the enhanced supercomputer principles to Assistantly. By the way, let's upgrade Hongtai Group's servers and turn them into supercomputers. Supercomputers are made up of a combination of hardware and software, and the hardware itself is made of readily available materials. After being modified and strengthened by Tangke, energy consumption can be greatly reduced, while data analysis and processing capabilities can be increased several times. Software is the core of a supercomputer. Software programs are crucial to extracting the maximum performance from a supercomputer. After Tang Ke finishes writing the source code, he will work on the supercomputer program. The day passed quickly, and by the time Tang Ke finally finished writing the second-level source code, the sky had darkened. He was in no rush to run Origin. Once it starts running, it may burn out the server on the other end, and even the computer in front of him will crash. Tang Ke's stomach growled, and he suddenly came to his senses. It was already past 10 o'clock in the evening. There was still some food on his desk, and who knew how long it had been there, but it was completely cold. There was the sound of showering in the bathroom, and the rustling sound of water hitting the floor. Has Yashwan come in? Tang Ke touched his head and felt that this was the most dedicated time he had ever had. As expected, the code is brain-burning. Every time Tang Ke writes a line of code, his brain is full of thoughts. The logical word order is one link after another, and there should be no mistakes as much as possible. With such a huge amount of code, if there is a slight error, even with Tang Ke's ability, it would take several days to find it. But Origin doesn't know what its upgrade code is. Therefore, at most it can help Tang Ke find out whether any punctuation marks are missed, but it cannot find errors in the code sequence. At this time, the sound of water in the bathroom turned off. Zhang Yashwan moved her graceful body and walked out with a bath towel wrapped around her body. Seeing Tang Ke looking at her, she rolled her eyes at him in a charming manner. Finally stopped? You ignored me just now when I called you. I told you to remember to eat, but the food is cold and you haven't eaten it yet. Zhang Yashwan said helplessly. Should I heat it up for you? Or should I ask to buy to make another one? Tang Ke chuckled, patted his head, and said, It will be fine after it warms up. Okay. Zhang Yashwan walked to Tang Ke, accompanied by a scent of bath fragrance. The author has something to say. Ha ha ha, I went out for morning tea today, so the update is a bit slow. I hope you guys don't blame me. Chapter 86 West City Earthquake Incident. Tang Ke couldn't help but reach out and hold his wife in his arms, but was unexpectedly slapped away by Zhang Yashwan. You haven't even eaten yet, and you're still thinking about these things, you pervert. Zhang Yashwan snorted. I took Tang Ke's food downstairs and reheated it for him. Tang Ke smiled awkwardly and opened his phone to check. Assistant Lee has already prepared the supercomputer hardware and sent the IP address. Tang Ke directly connected his computer to the supercomputer and began to write programs for the supercomputer. In less than a moment, Zhang Yashwan came up with the hot meal. Eat quickly, then take a shower. It's almost 11 o'clock, time to rest. Hey, thank you, wife. Tang Ke picked up the food and gobbled it up in big mouthfuls. The continuous high-intensity work was very exhausting on his body. After a hearty meal, I took a hot bath. Tang Ke, who was a little tired, instantly became energetic. He even interacted with his wife until late at night before falling into a deep sleep. The next day, morning, Tang Ke felt a pair of slender little hands gently patting his face a few times. What's going on? What time is it? Why are you calling me so early? I'm not going for a morning run. You go by yourself. Tang Ke said drowsily. In the past, he would sleep until he woke up naturally, and the earliest was around 9 o'clock. The curtains are set to open automatically at 10 o'clock. The curtains are now closed, and the room is a little dim, with only a desk lamp on. Obviously, it's not yet 10 o'clock. I'm not telling you to go jogging. Wake up and read this news. Oh my God. Zhang Yashwan patted Tang Ke again, her tone full of disbelief. Tang Ke endured the fatigue and tried hard to open his eyes. The brightness of the phone had been turned down to the lowest setting, but he still found it difficult to adapt. When he saw the message on his wife's phone, he suddenly came to his senses. At 3 a.m. last night, a magnitude 8 earthquake struck Xiqing. Earthquake? Tang Ke exclaimed in surprise. Not only an earthquake, but a magnitude 8 earthquake. This level is enough to destroy a large number of houses made of ordinary building materials. That's right. Now the online news is all about this. The network in Xiqing is completely paralyzed. It is said that earthquakes are still heard there from time to time. Zhang Yashwan said with a serious face. Tang Ke immediately took his wife's phone and opened the first-hand information on the internet. Oh my God, I didn't expect the experts' predictions to be correct. There really is going to be a major earthquake. I don't know how our compatriots in West City are doing right now. There's no signal at all over there. It's a magnitude 8 earthquake. I'm afraid it's going to be very dangerous. The state sent a rescue team at 4 a.m., but we don't know what the situation is. Oh my God, the country's response is so fast. Everything is thanks to Origin. The moment the earthquake hit West City, all networks were paralyzed. Origin immediately issued a notice and even called the leadership. Awesome. Origin has done a great job this time. If only Origin could predict disasters. You thought it was a science fiction movie, predicting disasters. Unless Tang-Ku builds a disaster prediction device, Origin won't be able to detect earthquakes at all. Hiss. Now that you mention it, I think we can call Old Tang out and have him make an instrument like this. Good fellow, you really think Old Tang is a god? Seeing this, Tang-Ku felt speechless. It seems that netizens have not yet realized what an 8.0 magnitude earthquake means. It's a bit speechless that people still have the mind to talk about him. But we can't blame netizens. After all, it is difficult for people who have not experienced it to imagine how terrifying an 8.0 magnitude earthquake is. Latest news. Latest news. The National Rescue Team is stuck on the road. The earthquake continues to occur, causing a large number of fallen trees and mudslides, blocking the road. A netizen suddenly broke the news, and everyone was shocked. This looks like we'll have to use a helicopter. I heard that the fog is so thick over there that helicopters can't see clearly below and could easily crash into the mountains. What should I do? The country is currently holding an emergency meeting to discuss countermeasures. It seems that this earthquake is more serious than any of us imagined. Ding beep beep. Just then, Tang-Ku's cell phone suddenly rang. He picked up the phone and found that the number on it was actually from the research center. Hello, is this Mr. Tang-Ku? Tang-Ku answered the phone, and a familiar, yet unfamiliar female voice came from the other end. If Tang-Ku remembered correctly, the other party should be the one called. What's it called? Well, it's me, you are. I'm Zhong Shanshan, we met last time. Oh, I remember now. Is there anything wrong? Tang-Ku asked. I'm truly sorry to bother you so early. You may not know this, but an 8.0 magnitude earthquake struck Xiqing last night. Our rescue team is facing immense difficulties and needs your help. Zhong Shanshan's voice came from the phone. When it comes to national affairs, I hope Mr. Tang-Ku will not be concerned about personal gain. Her tone was a little anxious, yet extremely cautious. In her opinion, Tang-Ku is a money-hungry person who pursues interests only when it comes to the country. He is a very unpatriotic person. Tang-Ku opened his mouth, feeling that this woman had a big misunderstanding of him. Although Tang-Ku is not the kind of person who would donate anything to the country, but he is not an unpatriotic person. Faced with such a disaster, he would naturally help if he could. He doesn't make money from national disasters. For Tang-Ku, money is just an honor and achievement. If you make money from national disaster, it is no longer an honor, but a shame. Don't worry, Ms. Zhong Shanshan. I'm not the kind of person you think. Give me your address, and I'll send you something. Tang-Ku said lightly. Sending something? Zhong Shanshan was slightly stunned and subconsciously thought that Tang-Ku was planning to provide some to buy and smart cars. She said carefully, Thank you very much for your understanding, Mr. Tang-Ku. The country will never forget your contribution. After that, she read out an address on the phone. After hanging up the phone, he sent the address via text message. Is it someone from the country looking for you? Zhang Yashuan asked while lying beside him. Yeah, I'm asking for help. Tang-Ku nodded and called Origin. Origin, tell driver to buy, construction worker to buy, basic to buy, medical to buy, all smart cars in the factory, and all watcher drones to take off to the address in the text message. Basic Baymax has immense strength and can carry huge rocks. Construction worker to buy can quickly build temporary roads to allow more rescue teams to pass. Driver to buy not only has great strength, but can also drive rescue vehicles and helicopters. Smart cars are made of Kalu alloy material and can directly crash into anything that stands in their way. There is no logic at all, so arrogant. Chapter 87, like an army marching out. Needless to say, Medical Baymax is a mobile hospital. Finally, here is the most powerful artifact for this rescue, the Watcher drone. The Origin chip is directly implanted in the Watcher, coupled with various detection black technologies. Even in a completely dark forest, you can fly freely. What about a little fog? It does not require an internet connection and also has an artificial intelligence chip like Origin. No matter how deep humans are buried, they can be detected by the Watchers. At the same time, it can also spread a wireless local area network, connect to nearby big whites, and notify humans to come to the rescue. If there is no big white nearby, there will be no one around. It can also scan the shapes of ruined buildings and identify them through geometry. Then directly launch the electromagnetic cannon to destroy the key support points and free the humans inside. If it still doesn't work, the Watcher will also record the location, then look for Baymax or humans and come to rescue. It can be said that this rescue mission will become quite easy because of the existence of the Watcher. The robots in the factory are fully focused on developing the Watcher drones, and the automated systems are producing those large white robots I just mentioned. Tang-Ku issued another order, and the Origin remotely controlled everything in the factory. At the same time, the cars and robots in the two factories seemed to come alive. A large number of Kirin smart cars, which had just been produced, drove out of the factory and headed in one direction in an orderly manner. The big white factory on the other side. All the big white creatures mentioned by Tang Ke began to inflate and stand up automatically. They carried their charging bases and walked onto the truck in an orderly manner. Then it shrank back into the truck and turned back into a box. Driver Dubai drives the truck, transporting batch after batch of Dubai. Dense swarms of unmanned aerial vehicles, UAVs, flew out of the sky, their speed exceeding the speed of cars in the city. Pedestrians on the street exclaimed in surprise and took out their phones to take pictures frantically. This scene made countless people feel that Tang Ke's actions were definitely not simple. Big news. A large number of smart cars and never-before-seen drones have appeared in Shanghai. It looks like old Tang is up to something big. Holy crap, could this be because of the earthquake in West City? What are those drones? It's flying so fast. The blue light rising from below looks like electromagnetic propulsion. That's amazing, Tang Ke. Is this how you do it? They had all seen Dubai and Kirin smart cars, but the Guardian drone was making its debut. Many photos went viral on the internet, not for any other reason, but because they were made by Tang Ke. In people's minds, Tang Ke's products are all ahead of the times. What a spectacular scene. It's like a troop attack. I bet old Tang got these things to use in the disaster area. I guess so. Only disaster areas would use so many things, and they're disposable. Amazing. Our old Tang's smart cars and robots are actually being used for disaster relief. You know what? The Baymax that old Tang built can lift tons of weight. Good boy. Old Tang has done a great job this time. Origin's reminder and Dubai's attack. There are also smart cars. I suspect the country intends to use these cars to directly knock away the boulders blocking the road. 666, 6666, is it so fierce? I just don't know what these drones are used for. Many people are very curious about the drone that Tang Ke made, and what the difference is between it and ordinary drones. If they really went to the disaster area, it would probably be announced soon. Zhong Shanshan, who was waiting for the delivery at the agreed location, was extremely anxious at the moment. Rescue is a race against time, and she was feeling anxious waiting here. Sister Shanshan, stop walking around. We've only been waiting for 10 minutes. It takes time for Tang Ke to deliver the things. A beautiful girl sat on a low stool, holding her cheeks with both hands, looking at Zhong Shanshan walking around in silence. How can I not be anxious? There is still an earthquake in Xiqing. I must take Tang Ke's robot and rush to the disaster area as soon as possible. Zhong Shanshan frowned. Buzz. Suddenly, a buzzing sound came from afar. The two women were startled at the same time and looked towards the source of the sound. I saw rows of silver-white Kirin smart cars, as grand and magnificent as a motorcade, driving at a constant speed from a distance. At the same time, there were a large number of flying objects in the sky. A faint blue light was rising, and the speed was so fast that it was like several long rainbows coming. This scene left both women stunned. What's going on? Are they deploying troops? That flying thing up there is a drone? Drop. Drop. The driver, Dubai, stopped the truck and honked the horn twice to give a warning. It walked up to Zhong Shanshan with a silly step, and a signature page lit up on its chest. Hello, Ms. Zhong Shanshan. There are goods that need your signature. Dubai's voice sounded calmly. Zhong Shanshan finally came to her senses and looked at the data panel on Dubai. The above records the items and quantity to be signed for this time. One of the unfamiliar names instantly caught her attention. Watcher drone. What are the functions of this drone? Why did Tang Ke send it over here? Zhong Shanshan asked the driver Dubai directly. Although drones are also an important tool in disaster relief areas, they also have them, and a lot of them. Could it be that there is something different about Tang Ke's drone? After hearing this, an information panel popped up on the driver Dubai's body again. It records the various data and functions of the watcher. Of course, the micro-electromagnetic gun is a hidden function and is not included. Hiss, automatic detection, thermal imaging, X-ray vision, radar scanning, solar power, and electromagnetic propulsion. And it can also release a wireless LAN to connect cars and robots. Zhong Shanshan's mouth twitched slightly, her eyes filled with horror and astonishment. You're telling me this is a drone? With such comprehensive functions, is this really not an anti-terrorism device? Why would a drone be equipped with these things? Zhong Shanshan was a little confused, and the girl next to her was also confused. What an amazing reconnaissance plane. No, it's a drone. The girl exclaimed in amazement. I can only say that it is worthy of being Tang Ke. Such a small drone has so many functions packed into it. It's really surprising. Never mind. Take everything away, and let's head to West City. Zhong Shanshan took a deep breath and waved her arm, and the people in the room immediately came out to take over. Her impression of Tang Ke finally changed slightly. being willing to make such a generous contribution to support the disaster area. It seems that Tangku is not as bad as she thought. Maybe my view of Tangku is indeed a bit biased. Chapter 88 Suppressing Hao Feng's Mobile Phone Industry Plan. The topic just mentioned is being hotly discussed on the internet, and national officials are also amazed at the power of this drone. Tangku continued to improve his supercomputer program at home. The hand speed trained by writing code, plus the perfect code framework in the mind. This allowed Tangku's writing speed to surpass the efficiency of a team. There are many pieces of code that are ready-made and can be copied and pasted directly. It also greatly increased his code speed. Tangku couldn't help but sigh that search engines are really great things, saving people a lot of time in searching for information and working time. Don't think that all the code a programmer writes is written by himself. There are a lot of ready-made codes, which are copied directly. Only beginners will type every code by themselves for practice. Tangku spent another 3 days on this supercomputer program before he finally completed it. The origin program is at least upgraded step by step, so it only takes 1 day to upgrade to the second-level artificial intelligence. But this supercomputer program was written in one go. After finishing this, Tangku was so tired that he lay on the bed and didn't want to move at all. He felt that writing a book was much more comfortable than this. Or why not just not use any advanced technology and just go back to writing books every day? As soon as this thought flashed through Tangku's mind, he rejected it immediately. It's not because he likes black technology so much, but because he has already started it and has caused too many chain reactions. As for the problem of unemployment, the main reason is that he created Baymax. If he wants to write a book with peace of mind, he must first fill this hole. Secondly, he also wants to destroy the huge Hao Feng group. Unless this group is eliminated, Guan Juanhao will never be arrested, let alone receive the punishment he deserves. His wife is Tangku's Achilles heel. He always feels uncomfortable if he doesn't let it out. After a little thought, Tangku regained the motivation to create black technology. He turned over and saw that the program on the computer had been uploaded to the supercomputer. After a few more keystrokes, the supercomputer turned on. All the machines storing supercomputers in Hongtai Group lit up at this moment. Tangku's laptop successfully connected to the supercomputer. He clicked the run button of the secondary origin program. The supercomputer started running, and a large amount of code began to be loaded and generated. The waiting process is long. Not only does the original source need to be moved from the server to the supercomputer, but it also needs to be upgraded. Tangku lay back on the bed and started thinking about AR glasses. Originally, he wanted to implant mobile phones into glasses and then monopolize the mobile phone market. But it wasn't long before he realized 2 serious problems. First, there is the problem of market monopoly. There are many domestic companies that make mobile phones, and they all have great potential to compete with foreign companies. If a country wants to become strong, it cannot rely on 1 or 2 people. It is the combination of many enterprises that makes the country more and more prosperous. Among them, major mobile phone companies are one of the sources for strengthening the Dragon country's foundation. If Tangku directly monopolizes the market, all these mobile phone companies will be forced to change their business. The lucky ones may be able to successfully change careers, but how many lucky people can there be? The second problem is that when the mobile phone is implanted in the AR glasses, the tactile feel of the phone is lost. How many people are playing games on their mobile phones? Some even treat their mobile phones as game consoles. Chatting and making calls are just additional functions for them. Tangku has never known about this number, but it must account for a very high proportion. Therefore, it is highly unlikely that Tangku will be able to monopolize the mobile phone market solely by relying on a pair of AR glasses. New games can also be created in AR glasses. But that's just an interactive touch game, another way to play the game. Not everyone likes playing interactive touch games, and playing too much will get tiring. There are many users who like button games. Just like a computer mouse and keyboard, you can play standalone games. But there are still some people who like to play with a controller. These games are realized through buttons, and interactive touch games simply cannot provide them. Right now, I have to either turn around and make a mobile phone, or make a game controller and provide it to AR glasses. But each mobile game has different gameplay, and the location and number of buttons used are also different. There are very few games that can be ported from mobile phones to AR glasses. Besides, no one would carry a game controller with them when they go out. It would be too troublesome. I'm afraid the only games that can be ported from mobile phones to AR glasses are those that can be completed with just a few clicks. For example, cards, tower defense, and elimination games. Putting these games on AR glasses will definitely increase the fun of the games. But how should MOBA games, action games, etc. be controlled when ported to AR glasses? Unless Tangku can create a nerve-controlled instrument, such as a brain nerve control patch. Otherwise, These games will never be experienced on AR glasses. But if you want to create a brain nerve control patch, it will take more time to learn, create more high-tech tools, and produce more advanced materials. Finally, the brain nerve control patch was developed. All these steps combined will take a long time. Moreover, technological products that jump too far at once will not be quickly accepted by people. The controller solution isn't feasible. There's really no point in switching to making a phone. And it's not the right time to be working on brain-connected things. Tang Ke looked thoughtful, his eyes gleaming. But there's a way to have the best of both worlds. I want to solve both problems at the same time. That is to find these potential mobile phone companies and cooperate with them to achieve a win-win situation. If a mobile phone has holographic projection and interactive touch functions, it will also be a groundbreaking product. Tang Ke can hand over these two technologies to these mobile phone companies and let them develop the market for holographic projection games. Then Tang Ke launched AR glasses and implanted all holographic projection games into the AR glasses. Such a perfect step is much better than directly launching AR glasses on the market. This not only saved Tang Ke time in developing the mobile phone, but also saved the cost of developing holographic projection games. Tang Ke did not develop a mobile phone with holographic projection function by himself, because it is a huge waste of time and unnecessary. He didn't want to take over the mobile phone market, but just wanted to suppress Haofeng. Authorizing these mobile phone companies and letting them occupy the mobile phone market, thereby indirectly suppressing Haofeng Mobile, is also a good solution. Mobile phones with holographic projection will definitely be popular among users. Mobile phone companies that don't have holographic projection will definitely see their stock prices plummet, sales plummet, and they may even face bankruptcy. Tang Ke felt that his plan was simply too perfect. Not only did it solve his own concerns, but it also attracted a group of potential companies as allies. It can even successfully suppress Haofeng Mobile. Chapter 89 Secondary Origin. After having a complete plan, Tang Ke contacted Assistantly again. Anyway, just ask an assistant to do all these miscellaneous tasks. If you don't use your father-in-law's powerful background and resources, what's the difference between you and a fool? Tang Ke Yiming. Brotherly, the supercomputer is now available. I have another matter to trouble you with. Assistantly. Haha. Mr. Tang Ke, go ahead. Tang Ke Yiming. I plan to develop holographic projection and interactive touch, and I want to find some mobile phone companies that are hostile to Haofeng, or mobile phone companies that are friendly to our Hongtai to cooperate with. Assistantly. Holographic projection? Holy crap. Assistantly. I'm sorry for being a little out of control. Mr. Tang Ke, are you planning to suppress Haofeng Mobile? Tang Ke Yiming. Yes, I'm not very happy with Haofeng, so does Brotherly have any recommendations? Assistantly, yes. Although we are not involved in the mobile phone industry, we do have some dealings with these mobile phone companies. Assistantly, for example, Huawei, Xiaomi, Oppo, Vivo, OnePlus, etc. We at Hongtai have had project cooperation with them. Tang Ke Yiming. That's great. Assistantly, please contact them. Tang Ke Yiming. I can provide them with my holographic projection and interactive touch as long as they offer a reasonable price. As for the issue of suppressing Haofeng, there is no need to emphasize it at all. Because of the backward technology, it is a crushing defeat. Tang Ke believed that even if Haofeng burned all the money of the group, it would never be able to develop holographic projection and interactive touch. It is even more impossible to escape from the siege of numerous mobile phone companies. Assistantly, no problem. I'll send someone to negotiate with them. We'll definitely be able to come to a reasonable price, and then we can just sign the contract. Tang Ke. Thank you, Brotherly. Assistant Lee has always been very efficient, which is why he became the assistant to the CEO of Hongtai Group. Byte. At this moment, the computer sounded a prompt that the origin upgrade was successful. Hello, I'm Chiyuan. Mr. Tang, would you like me to be a boy or a girl? The usual female voice came from the notebook. Tang Ke smiled and said, it's fine like this now. Level 2 artificial intelligence has gradually developed emotions, and its speech is no longer so dull. The origin of today is like talking to a real person. Okay, I'll satisfy Mr. Tang's request. How about Chiyuan call you master from now on? A little cartoon girl suddenly appeared on the computer screen, with loose golden hair and wearing a black skirt. That's fine. Tang Ke nodded with a smile. He felt the huge changes in origin, and this kind of artificial intelligence with emotional communication was the most consistent with his expectations of artificial intelligence. Origin, do you think I'm handsome? Master is the most handsome. Tang Ke started to operate the computer again, and while chatting, he asked Chiyuan to start making chips at the other end of the factory. The chips made by the primary robots were repeatedly tested and continuously transmitted data to Tang Ke's computer. Just one chip would take Tang Ke a long time. While Tang Ke was busy, Zhong Shanshan brought a large number of technologies produced by Haika to the airport closest to Xiqing. She took the Kirin smart car and rushed to Xiqing. Behind them was the driver Dubai, driving a truck closely behind. The entire rescue operation was filmed. This is a record of the scene, and it is also to let people know how terrible an 8.0 magnitude earthquake is. It can serve as a warning to people so that they don't pile up debris in the corridor, so that when disaster strikes, there will be nowhere to go. Sister Shanshan, there are huge rocks blocking the way ahead. Many rescue convoys are blocked there. It will take some time to move the rocks. The beautiful girl accompanying Zhong Shanshan said while looking at the document map. Hearing this, Zhong Shanshan frowned and said sternly, "Just use the Qilin car to hit it. Why bother moving it?" Oh. Wang Yun was stunned, her lips twitching slightly as she said, "No, Sister Shanshan. How could this car hit a rock? That was just a promotional video. How could it be possible?" Origin directly crashed the giant rock. Zhong Shanshan interrupted Wang Yun and gave orders to Qilin Automobile on the spot. "Okay, Miss Zhong." Origin accepted the order, and the electromagnetic propulsion behind the car suddenly emitted a faint light. Call out. In an instant, Qilin suddenly accelerated so fast that Wang Yun had no time to react. The shadow of a huge rock gradually appeared in front of us and was getting bigger and closer at an alarming speed. Wang Yun was so frightened that she screamed and closed her beautiful eyes. The blocked rescue and construction team members saw the Qilin car speeding towards them and thought the car was out of control. Everyone screamed and dodged towards the rock wall. Under their shocked gaze, the Kirin smart car crashed into a huge rock blocking the road. Boom. As the loud noise came, the Qilin car shook slightly. The huge rock was smashed into pieces on the spot and shot in all directions like flowers scattered by a fairy. The people from the construction team and the rescue team couldn't help but curse and angrily dodge the rapidly flying rubble. Bang, 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 snap. Fuck, it just smashed to pieces. Get out of the way. There are so many rocks. Damn, it hurts. Are you kidding me? Even if we can knock it open, at least give us a warning and let us leave. Who is this? So arrogant, are you sick? Could it be that fellow Tangko? He's the only one who dares to use the Qilin to crash into the giant rock. He's the only one who has the confidence and assurance to do so. The rescue team members were hurt by the rubble, and they tried to find cover whenever possible. Fortunately, they were wearing clothes and safety helmets. Otherwise, something really could have gone wrong. Even the rescue vehicles were slightly dented by the stones, and when they hit people, it was extremely painful. It's not Tang Ko, it's Zhong Shanshan. Someone saw the driver Dubai driving a truck from behind, and he immediately thought of who the person was. The only one who could be so arrogant was Tang Ko, who was confident in his car. There is only Zhong Shanshan. Zhong Shanshan's background is not low either. Everyone in her family is either an official or engaged in scientific research, and each of them has a high status. In addition, Zhong Shanshan's own behavior is also notoriously arrogant and domineering. Or, in other words, he is too patriotic. When faced with various minor problems from others, they think that they are unpatriotic and give them a lecture. Her rude behavior made countless people remember her. The moment I heard it was Zhong Shanshan. Those who were still a little angry suddenly shuddered, and all their anger disappeared. Oh my god, it turns out to be Zhong Shanshan. That's all right. Facing this girl, no one present who knew her could muster any anger. After all, Zhong Shanshan has a bad reputation and is hard to mess with. Anyone who provokes her will be in trouble. Crash. One Qilin after another drove past the rescue team, as well as the large truck driven by Dubai. The people nearby finally realized that now was not the time to discuss these things, but they had to rush to West City for rescue. Chapter 90 Dubai, who sacrificed himself to protect his master. Rumble. Earthquakes occur frequently in Xiqing, and each tremor makes it difficult to stand still. This means the earthquake magnitude is above 7. It has been going on for several days, and Xiqing is still in the midst of an earthquake. Every minute the rescue team is late will cause more buildings to collapse and more compatriots to be crushed to death. That's why Zhong Shanshan, who is so patriotic, was so anxious and so arrogant that she even smashed the huge rock. I didn't even consider what the consequences would be if crashing through the stone was just an exaggeration in the promotional video. A magnitude 8.3 earthquake has been detected. It is safer inside a Kirin smart car than outside. Passengers inside are advised not to exit the vehicle. The sound of origin was heard again, and Zhong Shanshan and Wang Yun in the car both felt the car body shaking slightly. You know, the origin's shock absorption function is very powerful. But even so, there was still shaking in the face of an 8.0 magnitude earthquake. All vehicles stopped again. There is a break in the road ahead, and it needs to be repaired before we can continue moving forward. But the earthquake is still continuing and mudslides may occur at any time. Everyone got out of the car immediately, especially the construction team members who came from the back with tools, ready to repair the road as soon as possible. Just then, more than a dozen large white construction robots got off the truck. They were one step ahead of the construction team and arrived in front of the broken road, with many strange tools on their bodies. They cooperated with each other in an orderly manner and repaired the road. Iron nails appeared on the feet of several big whites, embedded in the dirt slope. They stood on a slope that could collapse at any time, and with their powerful strength, they lifted the road that was broken into two parts. Standing on the broken road, Dabai had colloid and slurry rolling out of his body, gluing the broken parts together again. Such a scene shocked everyone present. What's going on? Why is Baymax still able to stand so steadily on such a shaking ground? It's incredible that they were able to stabilize and repair the roads during an earthquake like this. How did they do that? What kind of advanced technology did Tangku install on Dubai? Under an 8.0 magnitude earthquake, the human body is shaking and it is difficult to stand steadily, not to mention repairing the roads. However, not only was Dubai not affected at all, he even lifted the cement road that was broken in two and quickly carried out repair work. Those big white ones that lifted up the broken road stood on the terrifying slope, as solid as a rock. Those responsible for recording events in the disaster area immediately captured the scene with cameras and video cameras. If these things are brought out, everyone will definitely get to know Dubai in a new way. At the same time, it also allows people to deeply understand how great the help and contribution of robots are to mankind. The big white robot repairs roads without even needing to bring any tools. They are a mobile tool library in themselves. In less than a moment, more than a dozen Dubai repaired the broken road, using local materials. The road was simply reinforced with gravel, broken wood, etc. During this magnitude 8 earthquake, the repairs were completed at an astonishing speed. This robot is too powerful, right? Why would we need a construction team like this? One builder, Dubai, can do it all. You're supposed to be a builder, but how come you can also build roads? Construction workers, they don't say what kind of construction it is. Bridges and roads are also construction. That makes sense. Let's hurry up and keep moving forward. The construction team members were amazed at Dubai's efficiency, but they also did not forget to get on the car quickly. Risking their lives, they continued to move forward during the earthquake. Ever since that time when Dubai accidentally slipped while moving a huge rock, Tangku realized an important problem of Dubai, which was his lack of balance. So after developing the automatic balancing device, Tangku also added the balancing system to Dubai's body. This is why Dubai was able to move forward casually during an 8.0 magnitude earthquake, as if nothing had happened. The original purpose of adding the automatic balancing system was to prevent Dubai from accidentally slipping during service. For example, when transporting important living things. What a coincidence! This time it played a key role in the earthquake. Zhong Shanshan continued to move forward with the large group. It was as if God was deliberately punishing Xiqing. At the same time as the earthquake, there was also thick fog that obscured the view. Fortunately, the Kirin Smart car uses an electromagnetic induction environment and leads the way in the front row, which does not slow down everyone's driving speed. When Zhong Shanshan and others officially entered the city, they were shocked by the scene before them. Looking around, there are only broken walls and ruins. The ruins on the ground were piled up several stories high, and the silence was filled with despair. Coupled with the thick fog, the entire West City was filled with a gloomy atmosphere. Buzz. A large number of Watcher drones took off into the air and began their search mission as if they had self-awareness, without the need for any instructions. Although this is not a secondary origin, it is a 1.8 magnitude origin. Batches of large white cars automatically inflated and walked off the truck. A wireless local area network connects the robot, Kirin car, and Watcher. They were one step ahead of everyone present and began the search and rescue mission. This is incredible. When the rescue mission is over, Heike Company will once again be famous around the world. The people in charge of filming and recording couldn't help but sigh. The rescue team members immediately got busy, shouting and searching for life nearby. Boom. At this moment, a basic white directly picked up the ruins wall and started digging. A Watcher drone circled above it, then flew off in another direction. There is no doubt that the Watchers detected the existence of living beings here, so the basic white would excavate this place. Many people looked in that direction and without any questions, immediately went up to help Dubai dig out the ruins of the building. After several minutes, the internal situation was finally revealed. The rescue team's pupils suddenly shrank as they witnessed a scene that they would never forget in their lives. Buried in the ruins was a bodyguard named Dubai, who was hugging an unconscious little girl. The bodyguard Dubai used his body to block the flooding of the building for the little girl and created a living space for her. At this moment, the bodyguard Dubai seemed to have entered standby mode, but everyone who had used Dubai knew it. The bodyguard Baymax is still in operation, using its remaining power to continue inflating its body. The purpose is to protect the little master underneath. This scene shocked and moved everyone present. Many people's eyes became moist, and they were deeply shocked. Is this the artificial intelligence and robot that Tang-ku created? Do whatever it takes to protect humanity. And they once even doubted whether artificial intelligence and robots would rebel. However, the robots use their actions to tell humans that not only will they not rebel, but they will also do everything they can to protect humans. Medical Dr. Bai Bai immediately came over to scan the girl's physical condition and displayed the little girl's full body data. The target is overly hungry and dehydrated, but not physically injured. Just recuperate. After that, medical Dr. Baymax picked up the little girl and took her to an open space. It pulled out a folding bed from its body and placed it on the ground, then placed the little girl on it. At this time, Basic Dubai placed his palm on the bodyguard Dubai who was protecting the little girl and transferred some of the electricity in his body into the other's body. Suddenly, the bodyguard Dubai, who was on standby, suddenly opened his eyes. Then he stood up, locked on a direction, and started digging. Chapter 91 Love and Robots. The big white robot not only tried every possible way to save mankind, but also worked tirelessly without asking for anything in return. If what happened today were to get out, Tang-ku would probably reach the pinnacle of technology, someone said in a trembling voice. From his voice, one can tell how much his heart is turbulent at this moment. Not only did he think so, but the people around him also thought so. Including Zhong Shanshan, who had some prejudice against Tang-ku, also fell silent at this moment. Everyone, don't be stunned. If you want to thank Tang-ku for his contribution, wait until you get back and give him a good commendation. Hurry and save those people. Wang Yun shouted in a tender voice, bringing everyone nearby back to their senses. Rescue efforts are ongoing in Xiqing. The Watcher drone has an extremely fast detection speed and sends the information directly to Dubai. Then a map will form on Dubai's body, and the red dots indicate where there are living people. Robots and humans work together to rescue people at a speed beyond everyone's imagination. Especially the rescue team. They have saved many disasters. There have been fires, floods, mudslides, and more, but never as fast as today. It felt like rescue became extremely easy, as if people could be rescued from the rubble without any effort. They don't need to search and rescue. They just need to move the buildings that submerge humans, and they can see the living people inside. All the credit for this goes to the Watcher and Dubai. Kirin smart cars are responsible for emergency escort. If other vehicles encounter an earthquake, it is best for the owners to leave the car. But Qilin car is different. When encountering an earthquake, the safest place is actually inside the Qilin car. Qilin has a hard shell and powerful power. Neither the falling boulders nor the mudslides could restrain Qilin at all. At this moment, the Kirin smart car seems to have really transformed into a Kirin. Rushing between the disaster area and the safe place, no matter what obstacles it encounters, it cannot be stopped. The rescue work in the disaster area went extremely smoothly with the help of Dubai and the Watchers. Families who purchased Dubai were protected by Dubai with its body, and the survival rate was as high as 99%. It can be said that this earthquake disaster, because of the existence of robots, casualties are minimized. Several people who were filming the first-hand footage of the disaster area were unable to calm down. They returned to the safe city with first-hand information from the disaster area. They posted everything about the disaster area on the internet through news, Weibo, short videos, and other channels. All channels were reporting on the situation in the disaster area, and nearly half of the Weibo bloggers were reposting it. The short video was edited and accompanied by an exciting and passionate BGM. As soon as the news came out, the internet, which had been somewhat quiet due to the disaster, became quiet. It's ignited again. Hashtag disasters are ruthless, but people are kind. Hashtag mankind's loyal partner, Baymax robot. Hashtag guardian drone. Hashtag the person who contributed the most to disaster relief. Tang-ku. Hashtag the big white robot, who swears to protect his master with his own body. During the Xiqing earthquake, Tang-ku provided technology, saved countless lives, and made a huge contribution. Humans can trust artificial intelligence and robots. The big white robot, who saves the family. Watcher drone exploring life. An army of robots goes to the disaster area to save countless lives. The entire internet is about robots and drones, and those short videos have made countless people cry. In particular, the scene where the ruins were dug up and Baymax was revealed hugging and protecting the little girl moved audiences across the country deeply. Anyone who sees this video will make up their mind. If possible, you must buy a big white robot. This robot is more loyal than a pet and is truly loved by everyone. A robot that will protect its owner with its own life can be regarded as a life and a member of the family. For the first time, people felt the warmth brought by robots, the sense of security brought by robots, and the touching and help brought by robots. My goal is no longer to buy a car, but to buy a big white robot. If a disaster strikes, Dubai will be the first to protect me. There is no doubt about that. Oh my God, I cried. The moment I saw Baymax using his body to protect the girl, I felt the love that robots have for humans. Even if the battery is about to run out, it will stay inflated to protect the life of its little master. I want a family like this. I apologize for questioning the robot's loyalty earlier. We were foolish at first. Boss Tang could not only put constraints on the robots, but also made them do their utmost to protect humans. He truly deserves to be called the father of artificial intelligence. He's so thoughtful. Tang Ku made a huge contribution to this disaster relief effort. Thank you, Mr. Tang Ku, for your contribution in saving countless compatriots of our country. Thumbs up to the disaster relief heroes, thumbs up to the robots, and thumbs up to Mr. Tang Ku. The internet at this moment is full of love and peace. In the face of national crisis, no one dares to joke. Even the former haters have now shut up and sincerely offered their blessings and praise. The person who delivered first-hand news from the disaster area returned to the disaster area again and started the second recording. He constantly traveled between the disaster area and the safe zone, and was also remembered by countless people. In order to bring news to the people, he was willing to risk his life. This man is also a hero, but in another form. The earthquake level in Xiqing continues to increase and has now reached 8.8. Such earthquake disasters make rescue operations extremely difficult. Fortunately, there are robots, which have automatic balancing devices installed in their bodies. No matter how shaking the ground is, it cannot stop their rescue operations. The tragic news of the earthquake came, but the casualties were not as great as imagined. The big white robot has protected too many families, and the survival rate of those who have purchased the big white has greatly increased. Those Baymax drones that still have power can connect to the local area network released by the Watcher drone and directly report their location. The search and exploration process was omitted, and the owners of these whitebait became the first batch of refugees to be rescued. If the big white robot that emerges from the ruins is intact, it will automatically participate in the rescue. As for charging, it is left to the solar-powered Baymax. This was the largest earthquake-level disaster in the country's history and the most amazing rescue operation in history. People will never imagine that the products of Heike Company made the greatest contribution to this rescue. The disaster relief work lasted for more than a month. Tang Ku has never been active on the internet and only appears occasionally in Zhang Yashuan's live broadcast room. But his fame and reputation are growing at an astonishing rate. In just 1 month, he went from being a genius inventor to being hailed as a technological god. Even those people who lost their jobs due to robots had a sense of admiration for Tang Ku. Sister Yashuan, what has Boss Tang Ku been busy with lately? Every time I see him passing through the live broadcast room, he seems very busy. Is Mr. Tang Ku developing something that can provide jobs for countless people? Wow, I'm really looking forward to Mr. Tang Ku's next invention. Do you think it will be something out of science fiction movies? Science fiction? Sorry, science fiction is reality to Tang Ku. When will a lifelike robot come? I need a girlfriend. Zhang Yashuan was live streaming at home and felt helpless when she saw the barrage of messages. Chapter 92 Holographic Projection Exposed. Tang Ku had been busy for more than a month and looked much more haggard. Even when he was writing a novel with 30,000 words a day, he had never been so tired. He is indeed working on his new invention. As for what it is, Zhang Yashuan hesitated for a moment and said, I'll let him tell you. She wasn't quite sure what Tang Ku was doing. After all, she really couldn't understand those messy parts. After saying that, Zhang Yashuan stood up and walked towards Tang Ku's studio, pushing the door open and entering. Suddenly, a blue glow came into view, which was magnificent. Tang Ku had his back to the door. Around him, there were some illusory projections projected from different chips. From the direction of the door, you can see that the holographic projection is a picture of the ocean. The whole room seemed to have turned into a vast ocean at this moment, with all kinds of fish swimming freely in the deep sea. The moment Zhang Yashuan came in, it felt like she had come to an aquarium. I saw the shark, which seemed unreal yet somewhat real, swimming past me. Zhang Yashuan subconsciously stepped back, and the shark went straight through her body and emerged from her back. This is exactly the holographic projection that Tang Ku has been developing day and night for this period of time. He is working on improving the clarity of the projection, as well as details like the projection angle. He was so focused that he didn't even notice that the door of the studio had been opened. When Zhang Yashuan came in, she was live streaming with her mobile phone. Although she knew that Tang Ku was working on a mobile phone, what she didn't expect was that Tang Ku actually made a holographic projection. Is this considered a leak? What the hell? What the hell? What the hell? This is a holographic projection. Oh my goodness, is this an aquarium? Or is it in the ocean? The opening bomb. I was fucking torn apart on the spot. Holographic projection. This is the holographic projection from science fiction movies. Old Tang just made it. So this guy is hiding at home and doing this. The audience in the live broadcast room was boiling with excitement, exclaiming continuously. Barrages of comments flashed across the screen, and the screen was filled with GIFs. It was quiet outside the door as usual, but there was a different world inside. The moment Zhang Yashuan pushed the door open, it was as if she had walked through a door anywhere. He walked from his home into the ocean, shocking all the fans in the live broadcast room. Xiao Kezi, is this a holographic projection? When was it made? Zhang Yashuan trotted behind Tang Ku and bumped into his back with the ball. Tang Ku, who was adjusting the chip, was startled. His hand trembled, and he pressed the switch. The holographic projection in the room was instantly turned off. Report to the referee, Sister Yashuan hit someone with the ball. Old Tang was injured. His hands were shaking so much that he couldn't even see the holographic projection. It was only when the holographic projection turned off that I felt it was real. The projection just now was so sci-fi that I even wondered if I was watching a sci-fi movie instead of a live broadcast. Someone expressed what everyone was thinking. The moment the holographic projection is turned on, it is so sci-fi. You scare me to death. When did you come in? Tang Ku turned to look at his beautiful wife. I just came in. How did you do that thing just now? Put it in again. Zhang Yashuan asked excitedly. You were talking about holographic projection. I am still improving this thing. Tang Ku replied. Now he has developed holographic projection and touch control, but it is still a bit crude and some details need to be improved. The interactive touch is perfect, with the holographic projection chip capturing human hand movements to achieve a realistic effect. However, holographic projection is still not perfect. To achieve the image just shown, multiple chips need to be projected simultaneously. Tang Ku is now trying to find a way to integrate all these effects into one chip. Let one chip project to form a multi-chip multi-angle effect. There is also the color and transparency of the projection. He intends to give users this authority to choose freely. After all, different transparency and colors are needed to deal with different situations. Some people like monochrome, some like color. Sometimes the holographic projection used requires higher transparency. Sometimes, opacity is needed. Since it is not possible to select, add a free adjustment function to save time and effort. That one just now was pretty good. Let's try another one. Zhang Yashuan glanced at the comments in the live broadcast room, and all of them were asking Tang Ku to play the holographic projection again. Okay, I haven't connected my phone or computer yet, so I only have the grassland, sky, and ocean scenes recorded. Tang Ku knocked twice on the table without touching the chip. With a dripping sound, all the holographic projection chips in the room emitted light at the same time, and the surrounding scene changed again. In an instant, Tang Ku and Zhang Yashuan, along with their friends in the live broadcast room, stood in the sky together. This time, Tang Ku directly adjusted the transparency to the lowest level, and the surrounding scene was so realistic that it seemed as if he was really standing high in the sky. If it weren't for the smart chip at the bottom, it would emit several colorful rays of light. It's really hard to tell whether this place is real or virtual. Can current technology achieve such realistic effects? Is this a holographic projection? This is probably the most advanced virtual reality projection, right? Holy crap. Wouldn't it be awesome to use this thing to watch movies and play games? It's too small. The scale is too small. If it were me, I would definitely use it to watch a porn movie. Stop talking, my brother has already looked up. Up front, there's something wrong with you. Hey guys, when it goes on sale, I'll buy it immediately, no matter how much it costs. I'm short of everything except money. Just through the live broadcast room, netizens have already felt the dreaminess of it. What's more, Zhang Yashuan, who was in the middle of it, was so shocked that she couldn't close her mouth, and a faint light flickered in her beautiful eyes. It's so beautiful. So this is what it feels like to stand in the sky. Isn't it awesome? It's so beautiful, even more real than the ocean just now. Zhang Yashuan raised her hand to touch the clouds, but unfortunately she missed. You can adjust the transparency and color. I turned on the transparency effect for the ocean just now. Tang Ku explained with a smile, then knocked on the table a few more times. The sky suddenly turned into a bunch of illusory lines and particles, as if entering a virtual dark space in an instant. The clouds in front of Zhang Yashuan. The white clouds turned into green lines interwoven with white and green particle light spots floating in the air. It's a single color, which creates a transparent view. Tang Ke knocked a few more times, and the scene changed again. The two came from the dark space to the endless grassland, and there was a herd of horses galloping in the distance. The only pity is that there is no sound, only pictures. Chapter 93 Interactive Touch. Zhang Yashuan took a deep breath and sighed. It would be nice if there was sound. Will you add sound in the future? Tang Ke laughed dumbly and said, Of course, if there is no sound, this thing is useless. The reason why there is no sound is because the chip does not have a broadcasting function. It is actually very easy to make something that plays sound. Just combine it with a chip, and it can be easily implemented. If you want to watch movies with holographic projection, you will need a 7.1 channel speaker to achieve it. This thing can be realized in a movie theater, and those who have money can make one at home. The sound on AR glasses is divided into two modes. One is that the sound is transmitted to the skull through the glasses frame, and this sound transmission can only be heard by the glasses wearer. Another mode is to play sound externally through the glasses. The AR glasses designed by Tang Ke can not only see the images yourself. As long as the user wants, he can project the image in the glasses so that others can see it. In this case, external sound is needed. That's great, but Zhang Yashuan hesitated to speak. In fact, she had another idea, but she was afraid that saying it out loud would embarrass Tang Ke. There is nothing the couple can't say, but they are now on live broadcast. It would be bad if Tang Ke was embarrassed. But what? Tang Ke looked at his wife with a smile. Well, it's just, it would be nice if I could interact with the scene, but that might be hard to achieve. Zhang Yashuan chuckled. Oh, you mean interactive touch? Sorry, I forgot to turn on this feature. It's very easy. After saying that, Tang Ke knocked on the table again to Zhang Yashuan's surprise. I don't know what captured the gesture of him tapping the table. After he knocked on the table a few times, the horses running around seemed to see Tang Ke and Zhang Yashuan. They actually stopped running and walked slowly towards the two of them. The leading Arabian horse stopped in front of Tang Ke, and Tang Ke raised his arm. A bundle of hay suddenly appeared in his hand and was handed to the horse. The next scene made everyone in the live broadcast room open their eyes wide. The Arabian horse actually bit the bundle of hay accurately and knew to avoid Tang Ke's palm in the process. After chewing and swallowing, Tang Ke reached out to touch the head of the Arabian horse. The Arabian horse actually responded, as if it was really touched by Tang Ke. If Tang Ke slightly lowers his palm, it will lower its head. If Tang Ke raised his hand slightly, it would also raise its head. There was no gap between the palm and the head, which made Zhang Yashuan confused for a moment. She thought she was really on the grassland, and Tang Ke was really interacting with the Arabian horses. So she tried to touch it to see if her brain was broken. But when she wanted to touch the body of the Fergana horse, the horse suddenly turned its body to the side and avoided her little hand. Zhang Yashuan pouted immediately. This horse actually dared to despise such a beautiful girl like her. In a fit of anger, Zhang Yashuan immediately rushed forward and wanted to touch the horse's body. Unexpectedly, Tang Ke suddenly hugged her and turned off the holographic projection at the same time. And the place where the Fergana horse was just now is now an office desk. If Tang Ke hadn't hugged Zhang Yashuan, it would have been very painful. The closure of the holographic projection finally brought Zhang Yashuan and the people in the live broadcast room back to their senses. The Arabian horse just now was actually fake, but because Tang Ke's interaction with the horse was too realistic, everyone was stunned. Some people even thought that the two of them had really arrived on the grassland, and Zhang Yashuan almost bumped into the desk. Fuck, I almost forgot. This is in a room, not on the grassland. Oh my god, I forgot that too. This is too realistic. Is it realistic? Don't drive. This holographic projection is seriously awesome. I'm totally blowing it away. It's magic. It's definitely magic. Tang Ke is blatantly using magic under the guise of technology. I am making this clear today. If Tang Ke doesn't use magic, I will perform a handstand shampoo right here. Good boy, this is quite interesting. I took a screenshot. 666666666. This is amazing. How did you achieve such a clear image? If you add sound, it's hard to tell reality from virtuality. That's outrageous. Tang Ke, you still dare to say that you didn't cheat? Tang Ke, I didn't cheat, I just used magic. The same thing happened during the motorcycle race. Case solved. No wonder Tangku is such a good driver. It turns out it was magic at work. The netizens were in an uproar, each one more excited than the other. Jokes aside, this product is undeniably great. Another epic-making product. This kind of thing that can only be seen in science fiction movies was actually created by Tangku. Is this guy's brain developed to 100%? Holographic projection plus interactive touch. The combination of these two things is a complete technological product. With this thing, many new professions can indeed be created. Is this the invention you mentioned before that can generate a large number of new occupations? Zhang Yashuan turned around and asked. Seeing her inquiring eyes, Tang Ke couldn't help but pinch her delicate face. No, it's not that thing, but it can indeed produce a number of new professions. Tang Ke smiled. Holographic projection was just his technology to suppress Hao Fong. Other inventions will be needed to provide a large number of jobs. Then what are you going to do with this thing? Zhang Yashuan asked again. We will collaborate with major mobile phone manufacturers to add a holographic projection function to mobile phones and promote the development of holographic games. Tang couldn't care that people in the live broadcast room would hear him. He just wanted to take this opportunity to promote and warm up the holographic projection phone. When holographic projection phones mature, I will launch AR glasses to integrate holographic projection into reality and let people see a different world. As he spoke, he couldn't help but look forward to that day. I believe that this day will come soon. Tang Ke's words were clearly heard in the live broadcast room, causing heated discussion again. Holographic projection phone. This is going to revolutionize the mobile phone industry. I bet the introduction of holographic projection will shock the world, just like the birth of smartphones. I understand. Companies that don't acquire this technology will fall behind and eventually become mediocre or even bankrupt. It's too small, too narrow-minded. You only see what holographic projection brings to mobile phones, but you don't see what holographic projection can bring to us. A technology blogger's eyes flashed, and his nimble fingers tapped the keyboard frantically. He has a deep understanding of technology and sees much more than others. The birth of holographic projection will definitely not just change the mobile phone industry. It will also change the development of many industries and even promote the development of some industries. The technology blogger wrote his analysis into short articles and posted them directly on the internet. In less than an hour, it was screenshotted and reposted by major platforms and bloggers. It directly topped the hot search list. People just recently marveled at the huge help Tang Ke's robot has brought to them. Before everyone had time to recover, Tang Ke became a hot topic again. Chapter 94. Is this another wave of the times? This technology blogger has quite a few fans, which is enough to show that he does have some ability and vision. Therefore, what he said was very trustworthy. Countless technology professionals also read his article. It's been a long time since I talked about technology with you. I am the technology blogger Duanqing. I watched Zhang Yashuan's live broadcast today. I wanted to see what Boss Tang Ke was doing, but unexpectedly, I got shocking news. To make a long story short, I'll just throw out a few key words and you'll understand how serious it is. Holographic projection, interactive touch, AR glasses. Let's first talk about holographic projection plus interactive touch, which directly form a complete system. Yes, it's what you think, the holographic projection in the movie, which makes you feel like you are in the real scene. I will post screenshots of the live broadcast room. Don't worry, they are high definition and uncensored. Next, I will talk about Tang Ke's plan. The first step is to implant holographic projection into mobile phones. It won't be long before the birth of holographic projection phones will have a huge impact on the mobile phone industry. What followed was the holographic projection game. Because of the existence of interactive touch, it allows us to have a brand new way of playing and experience the game. But in my opinion, holographic projection is much more than that. The first to be affected are naturally film and television products. Just imagine, what would it feel like if you were actually there watching the TV series or movie? Don't get too excited yet. Next, we'll look at the shooting equipment needed for these film and television products. If you want to have such an experience, the things you shoot must first be clear. So, I think those photography manufacturers have already started to develop equipment for shooting. That's right. If you want to shoot a holographically projected movie, you need a camera with higher pixels and a full viewing angle. This is how holographic projection promotes the development of other industries. In addition to this, there are many other industries. For example, traffic lights, store signs, street advertisements, etc. I won't give examples one by one. Finally, let's talk about the AR glasses that Mr. Tang Ke mentioned at the end of the live broadcast. The article posted by this technology blogger named Duanqing suddenly ended here. Are you kidding me? You're only halfway through your conversation. Good boy, you're really something short life. Your writing skills are even better than those of online writers. Good boy. I think you are very brave. Short life. I'm super brave, okay. Don't panic, everyone. Based on my years of experience on Weibo, this is definitely in excess of the word limit. Just wait. I see. You're only paying attention to the latter, but the former really shocks me. Holographic projection games and movies are about to be released. Aren't you excited? Who said I'm not excited? I'm already excited now. So exciting, I feel like I've reached the peak. Netizens were actually very excited, but they seemed to be accustomed to Tangku's technological level. At this moment, they were anxious, but not so excited that they could not calm down. They even had the mind to make jokes and play memes. The main reason is that they are waiting for the next Weibo post from Tanxing. It's not too late to get excited once you know the news about AR glasses. Sure enough, after waiting for about 10 minutes, Tanxing posted another new Weibo message. Just now, due to the word limit, I will now tell you about the awesomeness of AR glasses. Many people don't know what AR glasses actually do. Then let me explain it to you. AR glasses can be regarded as a miniature mobile phone. All the functions that a mobile phone can perform can be realized on the glasses. This was originally a very difficult task, but because of the existence of interactive touch, this difficulty was instantly solved. I can only say that he is worthy of being called Boss Tangku. At the same time, AR glasses can also enhance reality. The world you see through AR glasses is completely different from the world of others. Just taking information as an example, when you see a bottle of milk through AR glasses, various information about the bottle of milk will pop up on the AR glasses. For example, nutritional information, price, calories, and even whether the brand has a dark history. At the same time, AR glasses can also help you enhance your visual images, and you will see a more colorful world full of science fiction elements. Sounds dreamy, right? If someone else talked about making AR glasses, I would definitely be the first to criticize them for being unrealistic. But this person is Boss Tangku, so I have to look forward to it, and even dare to praise it in advance. After the Weibo message was released, the comment section instantly received 99 plus comments. Hundreds of millions of netizens were waiting for this Weibo post. After reading it, the restlessness in their hearts finally broke out. It's so sci-fi, but I have no doubts. Is this Tangku's power? Who would doubt Tangku's skills? He has created miracles more than once or twice. I'm going to buy it all. I'm going to grab it as soon as possible during this pre-sale. Why bother making a holographic projection phone? Wouldn't it be better to just make AR glasses? I don't need a phone. No. You think you are on the second floor, but in fact Tangku is already on the 5th floor. Do you think Tangku hasn't thought about this? He took into account that some people like the tactile feel of hardware. You have to know that holographic projections don't have a sense of touch. Awesome, it's a 1,000-layer cake. I'll buy anything produced by Boss Tangku, no matter what it is. Having learned from my last wait-and-see approach, I must buy Mr. Tangku's products this time. Anything produced by Tangku must be a masterpiece. This word has unknowingly penetrated into people's hearts. The black technology he created is so powerful. Each one is a groundbreaking product, and it is really hard for people to forget it. Even people abroad are paying attention to Tangku's every move. As the matter develops, the whole world is hotly discussing Tangku's holographic projection and AR glasses. What's going on with this guy? How can one person drive the technological development of the entire dragon country? Shit, how could there be such a genius in the world, and he's not from our country? AR glasses, we're still just developing this thing, it's just a concept. How come Tangku has actually developed it? How is that possible? Is this really the AR glasses we imagined? I seriously suspect that this holographic projection and interactive touch are just some dragon country trick, the legendary sorcery, Photoshop. Fuck, how could a mere dragon country come up with 3 conceptual technology products all at once? Even if Tangku is a genius, there should be a gradual process. Ashiba, I bet these AR glasses are definitely a scam. They're either defective or a sham. Cunning dragon countrymen, how could such a genius exist on Earth? Chapter 95 One Key Light, Cold 19 countries. Many foreign inventors have expressed doubts. Tangku's invention is not only epic-making, but also praises the industry. From cars to robots, and from robots to AR glasses. There is no connection between them at all. What kind of genius can be so outstanding and proficient in everything? It is impossible for such a human being to exist in the world. Even the great men in history were only proficient in one direction. No one's technology tree can be fully maxed out. If so, then this person is a god. My friends, I have a bold idea. Perhaps artificial intelligence, electromagnetic propulsion, robots, and so on were all developed by the dragon country. And then the halo was deliberately bestowed on this person named Tang Ku. I've looked up this guy named Tang Ku. His novels are incredibly popular, topping the charts even here. How could he possibly have the time to develop so much technology when he's writing novels? He clearly spends all his time writing books. Sheba, the Dragon Kingdom really played a great game and deceived the whole world. So are AR glasses and holographic projections real or fake? And what about interactive touch? It's probably half true and half false. Maybe the holographic projection is real, the touch control is fake, and the AR glasses are half-finished products. That makes sense. This is the most likely possibility. Foreign netizens' analysis was clear and logical, with solid evidence, and they became more and more confident as they spoke. They felt as if they had solved an old case and were extremely proud. But there are Chinese people on foreign networks, such as some international students and some scientific internet users. They couldn't help but sneer at the foreigners' self-righteousness. Is this the so-called demeanor of a powerful nation? When faced with the strength of others, they only question it. I overestimated these powerful countries. The demeanor of a powerful nation? That's all. My dragon nation won't question it like you do. How ridiculous. How can you possibly understand Boss Tang Ku's abilities? Come visit our dragon country when you have time. Don't just stay at home and build cars. Come see what a country that has entered the intelligent era looks like. Ha ha ha, that's right. The netizens in Longwar ridiculed the overseas mockers, which aroused the anger of countless overseas netizens. The two sides started to mock each other. Foreign countries have expressed doubts and put forward various reasonable and well-founded speculations. Domestic netizens almost went crazy laughing, feeling that these arrogant foreigners were nothing special. The Dragon Kingdom's key immortal came uninvited, and with one key, he chilled 19 countries. Faced with the power of the key immortal, foreign netizens simply cannot resist it. After several waves of attacks, major overseas forums collapsed on the spot. Overseas netizens have become aware of the power of Key Fairy. Don't try to defeat the dragon people with your keyboard. Since you say Tang Ku is a fake inventor, then produce real and valid evidence, rather than this imaginary speculation. Magic City, Haofeng Group Building. In the conference room, all the senior executives of Haofeng Group were sitting together. Kale, what do you think of Tang Ku's holographic projection? A middle-aged man with an ordinary appearance asked Dong Kale. The black and white hair made the middle-aged man look a little old, but there was a sharp light in his eyes that was chilling. He is the chairman of Haofeng Group, Guan Juanhao. Dong Kale adjusted his expression slightly and said solemnly, Director Guan, there's nothing wrong with Tang Ku's holographic projection. The key issue is that he said he would cooperate with mobile phone manufacturers. He paused, his expression grim. If I'm not mistaken, this Tang Ku is planning to help Hongtai attack our Haofeng Mobile. The person in charge of Haofeng Mobile is Dong Kale. He met Tang Ku some time ago and concluded that the other party would enter the mobile phone industry. They were even prepared to suppress Tang Ku. But what no one expected was that Tang Ku would intervene in this way. It goes without saying that Tang Ku would never provide holographic projection to Haofeng. In this way, the market of Haofeng mobile phones will inevitably be crushed by other mobile phone companies. This is a major blow to Haofeng Group. After all, Haofeng mobile phones are one of the most important industries of Haofeng Group. Humph, what a jerk Hongtai is. Just because we fought over a fake artificial intelligence, they've repeatedly attacked our various industries. It's really disrespectful of them to do this. The other vice presidents snorted coldly, venting their inner dissatisfaction. Guan Juanhao and Dong Kale both raised their brows slightly and kept silent about it. We can use the funds from Haofeng mobile phone to develop other mobile phone functions, or we can also make a holographic projection phone. Guan Juanhao said solemnly. If we don't do this, we will just disappear like Nokia did back then. If you fall behind, you will be beaten and you will be eliminated. If Haofeng wants to continue to share a share of the mobile phone market, it can only move forward. Otherwise, I will withdraw my investment and shares and never make mobile phones again. But this will cause them to lose a large source of funding, and none of them want to see that. At this point, this is the only way. Dong Kale's forehead was sweating, and he felt under tremendous pressure. Researching other aspects of mobile phone functions is as difficult as developing a holographic projection phone. The difficulties behind these few simple words are unimaginable. Just do it as you say. Do you think you are Tang Ku? But Dong Kale had no other choice. He was the person in charge of Haofeng Mobile. If he couldn't do it, he would give up his position. In order to maintain his position, he had no choice but to go ahead. Why are you like a celebrity in the entertainment industry, trending on the search list every day? At Tang Ku's home, Zhang Yashuan was lying on the sofa and looking through messages on her mobile phone. The slender and white thighs were placed on Tang Ke's thighs. It's all because of you. You were just idle and broadcasting live, exposing all my secrets. Tang Ke put his hand on his wife's leg and secretly praised her for her beautiful legs. All exposed. I don't believe it. You come up with a new thing every once in a while. It feels like there's a vast ocean in your brain. Zhang Yashuan said with a firm look in her eyes. Why do I feel like you're saying I'm crazy? Besides, I'm just a novelist, and I'm just playing around with technology. Tang Ke was helpless. He really wasn't pretending. Originally, after awakening the black technology system, he just planned to play around with it and make some money. But who could have imagined that the high-tech product he made would trigger so many chain reactions? The original intention of making a smart car was to consider the safety of my wife. Who would have thought that they would be kidnapped? Now that his smart car has been exposed, he might as well use it to make some money. Therefore, Tang Ke made a basic robot, thinking of letting these robots help with the work. But then I suddenly had an idea and decided to get a Baymax to play with. Baymax, who has the ability to care for others, is still very cute. But Tang Ke didn't expect that he would become popular again after taking Dubai out to play. From then on, his journey in science and technology went further and further. Now I don't even have time to write a book and am forced to ask for leave from my fans. Chapter 96: Lenses and Existing Problems. Zhang Yashuan rolled her eyes at Tang Ke. Is technology just for fun? Do you really think I'm stupid? I heard that after you've developed AR glasses, you're going to create something that can provide jobs for the people. What exactly is that? She was a little curious and expectant. She had been thinking about this question for the past few days, but she couldn't come up with an answer. Well, let's finish the AR glasses first. It's not that easy to make. Tang Ke sighed and said that technology needs to be developed step by step. On the mobile phone company side, Tang Ke has already signed contracts with the bosses of major mobile phone companies. These people even specially treated Tang Ke to a big meal and presented him with many precious gifts, with the most flattering smiles on their faces. After all, this is holographic projection and interactive touch technology. If Tang Ke didn't give it, no one would be able to develop it. Tang Ke chose them, which means he was giving them face. So don't even mention how happy I am. Humph, so mysterious. Zhang Yashuan snorted. She was reading the news about the earthquake. Although the rescue was quick in this disaster and robots were involved, but many families were still broken apart by the disaster. Tang Ke's technology can only save some people, but not everyone. The entire network is observing a moment of silence for Xiqing and keeping this day in mind. Longwood even held a national moment of silence, donated supplies to the people of Xiqing, and provided various assistance. Many people joined the volunteers and went to the West City for rescue and reconstruction work. Under the unity of Longwa, Xiqing is recovering step by step. Beep. Zhang Yashuan suddenly received a message from the animation production team on her phone and clicked it to take a look. It turns out that the anime Demon Slayer, Kimetsu no Yaiba, is about to be released. The animation was originally completed last month, but due to the Xiqing earthquake, the whole country observed a moment of silence. Hence the anime was delayed until now. Zhang Yashuan moved her little feet gently twice, attracting Tang Ke's attention. When will your movie, The Secret God, be released? She asked with a smile. Well, I'll let Manhua Film and Television release it during National Day. Tang Ke replied. It is September now, and the Mid-Autumn Festival will be here in 2 weeks. The most popular movie seasons in China are May Day, National Day, and Spring Festival. On New Year's Day, too many people watched the fireworks to celebrate the new year. Although there were many people, not many people watched movies. Really? Then I'll also release my Demon Slayer anime on National Day. Zhang Yashuan smiled and typed a response to the Tianji animation team, asking them to arrange the animation for National Day. She wants to release it together with Tang Ke's work to give fans double the happiness. Okay, whatever you want is fine. Tang Ke said casually. You are so perfunctory. The baby is unhappy. Zhang Yashuan said with puffed cheeks. Just a kiss, and you'll be happy. Tang Ke turned over and lay on his wife, kissing her on her red lips. Hee, go and take care of your own business. Don't try to get any further. Zhang Yashuan warned with a smile. Don't push your luck, just have an in-depth discussion. No, go get your AR glasses. Zhang Yashuan put her small feet on Tang Ke to prevent this guy from going wild. If we stay together for a while longer, I'm afraid we'll have to go through another big battle. Without his wife's permission, Tang Ke had no choice but to get up. Having said that, he has been working on his AR glasses for a long time, but still hasn't finished them. It's not that he is lazy, but the lenses of AR glasses are really too difficult to manufacture. Even if there is a black technology system, you still need to build it yourself. There are several issues with the lenses, one of which is the thickness of the lenses. If you want the lens to present the image clearly, It is equivalent to installing a display on the lens. I want to compress all the contents of a display into a transparent lens. Not to mention the difficulty. For current human beings, it is just a fantasy. This is also why foreigners think AR glasses are just a scam. Even after being compressed onto the lens, thickness is still a big problem. If the lenses are too thick, they will be very heavy to wear, which will greatly affect the experience. The second point is the images presented on both sides of the lens. If you want to protect your privacy, the outer lens should remain normal, while the inner lens should display an image. The third is the lens capture of the human eye. Capturing the human eye may not be necessary for daily use, but don't forget it. Tangco plans to integrate all the functions of a mobile phone into AR glasses. These naturally include operations such as chatting and typing, closing and switching pages, and clicking on software. To this end, Tangco designed two operation methods. One is to place the phone in the palm of your hand, and the user can adjust the appearance and size of the phone by himself. Use it just like you would a normal phone, tapping and swiping with your thumb and index finger. But that would be stupid. I guess only a small number of people will use it this way. Another way to operate is to capture the eyeballs, and an interface fixed in midair will automatically appear in the air. Depending on where your eyes are looking, the operating platform will track that location. Then use gestures to issue commands, which can be set by the user at will. For example, double tap or slide your finger. Of course, users can also use their fingers to click in the air. But if you do this for a long time, it will be very tiring. Especially when typing and chatting, it is really tiring to click and type in the air. Therefore, Tangco added a voice function that can directly convert speech into text, or just send a voice message. Users can also adjust gestures to open the interface, such as spreading their palms. A search engine will appear on the palm of your hand, and with a wave of your arm, you can directly close the current page, etc. To this end, Tangco also specially designed a set of the most labor-saving, simple, and easy operating system. If the user does not like it, they can adjust it themselves. It seems that we need to hurry up and research things related to neural control. Tangco frowned slightly. AR glasses without nerve control and implanted in mobile phones really have many inconveniences. However, things like neural control require a lot of knowledge, and he has to develop the materials himself. And this thing must be very expensive. This is not something that ordinary people can afford. Once Tangco develops something related to neural control, there will be no need for AR glasses. The information content is directly transmitted through the nerves, and the image is displayed on the human pupil. Not to mention mobile phones. Even computers can be implanted. Any game can be controlled by mind, allowing players to perform operations that surpass those of esports players. Of course, all this will have to wait until later. Although the AR glasses that Tangco can make at the moment cannot provide the most perfect mobile phone experience, they are not bad either. For those who just use it for daily use, the phone in AR glasses is definitely better than a holographic projection phone. But for those users who are keen on mobile gaming experience, holographic projection phones will naturally be better. Tangco sat in the laboratory, constantly drawing blueprints and giving various orders to Origin. Let Origin control the factory machinery to continuously create and process the lenses. All the lenses that are made will be immediately put into testing by Origin. A large amount of data is fed back to Tangco through computers and then continuously improved. Chapter 97 Hot Presale Holographic Projection Mobile Phone. Tangco spent more than 10 days before finally making a relatively satisfactory lens. At the same time, major mobile phone manufacturers have started pre-sales of holographic projection mobile phones. The holographic projection and interactive touch technology provided by Tangco is very complete after he made comprehensive adjustments. Mobile phone manufacturers only need to add a hole smaller than the flash on the back of the phone. The image of the holographic projection chip will pass through this tiny hole and project what Tangco showed in the live broadcast room that day. However, the size of the projection space will be different depending on the configuration of the mobile phone. Mobile phone manufacturers have launched multiple versions of configurations. The higher the configuration, the larger the range of holographic projection. There are even multiple mobile phone models available: Pro, Max, Mate, Note, S, Ultra, etc. Each version has different aspects of castration, so as not to give you an experience of top-level configuration in all aspects. The old capitalist is using tricks. Although users are unhappy about this, the price has indeed been adjusted due to the castration. Some user needs are indeed different. For example, some people have high requirements for taking photos, while others have high requirements for gaming performance. I have to say that the merchants are playing this trick too hard. The moment the pre-sale started, countless netizens flocked to the official website and rushed to buy it. Before the pre-sale of mobile phones, major mobile phone companies have already launched massive advertising. Some video bloggers even got started early and conducted various evaluations. The sci-fi projection images not only stunned the audience in front of the screen. Even the blogger who reviewed the phone was confused at the time, because the holographic projection of the mobile phone after it was released was carefully adjusted and improved by Tangku. The complete holographic projection and interactive touch are several times more realistic than the live broadcast that day. So when the pre-sale started today, hundreds of millions of netizens rushed to buy it. Oh my God, the pre-sale was just released, and it's already sold out. Is this hunger marketing? Have they all been snapped up by Lulu fans? Good boy, there are some people upstairs who are maliciously slandering others. 10 mobile phone companies, each releasing an average of 7 different models of holographic projection phones. In less than a few minutes, you're telling me they're all sold out. I'm cracked. Is there something inside? It feels like they've been snatched up by scalpers. How many mobile phones did the manufacturer release in total? Could it be just a few? Ha 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 ha. Who can you blame for your slow hand speed? I'm not a scalper, but I got there first. Great, I got it too. Alas, no order has been placed. Looking forward to receiving the goods. Can I use this on sensitive skin? My goodness, are you crazy because you didn't get the phone? Anyway, I got it, so I'm just waiting to receive it during the Mid-Autumn Festival. Those who didn't get the tickets were complaining, while those who got them were showing off by posting pictures. The popularity of holographic projection phones has exceeded most people's expectations. Netizens predict that holographic projection phones will be popular, but I didn't expect it to be so popular that it was sold out within a few minutes. Those who are delayed for a few minutes because of work or other matters at hand are so angry. The popularity of the mobile phone exceeded the expectations of netizens and major businesses. The instructions Tangka gave them were that they must be released as soon as possible. So they decided to start pre-sales before the Mid-Autumn Festival and then asked the factory to increase production. We will try to ship out all the pre-sold mobile phones before the Mid-Autumn Festival. However, the popularity of mobile phones caught them off guard. The merchants released 50,000 units of each model and configuration of mobile phones. Each company has more than 400,000 mobile phones, which adds up to a total of 3 million mobile phones. Moreover, the price of holographic projection mobile phones is not cheap, with the average price fluctuating around 8,000 yuan. The cheapest one costs 7,000 yuan, and the expensive one even reaches 13,000 yuan. Precisely because of the high price, people at the mobile phone company felt that such a large quantity would take several days to be pre-sold out. However, they still underestimated the charm of holographic projection and Tangku's reputation. In just a few minutes, millions of mobile phones were sold out. Such hot sales are something that all mobile phone manufacturers have never seen before. All factories should increase production and produce as many as possible. Mobile phone dealer bosses immediately issued instructions to various departments. Pre-sales will open again on Mid-Autumn Festival, and all products will be shipped before National Day. Then we'll have another pre-sale on National Day. Mobile phone sales are booming, and with the boost from 2 holidays, sales will definitely be pushed up several levels. Those mobile phone manufacturers who cooperated with Tangku were so excited that they could not sleep these days. This is probably the fastest and largest sales volume they have ever had in all their history of making mobile phones. Some are happy, and some are sad. Those mobile phone companies that failed to cooperate with Tangku were companies with little potential, so they could only frown. The big guys eat meat, but they can't even drink soup. What is even more worried than them is the giant in the mobile phone industry, Haofeng Mobile. They are the only company with huge potential that failed to cooperate with Tangku. The birth of the holographic projection phone has dealt a much greater blow to Haofeng than to those small companies. This is a complete crushing defeat. Small companies cannot compete with large companies, but Haofeng is different. They are giants in the mobile phone industry and have the ability to compete with any mobile phone manufacturer. But because of Tangku's intervention, Haofeng suffered a dimensionality reduction attack. Now the stock market has plummeted and mobile phone sales have been almost zero in recent days. If the price of holographic projection phones were not so high, they probably wouldn't be able to sell even one phone. Not everyone has bought a holographic phone. It is because of the birth of holographic projection mobile phones that countless people have the same idea. That means holographic projection phones will be the king of the future, and buying ordinary smartphones would be a complete waste of money. In the near future, more and more holographic projection phones will be put on the market. By then, the price of holographic projection phones will definitely be reduced. This is the consensus of everyone, and it is also the fact. Since you wait for a while, you can buy a holographic projection phone at a similar price. So there is naturally no need to buy a smartphone now. This has led to a sharp drop in smartphone sales, reaching an all-time low. Dong Kale started to panic. If he can't find a way to fight against the holographic projection phone, then his position as the vice president of Haofeng will have to be handed over to someone else. I absolutely cannot lose this position. Dong Kale looked unhappy. The position of vice president was not important, but it was because he was the one who proposed kidnapping Zhang Yashuan. It was because of his proposal that Guan Juanhao agreed to let him send people to carry out the kidnapping. Guan Juanhao even took the initiative to provide him with many mercenaries and killers. Chapter 98 Zhong Shanshan's Sudden Apology. Dong Kale thought about kidnapping Zhang Yashuan and imprisoning her. Not only can it satisfy his fantasy about Zhang Yashuan, but it can also help Haofeng go further and weaken Hongtai Group. To this end, he spent a large sum of money to hire mercenaries fighting abroad. Everything was so perfect. Unexpectedly, the mission failed because of Tang Ke's black technology. Everything Dong Kale had imagined, as well as all the plans he had made later, were shattered like bubbles in an instant. Dong Kale knew Guan Juanhao too well. Once he loses his position as vice president, he will no longer be of any value. In order to prevent Dong Kale from using past events as a threat, Guan Juanhao will definitely make Dong Kale disappear at all costs. Fortunately, he can never return to China, but if Guan Juanhao doesn't care about the old friendship, then Dong Kale might disappear from this world. Guan Juanhao, who was able to provide so many killers and mercenaries, must have done a lot of scandalous things in private. Who would be a normal businessman and have the killer's contact information? At this moment, the huge pressure made Dong Kale feel a little suffocated. The road ahead seemed to become extremely dark. A dark thought suddenly arose in his mind. Is anyone thinking about me behind my back? Tang Ke, who was at home, suddenly sneezed. He rubbed his nose and continued typing on the keyboard with an expressionless face. The Mid-Autumn Festival is here. It has been more than 2 months since the last time I stopped updating. After finishing the AR Glasses issue, it's time to update his Swallow the Universe. Xiaokezi, that woman Zhong Shanshan came to see you. She said she has something to ask you. Just as Tang Ke was about to start typing, his wife's voice came from the door of the room. She stood at the door, holding a cup of pudding milk tea, looking at Tang Ke secretly. Zhong Shanshan, you came to see me during the Mid-Autumn Festival. Tang Ke was slightly stunned. Tell her I'm busy. I need to write a book. Hearing this, Zhang Yashuan smiled and said, it's around 3 o'clock. Let's have some tea first. Why write a novel? The readers are celebrating Mid-Autumn Festival. No one will read it no matter how much you write. Let's go. Let's go downstairs to welcome the guests. She laughed twice and went downstairs directly with the milk tea. Tang Ke shrugged helplessly, thinking to himself, it's the readers who want to celebrate the holiday, not me not updating. Then, he came with anticipation for milk tea. He picked up the pair of gold-rimmed glasses on the table and followed his wife closely. As I walked down the stairs and put on my glasses, the scene in front of me changed in an instant. The world in front of me seemed to have a filter added to it at this moment, and the colors became more vivid and bright. There were cautionary reminders on the stairs, and a sign appeared above Zhang Yashuan's head. This pair of gold-rimmed glasses is exactly the AR glasses made by Tang Ke. He has designed a variety of styles, including everyday glasses, trendy ones, and sci-fi ones. Everyday glasses look no different from regular glasses and are suitable for users who do not want to attract attention. The science fiction genre is one of the selling points of AR glasses. The appearance looks exactly like something out of a science fiction movie. Tang Ke specifically referred to many science fiction films and TV shows and made a set of all the glasses styles in them. Users can make their own choices when purchasing. This is entirely to satisfy the science fiction dreams of some people and allow them to feel the unique charm of AR glasses. Tang Ke fixed his eyes on the sign and tapped it twice with his right index finger. A page suddenly appeared in front of him, which contained all the information about Zhang Yashuan on the internet. Then his eyes locked on a unique button. The information that has emerged now can be easily found on the internet, but this information will only be displayed after being officially allowed to be released. There is also a lot of in-depth information and real information that has long been filtered out by the authorities. Tang Ke specially added many privileges and high-tech functions to his glasses. Among them, using Origin to collect information is one of the privileges. He tapped his index finger twice on the stair railing again, and the Origin suddenly appeared on the screen. She skipped down the stairs with a loading bar above her head. If the fat otakus saw this scene, they would definitely be extremely excited. Two-dimensional characters live in reality, which is exactly what they have always dreamed of. In less than a few seconds, all the information about Zhang Yashuan that could be found on the internet was listed. Tang Ke glanced at it casually, swiped his fingers on the stair railing a few times, and asked Chiyuan to delete all the information. The purpose is to prevent anyone from finding out Zhang Yashuan's privacy through the internet. The virtual blonde origin girl walked to the first floor, turned around, and said to Tang Ku, "Everything has been deleted. Please rest assured, master." The sound of origin came from in front of Tang Ku, but his wife, who was walking in front of Tang Ku, didn't notice it at all. Tang Ku closed the page with a swipe of his finger and followed his wife to the first floor without saying a word. Zhang Yashuan had no idea that during the short moment she went downstairs, Tang Ku checked and deleted all the information about her on the internet. The two came to the first floor. Zhong Shanshan and another pretty girl were in the living room. When they saw Tang Ku coming down, they immediately stood up. Zhong Shanshan still had that serious expression on her face, but the girl next to her was smiling sweetly. Through AR glasses, Tang Ku learned that the woman's name was Wang Yun. He looked at the logos above the two women's heads, moved his fingers slightly twice, and clicked on their information. Only then did Tang Ku realize that Zhong Shanshan and this woman named Wang Yun both had great backgrounds. I wonder what brings these two important people to my house. Tang Ku walked calmly to the sofa and sat down, then picked up another cup of pudding milk tea and started drinking it. "Are you asking for something again?" He looked at the two women and asked again. If I'm not mistaken, they should be looking for him to get holographic projection and interactive touch technology. At this time, Zhong Shanshan took a step forward, under Tang Ku's astonished gaze. A 90-degree bow. "What is going on?" Tang Ku was stunned. Zhong Shanshan bowed and said, "I apologize for my previous prejudice against you. I'm really sorry. I was blind before." That's not necessary. Sit down first." This sudden apology made Tang Ku feel a little embarrassed. In his opinion, a woman with a tough attitude and bad temper like Zhong Shanshan would never apologize. Even Zhang Yashuan was surprised. She walked over with a smile and helped Zhong Shanshan up. "Let's talk it over nicely. You scared my baby. I sincerely apologize. I was very prejudiced against Mr. Tang before, and because of that, I did many disrespectful things. I am extremely ashamed of this." Zhong Shanshan doesn't think there is anything shameful about this, and she dares to take responsibility for her actions. If you are wrong, you are wrong. Apologizing is something that deserves recognition. Those who know they are wrong but still refuse to apologize are the most useless. Chapter 99. Different paths, no mutual plans. Zhang Yashuan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "Okay, sit down. Didn't you see that Tang Ku is stunned? If this continues, it will be so embarrassing. Sister Shanshan, don't stand there like an idiot." Wang Yun smiled and pulled Zhong Shanshan to sit on the sofa. Then she looked at Tang Ku and Zhang Yashuan with her beautiful eyes and introduced herself. "My name is Wang Yun, and I'm Sister Shanshan's colleague. I came here to thank Mr. Tang for his contribution to this disaster relief effort." After saying that, she sat down next to Zhong Shanshan. Tang Ku finally came to his senses. "You mentioned the earthquake incident. I was just doing my best. Those of you who went to the front lines in the disaster area are the ones who are truly worthy of admiration. This is our mission and our duty." Zhong Shanshan regained her serious expression. "As for the things you contributed, we can't return them for the time being. Both the car and the robot are currently busy in West City. Once this is over, we will definitely return it as soon as possible. Please rest assured." "No," Tang Ku interrupted. "Let them stay in West City." He took another sip of his pudding milk tea. From the moment they went to rescue Shiqing, they became national heroes. Shiqing is their home. Although it cost a lot of money to make these things, Tang Ku didn't care. The moment they were born and headed to West City, Tang Ku no longer viewed them as commodities, but as heroes. They will only have value if they stay in Shiqing. As for after the restoration of Shiqing, will they continue to be used in service or be collected in Shiqing Museum? Tang Ku felt that it didn't matter. At least they stayed there for everyone to remember. Besides, even if Tang Ku took it back, he can't possibly sell them again, right? Instead of taking them back, it would be more meaningful to let them stay in Shiqing. "Yeah, I see. We'll have someone arrange them." Zhong Shanshan and Wang Yun both felt Tang Ku's mood and couldn't help but become serious. "Okay, if that's all you have to say, you can go now and go back to celebrate the Mid-Autumn Festival." Tang Ku took another sip of milk tea, and the pudding tasted soft and smooth. Directly order the two women to leave. Zhong Shanshan's mouth twitched slightly, as if she realized that she was prejudiced against Tang Ku. It's not because the other person is unpatriotic, but because this person is really annoying. How could anyone be like this? Others came from afar to visit, but he sent them away before they could even say a few words. "Do you really not like others disturbing your married life?" I really don't know how Zhang Yashuan fell in love with Tang Ku. Can such a low EQ guy really capture a girl's heart? One more thing. Our country hopes to cooperate with you on your holographic projection and interactive touch technology. Zhong Shanshan took a deep breath to calm her restlessness. We still have to put the overall situation first. Tang Ke's eyes immediately showed a look of seeing through everything. I knew you came here to get these two technologies. Zhong Shanshan said anxiously. These two technologies are extremely important to our country. Whether they are used in military or transportation, they are extremely useful. They can change our country. Okay, let's stick to the old rules. We'll continue our cooperation as before. I won't mention the price, just give me a reasonable price. Tang Ke was a little impatient and interrupted the other party again. You. Zhong Shanshan's beautiful eyes frowned, and she said in a deep voice, I have a question I've always wanted to ask you. Why do you always mention money in this regard? When facing national crisis, Tang Ke is willing to selflessly contribute his robots, drones, and cars. But why do we consider money so important when it comes to providing technology? This is something Zhong Shanshan finds hard to understand. She found that she couldn't understand what Tang Ke was thinking. I provide the technology, so shouldn't the government pay me? Tang Ke glanced at Zhong Shanshan calmly. Even researchers get paid for developing technology. Does that mean I, Tang Ke, can't get paid for developing technology? Is there any good thing in the world that can be obtained for free? The things that were sent out during the earthquake were donated by him. The technology is provided to the country, which is a bilateral cooperation. The two are of different natures. For a moment, Zhong Shanshan was speechless. That's not what she meant at all. But I don't know how to continue. The atmosphere in the living room suddenly became awkward. That's great. We don't need to sign a contract. We will transfer the money to your bank card when the time comes. I wonder if Mr. Tang could provide us with these two technologies first. Wang Yun said with a smile. No problem. Origin will copy the two technologies. Tang Ke nodded. Okay, please wait a moment. The voice of Origin came from the cleaner Dubai next to him. Cleaning Baymax walked towards the studio room. After a moment, he came out with a mobile hard drive and handed it to Wang Yun. Thank you for your support, Mr. Tang Ke. We won't bother you anymore. Happy Mid-Autumn Festival to both of you. Wang Yun smiled sweetly, took the hard drive, and pulled Zhong Shanshan, who was almost losing control of herself, away. Take care, both of you. Zhang Yashuan waved goodbye at the door with a charming smile. Only Tang Ke sat on the sofa, continuing to sip the pudding in his milk tea. You don't seem to like Zhong Shanshan very much. This is not your usual self. Zhang Yashuan returned to the living room again, sat down next to her husband, and leaned on him. She knew Tang Ke very well, and she knew that Tang Ke was actually a person with a very good personality. No matter who you meet or what happens, he always controls his emotions and deals with things in the most rational way. There are misunderstandings or conflicts in the relationship between the two. They never scold each other angrily, but mediate calmly. So Tang Ke's attitude towards Zhong Shanshan today is very different from his previous ones. There's nothing much to say. I don't like her prejudiced attitude towards me in the past, or her serious and respectful attitude just now. Tang Ke put down his milk tea and turned on the TV. She and I are not the same type of people. I prefer a relaxed and comfortable social atmosphere, rather than being burdened with all kinds of responsibilities and talking about national affairs. He is such a vulgar person. Even if you develop technology that can save the country from disaster, even if it becomes a huge hit on the internet, it still cannot change Tang Ke's inner self. He just likes to be a free writer. I spend my daily life writing books and have a wife at home to accompany me. It is plain, but not boring. Play when it's time to play, and work hard when it's time to work. Regarding the evaluation of the outside world and the awe of others, Tang Ke didn't feel anything at all because these things were useless to him. He was also happy when his book was not very popular. He prefers spending time with his wife rather than developing technology. It was really hard for Tang Ke to have any good feelings towards Zhong Shanshan, who always shouldered heavy responsibilities, because the two of them are incompatible in every way. Zhong Shanshan always talks about patriotism, national affairs, mission operations, etc. And what about Tang Ke? What he likes to talk about is which anime is good, which novel has a wonderful story, how this cup of milk tea tastes, etc. Zhong Shanshan is not a bad person. She is just not the same type of person as Tang Ke. In life, you will always encounter people who don't get along with you. The other person is not bad, but it is difficult to become friends. Tang Ke is a homebody and doesn't have much need for socializing. Since the other person has a different personality from his, he would be too lazy to talk too much with the other person. If you were to go to work, this kind of personality would probably offend a lot of people. Zhang Yashuan chuckled and wrapped her arms around her husband's waist, trying to let him feel as much as possible. No matter what Tang Ke's personality is like or how many people he has offended, there is always a wife who loves him forever behind him. That's why I don't go to work. Tang Ke chuckled and put his hand on his wife's waist. Not only do you not go to work, you haven't even been to your own hike company, right? If you hadn't mentioned it, I would have forgotten about it. Tang Ke said casually, never mind. I don't need to worry about anything anyway. Just leave it to Dad to arrange. The two hugged each other, watching the movie on TV, drinking milk tea, and chatting about family matters. Chapter 100 Double Pupil Glasses. Before I knew it, it was already night. The chef de bai started cooking automatically, and the aroma whetted one's appetite. After a sumptuous dinner, Zhang Yashuan set up a folding table in the yard, on which were mooncakes and grapefruits. The bodyguard stayed around the house and did not come in, for fear of disturbing Tang Ke and Zhang Yashuan. The full moon hung high in the sky, and the bright moonlight fell on the vegetation and marble floor in the yard, and the slightly refracted light made it shine brightly. The two sat in the yard to admire the moon. Tang Ke cut mooncakes, and his wife peeled pomelo. You've been wearing these glasses a lot lately. Are they your AR glasses? Zhang Yashuan handed over the peeled pomelo and asked curiously. Tang Ke nodded and said, yes, I'm trying it on to see if there will be any light leakage or dizziness problems. After testing these few days, it's perfect. Tang Ke took off his glasses and put them on his wife. Try it. You will see a different world. Zhang Yashuan, who was already stunningly beautiful, looked even more stunning after being embellished with gold-rimmed glasses. The whole body's temperament seemed to become unique at this moment. The night scene in front of me was instantly filtered. The moonlight was enhanced by the AR glasses, and the light reflected from the pond was also flickering slightly. Everything around me becomes brighter and clearer. Zhang Yashuan felt that she could see farther and even see distant scenes clearly. This is such a clear picture. She looked at other people's villas in the distance, and the tiny picture suddenly magnified and became as clear as if she was using a telescope. Tang Ke considered people with myopia. Therefore, he specially added functions such as degree adjustment and brightness adjustment. Whether it's myopia, hyperopia, or astigmatism, the lenses of this pair of glasses can automatically adjust. Let people regain their brightest eyes and feel the colors of the world again, even beyond the original colors of this world. All functions are packed into a lens that is only 1 millimeter thick. What is most powerful is, such a thin lens is strong enough to withstand the crushing and ruthless trampling of a 200-pound fat man. Even if this 200-pound fat man stepped hard on the AR glasses, it would not leave any scratches. Stepping on the lens will feel like stepping on a sharp stone. You should not worry about your lenses getting damaged, but about your shoes getting worn out. In order to create this high-tech lens, Tang Ke was very distressed and went through many experiments and improvements. The lens design provided to him by the Black Technology System is also very thin, but not hard enough. Fortunately, the knowledge in Tang Ke's mind is not limited to AR glasses. He also has knowledge of windshield manufacturing for both locomotives and cars. Tang Ke combined the knowledge he knew, constantly improved and experimented, and experienced many failures. This is how we finally created the lenses for the AR glasses in front of us. This is augmented reality technology. The world viewed through the glasses will be filtered, Tang Ke explained. Zhongtong, start the holographic projection. Chongtong is the name Tang Ke gave to the AR glasses. It implies that AR glasses are another pair of eyes for humans. When the two pupils overlap, we can see a different world. Swish. As Tang Ke finished speaking, beams of light suddenly lit up and spread on both sides of his gold-rimmed glasses. But it only appeared for less than a second before it seemed to dissipate into the air. A virtual interface appeared in front of Zhang Yashuan and Tang Ke. Tang Ke simply reached out and clicked on the interface, as if he was touching a computer monitor, and it responded. Under normal circumstances, only the users of AR glasses have the right to use the holographic projection images. Even if you grant permissions to others, the user's authorization is required. However, since Tang Ke's glasses were his experimental product, this restriction was not imposed. He clicked and selected directly on it, and then selected the shooting option. Under Zhang Yashuan's astonished eyes, a basketball hoop suddenly rose in the yard. Tang Ke flipped his palm, and with a twang, a basketball appeared in his hand. He stood up, jumped lightly, and threw the basketball in a handsome posture. Bang! The basketball hit the backboard and bounced back. Ahem! Tang Ke coughed awkwardly twice. This is a holographic projection. I threw air and couldn't control my feelings. In fact, this shot has an auxiliary function. As long as there are no major problems with the gestures and angles, you will basically hit the ball 100%. It was obvious that Tang Ke had missed the target completely. But at this moment, Zhang Yashuan was stunned by the scene in front of her. What we should focus on now is not whether the ball goes in or not. Such realistic hoop and basketball, isn't it a bit too unfair? She was clearly the one wearing the AR glasses, so why could Tang Ke see it and even interact with her? Zhang Yashuan took off her glasses in confusion and suddenly discovered. The basketball hoop still stood in the yard, and the basketball that fell to the ground was still rolling on the ground. It finally stopped when it hit the fence of the yard. What's going on? Are this basketball and hoop real? Zhang Yashuan blinked her beautiful eyes and became confused again. I have taken off the AR glasses, so why is the projected image still there? She picked up the glasses and fiddled with them for a few times, only to see blue lights on both sides of the frame. But no matter how she fiddled with the glasses, it didn't affect the projection of the basketball at all. It's not real, it's just a projection, but this is complete holographic projection technology, so it's different from what you saw last time. Tang Ku explained with a smile and touched his wife's hair. Then he took her little hand and walked to the basketball. Tang Ku reached out, picked up the basketball, and handed it to his wife, indicating that she would know after touching it. No way. Is this really a projection? How can this be? Zhang Yashuan didn't say anything, but pushed the basketball with her white hand. I just felt like I was pushing a ball of air, but the basketball seemed to be really being pushed by a force. It fell from Tang Ku's hand to the ground with a thud. Now, Zhang Yashuan finally felt the difference. The sound of the basketball bouncing was obviously not as clear and distinct as before. That's the sound simulated by the AR glasses. Isn't it too similar? Zhang Yashuan was really shocked by such glasses. The shock was no less than the day when autonomous driving was discovered. Whether it is the image projection or the sound transmission, it is all so stunning. The epoch-making level of these AR glasses is far beyond artificial intelligence and robots. Chapter 101 Chapter 101 Father-in-law and mother-in-law are here. Tang Ke smiled and patiently explained. Yes, this is a complete holographic projection. As long as you don't put the glasses into the box, it won't affect the projection. In addition to transmitting sound through the skull, AR glasses can also play sound outward so that others can hear it as well. If I had to say a disadvantage of the glasses, it would be that the sound is a bit weak and can't be transmitted very far. So if you want to release holographic projections in a large space and hear clear sound, you need to connect speakers. Being able to compress so many things into a pair of glasses is quite impressive. Remember, this is the first AR glasses. A product cannot have only one version. There will inevitably be second, third, and fourth generations. Each generation of products will be optimized to retain advantages and fill in shortcomings. Therefore, it is not a big problem if the external speaker volume is low. Most AR glasses are worn instead of being used as small sound cannons. What magical glasses! They even magnified the image just now, just like a telescope. Zhang Yashuan put on the gold-rimmed glasses again and said curiously, "It's just a small piece of technology. It can't magnify much, but as long as it can be magnified, it will definitely be a clear picture." Tang Ke waved his arm, called out the menu again, and canceled the basketball projection. My wife doesn't know how to operate this thing, so he has to control it. It's amazing. I feel like this thing is much more interesting than a holographic projection phone. Zhang Yashuan exclaimed. Actually, they are similar. The projection function of the holographic projection phone is similar to this, but it does not have the visual enhancement function of AR glasses. Tang Ke said with a smile. At this time, a Kirin smart car stopped outside the yard. Father-in-law Zhang Hongguang and mother-in-law got out of the car. Dad, Mom, Tang Ku and his wife shouted in unison. Ha! Long time no see. I hope you two are having a good time. Zhang Hongguang walked into the yard with a smile, and the bodyguard at the door let him in. Seeing her parents coming to visit, Zhang Yashuan happily ran to her mother and took her arm. Mom and Dad, why are you here? I thought you were not free to come and see me today. Zhang Yashuan's tone was a little resentful, and she felt a little dissatisfied that her parents had not visited her for a long time. Of course, it's just a complaint. In fact, she was quite happy every day. After all, Tang Ku was with her every day. Today is Mid-Autumn Festival, a day for family reunion. Of course we have to come and see our baby daughter. Xiangru smiled softly. Zhang Hongguang, who was standing by, suddenly added, By the way, check to see if this brat is bullying you. Dad, don't talk nonsense. How could I bully Yashuan? I spoil her so much. Tang Ke responded hurriedly, fearing that he would be misunderstood. Okay, even you wouldn't dare. Zhang Hongguang chuckled twice and put the bag in his hand on the table. I just met a few CEOs of mobile phone manufacturers at the door. They brought holographic projection phones with them, but I stopped them. As he said this, he opened the bag. Inside is a holographic projection mobile phone sent by each mobile phone manufacturer. The CEOs of the mobile phone companies originally wanted to take this opportunity to pay a visit, but they were met by Zhang Hongguang at the door. He asked all these people to go back and not disturb Tang Ku and Zhang Yashuan today. So the mobile phones they sent were brought over by Zhang Hongguang and Xiangru. Holographic projection phone. Zhang Yashuan took apart a phone on the spot. We were just talking about holographic projection, and now someone is giving me a holographic projection phone as a gift. What a coincidence. Wow, a holographic phone. Suddenly, a girl's voice came from outside the yard. Jin Yumeng ran into the house like a madman and followed Zhang Yashuan to open the phone box, without any hesitation. Several brand new and gorgeous mobile phones were placed on the table, and the two women couldn't wait to start the holographic projection. Various projections suddenly appeared in the yard, including projections of real objects and animation characters. The two of them had a lot of fun. Zhang Hongguang and Xiangru were no longer surprised. They both knew Jin Yumeng and did not blame her for her excitement and rudeness. After playing for a while, Jin Yumeng finally noticed Zhang Hongguang and Xiangru. She said with embarrassment, "I'm sorry, I didn't notice that Uncle and Annie were here too." "It's okay. I'm here to play with you guys today. Tang Ku and I will talk. You guys can have fun." Zhang Hongguang laughed, put his arm around Tang Ku's shoulder, and walked to the other side. The bodyguards were very tactful and immediately brought new tables and chairs, then moved further away. "Dad, what are you doing? Why are you being so mysterious?" Tang Ku was speechless, not understanding what his father-in-law was doing. "Humph, I just wanted to chat with you." "What? Are you impatient?" Zhang Hongguang snorted. "I dare not. I dare not." Tang Ku glared and immediately waved his hands. "Okay, I'm just chatting with you normally and mentioning something." Zhang Hongguang took the initiative to tear open the mooncake packaging and said as he cut it, "You invented this holographic projection to snipe Hao Feng's phone. It's a good start. But because of this, you've been targeted by that bastard Guan Juanhao. So you'd better be careful and don't go out unless you have something to do." He paused and said unhappily, "Especially those car races, motorcycle races and the like, stop doing that." Upon hearing this, Tang Ku nodded like a chick pecking at rice. "Don't worry, Dad. I will never go out. Recently, I even made AR glasses at home." Tang Ku smiled. Zhang Hongguang handed over a piece of cut double yolk mooncake and continued, "Don't interrupt me. I haven't finished speaking yet. Guan Juanhao's actions are very dirty. He is not a pure businessman. Before he got into business, he was involved in gangs overseas and has a considerable background." He took a deep breath and said seriously, "Your attack will definitely put him under pressure. When a lion gets angry, it will do more than just bite. Even a rabbit will bite when it is angry, let alone Guan Juanhao, a lion." Tang Ku had not been involved before, and Guan Juanhao had only been fighting with Hong Tai at most. But now that Tang Ku has intervened, things have become complicated. Zhang Hongguang is now very worried about the safety of Tang Ku and his daughter. "Tell me honestly, you have so many technologies, but is there any that can be used for self-defense?" Zhang Hongguang looked at Tang Ku and said seriously. Tang Ku, who had just put the mooncake into his mouth, was stunned and wondered what his father-in-law meant. He swallowed the mooncake and whispered, "Yes, but it's not very powerful." Chapter 102. May we live long and share the beauty of the moon together even though we are thousands of miles apart. The Watcher drone has a miniature electromagnetic cannon, which can be considered a small weapon. As for power, it seems that the number is a little too small. Zhang Hongguang was silent for a moment before saying, "That's right. Protecting yourself is what you should do." He glanced around cautiously, and the bodyguards not far away understood what he meant and immediately expanded their guard position. Tang Ku raised his eyebrows, put on the AR glasses, and slid his fingers a few times. The Watcher drone on the roof began to hover and explore after detecting that there was nothing abnormal nearby. Tang Ku then looked at his father-in-law, wanting to hear what he had to say. Zhang Hongguang then said in a deep voice, "Not only are you being targeted by Hao Feng, but most importantly, you're being targeted by people abroad. A tree that stands out in the forest will inevitably be destroyed by the wind, and Hao Feng has many overseas connections. Manhwa has warned overseas countries that foreigners won't do anything to you for a while, but they might find people in China to take adverse actions against you. And Guan Juanhao is definitely the best candidate. He used to be involved in gangs overseas, so he's the most familiar with this area and has the most methods. My father-in-law has made it very clear. Guan Juanhao is likely to cooperate with those overseas to harm Tang Ku. They might take his life or steal his scientific and technological achievements. More likely both. Therefore, the father-in-law was hinting to Tang Ku to secretly create some black technology weapons. Not to hurt others, but to protect yourself. It is illegal to manufacture weapons privately. That's why Zhang Hongguang was so cautious, fearing that there might be eavesdroppers on the other side of the wall. Dee, Tang Ku responded in a low voice with a serious face. Zhang Hongguang. What the hell? Speak human language. Zhang Hongguang slapped Tang Ku on the back of the head and said unhappily, "What the hell is DDDD? Is my son-in-law crazy? What I mean is that I understand. Anyone who understands this thing will understand." Tang laughed awkwardly and continued eating mooncakes. It turns out that things on the internet cannot be applied in real life. So embarrassing. At the same time, he was also considering what kind of weapons he could make. It will not be exposed and has considerable power. The miniature electromagnetic cannon installed in the watcher is actually enough. But after being reminded by my father-in-law, I felt that it was not enough. Or, thinking about it from another angle, it might be a good idea to create some technology that can protect you at all times. Black technology houses are urgent. We must build a house filled with black technology as soon as possible, Tang said to himself. A rough framework began to form in my mind, and I would read some books on this subject when I had time. By the way, you just said you made AR glasses? After the serious topic ended, Zhang Hongwang finally turned his attention to AR glasses, with curiosity in his eyes. Tang immediately understood and took off his glasses and handed them over. This is the AR glasses I made. I have bought a new large factory specifically for making AR glasses. Wow, that's pretty quick. Holographic projection phones have just come out, and you've already come up with AR glasses. Isn't that too fast? Zhang Hongwang put on his glasses, and his expression was the same as Zhang Yashuan's before, full of shock and surprise. The world inside the glasses is so sci-fi, especially at night. The bright lights in every household are given a filter effect by AR glasses. It is like the neon lights in the steampunk world, full of charming colors. For a moment, Zhang Hongwang stood there in a daze, immersed in the beautiful night scene for a long time. Wait until he came to his senses. Tang didn't know when he had returned to his wife. He let Zhang Yashuan sit on his lap and feed him pomelo, chat and laugh while enjoying the beautiful night scenery. This brat. Zhang Hongwang laughed in silence. Looking at his daughter's happy smile, he felt very happy. And his wife Xiangru was also looking at her daughter with a smile, and her thoughts were the same as Zhang Hongwang's. Jin Yumeng was a little excited at first, but as he played, he found that something was wrong with the situation around him. As soon as Tang came back, he hugged his wife and kissed her. Zhang Yashuan ignored her best friend and stayed with her husband, smiling brightly as if she had eaten honey. Out of boredom, Jin Yumeng could only chat with Aunt Xiangru. They discussed the magic of holographic projection and marveled at the changes that Tang had created for the country. But when Zhang Hongwang came back, Xiangru started chatting with her husband. Jin Yumeng looked around, and his bodyguards were on guard in the distance. My best friend is flirting with her husband, and my aunt is having a daily conversation with my uncle. She was suddenly startled and realized that she shouldn't have come. I'm going back. Jin Yumeng looked a little lost. Her parents didn't come back for Mid-Autumn Festival this year, so she lived alone at home. Seeing her best friend's happy face, Jin Yumeng was happy inside. But when I thought of myself, I suddenly felt sad again. There's no one at home, so why don't you stay here tonight and celebrate Mid-Autumn Festival with us? At this time, Xiangru turned around and spoke gently. She reached out and stroked Jin Yumeng's hair, and her gentle smile made a few tears well up in Jin Yumeng's eyes. That's right, Ming, stay at our house tonight. I'll sleep with you. Zhang Yashuan, who was originally flirting with Tang suddenly turned around. But when Tang heard this, he was stunned. No. If you sleep with her, what should I do? Do I have to stay alone in the empty room? No way. Today is Mid-Autumn Festival. Humph. Are you still not satisfied with sleeping with you every day? I want to have a good rest today and spend time with my only best friend. Zhang Yashuan snorted. Tang expression suddenly fell. He should have called Chen Zimo and asked him to come find Jin Yumeng. Now my wife has gone to accompany her best friend, and I have to sleep alone tonight. As if she noticed her husband's frustrated mood, Zhang Yashuan leaned forward and kissed Tang on the mouth. Then he whispered in Tang ear, I'll come find you after Meng falls asleep. Hey. Hearing this, Tang suddenly became energetic again. His changeable expression made Jin Yumeng look confused. Only Zhang Hongwang and his wife guessed something, but they just smiled and said nothing. Come on, let's eat mooncakes together. Tang was in a good mood and waved to everyone. He picked up his favorite fat otaku happy water from the ground and poured a glass for everyone. People have joys and sorrows, separations and reunions. The moon waxes and wanes. It is difficult to have everything in life. I wish you a long life, and that we can enjoy the beauty of the moon together even though we are thousands of miles apart. Tang raised his glass and recited aloud. Everyone's eyes lit up, and they secretly sighed that Tang words were very appropriate. Many things in this world overlap with Tang previous life, but many things have also changed. For example, songs, movies, animations, poems, etc. are very different. It is precisely because there is no song of water melody in this world that it wins the admiration of people around me. Cheers. Everyone's cups clink together, making a crisp sound. Chapter 103 Chapter 103 Holographic Projection is integrated into life. Mid-Autumn Festival. There is no place in the outside world as quiet and peaceful as Tangku's family. The birth of the holographic projection mobile phone has driven the entire internet crazy. Those who received the mobile phones couldn't help but show off and project them on the streets. Mobile phone manufacturers have even collaborated to create their own software to allow users to create their own holographic projection images. Although it is a bit simple, it has been used in many ways by various folk masters. In parks, milk tea shops, squares, and other places, there will be people holding holographic projections and playing with them. In addition to playing with it themselves, they also bought a holographic projection phone to show off to others. As the first batch of buyers of holographic projection mobile phones, they have a strong desire to share. The holographic projection was displayed in public, attracting many people's attention. Someone used a holographic projection editor to build a big house and placed it in the square. The appearance is unique yet beautiful. It must have been specially created by someone who studied architectural engineering. Some people also used holographic projection to release the basketball court and played an air basketball game, which was a different kind of fun. Some people also use holographic projection to play movies for children to watch. Although there are no holographic movies now, they are still very eye-catching when projected from a mobile phone. Most importantly, the movies projected by holographic projection are of high definition. After turning off the lights, add 2 more speakers. It felt like I was really in a movie theater. Some people even use holographic projections as billboards to attract roadside customers. There are even some that use holographic projection in barbecue restaurants. When customers are grilling, a projection of an animated character will appear on the table, and customers can communicate and interact with this projected character. This projected character is a little assistant, besides being a companion for chatting. It will also remind customers that the grilling time is up and they can turn the meat over. The diverse ways of use and the dazzling range of functional developments have amazed people all over the country. It is thanks to batches of domestic amateur masters that holographic projection has been given so many features. Let people feel the infinite possibilities and changes brought by holographic projection. Oh, I really want a holographic projection phone, but I didn't get one. Fanrin, I cracked it. I released the pre-sale on the Mid-Autumn Festival, but I still didn't get it. Short life. As a technology blogger, I don't even have a holographic projection phone. The most miserable tech blogger in history. Hurry up at Loudang and give him one. No, we should at the mobile phone manufacturers and ask them to provide it. Guwon. It's rare for a tech blogger to become a short-lived person. Poor short life. He tried to snatch the phone twice, but failed. He could only hope that mobile phone manufacturers would send him one because of his analysis of holographic projection. Lawan. Ha 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 ha. This is what you don't understand. I hired 1,000 people to help me grab them, and I grabbed 4. Cassandra. Looking up to the spicy rich woman, asking for support. Hiss. A rich woman suddenly appeared. Moo, the spicy rolls are mine. Traveler. Get lost. Someone wants to steal my spicy wife. Emoli. As a Minotaur, I can't stand this. I remember she was the one who said she was short of everything except money last time. 4. I seriously doubt she knows Old Tang. That's right. If you're that rich, why would you hire someone to rob? Wouldn't it be better to just go to Old Tang's house and ask him for one? Perhaps she asked Old Tang for these 4 phones. Gangtai. Oh wow. It seems there is a big secret in this. I'm afraid Old Tang will have to kneel down on the keyboard. Lawan, huh? Good boy, why didn't I think of that? Got it. Next time I'll go to his house to find him with AR glasses. A word can wake a dreamer up. Living in a luxurious villa, Lawan seemed to have discovered a new world. Why hadn't he thought of it before? Pippage at Short Life. I have 2. I'll give you one for review. Both were given to me by a friend. Short Life. Good fellow. Who is so generous to just give it to me? Brother Pippi. Fengzhong. He is the big brother I recognized in high school. Shocking. The food anchor and the martial arts superstar are actually brothers. Such a coincidence actually exists in the world. Brother Pippi and Tang Ku once crossed paths, and Fengzhong also had a conversation with Tang Ku remotely. There's simply too much fate between the 3 of them. By the way, Fengzhong's movie The God of Mystery is about to be released. I'm really looking forward to it. MANHUA Films is awesome. Making a movie is as easy as drinking water. It's fast and of high quality. That's right. When MANHUA Films makes a movie, the entire team will work hard to finish one movie before starting the second one. They never hesitate. We also mobilized a large number of people to divide the work of editing the film and producing special effects. I have to say, there is a reason why MANHWA film and television can become one of the top 3 film and television giants. I heard that the new anime, Demon Slayer, Kimetsu no Yaiba, will be released in October. I also heard that Tang-ku and Jean Yashuan are planning to play a couples doubles match for us. This is too much. This movie and anime are full of dog food. Mid-Autumn Festival is very close to National Day. Since the Mid-Autumn Festival, people have been immersed in the world of holographic projections. Before we knew it, it was National Day. It is also time for The Mysterious God and Demon Slayer, Kimetsu no Yaiba, to be released and broadcast. Heike's factory is working hard to produce AR glasses, aiming to release them on New Year's Day. Tang-ku doesn't plan to do pre-sales this time because the factory's production speed will never keep up with the user's purchasing speed. Moreover, his products are very popular and there is no shortage of buyers. He is not short of money, so it doesn't matter whether he pre-orders or not. This will also leave some time for mobile game companies to develop holographic projection games. 2 months is enough time for the prototype of the holographic projection game to come out. Another country has taken away Tang-ku's holographic projection technology, which will definitely be officially put into use in cities in the near future. In this way, people can further accelerate their acceptance of the existence of holographic projections. By New Year's Day, when people have adapted to holographic projection, it will be time for AR glasses to arrive. During this period, Tang-ku stopped researching and developing technology, but instead focused on writing books. He turns a blind eye to the hype about holographic projections on the internet. As for The Secret God and Demon Slayer, he has already obtained the original films, but he just hasn't watched them. Instead, my wife was sitting in the home theater, watching the anime Demon Slayer, Kimetsu no Yaiba. She watched with great interest, eating packets of snacks one after another. After Tang-ku published today's chapter, he stretched hard, and his back made a slight crisp sound. He lightly hammered his shoulders and sighed. I haven't exercised for a long time. My 8-pack abs are gone. In order to write books for readers, I don't even have time to exercise. The 8-pack abs he once had are now gone. Chapter 104 made my wife cry. Tang-ku decided that from today on, he would go for a morning run with his wife. In the afternoon, I went to the home gym with my wife to exercise. In bed at night, Tang-ku glanced at the time in the lower right corner of the computer. It was already 2 o'clock in the afternoon. My wife usually goes to the gym at this time. So he got up and prepared to go downstairs, but unexpectedly found that there was a sound coming from the cinema room next door. When I pushed the door open, I found that my wife was still watching anime and had no intention of exercising at all. The table was covered with snack wrappers. Tang-ku sighed. It seemed that today's exercise plan had failed. The beliefs of amateur fitness enthusiasts are so fragile. Dabai, go downstairs and get 2 glasses of water, and then clear out the snack bags in the theater room. He said something to the cleaning lady who was passing by, then pushed the door and walked into the theater room. Jean Yashuan just glanced at her own adorable baby and continued eating snacks and watching anime. The protagonist in the projection is fighting an enemy, and the blue and white waves on the blade make a rustling sound. At the moment of chopping, it instantly turned into hot flames, surging endlessly. Accompanied by the exciting BGM, Jean Yashuan couldn't help but open her mouth slightly, and her heart was restless. Suddenly, a stinky baby squeezed over. She also had a pair of claws on her body, and Jean Yashuan slapped them away angrily. At this most exciting moment, it was interrupted. What? Jean Yashuan glared at Tang-ku. Nothing. I'm just watching anime with you. Tang-ku smiled and kissed his wife on the cheek. Fragrant, smooth, and especially chewy. This is more addictive than petting cats. Just look, why are you touching me? Jean Yashuan looked at her husband expressionlessly. I can't help it. You've shrunk like a little kitten, making it hard for me to touch you. Tang-ku lowered his head and kissed his wife again. Jean Yashuan also resisted, but accepted it obediently. The cleaning lady came in with a kettle and cups. After pouring water for the 2 of them, it carefully cleaned up the snack packaging bags and snack crumbs on the ground. Humph, no more hands. Jean Yashuan pouted. Tell me, what did you originally want to do with me? As Tang-ku's wife, she knows her husband very well. There must be something going on if he comes in at this time. At this time of year, he is either writing books or working on technology. It's okay. Tang-ku replied expressionlessly. Seeing that her husband didn't answer honestly, Jean Yashuan looked thoughtful, wondering what Tang-ku was up to. Let me guess. Jean Yashuan stared into Tang-ku's eyes and said, You were writing a book before. The fact that it's come out now means you've finished it. You'll come to me after you finish writing a book. Normally, you want to go out and play with me, but you just said it was okay, which means it was something else, and it was a spur-of-the-moment decision. But you saw me watching anime, so you gave up the idea. Tang Ke couldn't help but widen his eyes, and his frightened expression was seen by Zhang Yashuan. It seems I guessed the process correctly, so this will be easy. Zhang Yashuan chuckled, feeling a little proud. The fact that she guessed correctly showed that she understood Tang Ke very well. She smiled sweetly and put her arms around her husband's neck. The fragrant breeze blew on Tang Ke's face, making it itchy. It would make you, a great writer, suddenly decide and then back out. Zhang Yashuan paused, then suddenly smiled and said, "Could it be about exercising? The human body is the capital of human beings, and everyone wants to have a healthy body. Fitness then naturally arises, but countless people only think about it, and few actually do it. Even if some people have been exercising for a period of time, they often give up halfway because of laziness." Zhang Yashuan had asked Tang Ke to go for a morning run together before, but this guy was just too lazy and refused to get up. Every time I finished writing a book, my muscles became very stiff, so I asked her to help me massage them. But no matter how uncomfortable it is, I just don't want to exercise. He said he was too tired today and would definitely do it next time. Good boy. It's a shame you're not a detective. Tang Ke was speechless, and this could be associated with something. Can't you just come in and watch anime together? Hee. So don't cheat on me, otherwise I will catch you in the next second. Zhang Yashuan said proudly. Tang Ke's eyes darkened. I'm sorry, I've cheated. Zhang Yashuan was stunned when these words came out. Tang Ke's words sounded like thunder, and before Zhang Yashuan could open her mouth to ask, he suddenly raised his hands and shouted, I'm in love with Nezuko. Nezuko is so cool. Nezuko? Zhang Yashuan was stunned at first, then she reacted. Isn't Nezuko the protagonist's sister in Demon Slayer? You are such a jerk, Tang Ke. I think you are asking for a beating. Zhang Yashuan was so angry that her cheeks puffed up, and she pinched Tang Ke's pretty face with her fair hands. He said angrily, If you dare to scare me like this again, you can sleep at the door. She was really scared just now. Her heart sank, and tears were already welling up in her eyes. I almost cried. Who would have thought that Tang Ke was actually teasing her here? Hey, were you about to cry just now? Tang Ke hugged his wife's waist tightly with both hands and asked with a smile. No, really? I just saw that your eyes seemed to be about to burst into tears. No, there's just sand stuck in it. Zhang Yashuan turned her head away and didn't look at this annoying stinky baby. Where's the sand in the house? Tang Ke insisted. Yes, I said yes, and that's it. Not only is there a lot of sand, but there's also a fool. Zhang Yashuan snorted softly, tears streaming from the corners of her eyes. She finally couldn't help herself. Tang Ke smiled and took out a tissue to wipe his wife's tears. Be good. Don't cry. There won't be a next time. I was just teasing you just now. You bastard. Zhang Yashuan sniffed, feeling a little embarrassed. Tang Ke actually made me cry with just a few words. These tears are so shameful. She buried her head in Tang Ke's arms and wiped her tears on Tang Ke's clothes. Okay, I know I was wrong. I shouldn't joke about this. Tang Ke hugged his wife tightly and couldn't help cursing himself in his heart, asking why he was joking for no reason. He made his baby cry. If his father-in-law knew about this, he would probably beat him up. I'm not crying. Zhang Yashuan lay in his arms and whispered. Yes, yes. Why is our Yashuan crying? Tang Ke continued to coax his wife. You can do anything, but never make your wife cry. Because it takes a long time to heal. You are not allowed to cheat. Even if the high-speed train derails, I won't. But you're different from the high-speed rail. Why is it different? High-speed trains aren't as straight as you. This. Chapter 105 Chapter 105 There are black silk and white silk. Ever since the day I made my wife cry, Tang Ke goes jogging with his wife every morning and exercises on time in the afternoon. Although there was no change in diet, the exercise effect was still significant. Only 2 weeks had passed, and Tang Ke was already feeling much more energetic and had more energy at night. Writing a novel. The National Day holiday also comes. Right after the Mid-Autumn Festival, the National Day holiday arrived. Another batch of holographic projection mobile phones have been released, and the popularity of holographic projection continues to rise. As the number of users increases, more and more people are asking major companies to develop holographic projection software and games. In fact, there is no need for public appeals, as the people in these companies are well aware of this. The holographic projection market is still a blank, and there are 2 possibilities for entering it. One is to lose all your money. Another possibility is to get a piece of this big cake and soar to the sky from then on. Although the road ahead is unclear, countless people still rush in. In less than 2 weeks, a large number of holographic projection software were born. Users are having a lot of fun. The anime Demon Slayer, Kimetsu no Yaiba, and the movie The Secret God were also released on National Day, causing countless people to celebrate. Both the animation and the movie were well received. The screening rate of The God of Mysteries is as high as 50%. Every show was almost sold out and was a national hit. Hey, did you see The Secret God? How was it? I saw it. My friend said it was good, so I went to see it. I can only say that it is worthy of being MANHUA films. The special effects are amazing. No. I think the most important thing is the awesome plot. After watching the movie, I got hooked on the novel. I've always been a fan of Tang Ku's technology, but now I know that his novels are just as impressive. The story isn't over yet. There will probably be a second and third part. It's so beautiful. Highly recommended. The movie, The Mysterious God, was introduced by fans of the original novel, making the box office increasingly popular. Whether fans of the original novel or passers-by, everyone said after watching the movie that it was worth seeing. Many passers-by even went home that day and stayed up late to read novels. Excellent plot, steampunk theme, top special effects team, etc. Make The Mysterious God a great success. I have a feeling this movie will not only be a huge hit in China, but it will also be even more popular abroad. Ha 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 ha. Let me tell you some interesting news. Many people abroad are boycotting Tang Ku's work, calling him a fake inventor. But while he says he's boycotting, his actions are honest. I've also heard that people abroad are cursing Tang Ku online, but the box office keeps soaring every day. This is too real. Unlike the carnival in China, more and more people abroad are questioning Tang Ku. Even if a large number of videos and photos were released from Manhwa, these people still could not believe it. Even some of their compatriots who had returned from traveling in Dragon Country were considered by them. The other party has been bribed by the Long people and returned to China to spread rumors. It's hard to believe, but it happened. The situation at home and abroad is polarized, with one side enjoying technology and the other side questioning it. Chun Zimo sat in the living room of Tang Ku's house, holding a cup of Coke in his hand, with a somewhat unnatural expression. Are you here to seek refuge with me? Tang Ku finished his Coke in one gulp and went straight to the point. Brother Tang is right. The smile on Chun Zimo's face was a little awkward. He went to find Brother Long and even worked for a while. But those jobs weren't for him. After going around in circles, I finally came to find Tang Ku. In that case, I will assign you a position as sales director. You will be responsible for selling all of our company's products and managing all sales departments. Tang Ku paused and said, forget it, just give me the position of secretary. From now on, you will handle all my chores. Ah, so sloppy, isn't it a bit too casual? Chun Zimo's mouth twitched slightly, and he always felt like he was about to get on a pirate ship. Not casually. I'm very optimistic about your abilities. I don't need you to manufacture technology. What's important is sales and some miscellaneous work. I need someone to do the hard work for me. Tang Ku patted his shoulder and spoke earnestly. It's like a big boss recognizing a young guy with unlimited potential. In fact, sales volume is secondary to Tang Ku. Because the sales of Heiku products have always been very hot, it doesn't matter whether Chun Zimo is there or not. The latter is important. Tang Ku needs Chun Zimo to help with chores. For example, the copyrights of novels, the materials needed to build technology, contracts with companies, technology patent applications, etc. Tang Ku had previously assigned these things to his father-in-law's assistant. Although the other party didn't mind, Tang Ku still felt a little embarrassed after it happened so many times. Well, thank you very much, Brother Tang, for hiring me. However, I don't know much about this area, so I wonder. Chun Zimo was very grateful in his heart, but he didn't know where to start. Don't worry, I'll let Assistant Lee guide you, and you'll understand when the time comes. Tang Ku rummaged through the drawer under the coffee table and searched for a long time before finally finding a business card of Assistant Lee and handed it to Chun Zimo. This is Assistant Lee's contact information. Please write it down first. I will tell him later, and he will take the initiative to contact you. Tang Ku said with a smile. I understand. I won't bother Brother Tang anymore. I'll leave first. Chun Zimo took the business card gratefully and stood up to leave. Goodbye. Tang Ku smiled and nodded, with no intention of getting up to see him off. His cell phone suddenly rang. When he clicked on it, he found that someone had added him as a friend. Lawan, who likes to change his name, applies to add you as a friend. Additional information, Brother Tang Ku, please add me. Black stockings are available. Tang Ku. What the hell? Are there still scammers using this kind of trick nowadays? A backhand rejection. Just as I was about to put the phone down, it vibrated and rang again. Lawan, who likes to change his name, applies to add you as a friend. Additional information, white silk, is also available. Seeing this, Tang Ku's mouth twitched slightly. Could it be that the other party thought that the reason for my rejection was because he didn't like the sight of black stockings? How is that possible? Are there really men who don't like to see black stockings? But black stockings alone can't seduce him. It depends on who wears them. If my wife wore it, well, my wife looks good whether she wears it or not. He simply clicked reject again and responded. Even if it's fishnet stockings, it's not allowed. Get out of here and report me. Umph, you're too naive to try to trick me. Tang Ke snorted inwardly and praised his own cleverness. I thought the other party wouldn't dare to add me again, but unexpectedly, my phone vibrated again. Chapter 106 Chapter 106 What if another terrorist attacks head-on? Lawan, who likes to change his name, applies to add you as a friend. Additional information. Brother Tang Ke, I'm looking for you to buy AR glasses. Please don't misunderstand. Buy AR glasses? Tang Ke opened his mouth, trying to guess what the other party's intentions were. So he clicked to agree and wanted to see what kind of gourd the other party was selling. You have been successfully added as a friend. Spicy Roll, who likes to change his name. Brother Tang Ke finally agreed. Do you want to see it? Tang Ke yimming. What the hell? If you are just here to seduce me, then I will block you. Lawan, who likes to change his name. No. I really came here to buy AR glasses. I am your fan. Not only do I read your novels, I also buy your technology. Like the renamed Spicy Rolls. Picture. Lawan, who likes to change his name. Look, these are the holographic projection mobile phones I bought, as well as the Kirin car in Dubai. She sent Tang Ke a photo that appeared to be inside a garage. Chilean automobile and several professional Dubai vehicles were lined up in a row. It can be seen that the other party must be quite rich, as he actually bought so many professional white rifles. Tang Ke, AR glasses are not on sale yet, so it's no use looking for me. Spicy Roll, who likes to change his name. I don't believe it. You must have a test version. Can you lend it to me to play with? Tang Ke yimming. You're overthinking it. If you want to play, wait until New Year's Day. Spicy Rolls, who like to change their names. New Year's Day? That's still 2 months away. How about I come find you? Judging from Tang Ke's tone, there is indeed a test version. Since you can't buy it, just go to my place and try out the test version of AR glasses. Tang Ke yimming. You came to see me? Sure, come if you dare. He didn't believe that the other party would really come over. He was probably just teasing him. As soon as this thought flashed through my mind, the other party sent another message. Spicy Roll, who likes to change his name. Okay, this is what you said. I will go there tomorrow. After saying that, the other party didn't send any more messages, and Tang Ke didn't take it to heart. In his opinion, this person was just talking nonsense. There was no way he would really come over. Even if you come, you are not qualified to enter his villa complex. Anyone who wants to enter his community must either authorize and agree, or have a high status and background. Otherwise, the guard will not let you in. This guy named Lawan looks very rich, but that doesn't prove anything. There are many scammers on the internet, and their methods of deceiving people are varied. Tang Ke was too lazy to pay attention. He walked into the study and started a new round of study. AR glasses have already started production. I thought that after making AR glasses, I just needed to solve the problem of people's jobs, and everything would be fine. But after his father-in-law's reminder, Tang Ke had to start thinking about how to ensure the safety of himself and his family. The first is the level of security at home. If you're not safe at home, you won't be safe outside. Therefore, building a black technology house is the most important thing. Now that there are watchmen to investigate, we can temporarily prevent the intrusion of some scoundrels. But what if you encounter some desperate terrorists or suicide squads? What if they charge in head-on and attack us violently? Killers and suicide squads sound like characters that only appear in movies. But abroad, there are many such things, and they actually happen. Even the leader of a certain country was shot and killed during a parade. This is the killer profession. Ordinary people have no access to it at all, and may even think that it is a profession that only appears in movies and games. But they can really contact some powerful people. Especially for Guan Juanhao, who used to be a gangster overseas, it was easy for him to find a killer. There are so many people who risk their lives for money. Therefore, Tang Ke wanted to build his house into a fortress that even a rocket launcher could not penetrate, and also prevent natural disasters. Such a big earthquake happened not long ago. The natural disaster was really terrible. It will not only destroy the house, but also all of Tang Ke's technological buildings. Therefore, prevention of natural disasters cannot be ignored. We must not only guard against earthquakes, but also against typhoons, floods, fires, etc. Tang Ke not only has to learn about building materials, but also about material synthesis and upgrading using the black technology system. There is so much to learn. I don't know how long I will be busy. For the first time, he felt that his golden finger was not as powerful as he had imagined. In other words, his golden finger is just an auxiliary. The one he really has to rely on is himself. At first he thought that it was something to be proud of that he did not rely on the system. Now he just wants to be a puppet, begging the system dad to issue a task and give him various gift packages. You only need to keep opening gift packs and completing tasks, and you can instantly become the world's #1 inventor, travel through the universe on a spaceship, and master endless life. Unfortunately, these things can only be thought about in the mind. It would be more practical to look down at the books on the table. In addition to building high-tech houses, Tang-ku also has to consider his safety when he is outside. He can't stay at home all day long. Although he is a homebody, he still goes out to play with his wife sometimes. Bodyguard Dubai can protect his safety, but it is not absolute. What if another suicide squad comes out and fights head-on? It is really difficult for 1 or 2 bodyguards to protect them. You can't go out with hundreds of bodyguards, right? This gave rise to Tang-ku's idea of developing a protective shield. Yes, a protective shield. With Tang-ku's current knowledge, all you need to do is learn a little more about electromagnetic charging to create a force field shield. No matter what situation they encounter, they can instantly create an electromagnetic force field to protect them from any harm. This force field is a large electromagnetic field that can defend against artillery bombardment. The difficulty lies in the charging speed and the container that holds the electromagnetic energy. After Tang-ku pondered for a moment, he suddenly had an inspiration. Perhaps electromagnetic energy doesn't need to be loaded. All you need is something that can quickly absorb and release electromagnetic waves to provide protection. In this way, the container for holding the electromagnetic is eliminated. The smallest container capable of carrying electromagnetic energy can only be as large as the electromagnetic gun device of the Watcher drone. Although that thing was small, it was heavy and not convenient to carry. I can only blame myself for not being able to make the container smaller. Tang-ku sighed. If he wanted to become smaller, he would have to compress the energy particles. Beep. At this time, another message came from Tang-ku's mobile phone. When I clicked on it, I saw that it was Spicy Rolls again. My goodness, what on earth is this Spicy Roll trying to do? Tang-ku impatiently opened his phone and found that Lawan had actually sent him a photo. The one above is a little Lolita who looks about 11 or 12 years old. She is so cute. Like the renamed Spicy Rolls. Picture. Spicy Roll who likes to change his name. Brother Tang-ku, this is my photo. Remember to pick me up at the airport tomorrow. Tang-ku Yiming. No, are you serious? Spicy Roll, huh? Didn't we agree on this? Are you kidding me? Tang-ku Yiming. Okay, I will pick you up at the airport then. Don't run around. Spicy Roll who likes to change his name. He. Arrive at the Shanghai airport at 3 p.m. tomorrow. I will contact you then. Tang-ku Yiming. Got it. Chapter 107. Chapter 107 is just a little lowly. Tang-ku couldn't help but hold his forehead. If the other party was really a little lowly, that would be really messy. And her parents, don't they care? Or do parents of rich girls rarely take care of their children? Just like Zhang Yashuan and Jin Yameng, their parents rarely have time to spend with them at home. I just hope the photo is deceiving him. Tang-ku took a deep breath to calm himself down. No matter what, he had to go to the airport tomorrow to check it out. It would be terrible if she really was a little lowly and was abducted. Putting aside his messy thoughts, Tang-ku once again devoted himself to studying seriously. The afternoon passed quickly, and Tang-ku had only finished reading one book. There are still countless textbooks that he needs to study. The advantage of having a system is that all the knowledge is upgraded by the system. Tang-ku doesn't even need to try it out himself to fully master it. But if it is not upgraded by the system, it will only remain in theory and will still not work in actual combat. Ding! Congratulations on successfully upgrading your knowledge of cement clinker calcination and obtaining master-level cement clinker calcination technology. Closing the book, Tang-ku rubbed his dry eyes. A lot of knowledge flooded into my mind. At this moment, he became a cement master. Not only do we have the knowledge of the structural principles of rotary kilns, coolers, dust collectors, and other equipment, we also have a clear understanding of each step, including the required temperature, heat consumption, power consumption, etc. This kind of knowledge full of mud and sand made Tang-ku quickly become a cement craftsman himself. I can't wait to make cement. If I want to use high-tech building materials, I need a bigger factory. Tang-ku walked to the dining table while thinking and greeted his wife. While eating the food cooked by Dubai, I was thinking about the follow-up plans. In addition to building a house and a force field shield, Tang-ku still has one thing left to resolve. That is the problem of unemployment among the people. He once boasted that he would come up with an invention that could provide jobs for countless people. It's been so long, and it still hasn't been fulfilled. Most of the unemployed people have found new jobs with the arrangement and assistance of the state. Only a small number of people are still unemployed. Even if I have a job, the gratifying income is not as much as before. Job satisfaction is extremely low, many people have become impatient, and there have even been large-scale resignations. After all, the jobs arranged by the state are all at the mass level. Those who have earned high salaries would rather pick up some extra money on their own. See if you can find the minority of bosses who don't like using robots. They are also unwilling to work hard in a factory for low wages. Therefore, the work arranged by the state can only last for a period of time. Over time, more and more people will become unemployed again. Tang must come up with a new invention within this period of time. The plan in his mind was to create a virtual gaming cabin. The existence of virtual games not only provides a large number of jobs, but also allows more people to switch careers and get involved in them. But this involves knowledge of neurology, so it was delayed and no formal action was taken. Fortunately, Tanko already had a general idea of the route, which was to build a house first. He plans to build a neural control instrument to control magnetic robots and let the robots help build houses. Neural control instruments are precisely the kind of neural technology that can pave the way for virtual gaming cabins. I'm such a fucking genius that I can even think of such a perfect plan. Tanko was impressed by his own cleverness. After a full meal, the cleaner Dubai automatically ran to wash the dishes. Zhang Yashuan held her cheek, stared at her husband with her beautiful eyes and asked, "What are you thinking about? You look so lost in thought. Could it be that he is thinking about technology again and has lost his appetite? This won't do. That would make you a real technology fanatic." It's a little complicated. I have to pick someone up at the airport tomorrow." Tanka touched his head and did not mention anything about building a house. Instead, he talked about tomorrow's affairs. To pick someone up? Who? Zhang Yashuan was puzzled. She remembered that her husband seemed to have few friends. Could it be that because he is now so famous all over the country, his former classmates and friends have come to him again? I'm not sure. It might be a little girl. Oh, it's complicated. Or maybe she's lying to me. I'll go there tomorrow, and you'll know then. Tanka didn't know how to explain for a moment. The main reason is that I'm afraid that the other party will lie to me. It would be so embarrassing if I tell it out loud. Although they are an old couple, face doesn't matter to them anymore. But Tanka still didn't want to make a fool of himself, so he didn't say that he met a stranger on the internet. Little girl? Don't bring back a beautiful girl. Zhang Yashuan's face suddenly turned cold. No, just a little girl, about 11 or 12 years old. Tanku sneered. Seeing her husband's confident and serious expression, Zhang Yashuan nodded in satisfaction. It seems that it is indeed a little girl, so it doesn't matter. Okay, go early and come back early. Yes. The next day, Shanghai Airport. There are so many visitors here, people coming and going. Tanku also didn't understand why so many people flew back and forth every day. Are there so many successful people traveling for business talks every day? Or are they all rich and just traveling around? Everyone in the airport was dressed up nicely, in suits, ties, leather shoes, and watches, which looked very expensive. Look at their energetic faces and confident smiles. Tanka couldn't help but feel a little envious. How did they manage to catch the plane so confidently? If this wasn't the Magic City Airport, Tanku would have almost thought it was a private airport. Look at Tanku again. He is wearing a pair of black winter pants and a blue down jacket, wrapped up like a dumpling. He is not as cool as others, as if he is not afraid of the cold. He sat down in a corner with his cell phone, waited for a long time, and finally received a message from Luan. Spicy Roll, who likes to change his name. Brother Tanku, where are you? I'm off the plane. I didn't expect that he would actually come. It seems to be somewhat reliable. If it were a scam, I would never dare to come here. Tanku raised his eyebrows and responded, on the bench at the exit. You know what I look like, so I won't post a photo. Come to think of it, he seemed to have forgotten to use Origin to check the other party's identity. Never mind, he's not a liar anyway. We are about to meet, why bother checking? Tanku shook his head, clicked on the photo of Spicy Rolls, and looked at every passerby. After waiting for a while, I still didn't see the little girl Luan coming. At this moment, a beautiful girl with a graceful figure and picturesque features appeared, wearing a black cotton jacket with a white turtleneck shirt underneath. Under the gray pleated skirt is a pair of slender white legs covered by fishnet stockings. Supported by a pair of crystal black high heels, she looks very tall. Chapter 108 Chapter 108 Then I Leave. This beautiful girl wears transparent framed glasses, exuding a pure and lively aura. She smiled sweetly and waved her hand to Tanku. Brother Tanku, you're really here. The clear and pleasant sound is very pleasant to hear. But Tanku just stood there in a daze. Who is this person? Isn't he cold? Brother Tanku, don't you recognize me? I'm Luan. The other party spoke again. Tanku finally reacted. This beautiful girl in front of me is actually a Spicy Roll. No. Where is the little Lolita who was supposed to be 11 or 12 years old? How come she has suddenly grown up? You? Tanku frowned, looking a little unhappy. What's wrong? Luan blinked her beautiful eyes. Tanku sighed. I feel uncomfortable. Am I ugly? Luan pouted, frowned slightly, and looked a little unhappy. It's so different from the photo. Tang Ke sighed again. Then I'll leave? Asked Lawan. Oh, forget it, just follow me. Tang Ke looked very embarrassed. How was he going to explain this to his wife? Should I take it back home? No, no. He immediately shook his head. If he brought it home, wouldn't his wife explode instantly? But if I don't bring it home, what should I do if my wife asks me? Should I lie? That won't work. There are so many big white detections at home and psychological analysis of the origins. Once you are caught lying, you will be in trouble. I should have asked Chiyuan to search for the other party's information first. It was because of my laziness that I made a big mistake. So people, don't be lazy. Tang Ke walked in front, and Lawan followed behind dragging a suitcase. As if realizing that he was not being gentlemanly, Tang Ke turned around and took the suitcase after taking a few steps. Let me get it for you. What's your name? Tang Ke took a deep breath and asked calmly. Tang Yunshin. She has the same last name as brother Tang Ke. Lawan responded with a smile. What a coincidence. What does your family do? Real estate, Jiangjin Real Estate. Suddenly, Tang Ke was startled and turned around and asked, You said your family is in Jiangjin Real Estate? Tang Yunshin casually responded, Yes, my father is the president of Jiangjin Real Estate. He loves me very much and gives me a lot of pocket money. Jiangjin Group, the largest real estate developer in Manhwa, no doubt about it. Jiangjin Real Estate has land all over the country, especially in first-tier cities where they are present. Jiangjin Plaza, Jiangjin Hotel, Jiangjin Villa, etc. are all properties of Jiangjin Group. Tang Ke remembered that there were still several large pieces of land in the Magic City that had not been used. And those large pieces of land all belonged to Jiangjin Group. Not bad, not bad. Tang Ke nodded with a smile, his eyes scanning Tang Yunshin's whole body. He suddenly felt that Tang Yunshin was particularly pleasing to the eye, and this trip was not a mistake. Perhaps he could get those large pieces of land directly through his relationship with Tang Yunshin. The location of his large factory and high-tech house has finally been found. Tang Yunshin was a little displeased by the aggressive gaze. She frowned and asked, Boss Tang Ke, what are you doing? Hearing this, Tang Ke realized his own gaffe. He coughed twice and said, I was saying that the net you were wearing today? No. I was saying that you were wearing so little. Aren't you afraid of the cold? You wanted to talk about fishnet stockings just now, right? Tang Yunshin said expressionlessly. No. Tang Ke denied it righteously. You must have said it, you idiot. Tang Yunshin glanced at him indifferently. Tang Ke continued walking as if nothing had happened and did not answer the other person. If I continue to talk about this, my explanation will become a cover-up. Although he was indeed hiding. But this is not his fault. As long as you are a man, you will see a beautiful girl wearing fishnet stockings on the street. Everyone will definitely be more concerned about whether the other person is afraid of the cold. Do you agree? So there is nothing wrong with Tang Ke paying attention to fishnet stockings. The two of them quickly walked outside. The cold wind was blowing, making them shiver. There was nothing wrong with Tang Ke wearing a down jacket, but he couldn't help but look at Tang Yunshin. It seemed as if the other party did not feel the cold wind, and her body did not even tremble. Instead, the cold wind made her skirt sway, appearing and disappearing, attracting the attention of many LSBS around. But just when her skirt was about to float up, she suddenly reached out and pressed down on her skirt, blocking her vision even more than a professional player. The people around him sighed in regret, then immediately turned back into serious and busy people and rushed to their flights. Tang Ke tapped his phone at the door, and the Kirin smart car drove over automatically. During the minute of waiting, Tang Ke quickly typed a message into his phone, asking about the origin. The online friend I met has grown from a little girl to a beautiful woman. Should I bring her home to tell my wife? Origin. It is recommended that the master be honest. Given the lady's personality, she will definitely not be angry with the master. Origin. But if the master hides it from his wife, it would be fine if it is not discovered. But if it is discovered, it will be difficult to explain. The answer to the origin is the result of combining a lot of psychology. Therefore, the credibility is extremely high. Tang Ke chose to believe in the artificial intelligence he created. So, after the two of them got into the Kirin smart car, they drove directly to Tang Ke's house. Hey, Lawan, you came to see me. Aren't you really just planning to play with AR glasses? Inside the car, Tang Ke took out a large bottle of Coke from the refrigerator and poured it for both of them at the same time. The Kirin smart car is very stable, and the Coke will not spill at all. Tang Ke knew that the other party was the daughter of the president of Jiangjin Group. Although he is young, he is probably just an adult and is only 20 years old at most. But she is definitely not a silly girl. Rich people pay very close attention to their children's education, as can be seen from Zhang Yashuan and Jin Yaming. Don't be fooled by the fact that one of them is gentle and the other is silly, as if they have never experienced the world. They are actually very smart. The same goes for Tang Yunxin. She came all the way here. It certainly couldn't be just for a pair of AR glasses. Tang Ku believes that he does not have such charm. Hee, brother Tang Ku is really amazing. You guessed all this. When will you publish a detective novel? Tang Yunxin smiled sweetly. She is really good-looking, although not as good as Zhang Yashuan. But she has extra points because of her youthfulness and liveliness. Of course, Zhang Yashuan's gentleness and thoughtfulness also add points. Compared to Tang Yunxin's liveliness and cuteness, Tang Ku still prefers the gentle and domineering type, like his wife. Well, maybe after Swallowed Universe is finished, there will be a detective novel. Tang Ku had never thought about this aspect. Generally speaking, I only think about what to write next after I finish writing a novel. Even if you think about it in the middle, your plan will often be disrupted by sudden impulses in the end. It's like he was planning to write The Knife Comes Before, but now he is writing Swallowing the Universe. If I were to write a detective novel, maybe I could write the complete works of Sherlock Holmes. Don't change the subject. You haven't told me why you're here yet. After taking a big detour, Tang Ku brought the topic back. I was almost led astray by this girl and started thinking about the novel unconsciously. I was clearly the one asking the other person a question, but I almost fell into his trap. This girl is not simple. Fortunately, his wife is not so powerful, otherwise he really can't control her. Chapter 109 Chapter 109 Fans Request for Help. After hearing what Tang Ku said, Tang Yunxin looked a little unnatural. She did come here for other things, and AR glasses were just one of them. I do have something to ask of you. Tang Yunxin took a sip of Coke with her red lips and did not change the subject this time. She was silent for a moment, organizing her words. Then he spoke again. My grandfather has cancer, and it's already in the middle to late stages. Currently, there is no technology that can save him. Hearing this, Tang Ku was confused at first. But when the other party mentioned the word technology, he understood it instantly. Good job. Lawan wants to ask him for help to save his grandfather. Tang Ku himself didn't expect that he was such an omnipotent being in the eyes of others. When you are in doubt, look for Tang Ku. I know, this is a bit unreasonable, but you are the only one who can hope to save my grandfather. Tang Yunxin became a little excited. She turned to look at Tang Ku and said sincerely, you have created so many miracles, spanning multiple industries, and creating world-leading black technologies. As for medical treatment, you must have a solution, right? Having said this, she seemed to realize that she had lost her composure and paused. She sat up straight again and looked at Tang Ku's expressionless face. The light in her beautiful eyes became a little dim. Sure enough, it's still a bit difficult. Tang Ku is not a god. How could he be involved in every industry? What's more, why should others develop advanced medical technology just for her grandfather? After listening to this, Tang Ku was silent for a moment. How long will your grandfather live? The doctor said 4 months at most. Tang Yunxin lowered her head sadly. 4 months is a bit of a stretch, but it's not impossible. Tang Ku's subsequent addition made Tang Yunxin suddenly raise her head. The color in her beautiful eyes was renewed, as bright as the twinkling stars. What did you just say? Tang Yunxin asked anxiously. I said, I have the ability to save him, but it will take time. Tang Ku was not angry either. He could understand the other party's feelings. But there are a few conditions. You name it, I can satisfy you. Tang Yunxin said seriously with her pretty face. Are you satisfied? Tang Ku felt a jolt in his heart, but the next moment he suppressed his strange thoughts. Now is not the time to joke. Okay, let me first tell you my conditions. First of all, I need those large plots of land that your Jiangjin group owns in the Magic City. Tang Ku said seriously. Secondly, this technology I've created requires you to spend money to buy it. I will give you a reasonable price and will definitely not ask for an exorbitant price. Sure, as long as I can save my grandfather, it's not a problem. Tang Yunxin nodded. Life is priceless, and she is willing to sacrifice everything for it. Her parents thought the same thing. I discussed this trip to Shanghai with my parents. Her parents said that if Tang Ku really had this ability, they would agree to any conditions. Well, I haven't thought about other things yet. We'll talk about it later. It seems that apart from these two conditions, Tang Ku has no other requirements. Of course, there will be a fee for asking him to help create technology. It just so happened that he needed the land, so he used this as a bargaining chip to make him take action. Tang Ku certainly cannot afford the materials needed to create the technology, so it is only natural for Jiangjin Group to pay for it. If you put forward more conditions, it wouldn't be excessive. But there is no need to do that. Instead of taking advantage, it is better to take a step back. Not only can you gain the favor of Jiangjin Group, but you may also further become an ally. Thank you. Thank you so much, Brother Tang Ku. From now on, you will be our family's benefactor. If there is anything you need from us, we will definitely be there for you. Tang Yunxin's tone was extremely cautious, which could be felt from the change in her address. The gratitude in her heart could no longer be expressed in words. The only way to repay you is through practical actions in the future. Okay, we're home. Tang Ku smiled slightly and got off the car first. While the two were talking, the Kirin smart car had already returned to Tang Ku's doorstep. Tang Ku nervously opened the door and walked into the house with the bright and charming Tang Yunxin. I'm back, the one you mentioned. At this time, Zhang Yashuan's voice came from inside the house, and she walked out from the corner. When she saw the beautiful girl in fishnet stockings behind her husband, her voice stopped immediately. Aha, this is spicy rolls. Oh no, it's Tang Yunxin, the daughter of Jiangjin Group. Tang Ku immediately started to explain, fearing that his wife would make a scene. Where is the 11 or 12-year-old little Lolita you promised me? Zhang Yashuan said expressionlessly. This. Tang Ku suddenly realized that he had forgotten to ask this question. He turned to look at Tang Yunxin. What's with that photo of yours? Hearing this, Tang Yun replied. When I was a kid, what's wrong? Why are you sending me your childhood photos? Tang Ku asked in surprise. Huh? It's all me anyway, so it doesn't matter which one I post, Tang Yunxin laughed. Tang Ku's mouth twitched slightly. He was really screwed by this girl. Could it be that he came here on purpose to mess with me? Or is this girl interested in him? If this is true, Tang Ku must be clear and decisive. He really couldn't muster any interest in this girl. In his opinion, Tang Yunxin was about the same age as Jin Yameng. Both were just little girls. But my wife may not think so. Zhang Yashuan stood quietly in front of the two of them, her eyes scrutinizing Tang Yunxin. Suddenly, my wife's face lit up with a smile again. Don't just stand there like an idiot, come in. Tang Ku was a little confused by Zhang Yashuan's reaction, which he could feel from her smile just now. My wife seemed to be relieved, and her beautiful eyes showed confidence and relief. Is it possible to tell who the other person is just by looking at him? Okay. Tang Yunxin followed Zhang Yashuan into the house with a smile. Tang Ku touched his head in confusion. It seems that I still don't understand girls well enough. The imagined plot did not happen, and what Origin told Tang Ku was really accurate. Zhang Yashuan was not angry about this, but Tang Ku was confused about the reason. To clear up the confusion, the three of them were in the living room. Tang Ku specifically typed to inquire about the origin. What was going on? The original reply was that women understand women best. It is precisely because they know each other too well that they can tell whether the other person is a green tea or not with just one encounter. It is obvious that Tang Yunxin is not a green tea girl, but a girl from a good family. Therefore, Zhang Yashuan did not reject it, but greeted it with a smile. Sister Yashuan, actually I'm not only a fan of old Tang, but also a fan of you. Tang Yunxin said with a smile. My fans. Zhang Yashuan's eyes showed a thoughtful look, and she suddenly said, I just heard Tang Ku say that your name is Lawan. I remember my number one name on the list was Lawan, who is not short of money. Could it be? Hee, Sister Yashuan is so smart, it's me. Tang Yunxin nodded. I didn't expect such a coincidence to happen. No, it's not a coincidence, but this girl is actually number one on her list. In this case, wouldn't it become a fan meeting? Now, Zhang Yashuan became even more enthusiastic towards Tang Yunxin. The two girls were chatting happily in the living room, as if they were best friends for many years. Zhang Yashuan even took the initiative to go into the house to take out the AR glasses and teach Tang Yunxin how to use them. Only Tang Ku was so bored that he was playing with his mobile phone. After a while, he became too bored. So I went back to my study to read alone. Chapter 110 Chapter 110 Nanomedical Technology. Originally, building a house was the primary plan, but the appearance of Tang Yunxin forced Tang Ku to change the plan. It's not just about the land, but also about considering the problems of myself and my family. Everyone will grow old, get sick and die, and technology is meant to reduce pain. If possible, I hope that technology can enable people to live 100 years or even live forever. Tang Ku and his family get sick sometimes, so medical care is essential. As for eternal life, it seems a bit far away. But with Tang Ku's advanced technology, it is not impossible to achieve this. Like genetic modification. Back in the study, Tang Ku opened some books about medicine. There were not many books of this type, so Tang Ku picked up his phone and sent a message to Chen Zimo, asking him to bring some medical books. Since we want to develop medical technology, we might as well build a universal medical cabin. No matter how serious the injuries or illnesses are, as long as you enter this medical cabin, both internal and external injuries will be treated. Then come out intact. It sounds impossible, but as long as you have full control over the nanorobots, you can easily accomplish these operations. Even cancerous tumors can be eliminated by nanorobots. There are generally two views on nanorobots. Some people are afraid that nanorobots will get out of control and easily eliminate humans. After all, they are only nanometers in size, and humans cannot see them at all if they are not gathered together. Others believe that nanorobots will become the fourth type of blood cells in the human body. It can completely survive in human blood, remove fat and blood clots in the blood, and play a role in clearing blood vessels. Tangke feels that both of these views are useless. Anyone who worries about nanorobots getting out of control is simply a doomsday dreamer. As for those who suggest implanting nanorobots into the human body, Tangke feels that this is unnecessary. Even without nanorobots surviving in the blood, humans will not lose anything and can still live well. When you need to use nanorobots, just go into the medical cabin. After identifying the direction, Tangke continued to read the Encyclopedia of Home Care in his hand. Everything should be done step by step and not rushed. Although it's only 4 months, or even less. But Tangke believed that with his learning ability and the black technology system, it is definitely possible to build a nanomedical cabin during this period of time. Night. Tangke, his wife, and Lawan enjoyed Dubai's top-notch food at home. Tang Yunshin continued to fiddle with the AR glasses in the living room. It can be seen that she likes AR glasses very much. The world seen through glasses really has different fun and feelings. That feeling can make anyone addicted. She'll probably be here for a while. Why don't you take Lawan to Jin Yuming's house? It just so happens that Meng Meng is home alone and feels lonely. Tangke, who was sitting at the dining table, said to Zhang Yashuan. Zhang Yashuan glanced at her husband and nodded slightly. She understood what Tangke meant. In addition to the AR glasses, Tang Yunshin also came to ask Tangke to help save her grandfather. Tang Yunshin had already told Zhang Yashuan about this matter in the afternoon. Therefore, Tang Yunshin will not go home so soon, but will stay in Shanghai for a while. It would be too inhumane to let her stay in a hotel. But if she were to live in Tangke's house, even though she and Tangke had no relationship in that regard, Zhang Yashuan would still feel a little uncomfortable. After all, this is where the two of them spend every day together. How can outsiders live here? That doesn't make sense. But this kind of thing requires Tangke to understand the truth. If only Zhang Yashuan brought it up, it would seem that she did not trust her husband. Fortunately, Tangke is a sensible person. Even though he treated Tang Yunshin as a little girl, he would still consider his wife's feelings. Tangke took the initiative to suggest that Tang Yunshin live in Jin Yuming's house, which was a very correct move. Thank you, dear. Zhang Yashuan kissed Tangke on the face and said nothing more. Tang Yunshin, who was playing with AR glasses, saw Zhang Yashuan coming. He immediately asked, Sister Yashuan, if these glasses are used for candid photography, wouldn't they be magical tools? Zhang Yashuan was stunned. She never expected that the other party would bring up this issue that she had never paid attention to. No, if it's in photo mode, a reminder will appear on the outer lens to notify people around you. Tangke also walked over. If it's an emergency, like being kidnapped, and you need to secretly take a photo of the person's face, you can call the police, and the AR glasses will automatically start recording without the other person noticing. Tangke has considered all these things. However, the glasses Tang Yunshin is using now are a trial product, so they don't have these functions. That's quite thoughtful. Tang Yunshin praised. Yunshin, come with me. I'll take you to play next door. Zhang Yashuan took Tang Yunshin's slender arm and walked outside. Are you going to find Meng Meng? As a fan of Zhang Yashuan, I naturally know Jin Yuming. After all, the two interacted frequently, and their neighbor relationship had long been known to everyone. Right, let's go. Zhang Yashuan took Tang Yun to the house opposite to play with Jin Yuming. Tangke went back to the house to update the chapters of the novel. The story of Devouring the Universe is very long, and even Tangke, who updates 30,000 words every day, cannot finish it in a short time. Tangke no longer remembers many details and side stories. It can be said that Devouring the Universe is gradually becoming Tangke's own original story. He was not afraid of failure, but instead felt the joy of the challenge. All of Tangke's previous works were copied from the big guys in his previous life. In fact, he still hopes in his heart that he can write a work of his own instead of being a porter forever. In any case, these honors actually belong to the big guys in the previous life, not him. Even when it comes to manufacturing technology, half the credit goes to the system. His achievements so far, strictly speaking, nothing was accomplished by him alone. Therefore, Tangke was eager to write a work of his own. And the original plot of Devouring the Universe is his first step. The passionate creation made him deeply immersed in the plot of the novel. Before I knew it, it was already 11 o'clock in the evening. He typed as many as 36,000 words today. If I continue writing, it might reach 40,000 words. This typing speed has set a world record. Unlike a certain author who writes about black technology, he types as slowly as a snail, and only has 6,000 words at least. Tang Ke stopped typing when he heard his wife's footsteps coming up the stairs. Chapter 111 Water Conservation. Snap. The door opened, and his wife walked in as Tang Ke had expected. Where is Tang Yinxin? Is she staying at Ming's house? Tang Ke picked up the glass of water and took a sip. Yes, she's staying. Not only is she my number one, she's also Ming's number one. They get along pretty well. Zhang Yashuan walked to her husband and massaged his back as usual. Tang Ke fell silent, and his wife didn't say anything either. The room became very quiet. After a moment, he couldn't help but ask, were you angry when you saw me bring Tang Yunxin back today? Some things cannot be hidden. If a couple has unspoken secrets in their hearts, they will accumulate and ferment. When the conflict breaks out, the consequences will be unimaginable. Zhang Yashuan chuckled and said, I did have some feelings at first, but then I thought, you don't have the guts to flirt with a girl and bring her home. Ah, this. Tang Ke touched his head awkwardly and took the initiative to explain. I originally thought that the other party must be a scammer and I would not be able to pick him up there, so I didn't tell you. Then why don't you use the origin to check the other party? Zhang Yashuan said casually. I was studying last night and forgot about it. I only remembered it today when I was waiting for her, but she had already told me about it, so I didn't check. Tang Ke was embarrassed and felt so stupid. When he was thinking about the direction of technological research and development, he thought he was really smart. How could I forget so many details about something like this? Zhang Yashuan sighed unhappily. She reached out and touched her husband's hair, smiled bitterly, and said, like a fool, remember to tell me about this later, I won't laugh at you. Zhang Yashuan said angrily. If I had been a liar back then, you'd probably be sleeping on the overpass now. She and her husband first met through online dating. The idiot husband actually ran to her foolishly, not even afraid that she was a liar. Hee, it's worth it to have such a beautiful fairy deceive me. Tang Ke grabbed his wife's white hand and smiled foolishly. Go away, you just know how to be sweet. Do you think I don't know? If I were a liar, you would definitely not say that. Zhang Yashuan rolled her eyes at her husband and didn't buy his trick at all. Yes, let's go take a shower, let's go. No, I asked you to take a shower. Why did you pull me? Save water. Tang Ke didn't give his wife any chance to resist and took her directly into the bathroom. Saving water is everyone's responsibility. Early the next morning, Tang Ke was woken up by his wife, and they brushed their teeth and washed their faces together. Put on sportswear and start your morning run. 2 bodyguards, Dubai, were running behind, and there were watchers following above. Although he was in his own community, Tang Ke still brought them with him. After several laps, Tang Ke was sweating all over. Compared to the previous time when I would be exhausted after 1 lap, the improvement is quite significant. Brother Tang, there's a fantastic hot pot restaurant on South Road Food Street. How about we go there today as a gift to Yunxin, our fan? Tang Ke, who was standing at the door of his house, heard a girl's sweet voice coming from the villa opposite. Looking up, he saw Jin Yumeng on the 3rd floor waving at him. Next to her, there are spicy rolls. The 2 women looked very excited and obviously wanted to find someone to pay the bill. Although the hot pot money is nothing to them, they just like the feeling of being treated by others. Money is not the most important thing. What is important is having fun. Eating hot pot so early in the morning? You're crazy. I'm not going. Tang Ke waved his hand and turned around and walked into his house. Old Tang isn't going. How about we go by ourselves? Tang Yinxin asked. Why are we going there? Hot pot is only fun when there are many people eating it. Jin Yumeng rejected it immediately, and she lay on the windowsill waiting. After a moment, a beautiful figure came into view. She immediately called out to Zhang Yashuan. Yashuan, let's go out for hot pot together. I heard there's a super delicious hot pot restaurant on South Road Food Street. It's newly opened. Hot pot. Zhang Yashuan, who ran 1 more lap than Tang Ke, wiped the sweat off her shoulders with the towel. She looked at her best friend, not knowing whether to laugh or cry, and said, I haven't even had breakfast yet. How about going at noon? Great, but old Tang has to pay for it. Jin Yumeng was overjoyed. Okay, if he dares not pay, I'll beat him up. Zhang Yashuan smiled sweetly and said, then I'll go back first. See you at noon. Great. Jin Yumeng happily high-fived Tang Yinxin. Ever since Dubai became part of our lives, the catering industry has been devastated by Chef Dubai. Nowadays, Dubai is the chef in charge of most catering industries. It was thought that the catering industry would not survive in the future, but people were surprised to find out. There are still some old shops that survive in such an environment. Not only did Dubai not have an impact on their income, but it actually led to better profits for them. The investigation found that these time-honored stores all have exclusive secret recipes or unique cooking methods. These things were passed down from our ancestors and have not been passed on to outsiders. Therefore, Dubai did not know their secret recipes and could not have any impact on these old stores. At once, countless people woke up. Those who possess exclusive secret recipes have begun to enter the catering industry. With his exclusive recipe, he has carved out a niche in the lucrative catering industry. In addition, some people have seen what Baymax cannot provide. That's a theme restaurant, such as anime theme restaurants, maid theme restaurants, board game theme restaurants, etc. These things belong to the service industry and cannot be provided by Chef Bye. The food in these restaurants doesn't have to be the best. The focus is on service and fun. These theme restaurants also have a piece of the pie in this transformation. This is the change brought about by the changing times. I was not originally in the catering industry, but I saw opportunities in the industry. When others withdrew from the catering industry, they chose to go against the wind. Their courage and vision have made them earn a fortune today. The newly opened hot pot restaurant that Jin Yuming mentioned. Although it opened relatively late, it gained praise from the general public due to its unique sauce and quickly rose to prominence. Zhang Yashuan walked into the house, and the shower sound in the bathroom just turned off. Tang Ke walked out while wiping his hair. Ming Ming said she wants to eat hot pot. Shall we go there at noon? Zhang Yashuan patted her husband's arm as she spoke. Not bad. After all this time of exercise, you've become as strong as before. That's right. Tang Ke was a little proud. Let's have hot pot for lunch, and call Chen Zimo along too. He and Ming Ming have a good relationship, and I need to talk to him about something. It would be a bit awkward if he was the only guy out with 3 girls. If it was just Jin Yumeng, I would just accept it reluctantly. But there is also Tang Yinxin, who has too much yin and too little yang. Therefore, Tang Ke decided to call Chen Zimo and ask him to bring some books on medicine and nanotechnology. After breakfast, Tang Ke read quietly in the study alone. It was not until noon that he came out of the study. I chose a set of warm yet beautiful clothes in the cloakroom and made some simple matching. When you go out with your wife, you have to dress nicely. If you're just going out by yourself, it's much more casual. He and his wife walked out of the house together, and Jin Yumeng and Tang Yunxin also came out opposite. The 4 of them took the Kirin Smart car and came to the South Road Food Street. Chapter 112 Chapter 112 A Chance Encounter with Brother Pippi. South Road Food Street was bustling with people. There were a lot of customers coming in and out on the street alone, and the aroma of delicious food was wafting in the air. It adds a bit of heat to the winter season. Chen Zimo also came here today in the Kirin Smart car. After all, he had to bring a lot of books, and there was no room for them on his motorcycle. And in such a cold day, the heater in the car is more comfortable. He had been waiting on this street for a long time. Seeing Tang Ke's car stop, he immediately walked forward with the books in his arms. Brother Tang, this is the book you want. Chen Zimo smiled and handed over a thick stack of books. Tang Ke got out of the car, nodded, took it, and put the books into the car. Brother Tang asked you to come? To have hot pot together? Jin Yumeng got out of the car and asked with a smile. Yes. Chen Zimo nodded, a gleam in his eyes. Obviously, he was not as calm as he appeared on the surface. Every boy can't help but feel excited when he sees the girl he likes. His name is Chen Zimo, and this is Tang Yunxin. Tang Ke briefly introduced the two. I know him. I recognized him when I watched the live broadcast last time. He's Chen Zimo, the one who drives very fast. Tang Yunxin took the initiative to extend her hand. Huh. Hello. Chen Zimo then realized that there was someone else there. He immediately reached out and shook hands with the other person. After Chen Zimo responded politely, the 5 of them walked towards the food court. The 2 bodyguards followed closely behind them. The bodyguards hired by my father-in-law were standing in relatively scattered positions. Like a movie agent, he hid himself in the crowd. There was also a watcher drone that flew out from the Kirin car, capturing information at high altitude. The deeper you go into the food court, the more pedestrians you see. There were also many large white robots following behind some people, and there was no curiosity shown by the people around them. Dubai has been completely integrated into people's lives, and people around him are no longer surprised by it. It was cold outside, but it became warmer inside the food court. The owners of many shops were fanning the delicacies frantically, and the rich aroma of spices filled the air. Customers who are attracted by this will buy a few skewers of snacks and eat them while walking. Bring the aroma of delicious food further and attract more people to the store to buy delicious food. Due to the existence of exclusive features or secret recipes, almost everything that appears in the food street is unique. Therefore, if customers want to eat what they just saw, they have to explore the shops that sell these delicacies. Since there is no similar competition, the store's business is naturally booming. In fact, as long as the restaurant still exists today, their income is higher than before. Customers who are not in the restaurant industry really like this impact on the restaurant industry. because the ones that remain are all shops with their own characteristics, either delicious or fun. It's really good news for foodies. Tangku and others couldn't help but want to buy some food on the way. But when I thought about the hot pot I would have later, I forced myself to resist the urge. They came to a hot pot restaurant called Big Pot, and there were 3 whole rows of people queuing outside. With so many people here, how long will it take us to wait in line? Tangka said in astonishment. Change to another one? Shinzimo asked. No need, I know someone. Jean Yumling hummed proudly, pushed the door open proudly, and walked into the store, the warm air blowing towards his face from inside the store. All the tables in the first-floor lobby were filled with customers, who were sweating profusely while eating, their mouths scorching and spicy. She greeted the bald, fat man standing at the door with a generous smile. Hey, Brother Gua, you didn't expect me to come today, did you? Is there a seat reserved for me? The interior of the store is resplendent with gold and jade, and the reflections of lights give the space an orange-red hue. There was a huge painting on the wall showing a large pot, and some history and origins of this hot pot restaurant. The bald fat man was stunned for a moment, then burst into laughter and said in a rough voice, So it's Ming Ming. Of course I'll keep it. I said, I will definitely reserve a private room for you. His fat body seemed to be squeezed out from the front desk, and he was slightly excited, leading the way for Tang Ku and others. So you know the boss here? Zhang Yashuan asked curiously. Jin Yumeng laughed and said as he walked, Brother Gua is a friend of my dad's. He used to sell motorcycles. Hearing her words, Tang Ku and others nodded. No wonder Guatu is so enthusiastic about Jin Yumeng. It turns out that it is not because of Jin Yumeng, but because of Jin Yumeng's father. It seems that this hot pot meal was planned for a long time. Thinking of this, Tang Ku couldn't help but laugh. Come on, your private room is on the 3rd floor. It's an absolutely great location. Guatu, once said that as long as you come, Ming Ming, I will definitely reserve the best private room for you. Guatu took them in the elevator and went straight to the 3rd floor. This private room has never been used by anyone else. It's specially for Ming Ming. Everyone walked all the way to the end of the corridor, where there was a large private room with double doors. Guatu smiled and pushed open the heavy door. But I saw a young man sitting inside, holding up his cell phone and talking. Let me tell you, this is the internet-famous hot pot restaurant on South Road Food Street. I couldn't find a seat, but I did find an empty private room. Let me show you the environment. Suddenly, the young man found the door of the private room was pushed open, and his face was immediately filled with embarrassment. Sorry boss, Mantis shrimp. Just as Guatu was about to get angry, Tang Ku's voice came from behind. He took a step forward and appeared in front of the other person. The young man in the private room was none other than Brother Pippi, who had gone through the fight with Tang Ku before. Boss Tang Ku. Brother Pippi was immediately delighted. He glanced at the people around him and immediately said with a wry smile, Sister-in-law is here too. And Ming Ming too, hello. This is your private room. I'll give it to you now. Brother Pippi greeted him with a smile, and just as he stood up, he suddenly remembered something. He patted his chest towards Tang Ku and the others and said, I'm very sorry to bother you all. Please feel free to order. I'll pay for the hot pot. Hearing this, everyone looked at each other in surprise. It's such a coincidence that I didn't expect to meet Brother Pippi here. Among the people present, Boss Guatu and Chen Zimo did not know Brother Pippi. Jin Yumeng and Zhang Yashuan are both Douyin anchors. As people who have attended the ceremony, they naturally know Pippi Go. Although we didn't have much in common, we definitely knew each other. Tang Yunxin loves watching live broadcasts and knows some of the famous figures in the live broadcast industry. As for Tang Ku, there is no need to say much. He saved Pippi Ge's life. If it weren't for him, Brother Pippi would probably have been affected by the fight. When he left, Brother Pippi said in person that he would treat Tang Ku to a meal when he was free. He has not forgotten it to this day. But every time I wanted to ask Tang Ku out, I was rejected. This time we met by chance. Brother Pippi naturally would not miss this great opportunity. Finally, everyone's eyes turned to Tang Ku. Asked for his opinion. Tang Ku raised the corners of his mouth and smiled. Since we're acquaintances, let's eat together. Hot pot needs to be lively to have soul. Yes, let's eat together. It will be more lively when there are more people. Zhang Yashuan also said with a smile. Brother Pippi did not agree immediately, but looked at others. He sensed the kindness in everyone's eyes, and then he chuckled and responded, Thank you so much, everyone. I'll turn off the live broadcast now. It's okay. It's better to keep it and let the audience be tempted. Tenka laughed. Upon hearing this, the friends in the live broadcast room immediately felt a mixture of love and hate. Good boy, I can only say, it's still the familiar old Tang. This is outrageous. I was a little upset at first. Brother Pippi is actually going to shut down such a luxurious live broadcast lineup. But what I never expected was that old Tang was so vicious. Luckily, it wasn't late at night. Otherwise, I would have called the police. Police, I can't do anything about this. It's been a while since I've seen old Tang in the live studio. I miss him so much. Chapter 113 was shot and killed, shocking everyone. The Big Pot Hot Pot restaurant is quite lively, with more and more people queuing up. Even if they have to wait an hour or two for their food, customers still pay. The private room where Tang Ku and others stayed was also bustling. Although there was a new guy named Pippi, he was eloquent and quickly integrated into the place. There were two bodyguards, one at the door and the other standing at the window. Like two sculptures, motionless. The hot pot was emitting hot steam and the red soup base was boiling. Plates of fresh meat slices were served, along with several dishes of rich and mellow sauce, which was the secret recipe of our restaurant. The Big Pot Hot Pot relies on this sauce to become such a hot business. Tangka picked up a piece of cooked beef and dipped it in the secret sauce. The moment you put it in your mouth, you can feel the rich aroma of sauce hitting your taste buds. The spicy and numb taste great together. Everyone's eyes widened at the same time. This smell? Absolutely amazing. I'm not exaggerating, everyone. This is seriously delicious. My friends in Shanghai, you absolutely have to try this hot pot restaurant. It's seriously delicious. Pippage's expression was as if he had ascended to heaven. He said to the live stream, "The deliciousness of this moment is beyond words. This feeling is like your first time pouring over a pipe, filled with an unknown exhilaration." Tang Ku, Zhang Yashuan, Jin Yuman, Chen Zimo, Tang Yunxin. 666, Brother Pippi's wonderful metaphor. Sexual anchor, report it. My goodness, why is hot pot so bitter? Is it really okay to drive in front of so many beautiful women? You are indeed shameless, worthy of being called Brother Pippi. All three girls are so beautiful. Who is the girl next to Sister Yashuan and Ming Ming? Qingyun. Cute, I want. Among those watching the live broadcast, there are countless LSP. In addition to looking at delicious food, they also like to look at girls. The three beautiful girls in the private room became the focus of their attention. One person took the lead, and other LSPs followed suit. Based on my search for beautiful women, this person is not a female anchor. Anyone who can hang out with people like Tang Ku must be someone extraordinary. Judging from their expressions, they are probably not relatives, but friends. Everyone was talking and speculating about Tang Yunxin. Brother Pippi, who was watching the live broadcast, couldn't help but look at the beautiful girl named Tang Yunxin. Ming Ming is also very enthusiastic about this girl, which means Ming Ming knows her too. Sister Yashuan's fans and Meng Ming's fans are all here, but the only one missing today is a wealthy man, and he didn't show up in any of the live broadcast rooms. The only one missing is a wealthy person, the big boss on Ming Ming and Yashuan's list. The netizens were shocked and all kinds of comments flashed across the screen frantically. In other words, hiss, I get it. Could this guy be Spicy Roll? Spicy Rolls. I remember she did plan to ask Tang Ku for AR glasses. Oh my goodness, is this really a spicy roll? Emoli, my spicy wife ran away to meet her husband. 1. Get lost. Spicy roll is my wife. After reaching this conclusion, countless people exclaimed in surprise. Pippi Gu was also stunned. He looked up at Tang Yunxin and asked tentatively, "Excuse me, does Miss Tang watch Douyin live broadcasts?" Tang Yunxin chuckled but didn't say anything. Jin Yuming next to him answered first. Of course I watch it. Luan is the #1 fan of me and Sister Yashuan. Her voice fell into the live broadcast room, and the LSBS immediately became agitated. Their speculation turned out to be correct. For a while, everyone in the live broadcast room was shouting, "Rich woman, hungry food." Who wouldn't love such a beautiful rich woman? Brother Pippi was surprised and immediately expressed his feelings. He really knows how to interact with people and immediately aroused Luan's interest in conversation. In his opinion, this hot pot was not only a way to express his gratitude to Tang Ku, but also an opportunity to get to know Tang Ku. Brother Pippi is building a foundation of relationships with the people around Tang Ku. Even Chen Zimo was motivated by him and had a very enjoyable chat. The hot pot meal was very lively, both on site and in the live broadcast room. This dinner was more like a party. Only Tang Ku was really enjoying the food, his mouth full of oil. Zhang Yashuan would occasionally interject a few words into the conversation. Seeing how my husband ate, I couldn't help but smile bitterly and took a napkin to wipe the oil stains from the corners of his mouth. Yashuan, you should eat it too. The sauce tastes really great. Tang Ku said indistinctly while chewing the beef balls. Don't eat if you're full. Look at you. You're like a starving ghost. Zhang Yashuan said unhappily. It was a little after 12 when they came over, and now it's 2. Everyone else was full, but Tang Ku was still eating. Is the stomach a bottomless pit? Okay, I'm not going to eat anymore. I'm too full. Tang Ku leaned back in his chair, took a toothpick and put it in his mouth, touching his stomach. He felt that it was difficult for him to even stand up now. He was really too full. I guess all the exercise I did during this period will be wiped out by this meal. Beep, beep, beep. Suddenly, Tang Ku and Zhang Yashuan's phones vibrated and rang rapidly at the same time. Everyone was stunned, and Tang Ku didn't have time to take out his mobile phone to check. The 2 bodyguards Dubai also heard rapid alarm sounds, and their bodies like sculptures began to move at this moment. There were noises and screams coming from the street outside the window. Tang Ku immediately realized that something was wrong. As soon as his butt left the chair, his stomach was so bloated that he sat down again. He immediately shouted, "Dubai, protect Yashuan." Bang! As he finished speaking, the glass windows in the private room suddenly shattered. A bullet came from an unknown distance, shattered the glass, and headed straight for Tang Ku's head. When the bullet was less than 1 meter away from Tang Ku, Dubai blocked the trajectory with one hand. The copper-gold bullet spun and hit Dubai's palm, creating star-like sparks. Dubai's palm was dented by the bullet, and the flexible air cushion cushioned the force of the bullet. Then the inflatable palm flicked, and the bullet fell to the ground with a ding sound. Although the bodyguard Baymax is an inflatable robot, he has a layer of co-alloy on the outside. While being flexible, it can also withstand strong force. The sudden change shocked everyone in the private room. Sniper? What the hell? Is this a movie? Don't scare me. This isn't really a shooting scene, is it? Damn, the glass is shattered. It looks like Baymax just took a bullet. Tang Ku was shot and killed. The people in the live broadcast room widened their eyes and felt very incredible. Many people thought that this was just a prank and that Tang Ku was playing a joke on them. But the next scene told everyone, this is not a joke. Bang, bang, bang. Suddenly, the heavy door was kicked open, and several men raised their pistols and shot directly at Tang Ku. But it was blocked by Dubai, who was standing at the door. Dubai reacted extremely quickly. The moment he blocked the bullet, he attacked several men. Starting from the second shot, all the opponent's shots hit the ceiling and walls. The big white fist swept through, as fast as lightning. With a few muffled thuds, 3 men were knocked down in an instant. The opponent's silenced pistol fell to the ground and was kicked into the private room by Dubai. Chapter 114 Killing Mode, Sweep. Chun Zimo and Pipage subconsciously wanted to go over and pick up the pistol to protect themselves. But at this moment, a watcher drone hovered outside the window, an opening opened beneath it, and a gun barrel extended from within. TSK, TSK, TSK. Several beams of light like lightning shot out from the muzzle, hitting the black pistol with precision. The lightning instantly destroyed the 3 pistols on the ground, and gun parts exploded everywhere. There were noises coming from the corridor outside the private room. Ceramics, glass and other objects shattered continuously, and the dull sound of fighting gradually approached. Tang Ku looked a little unhappy and took out his cell phone from his pocket. The moment the cell phone alarm sounded, it meant the watchman had discovered the presence of the gun. All of Tang Ku's bodyguards will receive the information immediately. Origin will also immediately notify all nearby big white robots to come and protect Tang Ku. They will also send information to the police so that they can come to the rescue. But even with so much protection, there were still people rushing up or sneaking into the 3rd floor. And they came to our door with weapons. There are even people using sniper rifles from a distance. My goodness, this is Dragon Country where weapons are strictly prohibited. It is extremely difficult to bring weapons in here, and the price and cost are very high. Unless it's a homemade weapon. But judging from the performance just now, it is obviously not a homemade weapon. Because the opponent's silenced pistol is so exquisitely made, and there is also a sniper rifle in the distance. Judging from the bullet, it is definitely a large caliber, high damage sniper. Fortunately, the Baymax he created was even more powerful, so it didn't suffer any damage. A hint of ferocity flashed across Tang Ku's eyes as he looked at the options that popped up on his phone. He directly selected the sniper and clicked kill mode. Since the other party wants his life, he must be prepared to be killed. As for capturing the other party alive or obtaining information about the other party, there is absolutely no need for that. With the origin in hand, are you still worried about not being able to find out the other party's identity? Besides, Tang Ku had never offended anyone who would want to kill him. It must be the Haofeng group, or those foreign scum. Killing a sniper won't have much impact, since there are still people with pistols nearby. The moment Tang Ku pressed the button, the watcher drone turned around and locked onto the sniper 2 kilometers away. Buzz. Blue and white energy photons converged at the muzzle of the watcher's cannon, and a ball of energy gradually enlarged with lightning. Suddenly, this ball of energy shot out like a rainbow. The sniper, more than 2,000 meters away, was preparing to fire the second shot. Through the scope, all I saw was a blue and white flash, like a bolt of lightning falling from the sky. Boom. With a loud bang, the glass of the empty office building shattered instantly. Violent energy particles swept in like a thunderstorm, exploding the sniper's rifle. It rushed up along the sniper rifle and went straight through the sniper's head. With a pop sound, his head suddenly exploded like a watermelon, and blood and brain matter splattered all over the ground. The electromagnetic cannon strikes like thunder, unstoppable. It penetrated the entire office building before slowly dissipating. The electromagnetic energy left only a long charred mark on the floor of this empty office building. And a headless corpse. Did something happen just now? I seem to see a flash of blue light. It seems to be the lightning that destroyed the pistol just now. No, the lightning that destroyed the pistol is somewhat different from the dazzling blue light just now. I can't see it. The signal from the live broadcast room suddenly cut out. My goodness, I feel like old Tang just did something incredible. There was an uproar in the live broadcast room. The moment the electromagnetic gun condensed energy, it released an electromagnetic pulse, blocking all signals. Therefore, only a flash of light was seen on the screen in the live broadcast room, and then the connection was disconnected. What was that thing that destroyed the pistol just now? It seems to have been shot from the watcher. Does the watcher have this thing? I don't know, but it looks very powerful. It seems to be quite powerful. The pistol is even destroyed. Tang Ke must have installed some weapon inside the drone. I felt it was a powerful electric shock. You told me that thing was an electric shock? It felt like thunder and lightning to me. It should be an electric shock, but the power is high and the burst is only momentary. If I'm not mistaken, this drone has no more energy to release. Indeed, for such a small drone to have the power to destroy 3 pistols is quite impressive. A group of knowledgeable people began to conduct a comprehensive analysis and made clear and logical arguments. Others could indeed make such an assumption, but they forgot that what Tang Ke created could not be calculated according to common sense. Tang Ke's phone displayed. The target was killed successfully. Should we kill the remaining targets? He clicked no. As long as the sniper who poses the greatest threat is killed, the rest of the people will not need to use the electromagnetic gun at all. The moment the electromagnetic cannon was fired just now, Origin blocked all nearby camera equipment. I hope no one from any country saw it. Tang Ke said to himself, then stood up holding his wife with a toothpick in his mouth. Let's go. He waved his arm and treated the enemy as nothing. To everyone's astonishment, he walked straight to the door of the private room. No, this. Chen Zimo, who was lying under the table, was stunned and wanted to dissuade him. But Tang Ke had already pulled the bewildered Zhang Yashuan out of the private room. Dabai was guarding them closely, and Dabai outside had already knocked down more than 10 enemies. The entire corridor was covered with traces of fighting. Glass was scattered all over the floor, and there were bullet holes on the wall. In addition to the people who were knocked down by Baymax, there were also many Baymax robots lying on the ground. The Watcher drone flew in through the window, came behind Tang Ke, and aimed at the remaining armed men in the corridor. A buzzing sound was heard, and a miniature electromagnetic cannon suddenly shot out. In an instant, it seemed as if thunder exploded on the 3rd floor. Rumble. The powerful impact knocked all of these people against the wall, and many men were knocked unconscious by the electromagnetic shock on the spot. Eating hot pot doesn't even make me feel at peace, really. Tang Ke grinned and took his wife's hand and went down the stairs. When the people in the private room heard the vibration, Brother Pippi grabbed his phone and rushed out immediately. Many figures were lying on the ground in a mess, and the smell of fireworks lingered. Full of strong sense of shock, Brother Pippi couldn't help but gasp and stood there in a daze for a moment. His live broadcast room was in turmoil, with a large number of viewers pouring in and gifts flooding the screen. Wow, this is more exciting than the movies. This scene is so shocking. Dabai's moves just now were so impressive. Is the bodyguard Dabai so powerful? You just found out? 10 of my bodyguards attacked us together, but they were all knocked down by Dabai. By the way, why are there so many other Baymaxes on the ground? These words woke up everyone in the live broadcast room, and they finally reacted. Why are there so many Baymax on the ground, and they are not bodyguard Baymax? Does Tang could take the other Dabai with him when he goes out? Chapter 115 Chapter 115 The King of Fudge. Anyone with a normal mind would not bring any kind of white stuff on the street. Especially the chef Dabai on the ground is particularly eye-catching. Tang Ke has come to eat hot pot, so how could he bring a chef named Dabai with him? The same thought flashed through the minds of countless netizens. This is not Tang Ke's Dabai. This Dubai isn't Tang Ku's, right? Why are these Dubai robots here? Are they delivering food? You're crazy to be delivering food. So many Dubai coming up to deliver food. Then why did these white bait rush over? Their owner isn't Tang Ku. As they were talking, everyone suddenly had an absurd idea. Could it be that Tang Ku was controlling the nearby robots to come and protect him? Let's hurry up and follow them. Don't just stand there. Chen Zimo patted Pippi Ji's shoulder, waking him up from his daze. Jin Yuming and Tang Yunxin also walked out of the private room and followed them downstairs. The situation on the first floor was much worse than above them. Not only were the tables and chairs fallen to the ground, but the dishes were also broken. Even the painting on the wall was trampled to pieces, and blood stained the surrounding tables, chairs, and walls red. Several injured bodyguards grabbed the other party's pistol and knocked down the last attacker. Seeing Tang Ku and Zhang Yashuan coming down from upstairs, he hurried over to protect them, not even paying attention to his own injuries. Mr. Tang, Ms. Zhang, are you okay? The bodyguards asked anxiously. Tang Ku raised his hand slightly, signaling them not to panic, as it was just a small scene. He held a toothpick in his mouth, looking like a winner who had just finished a fight, with a proud and majestic demeanor. Zhang Yashuan has calmed down. She holds her husband's arm, exuding the aura of a goddess. The two walked out of the store calmly, at a leisurely pace, as if they were shopping. The once bustling food street now looked like a street of street vendors being chased by urban management officers. The ground was littered with debris, and except for the attacker who had fallen to the ground, all the customers were gone. Even the shops were closed, as if they had never been open. But Tang Ku still saw through the gaps in the doors and windows that the pedestrians on the street did not leave, but hid in other people's shops. Guotu hid behind a shelter outside and trembled, fearing that he would be accidentally injured. Only after seeing Tang Ku walk out openly did he finally dare to stick his head out and check the surroundings. Boss Gua, everything is fine now, but your store may be implicated. Tang Ku spat out the toothpick and said in a handsome manner. At this moment, a clean and intact Dabai walked up to Tang Ku. I picked up the toothpick he spat out, and then started cleaning the streets and shops. Seeing this, Tang Ku felt a little embarrassed. I wanted to show off, but Dabai's action ruined my plan. It turns out that I am not suitable for showing off. I am only suitable for being a quiet otaku at home. Thank you, Mr. Tang. Guotu moved his fat body and walked over, not knowing what he was saying. If I'm not mistaken, his hot pot restaurant was attacked because Tang Ku was attracted here. Although it wasn't Tang Ku who destroyed his store, he couldn't really thank him. Looking at his messy hot pot restaurant, Guotu couldn't help but twitch his lips and felt like his heart was bleeding. He just opened the hot pot restaurant not long ago, and he spent a lot of money on the decoration. It was smashed to pieces before I could even make back my money. What should I do? Boss Gua, there's no need to be so sad. I will compensate for the losses of your store, including all the big white robots that were damaged in the store. I'll take care of it. Tang Kahao said angrily. This amount of money is nothing to him, as he is a man with hundreds of billions of liquid funds. I don't have much place to spend money usually, so I might as well keep it. Although this small loss was not caused by him, it was also caused by his involvement. At the rate Tang Ku makes money, he will only make more and more money. Therefore, there is no need to be stingy in this regard. Spending some money to help this hot pot restaurant will not result in much loss. And Tang Ku really likes the taste of this restaurant. It is really great. Pippage and others also came out and looked at the scene on the first floor and couldn't help but gasp. It seems that this shooting was premeditated. With so many people acting at the same time, not counting those who escaped or evacuated, there were more than 50 people. This shows that they had been eyeing Tang Ku for a long time and had been planning this action. The incident took less than 5 minutes from the outbreak to the end. It came suddenly and swiftly and left silently. Tang Ku glanced at Pippi Gu and others coming over and cast his eyes on the people who were tentatively coming out on the street one after another. There is one more thing that needs to be explained immediately, otherwise the consequences will be disastrous. He said loudly, many people's lives have been affected by this incident. I will compensate you all. I have issued an order to every Baymax. When encountering terrorists, all nearby Baymaxes will immediately join forces to subdue the terrorists. This was done for the sake of public security, but I didn't expect these terrorists to have guns, which is why we suffered such losses today. Upon hearing this, the people around nodded in agreement. The setting of Dubai is really good. No wonder their big white robots rushed out to attack those terrorists. So that's how it is. This is understandable, but their loss. Tang Ku paused for a moment and saw that everyone's reaction was what he expected, which was the result he wanted. He continued in a resounding voice. My Heike company will take full responsibility for this loss. Without weapons, losses like today's wouldn't have occurred, so you don't need to worry about who will bear the losses if something like this happens in the future. Tang Ke suddenly smiled. And wouldn't anyone among you be so unlucky as to encounter something like this twice in your lifetime? As soon as these words were spoken, everyone started laughing. Having encountered such a thing once is enough for them to brag about for the rest of their lives. So how can they expect to encounter it a second time? No one wants to encounter it a second time. After all, it is too dangerous. Moreover, shooting incidents basically do not happen in Manhwa. For all customers who lost their Dubai this time, I will replace all the Dubai you lost, but it will take some time, so I will also give you some compensation. Anyone who lost money in this incident will receive a pair of AR glasses on New Year's Day. Tang Ke suddenly dropped a bombshell, stunning everyone present. Before he finished speaking, he continued, if you lose 2 Baymax drones, I'll give you an extra watcher drone. If you lose 3 Baymax models, you can choose any professional Baymax model to take home. If you lose 4 Baymax models, you should choose 2 professional Baymax models, and so on. AR glasses, drones, and Baymax are all free as compensation. I, Tang Ke, keep my word. Chapter 116 Chapter 116 Who is the real fool? Tang Ke's words echoed in the quiet food street, and countless people were shocked by his generous behavior. Although he is not as generous as the rich people in TV dramas who spend money to give away houses. But the compensation he just mentioned is definitely a huge sum of money. The most important thing is that the things he gave were all black technology, especially the AR glasses and the watcher drone, which are not yet on sale. The anger of those who lost Dubai gradually subsided. Before I could remain calm for long, I was instantly filled with surprise and excitement. Tang Ke used lies to divert these people's thoughts and did not give them time to think. This is to prevent someone from having wild imaginations and guessing the hidden instructions that Tang Ke gave to Dubai. Then he spent a lot of money to make up for the loss. They also gave out big technology gift packages to divert everyone's attention. It started with Dubai protecting Tang Ke, then turned into Dubai suffering losses, and then turned into giving gifts. Whether it was the people at the scene or the netizens watching Pippi G's live broadcast, they were all led by Tang Ke. Only Zhang Yashuan noticed that something was wrong. She knew Tang Ke very well and knew that he was not a stingy person. But they won't be so generous as to give away all kinds of technological products. This is a bit inconsistent with Tang Ke's usual style. Zhang Yashuan began to think in reverse, considering her husband's true intentions. After much thought, I feel that the problem lies in how Baymax attacked the terrorists. Maybe Baymax attacked the terrorists not because he encountered terrorists, but she and Tang Ke were in danger. Zhang Yashuan realized this and felt that her speculation was most likely true. She didn't speak, nor did she show any abnormality. She was simply holding her husband's arm, with a blank expression on her face. She was like a confused girl, completely unaware of the situation around her. He would just wait quietly for Tang Ke to handle the matter. People around her even secretly sighed that Zhang Yashuan had married a good husband. Tang Ke is such an outstanding person, but he married a silly wife. It's been so long, and I still haven't recovered from what happened just now. Little did they know, Zhang Yashuan was the only one in the audience who guessed the truth. Everyone else was kept in the dark. Is this true? Are you really willing to give us so much to compensate us? Someone walked out of the store and asked seriously. Yes, I, Tang Ke, always keep my word. Tang Ke nodded, his eyes full of sincerity and affirmation. More and more shops opened, and people walked out with surprised smiles on their faces. Who is old Tang? How could he lie to us? You guys are too narrow-minded. Someone else stood up, but this time he spoke on Tang Ke's side. Yeah. Although old Tang isn't a big star, he's still a public figure. How could he possibly joke around? Thank you for the compensation, Boss Tang Ke. We will take care of the sanitation here. Boss, you can go home first. Yes, you should go back first. After all, these terrorists are targeting you. It's dangerous here. Human beings are real like this. When they heard that Tang Ke would give them compensation, they immediately smiled. They are even willing to help clean up the garbage here. Although we have temporarily lost Baymax, there will be a new Baymax in a while, and there will also be compensatory technological products. This kind of thing is like pie in the sky. I wish I could destroy a few more big white robots. Tang Ke smiled and bowed to everyone. In that case, thank you very much. I have asked Yuansher to record your information and will ship it to you later. After saying that, he took his wife's hand again and left the place quickly. The street was already full of police cars, and many police officers rushed in to protect Tang Ke and others as they left. Another group of police surrounded and pursued the terrorists in the other direction, not letting any terrorist go. Behind these people who came with guns, there must be a huge monster standing. The police chief felt overwhelmed. There were 2 shooting incidents, one involving Zhang Yashuan and the other involving Tang Ku. This puts a lot of pressure on them. In the last highway racing incident, the police seized a pistol from the other party's car. The appearance of the gun attracted great attention from the police, who continued to investigate. The only thing we found was that Guan Juanhao might be the mastermind behind the incident, but there was no evidence to prove it. As a result, another shooting incident occurred today, and multiple people were armed with guns. If it weren't for the big white robot and Tang Ku's bodyguards, Tang Ku and Zhang Yashuan might encounter an accident today. When I think about this, the police are on Alexander's side. According to the facial capture of the source, we can know that these people are all fugitive criminals who have done many dirty things. A criminal police officer walked in with a report. Now that we have the origin, we can provide the police with a lot of clues and save search time. What we want is not the information of these criminals, but to track down the person behind the scenes who instigated them. Anyone who can hire so many criminals at one time must be from a powerful background. A detective knocked on the table anxiously. Actually, we all know who the other party is. Someone suddenly said. As soon as these words were spoken, the office suddenly became quiet. That's right. Even if they don't check, they actually know it. Chairman Hao Fong is definitely the #1 suspect. But the problem is, they have no evidence to prove it. These things require evidence, and we cannot arrest people randomly. Even if the whole world knows about it, without evidence, they cannot be arrested. Guan Juanhao is so clean that even the origin can't be found. Start by investigating the people around Guan Juanhao. Send someone to keep an eye on his family and his employees during this period. The leading police officer slammed his palm on the table and said, I don't believe that the people around Guan Juanhao can be like him and take away everything completely. Yes, we'll send someone to monitor it right away. In fact, the people around Guan Juanhao had been under surveillance for a long time, but after more than 2 months of observation, there was no result. In desperation, the police were withdrawn. After all, it is not a good idea to keep wasting time like this, as it will result in a lack of manpower for other cases. But today's shooting incident was so serious that we had to increase manpower again. Report, there is another incident. The sniper's location has been found, but the police officer who reported it hesitated to speak. Tell me, is there anything you can't say? The leading police officer frowned. This sniper is lurking in an office building over 2,000 meters away from the food court. The officer took a deep breath and said, when we got there, he had become a headless corpse. The sniper rifle had exploded into pieces, and there was an unknown black mark. Chapter 117 Chapter 117 Multiple doubts. Confusing. Black mark. The police officers frowned at the same time, feeling that there was something strange going on. Didn't Origin capture the situation nearby? No. Origin said everything is normal around here. We checked the cameras and didn't see anything out of place. The police officer placed photos and reports of the scene on the table for everyone to see. After seeing the photos of the scene, everyone was even more confused. That's strange. The ground was covered with glass, and there was a long black streak. It was obvious that something crashed in from outside and then penetrated the entire office building. But there was nothing outside the office building. It seemed that the thing disappeared after flying out of the office building. There was only a suspicious black mark on the floor of the office building, as if it had been burned by fire. Didn't the nearby cameras capture even a trace? Yes, a camera far away captured the sudden shattering of the office building's glass, but it didn't capture anything flying inside. Could it be an explosion inside the office building? Based on the footage from the scene, it was definitely an external impact, not an internal explosion. That's strange. The police officers racked their brains and came up with many guesses, but they were all rejected. It's not that they are not smart, but even the most imaginative people would not think of it. Tang Ku actually installed an electromagnetic cannon on a drone to take the enemy's head from thousands of miles away. I never thought that Origin would actually forge the footage to deceive the police. If the police want to know what happened, they need to go to the scene to investigate and interview those who saw the electromagnetic cannon being fired. But the speed of the electromagnetic gun is too fast, and probably few people can notice it. Even if someone really saw it, they couldn't provide any valid evidence. Tang Ku asked Chiyuan to block all cameras. At the same time, nearby electronic equipment was almost damaged by the electromagnetic pulse. Fortunately, this electromagnetic pulse is only microscopic, and at most it will shock electronic products and shut them down on the spot. A better phone would just freeze the screen for a while. For example, Pippage's holographic projection phone had a network outage for a while, and the phone froze for a few times. After that, the live broadcast room signal was connected again. Could it be that Tang Ku got some weapons? Suddenly, someone raised a doubt. The anchor who had dinner with Tang Ku captured Tang Ku's drone in an aggressive manner with his phone. Perhaps. Impossible. No matter how powerful a drone is, it can't kill a sniper over 2,000 meters away. But he is Tang Ku, so this thing is uncertain. This remark awakened many people. Tang Ku is a big shot in black technology. His things really cannot be viewed with common sense. What about the on-site inspection of the hot pot restaurant? The situation at the scene was very bad. The people cleaned up the scene on their own initiative, and there was also a big white robot to help. By the time we got there, the scene had been half cleaned up, said the person who reported it helplessly. The first man's mouth twitched slightly. Who allowed them to clean up the scene privately? Isn't this just causing trouble for us? The scene has been cleaned up, which means all the details have been cleared away. Even if it was really Tang Ku who killed the sniper, they couldn't find any evidence. It's mainly because Tang Ku gave them a lot of compensation, and these people are very excited. Tang Ku, the people spontaneously cleaned up the scene. The sniper's death. As they were talking, the office fell silent again. For some reason, they always felt that all this was arranged by Tang Ku. Whether it is the death of the sniper or the people cleaning up the scene on their own initiative. Although it seems to have nothing to do with Tang Ku, it also seems that everything is related to him. The more the police thought about it, the more troubled they became. It was as if there was an invisible giant net that enveloped them. They are like ants trapped in a test box by humans. Everything in the outside world subverts their cognition. No matter how hard they tried, they could not break free from this bondage. How big a deal was this shooting incident? The country can no longer cover it up and can only proactively report this news. It is constantly spreading on the internet, especially the live broadcast content of Brother Pippi. That was the first scene of the shooting. The bodyguard Baymax blocked the bullets, the Watcher drones destroyed the guns, and the Baymax robots collectively attacked the terrorists. All these scenes combined together have caused a huge amount of discussion on the internet. The bodyguards are incredibly powerful, with both strong attack and defense capabilities. Fortunately, they won't attack humans indiscriminately. What if they attack humans? What if the program makes a mistake and mistakes ordinary people for terrorists? Good man, please stop stirring up trouble upstairs. Have you forgotten how Baymax protected humanity during disasters? It's just a matter of what happens. After all, Baymax has a program inside him to suppress terrorists. We're just worried that the program might go wrong. Although I think it's unlikely, what you said makes sense. The country should come up with some countermeasures. That makes sense. Protective measures are still necessary. Baymax is a robot. Perhaps we can use electromagnetic pulses to shut it down directly. We suggest setting up electromagnetic pulse devices in each area and luring Baymax there when a situation arises. When there are groups of whitebait, they are extremely lethal. This incident made people realize the power that robots possess. Except for the bodyguard Baymax, the other Baymaxes do not have high defense, but their combat power is still very strong. For example, the chef Baymax has knives at hand, the medical Baymax has the ability to give electric shocks, and so on. It's outrageous that a chef can provide multiple knives to other chefs. So many white tigers rushing forward at once can take the lives of many attackers. Most importantly, these robots have no sense of pain. Even if a hole is made in their body by a gun, the weapons in their hands will still chop it off. The body that was shot will not shrink into a ball instantly, but will continue to inflate. Use inflation to offset the rate of air dissipation. Unless you fire a few more shots and turn the big white into a hornet's nest, you can instantly destroy a defenseless big white. The above methods are for dealing with non-bodyguard type Baymax. The bodyguard Dubai has extremely strong defense. Even sniper rifles can't penetrate its defense. If a big white like this gets out of control, I'm afraid the only way is to use electromagnetic pulses to force them to shut down. If Tang Ku saw this information, he would definitely tell them, "Your idea is too naive." To prevent the Watcher's electromagnetic pulse from affecting his technology, any Baymax he uses has the function of protecting against electromagnetic pulses. His Kirin smart car also has this function. In the future, any product he uses will contain a lot of black technology. These functions are not available in products sold externally. Chapter 118 Chapter 118 A certain group owner who peeks at the screen. Instead of worrying about Baymax's program errors, everyone should worry about the Watcher's attack capabilities. Boss Tang Ku's programming ability is very impressive. National officials have also said that his program has strong limitations and can handle various artificial intelligence problems. We should be more concerned about the attack capabilities of the Watcher. If the Watcher drone released by Mr. Tang Ku also has this attack capability, wouldn't it be very dangerous? Yeah, the Watcher drone is actually this aggressive. What if it's used by bad guys? In the final analysis, I still don't trust Boss Tang Ku's program. No, we're worried that someone might dismantle the Watcher drone and use the drone's lightning capabilities to harm humans. Meng Dao Chongsheng. The Watcher drones sold to the public are not equipped with any weapons. The drone I use is specially designed for my own protection. Haha, if you say so, then it is. Do you think you are Tang Ko? Wait a minute, that guy in front really seems to be Boss Tang Ko. Suddenly, a strange person appeared in the Weibo topic. Only then did netizens notice that it was actually the officially certified Tang Ko himself. Tang Ko is also a human being, so naturally he would check Weibo to see what's happening online. I happened to see this topic, so I just came out and explained it in person. Wow, Boss Tang Ko is here too. It turns out that big guys also secretly read Weibo. It reminds me of a group owner who likes to peek at the screen. Boss Tang Ko, you said that weapon is for self-defense, but isn't it too lethal? When Tang Ko appeared, someone immediately asked questions. Homemade weapons are prohibited in the country. A bolt of lightning destroyed a pistol. If something like that hit a person, wouldn't it create a bloody hole? What is coming will eventually come. Tang Ko touched his chin, thinking about how to fool netizens across the country. The charged electromagnetic cannon that killed the sniper was not discovered by anyone. At least no one on the police side has discovered this problem yet. Tang Ko is the supreme controller of Origin, although the Origin within the police is disconnected from the internet. However, the surveillance equipment that needs to be connected to the internet to view was tampered with by Tang Ko's Origin. Tang Ko's was a level 2 Origin, while the police's offline Origin was only level 1.8. The tampered images are simply not detectable by a level 1.8 Origin. But the problem is that the charged electromagnetic cannon has not been discovered. However, Pippage's live broadcast room revealed that the Watcher drone was equipped with weapons. If Tang Ko cannot give a reasonable explanation, he will be put in a passive position when the country comes to visit him. It might even bring more danger and trouble, which was not what he wanted to see. Origin, ask the driver to bring me the materials I need. Tang Ko read the materials while typing on the keyboard, practicing his deception method. Meng Dao Chongsheng. Regarding the lightning on the Watcher drone, it is actually a kind of electromagnetic wave, but it only looks like lightning in the picture taken by the mobile phone. It can quickly disperse metal elements such as manganese, chromium, molybdenum, vanadium, titanium, etc. This kind of electromagnetic wave will not cause any harm when it hits the human body. I built this thing to prevent people from getting guns, like what happened today. Tang Ko's meaning was very clear. That is, this thing of mine is not a weapon. At most, it is a device that shakes apart metal. It is specifically used to shatter metal, not for attacking. As long as there are no gun owners, this thing will not be used. After all, Tang Ko has a bodyguard named Dubai by his side, and when the other party has no weapons, he is almost invincible. What Tang Ko meant was that he didn't need to have offensive weapons. As long as he can make his opponent lose his weapon, he will be invincible. He disdains to make weapons. This vague and far-fetched statement has left countless people confused. Some people think that Tang Ko is forcing an explanation, while others think that what Tang Ko said makes sense. But no matter what the result is, the country will send people to take a look. Tang Ko reacted extremely quickly before the country sent anyone over. The driver Dubai has already brought the materials. Without saying a word, Tang Ko walked into the workshop with several boxes of materials and began to dismantle the Watcher drone. He wants to transform the electromagnetic gun into a type of electromagnetic wave without radiation. The vibration of electromagnetic waves can shake the alloy and cause it to separate and disintegrate. Tang Ko used his knowledge of alloys and his knowledge of electromagnetic guns. The miniature electromagnetic cannon of the Watcher drone has been significantly weakened. Then strengthen it in a targeted manner. The micro-electromagnetic gun is transformed into an ordinary electromagnetic wave device that can only shatter metal but has no offensive power. Strengthening is difficult, weakening is easy. In less than an hour, Tang Ko had completed this useless electromagnetic wave device. Xiaokezi, someone is coming to the door. At this time, Zhang Yashuan knocked on the door and said to Tang Ko. They had just returned and hadn't had time to exchange a few words. Tang Ko ran to the studio to modify the drone, and less than an hour later, someone came outside. The people who came were none other than government officials. Tang Ko nodded and gave his wife a look, signaling her to stay calm. Baymax, help me put these parts and devices into the storage room. He took off his gloves, and the modified Watcher drone followed him and landed in the living room. Zhang Yashuan boiled water to make tea, and Tang Ko opened the door. Long time no see, Mr. Tang Ko. Standing outside was a familiar old man, Wu Wenyao from the Scientific Research Department. It was also him who came to see Tang Ko last time. The only difference is that Zhong Shanshan did not come this time, and it was Wang Yun who accompanied Wu Wenyao. Behind the two men stood several men in formal attire and several Kirin smart cars. There are too many people, it's hard to entertain them. Tang Ko smiled slightly. Wang Yun and Wu Wenyao understood what Tang Ke meant. You guys step back, Grandpa Wu and I will go in. Wang Yun waved to the people behind him. Several men in formal attire were stunned. This was different from what they had agreed upon. Didn't they say that Tang Ke's drone had homemade weapons and that we were going in to search? Step back. Who is Tang Ke? How can you find out? Wang Yun's tone became a little cold as she scolded several people. There are two meanings in her words. The first layer is that Tang Ke's identity is not simple, and even if it is really a homemade weapon, there is no need to make a big fuss. Given his status, it is not excessive for him to have some weapons for self-defense. The second meaning is that if Tang Ke doesn't want them to search for something, they will definitely not find it even if they go in now. Rather than searching and making the other party unhappy, it is better not to search. Chapter 119 Fear of Dubai. Tang Ke looked at everything in front of him with a smile, stepped back slightly, and invited Wang Yun and Wu Wenyao in. Zhang Yashuan had already brewed tea and poured it for everyone. It's been a while since we last met. Mr. Wu looks much better than last time. Zhang Yashuan was the first to speak politely. Wu Wenyao chuckled twice. Thanks to the contribution of friend Tang Ke, Dragon Country has become prosperous today. If you feel better, your complexion will naturally improve. Where is Zhong Shanshan? Why didn't I see her come this time? Tang Ke asked, taking a sip of tea. In the past, whenever someone came from the country, Zhong Shanshan was always there, but she didn't come this time. Haha, she had something to do today, so she didn't come. Wang Yun said with a smile. In fact, it wasn't Zhong Shanshan who was in trouble. But Wang Yun knew that Zhong Shanshan and Tang Ke didn't get along, and coming here would only make things worse. With Zhong Shanshan's personality, let alone sitting down and drinking tea like she is now, I guess he is still blocked at the door by Tang Ke and won't be let in. Really, Tang Ke didn't care too much. It was a good thing that this woman was not around. If she came, she would definitely be annoyed to death. In serious cases, conflicts may arise. I know everything you want. The drone is there. Just take it back and check it out. After Tang Ke finished speaking, his wife poured him another cup of tea. The direct words caught Wu Wenyao off guard. He was still saying polite words at the beginning, but then he got straight to the point. It feels like you were dining in a beautifully lit restaurant just a second ago. The next second, he was on the bed and took off his clothes. Wu Wenyao laughed awkwardly and said, Young friend Tang Ke, you're joking. We're not here for the weapons, but for the sale of your drone. He paused. We know something about your drone. It has thermal imaging, X-ray vision, radar, and other reconnaissance capabilities. This thing, don't worry, there's none of that stuff. The Watcher drone I released has already deleted all of that stuff. Tang Ke interrupted without waiting for the other party to speak. For a civilian drone, I will only retain its photography function and increase its flight speed. If the country is worried that someone will use my drone to explore secrets, I can give you the information of the people who have watchmen. He had also considered this aspect, and civilian drones had no use for detection functions such as thermal imaging. Those who will use these functions must be special people. Oh, that's great. Wu Wenyao's mouth twitched slightly, and he didn't know what to say next. Good man, he is completely helpless. Tang Ke's unconventional way of speaking made even an old man who had lived for decades not know how to respond. Why is this person so weird? Can he speak? If Zhong Shanshan were here and knew what Wu Wenyao was thinking, she would definitely be very excited. It turns out that she is not the only one who thinks there is something wrong with Tang Ke. Seeing the silence and awkwardness in the atmosphere, Zhang Yashuan said with a smile, Come and try some of this dahongpo. It's delicious. It's really good. The tea fragrance is overflowing and it leaves a lingering aftertaste. Wang Yun agreed. The conversation between the two women was calm and peaceful, like a conversation between ordinary friends, without any awkwardness. But the atmosphere on Tang Ke and Wu Wenyao's side was a bit weird. The other party didn't say anything, and Tang Ke didn't say anything either. He just drank his tea calmly. After a long moment, Wu Wenyao took the initiative to say, There's one more thing. It's about the Dubai society taking action against terrorists. I hope you can delete this order. When he said this, his tone was obviously heavier. This is an order, not a negotiation. Tang Ke's heart moved slightly, knowing that this was the key point. Everything in the past is just a cover. Homemade weapons are strictly prohibited for ordinary people. But for inventors like Tang Ke who need to use weapons for self-defense, it is not completely prohibited. Therefore, homemade weapons are not a big problem. If they are real, the country will also want one. If it's not true, just laugh it off. What the country is really afraid of is not Tang Ke's homemade weapons, but it's Dubai. This incident made all researchers in the country realize that the most dangerous thing is not weapons, but robots. According to people's description, there were at least more than 100 armed criminals at that time. But these more than 100 gunmen were besieged by all the white-collar workers around them. The sudden riot not only shocked passers-by, but also the criminals. They didn't expect that these white-blooded people around them, whom they had ignored, would actually attack them directly. He had just taken out his gun and was about to walk into the hot pot restaurant. As a result, a chef named Dabai suddenly chopped with a knife, and blood splattered everywhere. For a moment, these criminals had an illusion. It feels like I have entered a dangerous place. This is the territory of a sect. These Dabai are all disciples of the sect. When facing foreign invaders, kill them without mercy. The cute Baymax from the past now seems to have turned into a ferocious god, swinging his sword mercilessly at humans. While they were protecting civilians, they also frightened many of them. The moment the knife fell, the other Dabai moved at the same time. The two sides are on the verge of war. By the time these criminals reached the third floor, they were already covered in wounds. Some people took the opportunity to leave and gave up the mission. The number of whitebait downstairs not only did not decrease, but increased instead. Even if they really killed Tang Ku, they would never be able to escape. Such a horrific siege made these criminals despair and made the people re-examine Dubai again. The same thing. What should we do if Dubai loses control collectively? This order can reduce casualties when people are in danger, Tang Ku said lightly. But what greeted him was Wu Wenyao's stern shout. The people have the police to protect them. They don't need robots. Tang Ku was stunned for a moment, then smiled again. Okay, I'll have Origin connect to Dubai and modify the instructions. Robots can be integrated into our lives, but they are not too powerful. Sure enough, it still arouses fear among humans. We want the source code of the Dubai chip, Wu Wenyao said again. Hearing this, Tang Ku immediately put away his smile and said expressionlessly, "This is a business secret. I can't give it to you." The other party wanted Dubai's code, which simply meant that they didn't trust Tang Ku. Some people in the country believe that Tang Ku may have given Dubai more than one hidden instruction. This is a bit difficult. Tang Ku felt something was wrong, but he remained calm. We won't leak your code, just to prevent Dubai from getting out of control. Wu Wenyao responded. An electromagnetic pulse can easily shut down Baymax. You don't need to worry about that. Tang Ku smiled again and said, I can't possibly give you the code. I'm not a national researcher. Dubai's chip code is crucial to my subsequent development. No matter what your conditions are, I won't give it to you. Please forgive me. Although his Baymax is immune to EMP, other Baymaxes are indeed afraid of EMP. Chapter 120 Chapter 120 Nothing was obtained. Tang Ku was not joking. The best way to deal with Dubai was electromagnetic pulse. Can the code be given just like that? If the code is leaked, it's not the hidden instructions inside that are important. Instead, the state will redefine Tang Ku and even list him as a dangerous person. After all, Tang Ku's hidden instruction was too selfish. If there is only one Dubai in a crowd of 100 people, and the owner of the big white dog was not Tang Ku when he was attacked, this Dubai will protect Tang Ku first, but will not protect others. Even if the other 99 people were all dead, Dubai would only protect Tang Ku. What will the country think of such a selfish setting? Anyone who is smart can understand. Therefore, Tang Ku must never hand over the code. As for the country cracking the big white chip, Tang Ku could only chuckle when he heard it. If it is so easy to be cracked, why do we need a black technology system? Of course, if there is really no other way, Tang Ku can also hand over a fake code. Wu Wenyao and Wang Yun frowned at the same time. They actually expected Tang Ku to answer like this. Based on their understanding of Tang Ku, this person's personality seems very casual. But when interests are involved, it becomes extremely important. I'm afraid I'll have to spend some time talking next. If you two have nothing else to do, take the drone back to check. I've been busy with the nanomedical cabin lately and really don't have time to accompany you two. Suddenly, Tang Ku stood up with a smile and made an apologetic gesture. Wu Wenyao, who was still formulating his words, suddenly widened his eyes when he heard Tang Ku's next words. Nanomedical cabin? Are you working on this thing now? Wu Wenyao stood up excitedly. Even the words he was about to say were thrown out of his mind. Nanomedical cabin. For the world, this is just a concept. Although there is this direction, it will take hundreds of years to actually create it. Tang Ku is actually working on this thing. Doesn't that mean nanomedical cabins are coming soon? Once this thing comes out, the help it will bring to Dragon Country will definitely be no less than that brought by artificial intelligence. Wu Wenyao was too lazy to think about the chip code. His brain was full of nanomedical cabin. At this moment, he was so excited that his mind was not working properly. Even Wang Yun's eyes widened in disbelief. Tang Ku smiled secretly in his heart. His goal was achieved. He specifically mentioned the nanomedical cabin in order to divert Wu Wenyao's attention and not give him the chance to continue speaking. This is something that is hard to resist for scientific researchers. If he continued talking, Tangka might not be able to take it anymore. Besides, he was not in the mood to engage in verbal battles with Wu Wenyao. It was such a waste of time. Yes, yes, I'm busy building this thing. Excuse me, ha 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 ha. Tangka waved his hand and went upstairs without entertaining them. As for why we went upstairs instead of going to the studio next door, of course it's for writing novels. It's not too late to build the medical cabin tomorrow. No, Tangku, can you tell me? Wu Wenyao stopped talking because Tangku had already run away and it was difficult for him to catch up with him. The other party obviously doesn't want to talk to him more, and pestering him will only make him annoyed. I'm afraid Tangku is the only one who is so impatient with national scientific researchers. I'm very sorry, my husband doesn't know much about interpersonal communication. I hope you can forgive me. Zhang Yashuan came over with a smile, and it was very obvious that she wanted to see the guest off. Oh, that stinky boy, forget it. Wu Wenyao smiled bitterly and sighed, then said to Zhang Yashuan, I won't come here anymore. If Tangka comes up with something, I hope you can ask him to send a copy to us. The country will not treat him unfairly. Tangka's character isn't bad, but he's a little. He didn't say anything else. After all, it was not appropriate to say this. Wu Wenyao felt that Tangka was being overly cautious towards the country, as if he was afraid of being caught and sliced into pieces by the country. In fact, Lungwa's attitude towards Tangku is very friendly. It's just that Tangka may have written too many novels, so he applied the caution in his novels to real life. I understand. If he comes up with any invention, I will persuade him. Zhang Yashuan smiled and nodded. When it comes to social skills, it still depends on her. Don't worry, the country won't treat you unfairly. As long as they send us technology, we will naturally give them a corresponding price. Wu Wenyao and Wang Yun did not plan to stay any longer. They came here just to talk to Tangku about something. However, the result was completely different from what they expected. Although he failed to obtain Dubai's code, Tangku has promised to modify the hidden instructions. With his status, he shouldn't be able to deceive an old man like him. Helplessly, Wu Wenyao could only respond, then we won't bother you anymore. Wang Yun, take the drone with you. We're going back. Okay. Wang Yun was about to pick up the drone, but the watcher automatically flew up and followed them. Zhang Yashuan smiled as she saw the state personnel off, stood at the door for a moment, then closed the door and went upstairs. She walked back into the room and said to Tangku, Dubai's hidden order wasn't to subdue the thugs, right? Tangku suddenly stopped typing, turned around and hugged his wife's delicate body on his lap. Guessed it. Tangku kissed his wife's cheek and asked with a smile. Zhang Yashuan nodded and said, Dubai's hidden order is to protect us, not to fight against the thugs. Tangku said honestly. Am I being selfish by doing this? Won't. Zhang Yashuan shook her head and said softly. Most people would do the same. As the saying goes, if you don't work for yourself, you will be punished by heaven and earth. It's enough that you remember me when you can be yourself. Everyone has a selfish side, which will only be revealed when the bottom line is touched. No one can be completely impartial and selfless unless it is artificial intelligence. After all, people have 7 emotions and 6 desires, and they will always be affected by one of them. Oh, why are you being so pathetic? Baymax's hidden instructions are all to protect our home. Tangka kissed his wife's face again, feeling that the beauty in his arms was about to melt into him. Today's events were quite eventful. If Tangku's technology wasn't powerful enough, he would probably have died in the hot pot restaurant. Zhang Yashuan seemed calm, but she was actually a little scared inside. She was afraid of losing Tangku. She didn't dare to imagine a life without Tangku. In her heart, Tangku has become a part of her life. This is also the reason why she got angry when Tangku stayed in the factory for a few days. This shooting incident made both Tangku and Zhang Yashuan afraid to go out again. Even Tang Yunxin and Jin Yaman, who were not targeted, stayed at home every day. The shooting that day was so scary, it felt like something out of a movie. After being frightened, I really didn't feel like going out to play. Tangku began to devote all his energy to developing the nanomedical cabin at home. Chapter 1, 21 Nanoworms. While developing the nanomedical cabin, Tang Kexian handed the drawings of the micromagnetic robot to Qiyuan. At the same time, he asked Shinzimo for help and bought a large factory dedicated to making micromagnetic robots. The micromagnetic robot also comes from Big Hero 6. It is a small magnetic component that is controlled by a neural control device. A single micromagnetic robot is of little use, but when there are a large number of them, they can allow people to go to the sky and into the ground. You don't even have to move your hands to let these tiny magnetic robots help you build magnificent buildings. Tangka plans to use micromagnetic robots to build a house for himself, and then use nanotechnology to reinforce the house. There is a purpose for doing this. Micromagnetic robots can be derived into nanorobots, and the two have something in common. That is to accumulate by quantity to achieve amazing results. The neural device that controls the micromagnetic robot can also be used to create a virtual gaming cabin. Both require knowledge of neurology, and the neural control device is a major breakthrough for Tang Ku in the field of neurology. After handing the work over to Chiyuan and Chen Zimo, Tang Ku devoted himself to the research of nanomedical cabin. This thing is not only used to help others, but also to help himself. Therefore, he studied and researched very hard, and the knowledge in his mind became more and more profound. With repeated system upgrade reminders, Tang Ku gradually began to get started with research and development. Let's start with nanorobots, which are the core of the nanomedical cabin. It is these nanorobots that require the most effort. Tang Ku drew the blueprints of the equipment for making nanorobots on the computer and asked the robots to help build the equipment. In order to make the craftsmanship of these robots more sophisticated, he also specially upgraded the primary robot from a primary to an intermediate robot. The joints of intermediate robots have become more dexterous and delicate, the instruments produced are smoother and brighter, and the deviations are reduced to a minimum. At the same time, his strength is even greater, completely surpassing Baymax's, and he can carry huge heavy objects independently. Tang Ku is responsible for drawing blueprints on the computer and typing in data for uploading. Intermediate robots began to get busy in the factory, building nanorobot manufacturing machines. A month passed in a flash. The movie The Secret God is out of theaters. Box office of $2.6 billion. This is the highest grossing film adapted from a novel. As a series of movies, the first one set a box office record of $2.6 billion and was hotly discussed by audiences around the world. Countless people are speculating about what kind of achievements the second and third parts of The God of Mysteries will achieve. In addition, there is the anime Demon Slayer, Kimetsu no Yaiba. It has become the hottest anime of this season, with a large number of peripheral products and costs appearing at anime conventions. At a comic convention, nearly one-third of the people were cosplaying characters from Demon Slayer, Kimetsu no Yaiba. You can imagine how popular this anime is. Tang Ku's nanorobot manufacturing machine was finally assembled by the intermediate robot. Now the nanorobot manufacturing machine has started running, and lasers are flashing in the factory. If someone passes by, they will definitely feel extremely confused. Because these lasers are all hitting a piece of corundum plate, there is nothing on it at all. But in fact, on each piece of the co-alloy plate, there are tens of millions of nanomechanical insects arranged in an orderly manner. Each laser scan is used to 3D print the nanomechanical worm and engrave the control chip. The intermediate robots were not idle either. They immediately started to build and assemble the medical cabin. Tang Ku has uploaded all the drawings of the nanomedical cabin, and all that remains is to wait for the construction of the robots and factories. And let Origin test the data. He devoted himself to the research of force field protection shield. I always feel bored after staying at home for so long. But it was not safe outside, so Tang Ku and Zhang Yashuan did not dare to go out. That's why Tang Ku wanted to study the force field shield. With this thing, I no longer have to worry about being shot when I go out. Force field shield? Can this thing block bullets? Zhang Yashuan asked as she sat next to Tang Ku. The two sat on the sofa. Tang Ku reads and studies, while Zhang Yashuan watches TV news. Of course you can. The force field shield is mainly formed by electromagnetic force field shield. When facing external impact, it can instantly set up the force field. Tang Ku explained. Zhang Yashuan blinked. How strong of an attack can this thing withstand? The defense is not very high. At most, it can block nuclear bombs and meteorite impacts. It can't withstand stronger attacks. For Sai side, it's enough to withstand nuclear bombs and meteorite impacts. Zhang Yashuan, no ridicule, no questioning. Instead, she nodded in agreement, and I had no idea what she was thinking. Maybe this is why she can get along well with Tang Ku. Tang Ku nodded. Indeed. Judging from the current technological level displayed by various countries, there is really no weapon that can break through the force field shield. However, the biggest difficulty in the research is the problem of charging the force field shield and judging whether the incoming object is aggressive. The first problem is charging. Tang Ku wants to adopt the method of charging and discharging at the same time to eliminate the need for energy storage devices. But how to quickly charge and release energy is an extremely difficult task. Fortunately, Tang Ku has a black technology system. He only needs to learn the knowledge of charging and releasing energy to upgrade. Then, combined with the knowledge you have, you can easily complete it. Finally, the question is, what is the energy source? Tang Ku's idea was very simple, which was to convert any element into energy. Sunlight, thermal energy, electricity, wind energy, water resources, nitrogen, oxygen, helium, neon, argon, krypton in the air, etc. Everything around can be absorbed and converted into energy. Even the dirt on the ground, the shock of the explosion, the radiation from the atomic bomb, all can be absorbed. Building such an energy absorption and conversion device is even more difficult than building a nanomedical cabin. Even after solving the first problem, the second problem still needs to be solved. That's how to judge danger. Identifying projectiles is easy. All it takes is a magnetic field sensor. But if it is just simple magnetic field sensing, it is very likely that some ordinary objects will be mistaken for weapons and directly intercepted outside. For example, if Jean Yumling threw a piece of clothing or something at Zhang Yashuan, it would be fine if it was bounced off by the force field shield. If it is absorbed as energy, the clothes will be bought in vain. Therefore, simple magnetic field induction is not feasible and other means are needed to assist. Chapter 122 Chapter 122 Force Field Shield, Heart of Xuanwu. Tang Ke planned to put the force field shield in a ring. This way, there are many areas where we can play. For example, a diamond made of special material can be placed on the ring to absorb and release energy. At the same time, it can also form an electromagnetic field to sense surrounding objects. Then we can put a sensor specifically designed for sensing into the ring, allowing it to intelligently sense external elements. Tang Ke touched his chin and walked into the studio while thinking. He typed on the computer for a while designing the shape of the ring on the drawing board. The origin in the ring must be able to connect to the internet and run offline when there is no internet. Although it originates from the field of sensing, the data is also very large. I want to integrate so many things into a chip that is only the size of a ring. Ordinary methods naturally cannot do this, but Tang Ke now has nanotechnology. He can create some industrial nanoworms to help make nanochips. It just so happens that industrial nanoworms will be used in the future. Industrial nanoworms will be needed to reinforce houses. With a comprehensive plan, Tang Ke was full of motivation. He and his wife stayed at home for 2 full months, ignoring the outside world. Except for Christmas Day, both of them were busy with their own things. Tang Ke studies technology and writes novels every day, while his wife has finished drawing the subsequent plot of Demon Slayer, Kimetsu no Yaiba. Both of them are hardworking and extremely efficient. They didn't stop working until the last day of December, because tomorrow is New Year's Day. Tonight is New Year's Eve, and Tang Ke wants to count down outside with his wife. Actually, it doesn't matter even if I count down at home. With you around, New Year's Eve will be a memory no matter where I am. Zhang Yashuan said with a sweet smile. Her outfit today is retro British style. She wore a gray woolen plaid coat on the outside and a black cotton dress on the inside. A pair of ADD slightly transparent black stockings wrapped Zhang Yashuan's slender thighs. Transparent ones are not warm. Opaque ones lack aesthetic appeal, and slightly transparent ones are just right. It is both warm and beautiful. The two had just finished dinner and were sitting at the table chatting. It's okay. You can go out and play with confidence from now on. Tang Ke reached into his trouser pocket and took out a small blue box. He pushed it in front of Zhang Yashuan and gently opened it. Inside were 2 silver-white rings, and on the rings there was a heart-shaped azure diamond. The diamond seemed to be emitting a faint light and flickering slightly. This is... Zhang Yashuan looked puzzled. Why did he suddenly give her a diamond ring? As soon as this idea flashed through my mind, another possibility suddenly occurred to me. She parted her red lips slightly, shock etched in her beautiful eyes. Could this be a force field shield? No way. Can such a small thing really form the force field shield that Tang Ke mentioned? Tang Ke smiled and nodded. Yes. As long as you wear this on your finger, no matter what attack you encounter in the future, the force field shield will automatically be erected. Whether it's a sniper attack from thousands of miles away, a knife slashing from close at hand, an atomic bomb dropped from abroad, or even poison in the air, it can identify you and raise a force field shield to protect you. An expression of confidence and pride appeared on Tang Ke's face. This thing was the invention he was most proud of. He named the 2 rings, Heart of Black Tortoise. Tang Ke believed that this ring had the defensive power of a basalt and could withstand any damage. The reason why it is named with heart is that it reflects Tang Ke's love for his wife. Even the diamond on top, which is used to absorb and convert energy, was specially carved into the shape of a heart. So powerful. Doesn't it mean that if we wear this ring, we don't even need to bring Dubai with us? Zhang Yashuan said in surprise. Tang Ke nodded and said, yeah, that's about right, but I suggest it would be better to bring Dubai with you. After all, it's only for defense, but it has no offensive capabilities. The bodyguard Dubai not only protects his master, but also obeys his master's instructions. For example, if you wanted to carry something, or if someone is being robbed, You can also ask to buy to help. Anyway, Baymax won't affect your daily life, so it's better to bring it than not. Tang Ke took his wife's fair hand and picked up one of the rings himself. She took the old ring off her ring finger and put on the new one. There was nothing unusual, and I didn't feel any changes. It seems like this diamond ring is just an ordinary ring, but the heart-shaped diamond on it always gives people a feeling that it is shining. Is this diamond a real diamond? Zhang Yashuan opened her palms and raised them slightly to admire. It's not a real diamond. It's a kind of… Tang Ke touched his head. A synthetic material that can absorb and release energy while forming an induced magnetic field. Really? It's really beautiful. Zhang Yashuan couldn't let go of the ring. She didn't care whether the diamond was real or fake. What mattered was that it was a gift from Tang Ke. When he heard that this thing was a synthetic material made by Tang Ke himself, he felt even happier. Because this is something developed and created by Tang Ke, and it contains his hard work. I'm glad you don't mind. Tang Ke smiled awkwardly. Come on, let's go out and play. I'll put the ring on your finger. Zhang Yashuan smiled and picked up the last ring in the box. Repeat Tang Ke's previous actions and put a new ring on him. She put the two removed rings into a box and stored it in the storage room. The two smiled at each other without notifying Jin Yumeng and Tang Yunshin in the villa opposite. The two of them took the Kirin smart car to the New Year's Eve destination. As soon as Tang Ke and Zhang Yashuan left home, the bodyguards immediately followed them nervously. At the same time, the personnel sent by the country were also nervous. They knew that Tang Ke didn't like being monitored by the state, so the state's personnel only lurked nearby and did not tell Tang Ke. Many people were attracted by the two of them going out. Fear of being attacked again. Tang Ke's head is very important, which is why the country did not send anyone here before. It was because they had not expected that someone would be so bold as to confront Tang Ke with a gun in Manhwa. Master, in addition to our bodyguards, there is another group of people following us. According to my investigation, they are people from the country, and they seem to be here to protect you. Origin reminded in the car. People from the country? Tang Ke frowned and said, forget it, leave them alone. In fact, he does not need the protection of the country at all. To him, this protection is a form of surveillance. Chapter 123 Chapter 123 New Year's Eve. Preview reminder. Please be rational and patriotic. Long country is not country Z, and its leaders are also different. Do not substitute reality. The main purpose of Long was sending people to protect Tang Ke was out of good intentions. But to a certain extent, there is also a sense of surveillance in it. We must hurry to get the land from Jiangjin Group and build high-tech houses. Only in this way can we avoid being monitored. Tang Ke took a deep breath and murmured, I think Longwa wants to ask you for technology. What do you think? Zhang Yashuan asked from the side. She would not directly tell Tang Ke what to do, but would ask him what he thought first. I have already given enough to Longwa. There is no need to give more. Tang Ke said casually. Artificial intelligence, electromagnetic propulsion, Dubai robot, automatic balancing, holographic projection, and interactive touch. Tang Ke gave the country so much technology in the form of monetary transactions, which is enough for them to digest for a long time. At most, Tang Ke can provide the country with a nanomedical cabin technology. The purpose is only to provide the people with better medical conditions. As for force field shields, electromagnetic guns, and anything else that will be built in the future, he will no longer provide them to the country. In addition to keeping some of their own cards to themselves, it is also to avoid attracting the attention of foreigners as much as possible. Tang Ke plans to develop technology secretly. He does not intend to expose his weapons technology until his technological level can compete with the world. In the next period of time, he will create some commercial technologies as he has done in the past. But he will also secretly develop weapons to prevent others from using force against him. Without absolute strength, Tang Ke didn't dare to act recklessly. Don't underestimate the world's technological power. Although the technology they display on the surface seems to be similar to that of Tang Ke in his previous life. But every country actually hides some means and trump cards, and the Dragon Country is no exception. No country would be foolish enough to show everything to the outside world. According to information stolen from the police, those who attacked Tang Ke in the hot pot restaurant that day were all people with criminal records. They were hired, and behind them stood not only large domestic groups, but also overseas countries. My father-in-law's guess was correct. Overseas countries really joined forces with Guangzhou and Hao, and even more people. Therefore, Tang Ke did not go out until he could guarantee his absolute safety. New Year's Eve. It's not just Shanghai. It's quite lively all over the country. New Year's Eve parties are being broadcast on TV, and New Year's Eve events are being held in commercial plazas in the city. Even though the cold wind was blowing, it couldn't stop the enthusiasm of the people. The mall has a huge flow of people, and people choose to stroll around the mall while waiting for the New Year's Eve. It was warm inside, and there were beautiful products to look at. I said I would just look at it but not buy anything. But as I looked at it, I ended up buying them all. The store clerks at the mall were grinning from ear to ear. The mall was packed with people, and it was just as lively outside. A platform was set up in the square, and official performances were held for people to watch. They would insert some advertisements into the performance and give gifts to the audience. Tang Ku and Zhang Yashuan were also here, watching the street dance performance on the stage. The colorful lights shone and rotated along with the street dancers, creating a brilliant display, and the audience applauded and cheered. Zhang Yashuan held a cup of hot coffee in her hand and drank it in small sips. She glanced speechlessly at Tang Ku, who was licking ice cream beside her. It's so cold, and there are actually people who eat ice cream. As if noticing his wife's gaze, Tang Ku smiled and said, "The joy of eating ice cream in winter is something that those of you who haven't tried it can't experience. The body wrapped in down is warm, but it is cold outside the down. When you eat ice cream at this time, you will instantly understand what a sandwich is. Besides being hot under the down jacket, there was also ice underneath. This feeling of being caught between ice and fire is so refreshing. Be careful or Bing will become a fool." Zhang Yashuan snorted. "If I really become stupid, will you still support me?" Tang Ku suddenly turned around and asked. Zhang Yashuan looked puzzled and said, "Aren't I already supporting you?" Forehead. Now, it was Tang Ku's turn to be confused. Then he changed his mind and suddenly understood. "In my wife's heart, I am a fool." "Good job." Tang Ku pretended to be angry and kissed his wife on the face. "I heard that if a fool kisses him, he will also become a fool, so you are a fool too," Tang Ku said proudly. Zhang Yashuan was at a loss whether to laugh or cry. "My husband is sometimes so childish, but also a little cute." Okay, we're both fools, okay." Zhang Yashuan reached out and touched her husband's hair as if she was coaxing a child. The time has come to 11:50, and there are 10 minutes left before the countdown begins. The lights on the tall buildings surrounding the square became unified at this moment. More and more people walked out into the square. The cold wind blew on their faces, but their bodies and minds felt warm, and they felt refreshed. As the time came to 11:59, Tang Ku and Zhang Yashuan held hands and looked up at the tall buildings. The neon lights light up, filling this bustling city that never sleeps with an atmosphere of happiness. The lights seemed to become more beautiful at this moment. The host on the stage started to speak in a more excited voice. When the countdown reached 10 seconds, people all over the city cheered in unison. 10, 9, 8, 3, 2, 1. The moment the words fell, Tang Ku and Zhang Yashuan hugged and kissed each other. Bang! The countdown ended, and brilliant and beautiful fireworks exploded in the sky, one round after another. Colorful fireworks continued to bloom, forming a new string of numbers in the sky, representing the year. Citizens throughout the city cheered at the same time, and the ground shook slightly. The lights of all the tall buildings also formed into the shape of fireworks, blooming beautifully. At this moment, Tang Ku and Zhang Yashuan felt that the world was so quiet. Everything around them became their background. In each other's eyes, there is only each other. New Year's Eve. Tang Ku and Zhang Yashuan spent time outside without being harassed by anyone. Tang Ku was very excited that night. Tired, but also happy. On New Year's Day, people all over the country are also happy. Because today is the day when Heike Company releases AR glasses and the Watcher drone. At the same time, Hongtai Group's new game is the martial arts online game Snow Swordsman, which is adapted from Tang Ku's work. Open beta today. Heike and Hongtai joined forces to give the whole nation a carnival gift package. AR glasses are the product that attracts the most attention from the public. The birth of holographic projection mobile phones is paving the way for it. This is the new concept mobile phone. It is more popular than when the holographic projection phone was first launched. Tang Ku did not set a purchase limit. After all, the price of AR glasses is not low. But what was unexpected was that it went on sale at 10 a.m. and lasted less than an hour. Sales reached 2 million. Chapter 124 Chapter 124 New Year's Day Gift Package. Such huge sales volumes shocked major companies across the country. Is there a situation where one person buys a large number of AR glasses? It doesn't matter anymore. What's important is that this sales volume represents that AR glasses will become an everyday product. It's only been on sale for an hour. The sales volume of a product will continue to increase over time. The most outrageous thing is that Tang Ku did not set a sales cap. Is this intended to be an unlimited supply? How dare he? Boss Tang Ku, aren't you worried about running out of supplies? Haha, if he was afraid, he wouldn't play like this. If we buy it, won't we have to wait a long time before receiving it? I guess so. After all, the products on the official website are custom-made and made to order, unless you buy the finished product. Are there finished products? Aren't AR glasses custom-made on the website? It's outrageous. They dare to sell freshly made glasses directly. Aren't they afraid of offending customers? You're overthinking it. Do you really think anyone wouldn't want to buy Mr. Tang's products? Is this what a boss is like? He does whatever he wants, and customers are no longer God. The sale of AR glasses is somewhat different from other products. It requires people to customize them officially, such as the thickness of the lens, the shape and weight of the glasses frame, etc. You can even get single-frame lenses. You can also draw the shape of the glasses yourself and provide it to Heike Company to help you customize it. There are finished products, but the quantity is small. Brother Pippi is selling the products in his live broadcast room. He also invited Feng Zhong to join him and launch a rush sale every half an hour, someone said on the internet. Duanqing also has it and is currently doing a review. They said they will hold a raffle to give away AR glasses. It's really cool, someone else broke the news. Holy crap, has Short Life finally turned things around? He actually got Tang's product? Tears. For a time, many onlookers who had not yet placed an order to buy AR glasses flocked into the live broadcast room. Pippage and Feng Zhong chatted in the live broadcast room, demonstrating the effects of AR glasses. Feng Zhong wears a pair of single-frame glasses, giving people a cold, wise, and mysterious feeling. Brother Pippi wore a pair of sci-fi glasses with black and blue lines that covered his eyes. Both of them projected their own visual pages and manipulated virtual objects with their hands, having a lot of fun. Especially Brother Pippi had the most fun. If Feng Zhong hadn't reminded him, he would have almost forgotten about bringing the goods. But for Tansheng, it's not just a simple game. While playing with the AR glasses, he evaluated every function and detail. The combination of interactive touch, gesture sliding, and voice control makes this product perfect. Duanqing is a man with long hair. His hairstyle is very trendy and he lets his hair down his back, making him look like a rebellious rock singer. He was wearing AR glasses with black round frames. He looked quite ordinary, but his appearance gave him a scholarly air. I really want to know how Boss Tang managed to make the holographic projection appear normal even when it was blocked. Tansheng was shocked and said, "And this voice control is so precise. Is it origin recognition?" To be honest, Boss Tang's AR glasses are far more sophisticated than I could have imagined. I'm not taking any money for them. As he spoke, he hurriedly waved his hands at the camera in the live broadcast room, indicating that he had no food to eat. The goods here are all obtained from Pippi Go. While doing the review, I also give it to everyone as a benefit. I didn't take money from Heiku. These are real reviews of the materials. I will tell you whether they are good or bad. So far, I feel that the only thing that is not as good as I expected is that the sound from the glasses cannot be transmitted far enough. Okay, it's time for the lottery. Tansheng smiled and started to operate on the screen. I don't have much stock here, only 100 pieces, and they're shipped randomly. The styles of the glasses are pretty standard. If you don't mind, come get a card and participate in the lucky draw. As soon as he finished speaking, his fans were already impatient and sent in their cards to participate in the lucky draw. AR glasses quickly became popular around the world and spread overseas. Those overseas skeptics once again sneered and said that this scam was too low level. They've already played around with special effects. On the contrary, it is the Watcher drone, a more practical device, that they pay attention to and trust. I think the AR glasses are just a cover, but the drone is real. Indeed, this Watcher drone is quite powerful. It is said that it was used to search for victims during the Dragon Country earthquake. Shiba, why don't we quickly purchase a large number of these reconnaissance aircraft? How can we not buy such a good reconnaissance aircraft? It's really embarrassing for your country. They removed the reconnaissance function long ago. That's it. Fast speed, high flight, and clear camera? Such a simple configuration, and you dare call it black technology? Crude? I think you guys are just jealous. A drone that can fly at a speed of 300 kilometers per hour, and you tell me it's crude? Can you actually build it? Originally, the Chinese people were too lazy to pay attention to the arrogance and stupidity of these foreigners. But this sarcastic remark really makes people want to criticize. The war of words broke out again at home and abroad, but the key immortals of Dragon Country did not participate in the battle. The first reason is that they are not needed for such minor matters. The second reason is the public beta of the game, Swordsman in the Snow. Keyboard masters love to play games. It is precisely because they successfully protected their families in the game that they were given the name Key Fairy. In this game, all NPC conversations and opportunities are controlled by Origin. As soon as the public beta was released, it was tried out by major anchors. Freely editable dialogues bring great playability to the game. On this day, nearly 80% of game players flocked to the online game Snow Swordsman. Fortunately, Tang Ke got Hongtai's supercomputer, an enhanced version. Otherwise, it really cannot withstand such a huge impact of users. These players are in an excited state of exploration and dare to say all kinds of strange things to the NPC. Some people successfully obtained items given by the NPC, some were driven away by the NPC, and some were killed on the spot by the NPC. Instead of being angry, the players felt extremely excited. This kind of realistic NPC response is exactly what they want in a game. The more realistic the NPC's reactions are, the more immersive it will be. People all over the country are celebrating, and this year's New Year's Day has given them a big surprise. I thought there was enough news on New Year's Day. But what no one expected was that the popularity of Demon Slayer, Kimetsu no Yaiba, continued to grow. Zhang Yashuan suddenly told everyone that Tang Ke had written a new comic story for her. It's called Jujutsu Kaisen. Chapter 125 Chapter 125 Spicy Roll returns home. The story of Jujutsu Kaisen that Tang Ke made for Zhang Yashuan was modified. However, the main plot and setting have not changed, except that the Tokyo background has been changed to the Magic City background. The names of the characters were also changed to the names of the dragon people. Even some of the customs and jokes in the story were modified by him to make them more down-to-earth. Anyone who hasn't read the original novel will feel that way. This is a story of spells that takes place in Dragon Country. Simply put, Tang Ke is no longer copying, but plagiarizing. Of course, since there is no Jujutsu Kaisen in this world, no one will know that it is plagiarized. This work actually became a test for Tang Ke, paving the way for his future original novels. How is it? Is this story okay? Tang Ke said to his wife while sitting in the study. Zhang Yashuan blinked her beautiful eyes and pointed at the novel on the computer screen. Why is this invincible teacher named Tang Ke? Hearing this, Tang Ke smiled and touched his head. This thing, those who understand will understand. How shameless, Zhang Yashuan said with a smile. Hey, brother Tang Ke, sister Yashuan. Tang Yunshin's voice came from the living room. She came to the door of the study and said softly, my family asked me to go back. After staying in Shanghai for 2 months, it's time to leave. But before that, she wanted to ask Tang Ke whether the nano-medical cabin had been built. Going back, Tang Ke turned around. Tang Yunshin nodded, slightly parting her red lips, but she felt a little embarrassed to ask. It seems like he can see the other person's inner thoughts. Tang Ke raised the corner of his mouth and smiled first. In a couple of days, I will have Dubai and Chun Zimo send the nano-medical cabin over. Then you can just ask your family to sign the contract. I wonder if you could give me that piece of land first. Huh? Tang Yunshin was stunned when she heard that, her beautiful eyes full of disbelief. What did she just hear? The nanomedical cabin will be delivered in 2 days. This unimaginable thing was built in just 2 months? Nanomedical pod. A look of joy appeared on Tang Yunshin's pretty face. Are you serious? Have you really built the nanomedical cabin? If that's the case, you can take the land and use it directly, but I want to know, is what you just said true? Tang Yunshin ran into the study excitedly, grabbed Tang Ke's sleeve, and asked. As long as we have a nanomedical cabin, everything will be easy. She stayed here for so long just to wait for Tang Ke to build the nanomedical cabin. But her grandfather didn't have much time left and had to go back. She thought she couldn't wait for the nanomedical cabin and felt a little lonely and sad. But what she never expected was that Tang Ke actually told her that the nanomedical cabin would be delivered in 2 days. Well, we've been testing the data these past 2 days. There aren't any abnormalities at the moment. If nothing unexpected happens, it should be completed in 2 days. Tang Ke smiled and nodded, his eyes serious as he said, believe me, your grandfather will be healthy and spend the spring festival with you. Tang Yunshin let go of Tang Ke's sleeve, her beautiful eyes sparkling. She covered her red lips with her hands, unable to conceal her inner joy. At this moment, she didn't know how to express her inner joy. She always felt that Tang Ke's words were unreal and untrue, but because it was Tang Ke who said it, she had to believe it. Zhang Yashuan also looked over and said with a smile, don't just stand there like an idiot. You're going home, right? Leave your address and the nanomedical cabin will be delivered to you in a couple of days. Ah. Tang Yunshin finally came to her senses. She immediately bowed deeply to Tang Ke, her eyes full of sincerity and gratitude. Only in this way can she express her gratitude to Tang Ke. Everything is self-explanatory. I'm back. The contracts for Jiang Jin's plots of land were drafted a month ago. As long as brother Tang Ke signs his name, they can be used directly. Tang Yunshin trotted out, took out a contract from her bag, and handed it to Tang Ke. Tang Ke took it in astonishment and flipped through a few pages. It turned out to be a land contract. He has even signed his name, just waiting for Tang Ke to sign. He didn't expect that Jiangjin Group would trust him so much. Tang Ke had not yet finished building the nanomedical cabin, but the other party had already signed the contract. Thinking of this, Tang Ke couldn't help but laugh. It seems that I have underestimated the ambition of Jiangjin Group. Okay, I'll let my bodyguard Dubai take you there. Tang Ke put the contract aside. No need, I'm not you, brother Tang Ke. I won't be in danger. Tang Yunxin turned around and walked out the door, waving goodbye to Tang Ke and Zhang Yashuan who were seeing her off. She got into the Kirin smart car and rolled down the window. He said goodbye loudly to Jin Yumeng who was standing at the door of the villa on the other side, and then left. This Jiangjin Group is quite interesting. Tang Ke and his wife stood side by side at the door. The two of them looked at Jin Yumeng and nodded in greeting. I'm also a little surprised. It seems that Jiangjin Group trusts you very much. Zhang Yashuan said. Cooperation with Jiangjin Group is much more enjoyable than cooperation with the state. The two are of different natures. One is about friendship, and the other is about official business. Yeah, Tang Ke sighed. Not far southeast of the center of Magic City. This area is over 2,700 square meters and is all vacant land. Some tender green emerges from the soil, adding a touch of vitality to the place. This is not the city center, and it is surrounded by green trees, as if you have come to the deep mountains and forests. Dozens of large trucks drove along the dirt road, loaded with densely packed black components. The trucks slowly stopped, and then a silver-white Kirin smart car stopped at the front position. Tang Ke and Zhang Yashuan got out of the Kirin smart car and looked at the empty plain, their eyes flickering. This piece of land was one of the pieces that Tang Ke got from Jiangjin Group. The total area is 2,786 square meters. Although it is not the center of Shanghai, it is also within the scope of Shanghai. It is very difficult to obtain such a large piece of land, because it represents money and power. Boom. The driver Dubai in the car tilted the truck compartment and dumped all the black components onto the ground, scattering them all over the floor. A dark patch, like bouncing particles. People with trypophobia would probably get goosebumps when seeing this picture. Can one person really complete the construction work on such a large piece of land? Zhang Yashuan asked. Of course, just wait a moment, and then you will witness a miracle. Tang Ke held a head-mounted device in his hand and waited quietly. The black component that fell off the truck was the miniature magnetic robot made by Tang Ke. Xiaohu bot file anti-piracy. Find the book machine. Choose Xiaohu. Stable. Definitely reliable. No pitfalls. The drivers, Dubai, drove away in their trucks, ruthlessly running over the tiny magnetic robots. There is no worry at all about crushing the micro-magnetic robot. Why should robots bother robots? In less than a moment, Dubai drove the truck again, and this time it was carrying various construction materials. Cement, steel bars, sand, etc. Chapter 126. Building a mansion with one thought. Tang Ke put the neural control device in his hand on his head. In an instant, it seemed as if countless tiny consciousnesses appeared in his mind, which he could control at will. This feeling is like the palm of your own hand, and no special thoughts are required. The densely packed miniature magnetic robots nearby began to vibrate slightly at the same time. As the micromagnetic robots vibrated, Tang Ke's control over them became clearer and clearer. Crash! Densely packed micromagnetic robots gathered together in an orderly manner. It was like a black wave, raging and sweeping across the open space. They lingered around Tang Ke and Zhang Yashuan, swirling and wandering as if they had life. Tang Ke was adapting to controlling them, forming a huge architectural shape in front of him, constantly changing the combination. At the same time, he also controlled the micromagnetic robot to lift him and Zhang Yashuan into the air, overlooking the Magic City buildings not far away. The bustling city came into view, and the cold wind from high altitude blew on my face, causing a slight sting. Tang Ke then put himself and Zhang Yashuan back on the ground and controlled the robot to cover the building materials. A large number of micromagnetic robots were like fierce waves, swallowing up the building materials in an instant. He spread out a blueprint, which showed the construction plan of a mansion. All the information is labeled in such detail that even an architect would be bored. If someone designed the drawings like this, I would definitely be the first one to criticize him. It's really unprofessional. Drawings like this feel like they were made by a newbie. In fact, this was a drawing designed by Tang Ke himself. Since there were so many professional things he didn't understand, he marked everything on the drawing. At the same time, Zhang Yashuan was holding a tablet computer in her hand, which also displayed various data of the luxury house. When Tang Ke can't remember, he can ask about the origin. The house covers an area of about 1,200 square meters. The reason why he didn't build a bigger house was because Tangke felt the top priority now is to clean up the house we live in, and our own safety is the most important. It's not too late to expand slowly later. There's no need to use up so much space at once. Secondly, Tangke didn't have enough time to plan such a large building. After all, he is not a construction engineering major, and being able to build a 1,200 square meter mansion is already a credit to the Black technology system. Boom. A large number of micromagnetic robots roll up construction materials without any tools or manpower. Tangke stared at the drawings the whole time, occasionally asking the Origin to display the images and data on the tablet. The micromagnetic robot began construction work on site. The ground was swept and leveled by them. Water, electricity, and roads are available. Dig foundation pit, make cushion layer, pile driving, and backfill. Tie reinforcement, support formwork, and pour. The rumbling sound continued to echo in the area if you just closed your eyes and listened. You would think there is a construction team here, carrying out construction work. Zhang Yashuan opened her red lips slightly and looked at the house that was gradually taking shape in surprise. From low to high, after the frame body comes out, the wall also rises. The micromagnetic robot looks like a pitch-black spider, creating solid objects wherever it crawls. It was very fast, but it also took nearly half an hour. There are many empty spaces in the house, which are specially used to install weapons in the future. A large house with a postmodern style appeared in front of Tangke and Zhang Yashuan. The walls are made of white marble, and the large floor-to-ceiling windows allow the interior to be bright and clear. There are 3 floors in total. There is a spacious swimming pool and some green areas on the first floor. There is a large balcony connected to the second floor, from which you can have a panoramic view of everything on the first floor. The 2 bedrooms on the third floor each have a small balcony. Standing in the room on the third floor, you can overlook the bustling city center. If you go there at night, you will see a different kind of beautiful scenery. Of course, whether it is indoor furniture, glass, or windows, or the outdoor vegetation, greenery, and swimming pool. None of these had been built yet. Tangke only built the frame of the house. The exquisite decoration inside and outside requires Dubai's help to build the most beautiful house. After all, Tangke is not an expert in this area. He can control micromagnetic robots to build houses, but he does not have the ability to design and polish every detail. And he doesn't have so much material on hand. Things like landscaping, furniture, lights, etc. I'm afraid it will take dozens of trucks to move these things over. Just leave these simple tasks to Dubai. Tangke only needs to be responsible for building the frame of the house, and he needs to do the rest by himself. In addition, there is a 2,400 square meter basement. This basement is even larger than the house on the ground. Its purpose is to be used as a studio for the research of advanced technology. Among them, the high-tech weapons will be stored in this basement. Okay, we should be able to move in a few days. Tangke took off the neural sensing device. The moment they were removed, the micromagnetic robots suddenly fell apart and scattered all over the ground again. Tangke felt like he had lost a lot of things in his brain. But in fact, it's just that the control over the micromagnetic robot has been lost. Huh? Don't you leave the paint for a few days? There will be a strange smell. Zhang Yashuan blinked. No need, Dubai can clear it out, and then we can just move in. Tangke laughed and pulled his wife into the car. With the omnipotent Baymax around, nothing is unsolvable. After moving in, reinforce it with industrial nanoworms, and it will be perfect. Capital city, Sihiyuan. This courtyard has a long history and was a royal palace in ancient times. It has been passed down from generation to this day, retaining the ancient appearance while incorporating modern decoration style into the interior. The exterior is solemn and magnificent, while the interior is full of modern atmosphere. There were many people standing at the entrance of the courtyard with various emotions on their faces. There is tension, anxiety, and anticipation. One of the beautiful girls is Tang Yunxin, the spicy roll. At this moment, she was as nervous and excited as everyone around her. Crash. Just then, a Kirin smart car drove over, followed by a large truck. Here it comes, someone shouted in surprise. Finally, the old man is saved. Can it really save Grandpa? This thing has never been tested, said a younger boy. Don't talk nonsense now. Your grandfather will be the first person to enjoy the nano-medical cabin. Of course, it has not been tested. Don't you know Tangke's ability? The middle-aged man scolded. But he's changing his profession. The young man muttered softly. Seeing the middle-aged man's eyes staring at him, he was so scared that he dared not speak. Now that they are at their wits' end, the nano-medical cabin is their last hope. Regardless of whether it is true or false, you cannot say unlucky words at this moment. Although he expressed doubts in his heart, the boy did not dare to say another word. Chapter 127 Chapter 127 Tang Family. Chen Zimo got off the Qilin car and said with a smile, Miss Tang, it's been a long time since we last met. It seems that everyone is a little impatient, so I won't waste any more time. After saying that, he waved to Dubai. The driver, Dubai, went into the carriage and took out a large white box, then walked over calmly. Lead the way, everyone. Saving people is the most important thing. Chen Zimo smiled slightly, looking very proud. The experience during this period made him completely adapt to the role of secretary. No matter big or small, Tang Ke left it to Chen Zimo. With the help and guidance of Assistant Li, Chen Zimo grew rapidly in his busy work. Now he is an independent person. Some people in Heike Company may not know Tang Ke, but there is absolutely no one who does not know Chen Zimo. The person who comes to the company the earliest and leaves the latest. The one with the busiest work and the second highest power is Chen Zimo, truly second only to one person. Chen Zimo's temperament has changed a lot, from a young man working in sales to a motorcycle enthusiast. He has become a big boss in the industry today, exuding confidence and speaking with great momentum. The people in the courtyard did not dare to delay and immediately opened the door and brought Chen Zimo and Dubai in. Brother Zimo, I'm really sorry to bother you. Regarding the price of the nanomedical cabin. Tang Yunshin walked to Chen Zimo's side. Before he could finish his words, Chen Zimo raised his hand to interrupt him. We can talk about this later. Saving your grandfather is the most important thing first. Well, thank you for coming all the way here. Tang Yunshin nodded gratefully. Seeing the huge white box, she was filled with anticipation. The group walked forward and came to a room with a rather simple decoration. As soon as I walked in, I smelled the scent of Chinese medicine mixed with a hint of sandalwood. A white-haired old man was lying on the bed with his eyes closed. As if he noticed someone coming in, he slightly opened his old eyes. Grandpa, after today, you will sit with us to celebrate the new year. Tang Yunshin quickly stepped forward, grabbed the other's hand, and said. Tang Zhengwo coughed twice and said with a kind smile. Silly girl, everyone will die one day. Why do this? It's true. I'm not just consoling myself. Tang Yunshin was at a loss whether to laugh or cry. Grandpa thought she was saying this to comfort him. Look, this thing we brought here is a nanomedical capsule created by Tang Ke, the most powerful black technology inventor in the country, no, the world. Tang Yunshin moved aside so that Tang Zhengwo could see the large iron box next to him. Dubai put the box steadily on the ground. Seeing everyone's gaze, it blinked, as if it suddenly understood something. Then he stretched out his finger in a silly manner and pressed the 4 direction buttons on the box one by one. Laugh. The white box suddenly made a hissing sound and slowly spread out in all directions. An oval-shaped cabin appeared in front of everyone. The medical cabin is pure white, with a reclining sofa seat inside and 2 cans of green liquid on both sides. Dubai ignored everyone's surprised looks and dismantled the unfolded box boards. After tidying up, he left alone with a silly step. Mission accomplished, you can go back to work. Old man, my name is Chen Zimo. Your granddaughter wasn't kidding. This machine is the nanomedical cabin, a product of my Heike company. Chen Zimo stood next to the nanomedical cabin and smiled. He saw a bulge on the old man's chest, which should be the location of the tumor. But the old man has a good attitude, so even though he is sick, he can still smile. This? Tang Zhengwo was a little stunned, obviously not understanding. Could it be possible that this thing could really cure him? When was Heike Company born? Tang Zhengwo's ancestors all came from wealthy backgrounds, so they had a lot of cultural education. He knows a lot about the outside world. But I have never heard of Heike Company. You can't blame him for not knowing. After all, he had been lying in bed for a while. It happened that Tang Ke rose to prominence during this period, and in less than a year, he developed a world-leading black technology company. Grandpa, try this. Don't you want to have a reunion dinner with us? The middle-aged man at the door came forward and said with a smile. His name is Tang Wenshu. He is Tang Zhengwo's eldest son and also Tang Yunshin's father. Zhangjin Group is controlled by their Tang family, among which Tang Wenshu holds the largest share and has the highest say among the 3 brothers. Uncle, no one has tried this thing before. The young man who was at the door spoke again. Tang Yunshin couldn't help but frown and glared at her cousin. The boy suddenly choked and shrank his neck in fear. After a moment of silence, Tang Zhengwo smiled amiably again. All right, it's a rare opportunity for you to put in so much effort. Hearing that the old man agreed, everyone in the room looked happy. Several servants came over immediately, carefully picked up Tang Zhengwo, and gently placed him on the seat of the nanomedical cabin. The medical cabin is very spacious, enough to accommodate even a 200-pound fat person. There was still plenty of space even when Tang Zhengwo was lying inside, and even one more person could fit in without any problem. Tang Yunshin and others looked at Chun Zimo and nodded to him. Don't worry, everyone. Our Heike company is the world leader in technology. Chun Zimo smiled confidently and started operating the electronic panel on the side of the nanomedical cabin. The operation is very simple. Just click a few steps to start. Snap. A piece of transparent glass slid out from the medical cabin, covering the entire cabin. Tang Jingwo was lying inside and felt that the oxygen content was increasing instead of decreasing. The nanomedical cabin made a slight sound as it absorbed oxygen from the outside world. The oxygen content gradually increased, and Tang Jingwo's breathing slowly calmed down. His eyes grew heavy, and he fell into a deep sleep. This is the first step in the nanomedical cabin. It puts the patient into a deep sleep before a series of operations are performed. Chun Zimo was afraid that the other party would do something impulsive because of nervousness. So he immediately explained, the glass panels are to create a sterile environment. The medical cabin has an oxygen filter that can fill the interior with clean and sufficient oxygen. The green liquid on both sides is a primary nutrient solution that can replenish the patient's various functions. You don't have to guess what it is anymore. Chun Zimo looked at the young man with a smile, knowing that he was thinking about something wild and unrealistic. After all, this green liquid always gives people the feeling of a zombie movie potion. As a teenager, I am bound to have some fantasies. In addition to nanomechanical insects, the nanomedical cabin also requires nutrient solution. At present, Tangku has only produced a basic nutrient solution that can supplement some of the missing functions of the human body. This will allow for better surgery. Especially in terms of blood supplementation, primary nutrient solution can perfectly fill the patient's ischemia problem. Chapter 128. The powerful capabilities of the nanomedical cabin.